Chapter 1. A Corpse with Three Lives. In the depths of winter, after a fresh snowfall, the ground was blanketed in a thick layer of white. Wei Ningyao, her belly swollen with 7 months of pregnancy, stumbled through the snow, falling countless times until she finally climbed onto a city tower. Surrounded by mountains of corpses and seas of blood, she quickly spotted a familiar figure. It was a tall and handsome man, his body riddled with arrows, his eyes closed and his face pale, a testament to his lifeless state. Yet, even in death, his extraordinary appearance was undeniable. Wei Ningyao hurriedly approached, carefully cradling his head. Having learned medicine from her adoptive father since childhood, she was skilled in healing, but at that moment, she dared not remove the arrows embedded in his chest. Pei Mocheng, I am so sorry. It is my fault that you suffered this fate. Regretful tears blurred her vision. Just then, a group of people approached, their footsteps chaotic. One man stepped forward and handed her a black porcelain vial, saying, "Yaoer, drink this potion to rid yourself of the 2 wretched lives within you, and you shall remain my daughter." Wei Ningyao. Wiping the tears from her face, Wei Ningyao turned to the middle-aged man who had offered her the vial. "Father, you promised me that if I provided the weapon blueprints and the tiger talisman, you would spare his life. Why had you gone back on your word?" The man she referred to was the one cradled in her arms. He was Pei Mocheng, the once feared 3rd prince of the Yunxin kingdom, and Wei Ningyao's husband, the father of her unborn children. Oomph! A mocking laugh suddenly broke the tension from behind her. A man clad in a brocade robe, his face twisted with derision, gazed at her. This man was Pei Mocheng, the 7th prince of the Yunxin kingdom and the candidate for the new emperor supported by the Wei family. He smirked. "Miss Wei, how naive you are. It is no surprise that one raised in the countryside would be so unsophisticated. Pei Mocheng is the greatest obstacle to my ascension to the throne, having thwarted me multiple times. Now that he has finally fallen, how could I and Wei Xiong spare his life?" He cast a casual glance at Wei Ningyao's belly before turning to Wei Ningyao. "Wei Xiong, are you unable to take action against your beloved daughter? If you cannot, allow me to assist." Wei Ningyao chuckled awkwardly. No. How could I trouble you with such a matter?" With that, he uncorked the vial and seized Wei Ningyao's chin, his gaze icy and ruthless. "Yaoer, do not blame your father. If you do not rid yourself of the lives within you, even I cannot protect you. No, please. The children are almost ready to be born. They are 2 living beings." Wei Ningyao shook her head vigorously, her eyes pleading for help as they darted to the tall figures standing not far away. "Eldest brother, 2nd brother, 3rd brother, please save me and my children." The figure in the center stepped forward, frowning as he spoke. "2nd sister, it is a great mercy that the 7th prince has agreed to spare your life in exchange for the loss of your children. Do not harbor any other thoughts. Listen to father and drink the medicine." Another figure interjected, "Eldest brother, why say so much? She brought this upon herself by becoming pregnant with Pei Mocheng's children, and with twins at that." A 3rd voice chimed in. "What 2nd brother says is true. She has only herself to blame." Wei Ningyao was taken aback. These cold, unfeeling words came from her own blood brothers. These brothers, whom she had once helped her eldest brother's life, her 2nd brother's hand, her 3rd brother's eyes and legs, she could hardly believe they were all so ungrateful. At that moment, her heart felt colder than the winter snow. Pei Mocheng was right. She had been too naive. She relinquished her struggle as the bitter potion was forced down her throat, its acrid taste choking her. Soon, Wei Ningyao's belly began to ache violently. "Someone, take her to the other estate," Wei Ningyao ordered coldly. Time lost meaning as the pain intensified. In her haze, she heard someone say, "The 2 children in her womb are too large. She may not survive." A woman gently replied, "You have done all you can. Please leave. I wish to speak with my 2nd sister alone." Though Wei Ningyao's consciousness was fading, she recognized her half-sister, Wei Ani. Once the room was emptied, Wei Ani leaned close to Wei Ningyao's ear and spoke softly. "Wei Ningyao, you are in great pain now, aren't you? Do you know why your children cannot be born? Because the miscarriage medicine given to you is swapped by our mother. Oh, I forgot you possess some medical knowledge. You must have realized that it was no ordinary miscarriage potion, right? Are you curious why our mother would do this? It is because you are not her biological daughter. I am her true daughter. When our mother was still a concubine, she feared that I would suffer as a born illegitimate child, so she switched me with you. who were born on the same day. After a brief pause, Wei Ningyao continued, "As for why you were abandoned, our mother despised you, and arranged for you to be taken away during the Lantern Festival when you were 2 years old. Thank you for marrying Pei Mocheng on my behalf, otherwise I might be the one facing this fate. Rest assured, I will soon be the empress. Father, mother, and our brothers will all take pride in me. I am the only true daughter of the Wei family." At that moment, Wei Ningyao's mind erupted in chaos. What? She was not Ma's biological daughter? The late prime minister's wife, Lady Nya, was her true mother. Ma deceived her so cruelly. With a cough, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Darkness enveloped her vision as she lost consciousness entirely. Chapter 2. Rendering the malevolent slave handless in the 19th year of the Long and Amp. Oppos, an era at the fragrant Ning Pavilion located in the southwest of the Wei Prime Minister and Amp. Oppos' residence. Nurse Zheng stormed into the courtyard, accompanied by a throng of maids and servants, startling a flock of birds that had been singing and foraging in the trees. "Everyone, search thoroughly. We must find the lady's bracelet," Nurse Zheng commanded loudly. As her words echoed, a melodious voice resonated from within the house. "I shall see who dares to search my courtyard." The speaker was none other than Wei Ningyao, who had been reborn. After a harrowing and despairing demise at the Wei family estate, she had not anticipated that she would one day open her eyes again. To her astonishment, she found herself reborn 6 years in the past, at the tender age of 10. At this time, she had yet to be brought back to the Wei household and was living with her adoptive father in a small village. Rather than hastily returning to the Wei estate to claim her familial ties, she chose to wait in silence. 6 years swiftly passed, mirroring the timeline of her previous life. 2 months ago, indeed, the Wei household sent emissaries, claiming her to be the long-lost daughter of the Prime Minister's residence, intending to bring her back. Wei Ningyao grasped the emerald bracelet in her hand. In her previous life, it was this very bracelet that led Nurse Zheng to drag her to the ancestral hall for punishment. She endured 3 days and nights of kneeling, eventually succumbing to the cold and falling ill with a high fever. In her delirium, she heard someone calling her to return, relieving her of her punishment, which prompted her to stumble back to her quarters. Upon awakening, however, she found herself not in her own room, but lying beside a man. Soon after, a group burst in, pointing and gossiping about her. It was then that she realized this man was Prince Pei Mocheng, the betrothed of Wei Ningyao. Following this incident, Wei Qingrong had no choice but to approach the emperor, requesting the annulment of the engagement between Pei Mocheng and Wei Ningyao, suggesting instead a betrothal between Pei Mocheng and Wei Ningyao. Wei Ningyao had long believed that her fever had muddled her mind, leading her to mistakenly enter the wrong room. She had even felt guilty for disrupting the engagement between Wei Ningyao and Pei Mocheng, harboring remorse towards her elder sister. Little did she know, it was all part of a calculated scheme against her. Putting away the bracelet, Wei Ningyao stepped out of her room. In the courtyard, Nurse Zheng stood with her entourage, much like in her previous life. Upon seeing Wei Ningyao emerge, Nurse Zheng stepped forward and performed a perfunctory salute. "Miss, you are here. The lady has recently lost a bracelet, a precious gift from the Empress, one she holds dear. Some servants claim to have seen you with it. So I brought my people to search. Since you are present, why not hand it over yourself and accompany me to the Kawaiyuan to apologize to the lady? She is your biological mother and will surely not punish you severely." Wei Ningyao raised her gaze and replied coolly, "What if I refuse to hand it over?" Nurse Zheng raised an eyebrow. "If you do not comply, I shall have to lead my people inside to search. Should I find it, the lady might not be so lenient." With a faint chuckle, Wei Ningyao replied, "Is that so? How would my mother not be lenient? Will she send you to take me to the ancestral hall for punishment, kneeling for days and nights?" Nurse Zheng's pupils constricted slightly in surprise, taken aback at how Wei Ningyao could anticipate the lady's intentions. Nevertheless, she dismissed the thought, focused solely on completing her task. She commanded her maids, "Why are you all standing there? Since the second young lady refuses to yield the bracelet, go in and search." The maids rushed forward, attempting to invade the room in search of the bracelet. However, just as they approached, Wei Ningyao suddenly raised her sleeve and tossed a powder towards them. It hurts." The moment the powder touched their faces, a sharp pain erupted, causing them to clutch their faces and cry out in agony. Nurse Zheng's expression shifted dramatically as she stared at Wei Ningyao. "Second young lady, what have you done to them?" Wei Ningyao adjusted her sleeve and calmly replied, "I have a slight obsession with cleanliness and feared their dirty hands would tarnish my personal belongings. Hence I applied a little powder on them." You actually poisoned them?" Nurse Zheng couldn't believe her ears. Wei Ningyao smirked. "Why the shock? Not only have I poisoned them, but I intend to poison you as well." With that, she raised her sleeve once more. Realizing the danger, Nurse Zheng scrambled toward the courtyard exit, but Wei Ningyao was swifter. She flung the powder forward, and Nurse Zheng felt her body go limp, collapsing to the ground, her limbs rendered immobile. As she watched Wei Ningyao approach her slowly, devoid of much expression yet radiating a chilling aura, she stammered, "What are you going to do?" Wei Ningyao ignored her question, revealing a glinting dagger in her hand. Amidst Nurse Zheng and Amp Appo's terror-stricken gaze, the dagger plunged into her wrist, piercing it completely. Strangely, Nurse Zheng felt no pain at that moment, but the sight of blood gushing forth was utterly horrifying. She realized that her hand might well be ruined. "Second young lady, please spare me," Nurse Zheng implored. Wei Ningyao withdrew the dagger, speaking slowly, "I can spare you, but only if you tell me where the bracelet is." Nurse Zheng's eyes widened in panic as she shook her head. I don't know. Is that so?" Wei Ningyao raised an eyebrow, her gaze shifting to Nurse Zheng and Amp Appo's other hand. Without hesitation, she struck again. "If you continue to withhold information, the next target will be your legs. You wouldn't wish to have all your limbs incapacitated, confined to a bed for the rest of your life, would you?" Nurse Zheng understood that Wei Ningyao was not merely threatening her. She truly intended to act. No longer daring to feign ignorance, she quickly said, "I'll tell you. The lady's bracelet is in a hidden compartment beneath your bed." Wei Ningyao rose and took a white handkerchief to wipe the blood from the dagger. Glancing around at the stunned maids and servants, who were too shocked to even moan in pain, she spoke leisurely. "You all heard that. Nurse Zheng knew the bracelet was under my bed without entering the room, which indicates it was likely she who had someone place it there." Turning her gaze back to Nurse Zheng, Wei Ningyao feigned confusion. "Nurse Zheng, why did you conspire against me? Was it because you twisted your back while trying to hit me with a ruler when you were teaching me the rules the other day? And you now harbor resentment towards me, seeking revenge?" Before Nurse Zheng could respond, Wei Ningyao commanded, "Take her back to the Kawaiyuan." A quarter of an hour later, a messenger from Madame Ma arrived, summoning Wei Ningyao to the Kawaiyuan. As she stepped into the room, a chill of reprimand met her. "Wicked daughter. Nurse Zheng's hands are now rendered useless because of you." Chapter 3. Madame Ma. Wei Ningyao raised her gaze towards Madame Ma, who sat gracefully in the main seat. Approaching her 40s, Madame Ma appeared to be in her 30s, thanks to her meticulous care. She donned a pomegranate-hued embroidered gown adorned with golden threads, her head adorned with exquisite jewels, exuding an air of unparalleled opulence. Madame Ma hailed from humble origins. Thus, she was not initially recognized as Wei Chengrong's legitimate wife upon entering the household. Instead, she ascended to the role of the rightful wife after being elevated from a concubine. Wei Chengrong's first wife, surnamed Nie, came from the prominent Nie family of Qinghe, unbeknownst to her, before marrying into the Wei family. Wei Chengrong had a favored concubine who had already borne him 3 sons. This very concubine was Madame Ma. Not long after, when Madame Nie became pregnant, Madame Ma, at around the same time, also found herself expecting. It is likely that Madame Nie remained oblivious until her death regarding Madame Ma and Amp Appo's sinister act of switching their children, deliberately allowing her own to be cast away. The mere thought that in her previous life, she had called Madame Ma mother for 3 years and had endeavored to win her favor made Wei Ningyao clench her fists unconsciously. In this lifetime, she vowed to ensure Madame Ma paid for her deeds. "Unfilial daughter, I'm addressing you. Why have you harmed old Madame Zheng? Moreover, how many times must I remind you to pay your respects when you see me, your mother?" Noticing that Wei Ningyao stood silently after entering the room, Madame Ma furrowed her brow, her eyes betraying an unmistakable disdain. Wei Ningyao caught a glimpse of that contempt, lowering her gaze. The expression of disgust emanating from Madame Ma was far from that of a mother gazing at her biological daughter. In her previous life, she had never contemplated this. She had assumed Madame Ma's disdain stemmed from her rustic upbringing and her lack of talent compared to her sister Wei Ani, who seemed to effortlessly win Madame Ma's affection. Thus, she diligently learned the proper etiquette, memorized poems, and practiced arts in which she held no interest, all in hopes of earning a glance from Madame Ma. Little did she know, no matter how accomplished she became, Madame Ma would never favor her. Mother is my true parent. Must I always bow and pay my respects to you? Is that not excessive? Wei Ningyao still refrained from greeting Madame Ma, casting a glance at a nearby chair before striding over and taking a seat. Mother, you just asked me why I harmed old Madame Zheng. Have those maidservants not informed you? She concealed your most cherished jade bracelet in a hidden compartment beneath my bed, attempting to frame me for theft. Perhaps it was because she struck me with a ruler while teaching me etiquette the other day, injuring her back in the process, that she harbored resentment towards me and sought revenge in this manner. As soon as Wei Ningyao finished speaking, Madame Ma's face darkened, and she retorted angrily, "Nonsense. Old Madame Zheng has served in this household for most of her life. How could she possibly act out of personal vendetta over such a trivial matter?" Leaning back in her chair, Wei Ningyao swung her legs playfully and tilted her head to regard Madame Ma. What do you believe prompted her to act thus? She has never entered my chamber, yet knew to speak of the bracelet being hidden beneath my bed. Could it be that you instructed her to place it there? Madame Ma's face stiffened, her countenance growing even more sour. What absurdity are you spouting? You are my legitimate daughter. Why would I conspire against you? After composing herself, she continued, regardless, you should not have harmed old Madame Zheng's hands. How can a young lady act with such cruelty? Cruelty? The mere utterance of that word from Madame Ma and Appo's lips struck Wei Ningyao as laughable. Was it not cruel to conflate the bloodlines of the legitimate wife and to send away a mere 2-year-old child, leaving her to roam for over a decade? Was it not malicious to substitute miscarriage-inducing medicine, resulting in the deaths of both her and her child? Not to mention the schemes surrounding her marriage, treating her as a mere pawn. Were any of these actions devoid of cruelty or malice? As for old Madame Zheng, she was the one who orchestrated the switch between Wei Ningyao and Wei Ani, subsequently arranging for the 2-year-old Wei Ningyao to be sent away. Wei Ningyao had merely rendered her hands useless, an act of great leniency. Mother, how can you speak of me so? Wei Ningyao's expression turned sorrowful and frustrated. Old Madame Zheng, a mere servant, dared to frame her mistress. Such a wicked servant. I have shown her mercy by not having her killed. How can you accuse me of cruelty? Mother, you do not despise me over this trivial matter, do you? If you truly loathe me, just cast me out of the residence, and I shall return to Qingzhou, sparing you the burden of my presence. As soon as these words left her lips, Madame Ma et Appos esse eyelids flickered. She had not forgotten the purpose behind summoning Wei Ningyao back. The third prince, Pei Mocheng, had lost both his legs on the battlefield a year prior, and it remained uncertain whether he would ever stand again. Even if he could, he would likely never match the capabilities of a normal man. It appeared that he would forever be denied the throne. Moreover, Wei Ani had come to her in tears, expressing her unwillingness to marry the third prince, as her affections lay with the seventh prince, Pei Hongya. Madame Ma had also learned that Wei Qingrong was secretly inclined to support the seventh prince. The seventh prince might one day ascend to a high position. Wei Ani was her biological daughter. If she could one day become empress, Madame Ma would bask in her glory. However, Wei Ani's engagement to the third prince had been arranged years prior, bestowed by the emperor himself, making it no easy matter to withdraw. Madame Ma had summoned Wei Ningyao back with the intention of having her replace Wei Ani in marrying the legless third prince. How could she allow her to depart so easily? Suppressing her revulsion towards Wei Ningyao, Madame Ma donned a facade of maternal kindness. My dear Yao and Amp, Appos, what nonsense are you speaking? You are my biological daughter. How could I ever despise you for such a trivial issue? I know you have endured much hardship while wandering in the world, and my heart aches for you. However, now that you have returned to the residence, you must embody the demeanor befitting a young lady of the household. You must not act so recklessly and cruelly. Learn from your sister, Ani. I understand. I will diligently learn from my sister. Wei Ningyao replied perfunctorily before abruptly changing the subject. Mother, I have heard that you recently acquired a rare piece of brocade. If you truly care for me and do not resent me, might you consider gifting that piece to me to make a few garments? Madame Ma's expression stiffened once more, her lips twitching slightly. She had indeed acquired a piece of exquisite brocade, coveted and rare, which Wei Ani adored. She had only promised to cut a portion for her to make 2 outfits. Wei Ningyao had the audacity to demand the entire piece. She wondered where she found the audacity. Madame Ma felt an overwhelming disdain for Wei Ningyao, yet she suppressed it, concealing her emotions. With forced patience, she replied, Yao and Amp, oppose. That brocade has already been promised to your sister for her garments. I shall have someone select another fine fabric for you, one that is equally splendid. Wei Ningyao's expression immediately soured, and she pouted, I do not want anything else. I only want that piece of brocade. Mother, are you truly my biological mother? Or is it that Wei Ani is your true daughter? Chapter 4. Her belongings, one by one. When Wei Ningyao's words struck like a bolt, Mrs. Ma's expression shifted dramatically, teetering on the brink of losing composure. After observing Wei Ningyao's demeanor closely, she surmised that the latter was merely speaking offhandedly, prompting her to regain her composure. Taking a sip of tea, she finally spoke again. You are undoubtedly my biological daughter. If you weren't, why would I have endured countless hardships to bring you back? Wei Ningyao pursed her lips and retorted. Then why do you prioritize all the fine possessions for her? It's hard not to raise suspicions. Mrs. Ma raised her hand to press her temple, exclaiming, Fine, fine. I shall give you that decorative flower. Thank you, Mother, Wei Ningyao replied, rising from her seat. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. With that, she turned and walked towards the door. As she vanished from sight, Mrs. Ma hurled her teacup in frustration, releasing her pent-up rage. She had not anticipated that Wei Ningyao would be so astute. Initially, she had thought that a girl raised in the countryside would be naive and easily manipulated. To her astonishment, she found herself entangled with such a formidable opponent. Doubts crept in, making her question whether bringing Wei Ningyao back was a miscalculated decision. Yet, the deed was done. There was no room for regret. At that moment, a maid approached and inquired, Madam, are you truly going to give that decorative flower to the second young lady? This maid, Luo, was another trusted confidant of Mrs. Ma. With a sharp clap on the armrest of her chair, Mrs. Ma replied, What else can I do? If I refuse to give it to her, who knows how she might react? It's just a decorative flower. She must never learn of her true identity. After a moment and Amp, Oppo's hesitation, Luo broached another matter. Madam, Jing's plan has failed. We no longer have a reason to send the second young lady to the ancestral hall. Shall we continue with the previous plan? Mrs. Ma furrowed her brow tightly. I had no idea that little wretch was so clever. I thought she had merely learned some medical skills from her adoptive father, which made it unwise to poison her directly. I intended to use that method, waiting for her to faint in the ancestral hall before taking action. Now, I must reconsider. Regardless, the one who marries the third prince can only be her. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Mrs. Ma and Amp, Oppo's eyes. Meanwhile, after leaving Chiwu Courtyard, Wei Ningyao did not return directly to Fawning Pavilion. Instead, she took a detour to Shinrong Courtyard, the residence of the former Prime Minister's wife, Mrs. Nye, where Wei Ani currently resided. Mrs. Nye hailed from the esteemed Nye family of Qinghe, and her bridal dowry was nothing short of astonishing. Shinrong Courtyard was the most opulent dwelling in the Wei estate. Wei Ani had occupied it for over a decade. It was time for her to be relocated. After all, she was the biological daughter of Mrs. Nye, deserving of this residence, while Wei Ani was merely an interloper. Mrs. Ma's vendetta would be avenged, and one by one, she would reclaim the possessions that rightfully belonged to her. As night fell quietly, Fawning Pavilion was enveloped in tranquility, while Shinrong Courtyard was rife with commotion. The servants scurried about, each wearing a look of panic. It was not until dawn approached that a loud knock echoed against the doors of Fawning Pavilion. Second young lady, your father and mother request your presence. Someone called out loudly. Wei Ningyao, who had been lost in a pleasant dream, awoke to the disturbance but felt no ire. She leisurely rose, quickly washed up, and stepped out of Fawning Pavilion, following the maid who had summoned her to Shinrong Courtyard. Wei Qingrong and Mrs. Ma had anxiously awaited all night in Shinrong Courtyard, and they were still seated outside Wei Ani's chamber when Wei Ningyao entered. Upon seeing their haggard and anxious faces, she directly inquired, "Father, Mother, what is the matter that you called for me?" Mrs. Ma glared at Wei Ningyao, her fury palpable, and without regard for formalities. She pointed an accusatory finger at her. "Wretched child, was it you? Did you do this?" Confronted with such an unfounded accusation, Wei Ningyao casually rolled her eyes and replied, "Mother, what are you talking about? What is it that I supposedly did?" Mrs. Ma and Appo's eyes blazed with rage as she fixed her gaze on Wei Ningyao. "Do not feign innocence. Last night, poisonous snakes slithered onto Ani and Appo's bed while she slept, biting her. She has yet to awaken. Some claim that after you left Chiwu Courtyard, you stealthily visited Shinrong Courtyard, and it must have been you who released those snakes. If anything happens to her, I will ensure you pay with your life." With venomous words, Mrs. Ma glared at Wei Ningyao, as if she were a sworn enemy. Wei Qingrong also scowled, coldly questioning her. "Is what your mother says true? Did you release the snakes?" Wei Ningyao's gaze swept over them, lingering for a moment on Wei Qingrong. In the 2 months since returning to the residence, she had encountered him only a handful of times, and each meeting reminded her of the previous life, where he callously disregarded her pleas, forcing her to ingest abortifacients without a hint of compassion. Countless times, Wei Ningyao pondered whether he was aware that the abortifacients had been swapped, knowing they would not only claim the life of her unborn child, but her own as well. Perhaps he didn't know. After all, her child was far enough along that even ordinary abortifacients could result in a tragic demise. What kind of father could so coldly extinguish his daughter in damp? Appo's life without a flicker of remorse. This time around, she would not regard him as her father. Taking a moment to compose herself, Wei Ningyao turned her focus back to Mrs. Ma. "Mother, one cannot speak recklessly. You claim I released the snakes, but what evidence do you have? Is it merely because I stood outside Shinrong Courtyard for a moment? Furthermore, upon leaving Chiwu Courtyard, I went nowhere else. Where would I have procured snakes? Am I to assume I carried snakes with me to see you? Moreover, I did not even enter the courtyard. How could snakes have found their way precisely to my sister and Appo's bed and not someone else in Appo's? You. How can you twist the truth?" Mrs. Mott trembled with rage. "If not you, then who could it be? Explain why you visited Shinrong Courtyard." Wei Ningyao, feeling disheartened, responded, "Fawning Pavilion is shabby, small, and secluded, while my sister resides in a grand and luxurious courtyard, the most prominent in the residence. I merely wanted to take a look. I not allowed even that? You." Mrs. Ma was momentarily at a loss for words, only able to retort, "Jealous? You should only feel envy. Who told you to be my child? Only Ani deserves the honors and riches bestowed by the Nief family." A cold laugh echoed in Wei Ningyao's heart. "I am your child, if I truly were. How could a mother be so cruel to her own flesh and blood, unafraid of divine retribution? Even a tiger does not consume its cubs." Chapter 5. She wants Wei Ani's courtyard now is not the time to dwell on that matter. Given the current weather, it is conceivable that a venomous snake could venture into the courtyard on its own. Wei Qingrong attempted to ease the tension in the air. He turned to Wei Ningyao and said, "Yao Yao, I've heard that your adoptive father is a local healer with commendable medical skills, well regarded by many, and knowledgeable in various remedies. Have you learned anything from him about treating snake venom?" Wei Ningyao had been anticipating this question from Wei Qingrong. In the countryside, there are many venomous snakes and insects, and people often fall prey to their bites. I don't know a thing or two, but I need to examine my sister's condition first to determine if she can be saved. Then hurry inside and take a look, Wei Qingrong urged. Wei Ningyao entered the inner chamber and assessed Wei Ani's situation. Wei Ani lay on the bed with her eyes closed, her complexion ashen and her breath faint. Were it not for the royal physician sustaining her life with silver needles, she would likely have succumbed by now. In her previous life, Wei Ani had always been spirited, towering above others, and radiantly brilliant. Her maternal grandfather was the head of the prestigious Nief family, one of the top 10 noble families. She had been trained in the arts since childhood, possessing exceptional talent. In terms of both background and ability, she was an object of envy among the elite women of the capital. When Wei Ningyao first arrived at the Wei residence, she often felt a pang of envy upon seeing her sister Wei Ani. In her presence, she even felt somewhat inferior. However, in this new life, having encountered Wei Ani once more, Wei Ningyao felt no envy. The honor and wealth that Wei Ani possessed were merely products of her mother's and scrupulous means. Furthermore, from the words Wei Ani had spoken at her bedside before Wei Ningyao's demise in her previous life, it was evident that Wei Ani had known all along that she was not the biological daughter of the Nye family. Wei Ningyao was. Yet, Wei Ani shamelessly enjoyed all of this privilege, a disgraceful behavior that she shared with her mother, Ma. At that moment, Wei Chengrong and Appo's voice broke through her thoughts. Yao Yao, how is it? Can you save your sister? Wei Ningyao concealed her emotions and nodded. It should be possible, but her words trailed off. Wei Chengrong grew anxious and pressed. But what? What do you need? Just say the word. Even if it's 100-year-old ginseng or 1,000-year-old herb, I will find a way to procure it, as long as it can save Ani. In that moment, Wei Chengrong was wholly the desperate father seeking to save his daughter. How ironic it was, especially when compared to the father who had sent his daughter to her demise in her previous life. In his heart, it seemed that Wei Ani was truly the daughter he cherished. It was uncertain whether he was aware that Wei Ani was not actually a Nye daughter, but rather mind Appo's child. Wei Ningyao pulled herself back from her reverie and said, Father, please do not rush. I do not require anything as extravagant as 100-year ginseng or 1,000-year herb. I can procure the materials needed for the antidote. However, I require compensation. As soon as Wei Ningyao finished speaking, Ma glared at her, her eyes ablaze. Ani is your sister. How can you dare to ask for compensation? Wei Ningyao raised an eyebrow. I apologize, but I was raised by my adoptive father, who instilled in me his principles. He charges for his medical services, regardless of who the patient may be, even if it were his own father. Of course, the form of compensation varies. Sometimes it is merely a simple thank you or a cup of tea. Upon hearing this, Ma's expression softened slightly. She patiently inquired, Then what kind of compensation do you desire? Wei Ningyao replied, I do not seek anything that you cannot obtain. I simply wish for this room, this courtyard. What did you say? Both Ma and Wei Chengrong exclaimed in unison. Wei Ningyao surveyed their astonished faces and enunciated each word clearly. I said I wish to move into this courtyard. She continued, I will only vacate when my sister awakens, and she must leave alone. All the servants in this courtyard, as well as every single object, not a flower or a tree, must remain. You are delusional. Ma was utterly taken aback by Wei Ningyao and Appo's demands, her body trembling with fury. Then I must apologize. You may seek assistance elsewhere. I cannot cure the poison affecting my sister, Wei Ningyao declared, turning to leave. Just as she reached the door, she was called back. Wei Chengrong regarded her and said, Very well, I shall grant your request, provided you can save Ani. Father, how can you agree to this? Ma turned to him, aghast. Wei Chengrong furrowed his brow. Do you wish to witness Ani's death? Physician Zhang is the most skilled in detoxification at the Imperial Medical Institution, and even he can only sustain her for half an hour. Do you believe you can find someone capable of saving her within that time? Ma was left speechless by Wei Chengrong and Appo's retort. Wei Chengrong raised his hand and added, It is merely a courtyard. How can it compare to Ani's life? If Yao Yao wishes to move in, let her. Wei Ningyao wrote a prescription and instructed someone to gather the herbs and ingredients listed. Within less than half an hour, the antidote was prepared and administered to Wei Ani just before she was on the brink of death. Wei Ani could not die yet. She must live until the day Wei Ningyao boldly reclaims her rightful identity. Wei Ani awoke in the afternoon and moved out that evening. Wei Ningyao did not rush to occupy the space, but rather waited until the following morning to do so. She directed the servants to clean out the courtyard. These, all of it must be thrown away. A maid named Chunqing hesitantly approached. Second miss, this chest contains all of the eldest Miss's favorite garments. Must we discard them as well? Of course. I refuse to wear second-hand clothing that others have worn. Dispose of it quickly. It is an eyesore. Wei Ningyao waved her hand dismissively. Chunqing had no choice but to have the chest removed. As they exited the courtyard, they encountered the second young master of the residence. Wei Yushu. With a frown, Wei Yushu inquired, "What is in that chest? Where are you taking it?" Chunqing replied, "Young master, it contains the eldest miss and amp, Appo's clothing. The second miss has instructed us to take it out and discard it." Wei Yushu and amp, Appo's expression darkened abruptly, and he barked, "Do not throw it away. Take it to Sister Ani." Chunqing's face revealed uncertainty, but the second Mississippi. Wei Yushu clenched his fists. "I will speak with her myself." He had just come from Wei Ani's side. His beloved sister had cried all night after her courtyard was taken from her, and he was now determined to confront Wei Ningyao. With that, Wei Yushu stormed into Xinhong courtyard. "Wei Ningyao, come out." Chapter 6. No antidote upon hearing the irate roar. Wei Ningyao leisurely emerged from the inner room. She cast a glance at Wei Yushu, who glared at her with a countenance so furious it seemed he might devour her whole, and calmly remarked, "I was wondering what mad dog had invaded my courtyard. It turns out to be the second young master Wei." At her words, Wei Yushu's fury intensified. "Wei Ningyao, mind your language. This is the Prime Minister's residence, not a rural place where you can behave as you please. And this courtyard is not yours. Sister Ai has lived here for over a decade. She is the true owner. You are merely a vulture occupying her nest." "A vulture?" Wei Ningyao chuckled lightly. "I wonder who the true vulture is." Her tone turned icy as she continued. "Father personally promised me this courtyard yesterday. Once it is given to me, it is mine, regardless of whether she has lived here for 10 years or 100. Second young master Wei, this courtyard does not welcome mad dogs like you. Please leave. No need for further pleasantries." Wei Yushu was so enraged that his teeth began to chatter. Just then, a maid emerged, cradling a pile of scrolls, and inquired, "Miss Second, these are the eldest young lady's calligraphy and paintings, including a portrait of her. How shall we dispose of them?" Wei Ningyao glanced at the scrolls, noting their careful preservation, clearly cherished by Wei Ani. Particularly, the portrait was tied with precious golden threads. She smirked. "Let us burn them all." "You dare." Wei Yushu was well aware of the value of these items, especially the portrait he had painted for his sister's birthday the previous year. The very notion of burning them incensed him. Wei Ningyao raised an eyebrow. "What is there for me to fear? These items rightfully belong to me now, and I shall dispose of them as I see fit." As she spoke, she stepped forward, snatched the portrait from the maid's hands, and carelessly unfurled it. The lady depicted, sitting amidst a cluster of flowers, radiated joy and beauty, more captivating than the real person. With a swift motion, Wei Ningyao tore the portrait in half. Alas, the material is rather inferior. One touch, and it breaks. How utterly useless. She tossed the torn pieces to the ground and stepped on them. Wei Yushu and Appo's eyes bulged with rage, and he could no longer contain himself. Clenching his fists, he charged forward. "You vile woman, I shall end you today." However, before his fist could reach Wei Ningyao, a sudden sharp pain shot through him, and his arm became completely numb in an instant. "What have you done to me, Wei Ningyao?" Wei Ningyao regarded him with a calm smile. "You call me a vile woman, so I have simply embraced that title. You poison me?" His shock was evident, not because he feared the poison itself, but because he could not fathom how she had administered it without his notice. Having studied poison for a time, Wei Yushu knew that it was rare for anyone to poison him without a trace unless they were exceptionally skilled. Yet, Wei Ningyao was merely a girl raised in the countryside. Despite her foster father being a physician, how could a mere village doctor possess such expertise? Of course, this was not the moment for his doubts. "Wei Ningyao, hand over the antidote," he bellowed, his face dark with anger. Wei Ningyao shot him an exasperated glance, her expression akin to that of one looking at a simpleton, having taken action against him. Why would she allow him an easy reprieve? "You wish for the antidote? Then kneel and bow to me 10 times. If I am pleased, perhaps I shall consider giving it to you." "You." His eyes reddened with fury, and he finally managed to retort, "I will summon father and mother to deal with you." With that, he stormed out of the courtyard in disgrace. An hour later, someone came to summon Wei Ningyao to the main hall of the Wei residence. Upon entering the hall, Wei Ningyao immediately sensed the tense atmosphere. Seated in the main position were three individuals: Wei Chengrong, Madame Ma, and an elderly woman dressed in a stone-blue robe, clutching a string of purple sandalwood prayer beads. Her gaze was sharp as she regarded Wei Ningyao, who had just entered. This was the matriarch of the family, Jia, the venerable matron of the Wei clan, who was to celebrate her 60th birthday the following day. Jia was the daughter of the late Pingxi Wang and a genuine princess by birth. She was a woman of strict decorum and lineage, and in her previous life, she had favored Wei Ani, the legitimate eldest daughter, while maintaining a cold indifference toward Wei Ningyao, the daughter of a concubine. How can a disgrace like you not know how to pay respects? It is one thing to lack manners before me, but to do so in front of the matriarch is utterly unacceptable. How could I have given birth to such a foolish child? Madame Ma began with harsh reproaches. Wei Ningyao cast her a fleeting glance, her mind racing to retort. Am I your child? Yet she restrained herself. Now was not the time for such confrontations. Redirecting her attention to the matriarch, she performed a perfunctory bow. The elderly woman merely grunted in acknowledgement, remaining silent. Wei Ningyao then turned to Wei Chengrong. Father, have you called for me? Wei Chengrong snorted in irritation, his loathing for his unruly daughter palpable. You know very well why I summoned you. Your second brother in Oppo's arm has lost feeling, and he claims you poisoned him. Hand over the antidote at once. Wei Ningyao shrugged. I'm afraid there is no antidote for this poison. What did you say? No antidote. Madame Ma and Oppo's voice rose in alarm, nearly causing her to topple from her chair. The matriarch in Oppo's brow furrowed as she tightened her grip on the prayer beads. Finally, she spoke. Is it true you have no antidote? Ningyao, your brother is your own flesh and blood. Are you truly willing to cripple his arm? Wei Ningyao blinked, contemplating how she genuinely wished for Wei Yoshu's arm to be rendered useless. In her previous life, he had suffered an accident while playing polo, resulting in a shattered arm that required her painstaking care to mend. Yet, when she sought help, he had coldly dismissed her, claiming she had brought it upon herself. Such ungratefulness. Had she known he was capable of such cruelty, she would never have wasted her efforts on him. Ningyao, are you truly without an antidote? Wei Chengrong questioned, his brow furrowed in concern as he scrutinized her with piercing eyes, his expression darkening. Before she could respond, Wei Yushu, seated lower down, angrily pointed at Wei Ningyao with his only functioning finger. She lies. She has the antidote. Chapter 7. Willingly married to the third prince Wei Chengrong, Madame Ma, and several others turned their gazes toward Wei Yushu. Wei Yushu continued, father, mother, grandmother, just now in Xinhong courtyard. She claimed she could produce an antidote, but only if I kneel and bow 10 times before her. Upon uttering these words, Wei Yushu felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation and fury. The expressions of Wei Chengrong and Madame Ma shifted dramatically, resembling a palette of colors. Madame Ma shouted again, you wicked child, hand over the antidote at once. Yushu is your own second brother. How could you treat him so cruelly? I regret ever bringing you back. At that moment, Madame Ma deeply regretted her decision to bring Wei Ningyao back. If her precious daughter, Wei Ani, wished to withdraw from her engagement to the third prince, there were other avenues to explore. Yet, Wei Ningyao had only returned for a brief time, and already, so much chaos ensued, infuriating her further. Mother, are you regretting it already? I believe you should not lament my return, but rather my very existence. Perhaps you should have ensured I never drew breath. Wei Ningyao scoffed. Madame Ma was taken aback. Indeed, she had entertained such thoughts about ending Nie's pregnancy. However, during Nie's pregnancy, she had been exceedingly cautious about her diet and care, making it difficult to execute her plans. On the day of Nie's delivery, she suddenly suffered from severe hemorrhaging, causing chaos in the courtyard. Meanwhile, Madame Ma, having given birth several times before, easily delivered her daughter. Upon learning about Nie's situation, she promptly conceived the idea of switching the children, and, remarkably, she succeeded. Nie remained oblivious until her death that Wei Ani was not her biological daughter. Feigning ignorance of Madame Ma's shock, Wei Ningyao continued, what I say is true. I do not possess the antidote. You dare deceive me? I am your second brother, and you truly wish to cripple my hand? Wei Yushu trembled with rage. After leaving Xinhong courtyard, he had sought various doctors, all of whom, after examining his hand, shook their heads and declared themselves powerless to help. Observing her furious second brother, Wei Ningyao smiled. Do not be anxious, second brother. Although I lack the antidote, I possess other means to alleviate your poison. However, the previous condition remains. Kneel and bow to me. Wei Yoshu's eyes reddened. Father, mother, grandmother, hear what she says. The faces of Wei Qingrong, Madame Ma, and old Madame Wei turned ghastly. Before they could voice their thoughts, Wei Ningyao spoke again. Father, mother, it is not that I do not wish to heal my second brother's hand, but he threatened to strike me today. You are unaware of how terrifying he appeared in his fury. To be frank, I merely wish to teach him a lesson. If he kneels and admits his wrongdoing, promising never to lay a hand on me again, I shall forgive him. Pausing briefly, she continued, Father, mother, if you agree to his kneeling and admitting fault, I can also assist you with a matter. I have heard that my sister and Appo's fiancé, the third prince, has been injured on the battlefield and may never walk again. It seems my sister is not entirely pleased with this marriage, but is a decree from the emperor, making it difficult to withdraw. I can marry the third prince on her behalf, allowing her to dissolve this engagement. Upon hearing these words, Wei Qingrong, Madame Ma, old Madame Wei, and Wei Yushu exhibited a range of expressions. Her proposal struck a chord with their desires. First, Madame Ma had brought Wei Ningyao back precisely so she could marry the third prince in place of Wei Ani. When Wei Qingrong learned of Wei Ningyao and Appo's existence, he too considered the possibility of having her replace Wei Ani. Furthermore, upon hearing of the third prince's injury, old Madame Wei felt sympathy for Wei Ani, believing she would suffer in such a union. If Wei Ningyao genuinely wished to replace her sister, it would be a fortuitous turn of events. Wei Yushu, however, felt a mix of emotions. On one hand, he believed the third prince was unworthy of his sister Wei Ani. On the other, he felt that despite his injury, the third prince was still beyond the reach of a girl raised in the countryside like Wei Ningyao. Moreover, he was incensed that Wei Ningyao would use this situation as leverage to demand his submission. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to retaliate. Father, mother, grandmother, do not heed her words. If sister wishes to withdraw from the engagement, we shall find other ways. We need not force her to marry in her stead. Wei Yushu asserted loudly. Yet, Wei Qingrong, Madame Ma, and old Madame Wei remained silent, each weighing their options. Wei Ani's engagement to the third prince had been established for several years, and with the wedding imminent, they would soon enter the family. If they were to directly approach the emperor for a withdrawal, it would clearly signal that the Wei family disdained the third prince's condition. Not to mention whether the emperor would agree. Even if he did, how would it affect their family standing? Additionally, the empress dowager, who cherished the third prince, would undoubtedly turn against them if she learned of their intentions to withdraw from the marriage. If they sought a more suitable method of allowing Wei Ningyao to take her sister's place, it would be a mutually beneficial solution. Now that Wei Ningyao had willingly offered herself for this purpose, it was indeed a stroke of luck. Even Madame Ma, at this moment, regarded Wei Ningyao with newfound warmth. Yaoer, do you truly wish to marry the third prince on behalf of your sister? Wei Ningyao nodded. Indeed, I would be delighted to marry the third prince. Of course you would. A girl raised in the countryside, marrying the third prince is an opportunity beyond your wildest dreams. Wei Yushu interjected with derision. Wei Ningyao shot him a cold glance and retorted, You constantly refer to me as a wild girl for the countryside. I grew up in the countryside. But was that my choice? It was a consequence of my mother and Appo's mistakes, taking a 2-year-old child to crowded places to view lanterns without proper supervision, and allowing her to be taken away. If I were not your mother's biological child, one might easily suspect it was intentional. As she spoke, Wei Ningyao discreetly observed Madame Ma and Appo's reaction. Upon hearing her words, Madame Ma and Appo's eyes flickered, revealing a moment of guilt. However, no one else present seemed to notice her unease. Enough, Yushu refrained from speaking. Yaoer grew up in the countryside. Her temperament may be a bit wild, but she could be corrected over time. Wei Qingrong said with a solemn tone. After a moment of hesitation, he added, "Yu Shu, bow your head and apologize to Yaoer." Chapter 8. She has her ways to persuade the third prince father. Wei Shu glanced at Wei Ningyao, who was defiantly raising her chin while looking at him, and felt a surge of blood rise in his throat. "I will not apologize to her," he declared, suppressing his anger. As soon as his words fell, Wei Ningyao raised an eyebrow and spoke. "Wei Gongzi, have you thought this through? You truly refuse to apologize to me? Let me be frank with you. I can still remedy your hand now, but in another quarter of an hour, the poison will have fully infiltrated the meridians in your hand. At that point, no matter how much you plead, I cannot guarantee your hand will return to its former state. If your hand becomes useless, you will no longer be able to paint, write, or practice swordsmanship. You think you can intimidate me?" Wei Shu and damp. Oppo's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. Wei Ningyao smirked. "Whether I intimidate you or not, we shall see. After all, it is not I who will lose the use of my hand." Turning to Wei Chengrong, she added, "Father, should my second brother in damp, Oppo's hand truly be ruined, he cannot blame me. After all, I offered him a chance. If there is nothing else, I shall return to exiled courtyard. I have just moved in and have much to attend to." With that, Wei Ningyao turned to leave. Wei Chengrong furrowed his brow at Wei Shu. "Shu heir, do you truly not want her hand? I will apologize to her." Wei Shu stomped his foot, exasperated. Ultimately, Wei Shu agreed to apologize to Wei Ningyao, but such a humiliating act could not be performed in front of Wei Lao Furon, Wei Chengrong, and the other elders. Naturally, Wei Chengrong and the others were reluctant to witness such a scene and chose to leave. Before departing, Ma Shi cast a heavy glance at Wei Ningyao. That wretched girl had humiliated her son so. She would surely find a way to make her pay for this in the future. Before leaving, Wei Chengrong also looked at Wei Ningyao, saying, "Once Shu heir has apologized to you, you must ensure his hand is treated promptly. If there are any complications with his hand, I will not spare you." Pausing briefly, he continued with a hint of discomfort, "And regarding the third prince, what do you plan to do?" Wei Ningyao glanced at Ma Shi, who had just reached the door and had yet to exit, and replied calmly, "I trust that father and mother will find a way to have the third prince rest in the guest room tomorrow. At that time, I will enter to meet him privately. I will persuade him to annul his engagement with my sister and instead become betrothed to me." Her confident declaration astonished Wei Chengrong. He was about to inquire how she could be so certain of persuading the third prince when Wei Shu interjected. Wei Shu scoffed coldly. "Wei Ningyao, you are far too confident, aren't you? Have you looked in a mirror lately? Our heir Mei Mei is the most sought-after noble lady in the capital, possessing both talent and beauty. Her mother hails from the Nye family of Qinghe, and behind her, besides our Wei family, is the powerful support of the Nye family. What do you have to compare with her? Any discerning person would choose heir Mei Mei over you. The third prince may have a crippled leg, but he is not blind. What could you possibly say to persuade him to break off his engagement with heir Mei Mei and marry you instead?" Wei Shu believed Wei Ningyao had lost her mind if she thought she could persuade the third prince. Wei Ningyao listened to his scornful remarks with a calm demeanor, her expression unchanged. She replied coolly, "You need not worry about this, Wei Gongzi. I have my own methods." She then turned to Wei Chengrong. "Father, I understand your doubts regarding my words, but at this moment, you must trust me, mustn't you? Rest assured, I will ensure the third prince willingly breaks off his engagement with my sister and will harbor no grievances against the Wei family." Wei Chengrong gazed deeply at his daughter, ultimately refraining from saying more, merely nodding in agreement. "Then I shall wait." With those words, Wei Chengrong turned and departed. In the room, only Wei Ningyao and Wei Shu remained. Wei Shu hesitated, showing no signs of action. Wei Ningyao smiled and said, "Wei Gongzi, your time is running short. Quickly kneel and apologize to me. I will count to 3, and if you still refuse, I shall take my leave." 3, 2. Just as Wei Ningyao was about to count to 1, Wei Shu finally knelt down with a thud, clenching his fists in humiliation as he repeatedly bowed his head to Wei Ningyao. "I am sorry. Is this sufficient? Are you satisfied now?" Wei Ningyao raised an eyebrow. "Not quite satisfied. I mentioned 10 bows, and this is only 4. With no choice but to endure the humiliation." Wei Shu completed the remaining bows. Once finished, Wei Ningyao produced a silver needle and pricked several points on his arm. She then took out a sharp dagger and sliced open one of his fingers, letting the dark blood flow. Before long, Wei Yushu and Appo's arm regained its sensation, but the pain surged intensely. Wei Ningyao possessed painkillers but chose not to offer them, deeming it a waste. Let him endure the pain. The pain in your hand will last about half an hour and will gradually subside. Just bear with it, she said, leaving that parting remark before striding out. Upon returning to exiled courtyard, Wei Ningyao visited the small Buddhist hall. The modest hall contained a portrait of the Nyem matriarch, who appeared dignified and gentle, reminiscent of a kind mother. Upon learning, just before her previous life ended, that she was indeed the daughter of the Nyef family, Wei Ningyao had felt both shock and anger. This anger was for herself and for the Nyem matriarch. The Nyem matriarch had suffered severe blood loss during childbirth, and although she was saved, her health deteriorated and she passed away within 2 years. In that time, she had doted on Wei Ni, often neglecting her own well-being to care for her. The child she had fought for with her life was not even her biological child. If the Nyem matriarch were aware from beyond the grave, she would surely be enraged to the point of spitting blood. Mother, one day I will kneel before you and call you Namp, Appo's, Mother Namp, Appo's, with all due honor. After silently vowing this, Wei Ningyao left the Buddhist hall. That night, Wei Ningyao spent her first night in exiled courtyard. Soon, the second day arrived. It was the birthday of Wei Lao Fu Run, and the Wei household was adorned with decorations, bustling with activity. Wei Chungrong and Ma Shi dressed elaborately early in the morning, standing at the entrance to welcome guests. The father of Wei Lao Fu Run was the late Pingxi Wang, and the current Pingxi Wang was his direct younger brother, giving her a prestigious status. Naturally, the guests who came to offer their congratulations were all either wealthy or noble. The emperor, empress, and the empress dowager had also sent gifts, while several princes who were on good terms with the Wei family's young men or sought to win over Minister Wei had come in person. The third prince has arrived. The fifth prince has arrived. The seventh prince has arrived. The 10th prince has arrived. Chapter 9. The seventh prince, something awry accompanied by a few resounding songs. Several elegantly attired gentlemen, exuding a remarkable air, were ushered forward. Among them, the third prince, Pei Mocheng, was notably seated in a wheelchair, being pushed along. Wei Qingrong and Madame Ma quickly approached, smiling broadly as they paid their respects, ushering the guests into the estate. Upon entering, the group first paid their respects to the matriarch, Wei Lao Fu Run, to celebrate her birthday. With some time remaining before the banquet began, after offering their well wishes, the distinguished guests were respectfully guided to the guest quarters to rest. The guest quarters were already bustling with numerous attendees, who chatted amiably in small groups, creating a lively atmosphere. As Pei Mocheng's party arrived, the conversations in the courtyard came to a halt, and everyone hurried to greet them. After a round of polite exchanges, the seventh prince, Pei Hongye, raised his head and surveyed the surroundings. "What are you looking for, seventh brother?" inquired the fifth prince, placing a hand on Pei Hongye's shoulder. Puzzled. Before Pei Hongye could respond, the unentitled 10th prince, blinking innocently, remarked, "Seventh brother is likely searching for the lady's company." Upon hearing this, the fifth prince's interest piqued, his expression turning curious. "Oh, could it be that seventh brother has taken a fancy to one of the young ladies from the estate? No wonder you appeared so expectant upon arrival. I was left wondering what could possibly excite you in the Wei residence. Pray tell me, which young lady has graced us with her presence today?" Continuing the banter, the 10th prince chuckled. "You would never guess, fifth brother. It is none other than the second young lady of the Wei family." "The second young lady of the Wei family?" The fifth prince paused, momentarily taken aback. "You mean the one whom the Wei minister recovered just 2 months ago?" The 10th prince nodded affirmatively. "Who else could it be? Last month, the Wei family held a grand feast to announce the return of their long-lost second young lady. Being one who enjoys a good gathering, I seized the opportunity to accompany seventh brother to the Wei residence that day. Initially, seventh brother was rather reluctant, but upon meeting the second young lady, he was utterly entranced. After leaving the Wei estate, he even sent someone to inquire about her. With a playful nudge to Pei Hongye and Appo's shoulder, he urged, 'Seventh brother, do share with me. Are you indeed seeking the second young lady of the Wei family? Listening to the playful exchange between the 5th prince and the 10th prince, Pei Hongye did not exhibit any annoyance, although a hint of discomfort passed across his face. Yet, he did not conceal his feelings, nodding slightly. I hold a certain interest in her. I wonder if she is currently in the ladies and Oppo's quarters. The 10th prince replied confidently. She should be there. On a day like today, as a young lady of the estate, she would certainly be present to entertain the guests. At that moment, Wei Ningyao was indeed in the area designated for the ladies. However, rather than mingling with the esteemed ladies partaking in tea and conversation, she sat alone in a pavilion, idly observing the koi in the pond. Just then, a maid approached her, leaning in to whisper, "Miss, the 3rd prince has arrived." Wei Ningyao and Oppo's head, which had been drooping, snapped up, her eyes lighting momentarily. "He has arrived?" As she spoke, she rose and made her way towards the pavilion's exit. The guests had been arranged in the same courtyard, with male guests situated on the eastern side and female guests on the western side. The customs of Yunqing Kingdom were relatively open, and while there were designated areas for men and women, a door connected the two sides, allowing for easy passage. Just as Wei Ningyao crossed the moon gate and stepped onto the corridor, she unexpectedly encountered the 7th prince, Pei Hongye. He too was taken by surprise at the sight of her and stepped forward with a smile, greeting her, "Second young lady Wei." Suppressing her inner disdain, Wei Ningyao cast him a cold glance. "Do we know each other?" Pei Hongye faltered momentarily. A guard behind him stepped forward, raising his voice. "How dare you? This is the 7th prince." "Oh, I see it is the 7th prince. My apologies. I did not recognize you at first," she said dismissively, performing a perfunctory curtsy before striding past him without waiting for a response. However, the guard suddenly raised his hand to block her path. Wei Ningyao frowned, turned back to Pei Hongye, and coldly inquired, "7th prince, is there something further you require?" "Jian Fei, do not act discourteously," Pei Hongye instructed the guard, gesturing for him to step back. He then took a few steps forward, smiling at Wei Ningyao. "Second young lady Wei, I attended the banquet at the Wei residence when they celebrated your return. Surely you remember me?" Wei Ningyao had, in fact, failed to recognize him just now, which left Pei Hongye feeling somewhat disappointed. At the previous banquet, he had been captivated not only by her beauty, but also by her demeanor. When he attended the feast at the Wei residence, he had already heard that the second young lady had been lost for over a decade. He had assumed she would be a simple country girl, yet to his astonishment, she had been poised and radiant, treating the distinguished guests without any sign of flattery or servility. Her composed demeanor and ethereal grace were entirely different from what he had envisioned, sparking an inexplicable interest within him. In this new life, Wei Ningyao's ability to read people had sharpened significantly. Thus, she quickly sensed the peculiar glint in Pei Hongye's gaze. She frowned slightly. In her previous life, she had first encountered Pei Hongye during the feast that announced her return to the Wei family. At that time, she had been eager to win the favor of her relatives and had greeted all guests with a smile, fearful of making any mistakes that might lead to ridicule. Consequently, she had endeavored to curry favor with the esteemed 7th prince, not daring to offend him. She recalled that in her past life, Pei Hongye had always looked down at her, never once sparing her a glance. Later, he had even urged Wei Qingrong to administer miscarriage medicine to her. In her previous existence, he had displayed disdain, revulsion, and indifference toward her. Why, in this life, was he now so keen to engage her in conversation? She feigned ignorance of him, yet he appeared genuinely disappointed. Of course, such confusion flitted through Wei Ningyao's mind for but a moment before dissipating. She lowered her gaze and replied, "I apologize. There were too many people that day, and I suffer from a mild case of face blindness. I'm afraid I sometimes forget the faces of those who are not particularly significant to me. I hope the 7th prince will not take offense." Pei Hongye quickly masked his disappointment, donning a smile once more. "No offense taken. Indeed, there were many guests that day. It is of no consequence that second young lady Wei did not remember me after our first meeting. Now that we have met again, I trust there will be many more encounters to come, and I believe second young lady will remember me well." As she listened to Pei Hongye and Oppo's cheerful demeanor and his words, Wei Ningyao felt an unsettling sensation. She longed to retort that there was no need for countless meetings. She had already etched his visage into her memory, his face from the time he had committed patricide and fratricide, usurping the throne, and compelling Wei Qingrong to administer abortifacients to her. Second sister, what are you doing here? Suddenly, a gentle voice broke through the moment. Chapter 10. Pei Mocheng. We meet again. As Wei Ningyao lifted her gaze, she beheld a graceful figure gliding towards them, stepping lightly like a lotus. This individual was none other than Wei Yi, the eldest daughter of the Wei family. Having called out to Wei Ningyao, she suddenly appeared and noticed the seventh prince, promptly bowing in greeting, for she had indeed met him before. Wei Yi and Amp, Appo's elder brother, Wei Yuhi, had previously served as a companion to the princes in the palace, maintaining amicable relations with several of them, particularly with the seventh prince. The seventh prince often visited the Wei residence multiple times a year, so he was not a stranger to Wei Yi. There is no need for excessive courtesy. Miss Wei, please rise. Pei Hongyi gestured lightly. Thank you, Your Highness, Wei Yi replied as she stood up. Her gaze then turned to Wei Ningyao. Second sister, I have been searching for you. There are a few matters I wish to discuss privately. Is now a convenient time? Apologies, but it is rather inconvenient at the moment. Let us postpone it until I am free, Wei Ningyao replied straightforwardly. She was eager to meet the person she longed to see. Having just been entangled with Pei Hongyi, her patience had worn thin, and she had no desire to linger with them further. Without waiting for a response, she strode forward, not glancing back at Wei Yi's expression. This time, Pei Hongyi did not impede her, merely watching her retreating figure. Suddenly, a weak cough broke the air. Pei Hongyi turned his attention back to Wei Yi, noticing her covering her mouth with a handkerchief as she coughed, her complexion appearing somewhat pallid. Concerned, he inquired, Miss Wei, are you unwell? Wei Yi shook her head. A few days ago, I was inadvertently bitten by a venomous snake, and having moved to a strange courtyard, I have not slept well at night. It is nothing serious. With some recuperation, I shall recover. Moved to a strange courtyard? Pei Hongyi asked, puzzled. He recalled that Miss Wei's mother hailed from the Nie family of Qinghe, and after her passing, she had resided in the Nie family's courtyard, rumored to be the finest in the Wei residence. Everyone in the Wei family cherished her. How could they suddenly have her relocate? Wei Yi and Appo's gaze flickered as she recounted to Pei Hongyi how she had leveraged Wei Ningyao's assistance in detoxification to seize her courtyard. She had expected the seventh prince to sympathize with her plight and condemn Wei Ningyao's arrogance. However, to her surprise, the seventh prince not only refrained from reprimanding Wei Ningyao, but instead chuckled. Your second sister is indeed an interesting person, quite spirited. Wei Yi's mind reeled, her grip on the handkerchief tightening in confusion over the seventh prince's unexpected reaction. Unbeknownst to Wei Ningyao, the conversation between Wei Yi and the seventh prince transpired after her departure. She traversed several corridors and finally spotted the figure she had been longing to see beneath a begonia tree. He sat quietly in a wheelchair, his handsome features and onyx-like eyes exuding an air of nobility, resembling a figure stepped out from a painting. Pei Mocheng, we meet again, Wei Ningyao murmured softly. The man, who had been slightly bowing his head, suddenly lifted it as if sensing her presence, locking eyes with the woman beneath the eaves. A flicker of surprise crossed his mind. There was something peculiar about her gaze. Pei Mocheng had always known that his appearance could captivate attention. He had encountered various looks, astonished, infatuated, eager, but none had ever been as intricate as the one from the woman beneath the eaves, as though she were peering through his visage, recalling something significant. As he pondered this, a firm hand unexpectedly clapped him on the shoulder from behind. Third brother, why are you here alone? Pei Mocheng turned to see the fifth prince, lightly parting his lips to reply, It is nothing. I sought a moment of solitude. Pei Mocheng had always preferred tranquility, even before his injury. The fifth prince, well aware of his temperament, said nothing further, merely suggesting, the banquet is about to commence. Allow me to escort you there. There's no need. I will call Xiao Dong to assist me. Pei Mocheng declined. The fifth prince did not press the matter, smiling as he replied, Very well, I shall head over first. Let's enjoy a few drinks together later. Once the fifth prince departed, Pei Mocheng turned back towards the eaves, only to find that no one remained. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he felt a fleeting emptiness in his heart. He dismissed the thought and beckoned his personal attendant, Xiao Dong, to come forth. In truth, Wei Ningyao had not left. She had merely concealed herself behind a nearby pillar. As soon as Pei Mocheng walked away, she emerged, watching his figure recede into the distance. Pei Mocheng, we shall see each other soon. Wei Ningyao smirked, already feeling a surge of anticipation. Half an hour later, at the banquet, as toasts were exchanged, Pei Mocheng furrowed his brow, gazing down at the wine cup in his hand, feeling his eyelids grow heavier. He realized he had fallen victim to a scheme. Yet, he could not fathom why anyone would go to such lengths to ensnare him in this frail state, especially during the celebration of the Wei matriarch's birthday. As this thought crossed his mind, the double vision in his eyes intensified, and he finally succumbed, his neck slackening as he collapsed onto the table. The distinguished guests were arranged at individual tables in the innermost hall, each attended to by a servant pouring wine. Noticing he had slumped down, the nearby attendant quickly called out, "Third Prince, are you drunk? Allow me to take you to a guest room to rest." In a guest room in the back courtyard, the attendant who had escorted Pei Mocheng had just closed the door when a figure emerged from the shadows. She approached the bedside and examined the sleeping visage of the man, his eyes tightly shut, brow slightly furrowed. She retrieved a pill from her sleeve and placed it in his mouth, then gently brushed her hand across his forehead. Before she could withdraw, a powerful hand abruptly seized her wrist with remarkable speed. Wei Ningyao, caught off guard, stumbled forward, falling onto him. With a swift motion, his onyx-like eyes opened, dark and penetrating as he regarded her. "You, who are you?" His voice was cold and devoid of warmth. Wei Ningyao, taken aback by his sudden awakening, found herself momentarily stunned. With her body pressed against his, they were drawn perilously close, their breaths almost intertwining. Her face flushed crimson. It had been 6 years. Despite their intimate past, this rebirth had rendered their proximity somewhat unfamiliar. Could you please let go of me?" Wei Ningyao managed to utter, her cheeks ablaze. Pei Mocheng, still frowning, was acutely aware of the awkwardness of their closeness. After a moment into Appo's hesitation, he released her wrist. However, instead of rising, the woman on his chest remained firmly in place, seemingly pressing down even more. "You." Pei Mocheng's expression darkened, and through clenched teeth, he demanded, "Get off me." Chapter 11. Breaking off the engagement with Wei Ani to marry her, please. Do not be so fierce. You have frightened me. My legs have gone weak, and I can hardly rise. Wei Ningyao gazed mischievously at the man beneath her. She intentionally raised her voice slightly, creating an almost electrifying sensation upon hearing it. Pei Mocheng felt as though he might explode. It was the first time in his life he had been pinned down by a stranger. His expression darkened further. "Get off, or I shall not repeat myself a third time." "All right, I shall get up. Do not be angry. It is not good for your health." Realizing Pei Mocheng was genuinely enraged, Wei Ningyao ceased her playful teasing and climbed off him. Pei Mocheng straightened his attire and sat up, his handsome face still shrouded in darkness. "Who exactly are you?" Wei Ningyao fixed her gaze on him, her voice returning to its normal tone as she slowly replied, "I am Wei Ningyao. You are the Wei family?" Pei Mocheng quickly connected the dots. "You are the second young lady that the Wei Prime Minister sought out 2 months ago?" He had heard of this matter, but had been absent during the banquet held by the Wei family last month. Furthermore, he knew from overhearing a conversation between his 5th and 10th brothers that his 7th brother held a keen interest in this Wei second young lady. He never anticipated that she would boldly come to tease him. Moreover, was she also responsible for the wine at the banquet? Noticing Pei Mocheng and Appo's piercing gaze, Wei Ningyao surmised his thoughts and quickly clarified, "It was not I who caused you to faint. However, I am indeed in the know." Her candidness surprised Pei Mocheng, and he lowered his gaze. "Speak, what is your intention?" "What intention could I possibly have?" Wei Ningyao looked at the familiar face before her, her eyes shimmering. In her previous life, they had been married for 3 years. For the first 2 years, Pei Mocheng had remained distant, speaking to her only a few words. In the 3rd year, Under the pretense of caring for him while he was intoxicated, she had attempted to extract information from him, leading to an unintended intimacy between them. After that, Pei Mocheng's demeanor towards her shifted significantly. He no longer treated her with indifference, although he still spoke little. He often came to dine with her whenever he had the time. 3 months later, upon discovering her pregnancy, he visited her even more frequently, occasionally bringing her gifts. She could sense that Pei Mocheng genuinely regarded her as his wife. Yet, she had betrayed him, exploiting his trust and sincerity to push him into despair. The memory of finding him lifeless on the city tower, his eyes closed and arrows protruding from his body, twisted her heart in anguish. Suppressing the tumult of emotions within, Wei Ningyao slightly averted her gaze from his exquisite visage. Pei Mocheng, I have come to propose a transaction. Pei Mocheng had keenly detected the peculiar glint in her eyes, as if they shared some unspoken history. Furthermore, she had the audacity to address him by name. He chose not to comment, merely furrowing his brows as he quietly inquired, "What kind of transaction?" Wei Ningyao was forthright, stating, "I want you to annul your engagement with Wei Ani and marry me instead." Pei Mocheng was taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. He clearly had not anticipated such an outrageous request from Wei Ningyao. A smile played at the corners of his lips as he replied, "Miss Wei, you are well-educated, talented, and come from a distinguished background. You have the Wei family and the Nie family supporting you. On what grounds do you believe that I would agree to break off my engagement with her in favor of you?" Wei Ningyao arched an eyebrow, her expression unassuming yet imbued with an inexplicable confidence. "First, I'm more beautiful than she is. Second, I possess medical skills. I can heal your legs, allowing you to stand within 3 months. Third," her words trailed off as she suddenly began to untie the ribbon at her waist. Pei Mocheng's pupils contracted in shock. "What are you doing? Undressing, can you not tell?" Wei Ningyao blinked innocently. "You, shameless." Pei Mocheng was momentarily at a loss for words, finally managing to utter this phrase. He could not comprehend the intentions of the woman before him. Seeing her continue to unfasten her garments, Pei Mocheng quickly turned his head away. His voice turned even colder. "What exactly do you intend to do? If you do not leave at once, I will ensure you regret it." He had encountered women who sought to offer themselves to him before, but that was before his injury. In those days, a mere glance from him would suffice to quell their advances. "Do not be agitated. I merely wish to show you something," Wei Ningyao said calmly. "What could possibly require you to?" Pei Mocheng had begun to question what warranted such a display of indecency when suddenly he froze mid-sentence. From the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a crescent-shaped birthmark on her delicate shoulder. He gasped, "It is you?" Wei Ningyao had already redressed and secured her ribbon before meeting Pei Mocheng and Appo's gaze. "Since you recognize me, you must recall that 9 years ago, I saved your life, correct?" In her previous life, Wei Ningyao had only learned of this event a day before his demise. She had saved him when she was just 7 years old. It was only after their consummation that Pei Mocheng had recognized her by the birthmark on her shoulder. Pei Mocheng had never expected the woman before him to be the very girl who had rescued him nearly a decade ago. His gaze softened as he regarded Wei Ningyao. She had changed significantly since then. In his memories, she had been a frail, timid child, while the woman before him was now poised, radiant, and brimming with confidence, a stark contrast to the girl he once knew. "How could you have changed so much?" Pei Mocheng asked in astonishment. "As the saying goes, a girl transforms greatly by the age of 18. Is that so strange?" Wei Ningyao sought to cut to the chase. "Do you remember? 9 years ago, when you departed, you promised me one thing, that if we were to meet again, I could make a request, and you would do your utmost to fulfill it. My request is simple. Annul your engagement with Wei Ani and marry me. Can you do that?" Chapter 12. Marrying her will not lead to regret. Dissolving the engagement with Wei Ani to marry her was a course of action that Pei Mocheng could certainly undertake. The betrothal to Wei Ani was initially arranged by his imperial father. Although he had just extolled Wei Ani's numerous virtues, her cultivated demeanor, exceptional talents, and noble lineage, Pei Mocheng felt no affection for the eldest daughter of the Wei family. After his leg injury, the Wei family had not sought to annul the engagement. Instead, they continued discussions about marriage. Initially, He held the Wei family and their daughter in higher regard. However, now, a sudden thought crossed his mind, and a cold smile graced his lips. This decision was not solely yours, was it? It was sanctioned by the Minister Wei, and your sister harbors intentions of persuading His Highness to annul the engagement, does she not? Though posed as a question, Pei Mocheng and Appo's tone was resolute. Wei Ningyao nodded, unperturbed by his insight. Very well, I consent, Pei Mocheng declared, lowering his gaze. Upon hearing his agreement, a broader smile illuminated Wei Ningyao and Appo's face. She glanced again at Pei Mocheng's legs and proclaimed, "Marry me, and I assure you, you shall not regret it." Before Wei Ningyao could finish her sentence, the door was abruptly flung open with a loud bang. A group of individuals burst into the room, led by Madame Ma. Furious, she pointed an accusatory finger at Wei Ningyao, exclaiming, "Shameless wretch! I have heard whispers of your clandestine meetings with a man in this room. Initially, I was skeptical, but it seems you have indeed committed such a disgraceful act. Do you not realize that the third prince is your sister's fiancé? I shall not rest until I have dealt with you." With that, Madame Ma stormed towards Wei Ningyao, raising her hand to strike her. Reacting swiftly, Wei Ningyao dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the blow. She cast a frosty glance at Madame Ma, realizing she would not let this opportunity slip by and might attempt to stage a scandal as in her previous life. However, she had not anticipated her arrival would be so swift. It appeared her well-meaning mother was anxious that she might fail to persuade Pei Mocheng to annul the engagement with Wei Ani, thus hastening to solidify the situation. "You dare to evade." Madame Ma, caught off guard by Wei Ningyao's quick reflexes, felt her anger surge. Wei Ningyao met her gaze coolly and remarked, "I merely came to inquire about the third prince's condition. I have heard tales of his valor on the battlefield, and, out of admiration, I wish to see if I could assist in his recovery. As for the insinuation of a clandestine meeting, mother, you show a complete disregard for my reputation. One might mistake us for enemies rather than mother and daughter." In her previous life, although Pei Mocheng eventually annulled his engagement with Wei Ani to marry her, her reputation was forever tarnished due to this incident. People pointed fingers at her, calling her a scheming woman who deliberately lured the third prince and usurped her sister's betrothal. Wei Ningyao lived her life under the shadow of this disgrace, all thanks to Madame Ma. In her past, she should have realized that a mother, no matter how estranged from her daughter, would not so recklessly disregard her child's honor by leading a throng to catch her in a compromising situation. Now she understood that it was precisely because she was not a biological daughter that Madame Ma felt no compunction. Madame Ma, momentarily taken aback by Wei Ningyao's accusations, faltered, her gaze flickering. She retorted, "How could a mother disregard your reputation? I'm overly concerned for you, fearing you might err, which is why I came. As an unmarried lady, you should never find yourself alone in a room with the third prince. What will people think of you?" Before Madame Ma could finish, Pei Mocheng, seated at the edge of the bed, interjected, "Madam, Miss Wei indeed came solely to inquire about my leg. However, her solitary presence here is indeed improper and detrimental to her reputation. Therefore, I am willing to personally petition His Majesty to annul my engagement with Miss Wei Ani and propose a betrothal to Miss Wei Ningyao instead. I ask for your and the Chancellor's understanding in this matter." The last statement was directed at Wei Chengrong, who had just stepped into the room. He was taken aback by Pei Mocheng's declaration. Madame Ma was equally astonished. She had not anticipated the third prince would so readily express his willingness to dissolve the engagement with Wei Ani. Her daughter was superior in every respect, and she had feared Pei Mocheng would refuse to annul the engagement. "Do you truly wish to end your engagement with my daughter and marry this wild child, Ningyao?" Madame Ma questioned, struggling to accept the reality. "Indeed, if Miss Wei is willing to marry me, I shall promptly request His Majesty's approval," Pei Mocheng replied, gazing intently at Wei Ningyao. Chapter 13. The third prince is not a useless person at this moment. Wei Chengrong and Madame Ma also turned their gazes towards Wei Ningyao. With a hint of shyness, Wei Ningyao lowered her head and spoke, "This matter shall be decided solely by my father and mother." Naturally, Wei Chengrong and Madame Ma had no objections, particularly from Madame Ma. All her efforts to retrieve Wei Ningyao, were aimed at having her replace an E in marrying the third prince. However, the thought of the third prince so readily proposing to annul his engagement within he left a bitter taste in her heart. She remarked somewhat sourly, "If the third prince truly wishes to marry Ningyao, as long as you can persuade His Majesty to agree, my husband and I have no objections. We only hope that the third prince will not regret it in the future. Father, mother, it is getting late. I shall return to Shinrong courtyard now." Realizing that her part in today's drama was nearly complete, Wei Ningyao took the initiative to bid farewell and departed. Upon leaving the guest house, as Wei Ningyao was about to head back to Shinrong courtyard, she suddenly heard someone chasing after her from behind. "Miss Wei, please wait." Turning around, Wei Ningyao's brows involuntarily knitted together. What nuisance! It was that irritating Pei Mocheng again. She had no desire to engage with him, so she pretended not to hear his call and quickened her pace, moving even faster than before. Pei Mocheng, determined to catch up with Wei Ningyao, matched her increased speed, nearly running to block her path. Wei Ningyao furrowed her brows tightly and asked, "Seventh Prince, what do you intend to do?" Pei Mocheng took a moment to steady his breath. Instead of answering her question, he countered, "Miss Wei, did you not hear me calling for you just now?" "Apologies. I was eager to return to my courtyard and did not hear," Wei Ningyao replied with an expressionless face. Upon hearing her response, Pei Mocheng's expression softened slightly. As long as it wasn't intentional, that was acceptable. He slowly began, "Miss Wei, I have heard about your situation with the third prince. He mentioned going to the palace to request that our father annul his engagement with Miss Wei and instead marry you. Do you truly wish to marry him?" Irritated by Pei Mocheng's persistence, Wei Ningyao understood that unless she provided him with an answer today, she would not be able to leave. She nodded, "Of course. Why would I not?" A flicker of cold darkness flashed through Pei Mocheng's eyes. "But your fiancé is merely a cripple, confined to a wheelchair. By marrying him, you may find yourself burdened with caring for a useless person for the rest of your life. Miss Wei, if you agree, I can approach our father and request that you become my princess." "Absolutely not," Wei Ningyao exclaimed, her pupils widening in shock as she waved her hands. "I could never aspire to be your princess." The thought of becoming Pei Mocheng Appo's as consort was utterly terrifying. Wei Ningyao believed that only someone with a significant lapse in judgment would agree to such a proposition. Furthermore, the third prince is not useless. I firmly believe that he will one day stand again, Wei Ningyao declared with solemnity, enunciating each word. Just as in my past life, Pei Mocheng stood again after a year. With my current medical skills, I can restore Pei Mocheng's legs to normal within 3 months. Listening to Wei Ningyao's words, Pei Mocheng Appo's expression darkened considerably. He distinctly sensed her rejection towards him, sharply contrasting with her defense of Pei Mocheng. He could not comprehend why he was overshadowed by a man who was physically impaired. "You will surely regret this." His innate pride forbade Pei Mocheng from remaining submissive before a woman. With that final remark, he turned away in anger and humiliation. Chapter 14. Nothing is impossible in this world. Wei Ningyao paid little heed to Pei Mocheng's words. As he turned away, she too pivoted in the direction of Shinrong courtyard. The imperial decree for marriage arrived the following morning, delivered personally by the eunuch to Wei Ningyao. Upon witnessing her accept the decree, Wei Qingrong and Madame Ma felt an immense relief wash over them. At last, this matter had reached a resolution. Although it did not unfold precisely as Madame Ma had originally envisioned, the outcome was not far removed from her hopes. "Yaoer, now that you have received this marriage decree, you are to be the fiancé of the third prince. In the days to come, you must remain composed within the estate, awaiting your marriage. I shall seek a suitable wet nurse to instruct you in decorum. This time, you must not behave as you did before," Madame Ma said, gazing at Wei Ningyao. Wei Ningyao appeared to have not heard her at all, dismissing Madame Ma's words entirely as she bid farewell. "Father, mother, if there are no further matters, I shall take my leave." With that, clutching the decree, she turned and exited the main hall. "Look at this unruly girl," Madame Ma exclaimed, fuming at Wei Ningyao's departing figure. Wei Qingrong frowned, his expression equally discontented. "We must find someone to teach her proper conduct. If she continues to act so indiscreetly after marrying the third prince, she will bring shame upon our Wei family." Madame Ma narrowed her eyes at his words. Tomorrow, I shall write to the Empress and see if I might gain an audience in the palace. I have heard that there is a formidable wet nurse named Xiang beside the Empress, renowned for her ability to instill propriety in others. I shall beseech Her Majesty to allow her to come to our residence and teach that impudent girl a thing or two. By this time, Wei Ningyao had already distanced herself significantly from the main hall and, unaware of the conversation behind her, continued on her way. Suddenly, she encountered Wei Ani. As Wei Ningyao contemplated whether there was a side path to evade her, Wei Ani had already approached her briskly. Casting a glance at the bright yellow decree in Wei Ningyao's grasp, a complex expression flickered in her eyes. She surmised that this decree must pertain to the marriage arrangement. Her emotions were tangled. On one hand, she was relieved to be spared from marrying the crippled Pei Mocheng, but on the other, an inexplicable emptiness settled in her heart, as though something precious had been snatched away. Suppressing the strange feelings bubbling up within her, Wei Ani spoke, "Sister, has the Emperor granted you a marriage to the third prince?" Wei Ningyao's gaze rested indifferently on Wei Ani, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Indeed, and I must thank you for your generosity in relinquishing your fiancé to me." Pausing for a moment, she took a small step closer, lowering her voice to a whisper only they could hear. "I know you do not wish to marry the third prince because of his leg. I want to tell you that his leg can indeed be healed." "What did you say? His leg can be healed? How is that possible?" Wei Ani responded, astonished. Pei Mocheng's injury had persisted for over a year, with the palace's most skilled physicians declaring that there was a 90% chance he would never walk again. If it were not for this, why would she be so reluctant to marry him? Initially, during the marriage discussions, Wei Ani had been quite satisfied with the match. The third prince was accomplished and had achieved numerous military feats at a young age. Apart from the Empress Dowager's affections, even the emperor had once regarded him highly, considering him for the position of crown prince. Moreover, his appearance was impeccable, capable of captivating countless young women. How could Wei Ani be anything but pleased with such a man? Yet, above all, she coveted that esteemed position. She yearned to be the most revered woman in the realm. In this world, nothing is impossible. Wei Ningyao chose not to elaborate further, merely smiling as she brushed past Wei Ani. Just as she intended to continue forward, a figure swiftly emerged, their expression icy as they fixed their gaze upon her. "Wei Ningyao, have you been tormenting my sister again?" Chapter 15, The Return of the Eldest Brother. The person who intercepted Wei Ningyao was none other than Wei Yushu. From a distance, Wei Yushu observed as Wei Ningyao leaned in to whisper something in Wei Ani and Appo's ear, causing a noticeable change in Wei Ani and Appo's expression. Instinctively, he rushed over, believing that Wei Ningyao was bullying his sister. Upon hearing Wei Yushu and Appo's inquiry, Wei Ningyao could only chuckle in amusement. Rolling her eyes, she thought to herself, "What is wrong with your mind?" Wei Yushu felt a lump in his throat, clenching his fists as he glared at Wei Ningyao. This wild girl, why was her tongue so sharp? She spoke such unpleasant words right from the start. Wei Ningyao cast a casual glance at Wei Yushu's clenched fists and asked, "What do you intend to do?" At her gaze, Wei Yushu instinctively hid his hands behind his back. Wei Ningyao chose not to respond, but merely smiled faintly before striding forward, not affording them another glance. After disdainfully observing Wei Ningyao and Appo's retreating figure, Wei Yushu's expression softened considerably upon returning his gaze to Wei Ani. He asked with concern, "Sister, did Wei Ningyao bully you?" Wei Ani shook her head. Observing Wei Yushu's disdain for Wei Ningyao contrasted with his care for her, her mood improved significantly. She gently advised, "Second brother, Wei Ningyao is also your sister. You need not be so harsh with her, be a bit kinder." Wei Yushu snorted coldly. "Is she truly my sister? What sort of sister is she? Just a rough and uncouth girl raised in the countryside. She nearly crippled my hand and humiliated me. I could never treat her kindly." His gaze softened slightly as he looked at Wei Ani, sighing, "You, dear sister, are the best. You are my only sister. Sister, congratulations on finally being freed from your engagement with the third prince. You shall surely marry a better man in the future." Hearing Wei Yushu's congratulations, Wei Ani couldn't help but recall what Wei Ningyao had just whispered to her. Her expression turned serious as she said, "Second brother, just now Wei Ningyao told me that the third prince's leg can be healed." "The third prince's leg can be healed?" Wei Yushu paused momentarily, then waved his hand dismissively. "That is impossible. The third prince's injury was so severe that it was considered a miracle he could even sit up. How could he possibly recover?" Wei Ani, pursing her lips, responded, "But just now, Wei Ningyao said that nothing is impossible in this world." She seemed quite confident. Perhaps she really can heal the third prince's leg? She can heal the third prince's leg? Wei Yushu couldn't help but scoff. Her adoptive father is merely a country doctor, even if Wei Ningyao possesses some skills. How could her rudimentary knowledge compare to the expertise of physicians from esteemed medical families in the palace? Wei Yushu held no faith in this notion. After a brief pause, he added, "Even if she were to miraculously heal the third prince and enable him to stand, he would still not walk like a normal person." Hearing Wei Yoshu's words, Wei Ani's expression softened slightly. He was right. Even if the third prince could indeed stand, he would not be able to walk like an ordinary person. Not wishing to pursue the topic further, Wei Ani shifted the conversation. "Second brother, I heard that eldest brother is returning home soon?" Upon mentioning their eldest brother, a smile spread across Wei Yoshu's face as he nodded. "Indeed, eldest brother should return to the manor tomorrow." Wei Yoha, the eldest son of the Wei family, was quite accomplished for his age. He had topped the imperial examinations at 17 and entered the Ministry of Revenue. Due to his outstanding abilities, he had swiftly risen from a minor official to the current deputy minister of the Ministry of Works within just a few years, garnering the Emperor and Appo's favor. 3 months prior, the Emperor had personally dispatched Wei Yoha to Jiangnan to inspect local tax affairs, and he was recently returning to the capital. He had originally planned to return before the matriarch's birthday, but a few days of heavy rain had caused a landslide on a mountain road, delaying his journey. Wei Ani and Wei Yushu continued to discuss matters regarding their eldest brother, both filled with anticipation for his return. "Eldest brother has always been fond of you. Having gone to Jiangnan, he will surely bring back many gifts for you," Wei Yushu remarked with a smile. However, Wei Ani replied, "Eldest brother went to Jiangnan on official business. He must be quite busy and likely won't have time to buy me gifts. Gifts do not concern me. I merely wish for eldest brother to return safely." Wei Ani and Appo's understanding and kindness made Wei Yushu regard her with newfound admiration. In his eyes, the malicious Wei Ningyao was not even worthy to be compared to his dear sister. Time passed swiftly. Wei Yoha returned to the Wei Manor before nightfall the following day. Upon his arrival, he first paid his respects to Wei Chengrong and Madame Ma, then proceeded to greet the matriarch with well wishes for her longevity. After honoring the matriarch, he returned to the main hall. By that time, Wei Ani and Wei Yushu had already received the news of his arrival. "Eldest brother, you have finally returned. Was everything smooth during your time away?" Wei Yushu eagerly approached Wei Yoha the moment he saw him. "Relatively smooth," Wei Yoha replied with a smile, patting Wei Yushu on the shoulder. "How has everything been at home? I heard that father and mother have brought back the second sister." Chapter 16. Incompatible with vulgarity upon the mere mention of the second younger sister, Wei Yushu and Appo's smile instantly faltered. "What is the matter?" Wei Yoha, sensing the unusual shift, inquired. Before Wei Yushu could respond, Wei Ani stepped forward, her gentle voice interjecting, "Elder brother, indeed the second sister has been found and returned to the manor 2 months ago." Wei Ani and Appo's words immediately captured Wei Yoha and Appo's attention. As his gaze fell upon her, he was taken aback. "Ai, why does your complexion appear so haggard and pale?" Concern washed over Wei Yoha, mingled with confusion. After months apart, how could his dear sister have changed so drastically? Was she not cherished and pampered by everyone in the manor? Now, she appeared as though she had endured some form of suffering. Wei Ani raised a handkerchief to her mouth and coughed delicately. Before she could speak, Wei Yushu interjected, "Elder brother, you are unaware of the turmoil that has ensued since that wild girl Wei Ningyao returned to the manor. Just days ago, Ai was suddenly bitten by a venomous snake. That wild girl, having learned a smattering of medical knowledge from her adoptive father, fortuitously managed to treat Ai, and then she used that as leverage to seize Ai's courtyard. Ai has resided in Shinhong Courtyard for over a decade. Suddenly being moved to a new courtyard must have unsettled her, causing her sleepless nights and leading to such a wan appearance. Fuming, Wei Yushu clenched his fists. He had long harbored a distaste for Wei Ningyao. Yet having recently suffered a setback at her hands, he dared not confront her directly. With his elder brother now returned, he poured out his grievances like a flowing stream. As Wei Yoha listened, his expression grew increasingly grim. Initially, he had felt joy at the news of his long-lost sister's return, but now, learning of her unscrupulous behavior toward his beloved sister, Wei Ani incited a storm of anger within him. His countenance darkened, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. Ai, is what Erdi says true? Did that girl truly take your courtyard? Yet, Wei Yoha was not one to act impulsively. He refrained from rushing to confront Wei Ningyao, instead choosing to contain his emotions and focus on Wei Ani. Wei Ani shook her head, responding, "Elder brother, the situation is not as severe as Erdi has portrayed. Whether or not she has taken anything, we are all family. The second sister must have endured considerable hardship during her time away. If she treasures that courtyard, I shall relinquish it to her." Wei Yushu frowned, exclaiming, "Sister, you are far too kind. How can you speak up for that wild girl at a time like this? Have you forgotten? She not only seized your courtyard, but also destroyed your treasure paintings and intended to throw away your beloved garments had I not intervened. That wild girl is envious of your noble birth and exceptional talent. She is purposefully targeting you." At his words, Wei Ani fell silent, merely biting her lip. This evident display of distress was something Wei Yoha had never witnessed before. His heart softened, and his disdain for the yet unmet second sister deepened. In Xinhong Courtyard, Wei Ningyao was studying an ancient prescription when a maid entered, carrying a teapot. "Miss, the eldest young master has returned. He sent someone to summon you to the main hall." At this, Wei Ningyao's gaze flickered slightly. Wei Yoha had returned? Yet, her expression remained as calm and composed as ever, devoid of surprise, joy, or any hint of curiosity. The absence of surprise was due to the fact that in her previous life, he had returned around this very time. The lack of joy and anticipation stemmed from her belief that this elder brother was no different from the others in the manor, cold and ungrateful no matter how one tried to warm them. "I will not go," Wei Ningyao coldly stated, returning her focus to the ancient prescription. In the main hall, Wei Yoha was taken aback by her refusal to attend. His impression of this yet unseen sister deteriorated further. "My lord, should I go and invite her again?" Wei Yoha's attendant cautiously suggested, glancing at his master's darkening expression. Having served him for many years, he knew his master to be gentle and composed, rarely displaying such a grim demeanor, especially within the manor. He could not help but feel that the second young lady was quite formidable. As he pondered this, Wei Yoha declared, "There is no need. If she refuses to come, I shall go to her myself." Having said this, Wei Yoha rose and made his way outside. Before long, Wei Ningyao heard someone entering, announcing the arrival of the eldest young master. With a frown, she begrudgingly put away the ancient prescription. As she stepped out of her room, she was met by the sight of Wei Yoha standing in the courtyard. Dressed in a white robe adorned with bamboo leaf patterns, Wei Yoha stood tall and upright, his scholarly demeanor tinged with a hint of seriousness. Young and accomplished, with both striking looks and refined bearing, he was often referred to as the Qingsong young master in the capital. As Wei Ningyao appraised him, he too scrutinized her. He had anticipated that Wei Ningyao, having grown up in the countryside, would possess a vulgar appearance and demeanor. To his surprise, the woman before him was strikingly beautiful, graceful, and far removed from any notion of vulgarity. His gaze softened somewhat, and he spoke, "You must be my second younger sister." Wei Ningyao and Amp, Appo's expression remained as frosty as before. She retorted, "You must be the renowned Qingsong young master." Then, for some reason, hearing the title Qingsong young master on her lips made Wei Yoha feel somewhat uneasy. "From now on, you may call me elder brother," he replied. "What brings you here, elder brother?" Wei Ningyao asked bluntly, wishing to curtail the conversation. Finally recalling his purpose, Wei Yoha composed himself and continued, "Second sister, this courtyard you inhabit was once the residence of Ai's mother during her lifetime. Ai has lived here since birth and is very accustomed to it. Suddenly moving to another courtyard has unsettled her, causing her sleepless nights. I noticed her pallor today. Second sister, I hope you will return the courtyard to Ai. Rest assured, I will have father and mother arrange for you another suitable courtyard, ensuring it is no smaller and furnished with the best amenities. Listening with a calm demeanor, Wei Ningyao responded once he finished. Have you concluded, Qing Song young master? If so, please take your leave. I cannot acquiesce to your request. I enjoy this place and will not exchange it for anything, no matter how splendid. Chapter 17. The usefulness of a young lady's medical skills. Wei Yoha's expression stiffened, taken aback by Wei Ningyao's abrupt refusal. He had assured her that their parents would arrange for her an equally fine residence, yet she dismissed his offer without a second thought. In that moment, he began to comprehend Wei Yoshu's aversion towards her. This younger sister of his certainly proved difficult to engage with. What must I do for you to agree to switch residences? Please articulate your demands, and I shall do my utmost to accommodate you, Wei Yuha said patiently. However, Wei Ningyao resolutely declined once more, exclaiming, I have already stated my preference for this place. I would not exchange it for a fortune. Does elder brother not comprehend plain speech? You are utterly unreasonable. Wei Yoha was thoroughly infuriated by Wei Ningyao's obstinacy. With a flick of his sleeve, he departed with a somber expression. Upon exiting Shinron Courtyard, he proceeded directly to the residence where Wei Ani now resided, known as Jiangshua Pavilion. Although Jiangshua Pavilion was pleasant, it paled in comparison to Shinron Courtyard. Elder brother, what brings you here? Upon hearing the announcement of his arrival, Wei Ani rushed out to greet him. As Wei Yoha observed Wei Ani's radiant smile, he was reminded of Wei Ningyao's perpetually sour demeanor during his visit to Shinron. It was impossible not to harbor thoughts about the stark contrast between the two sisters, one having grown up in the countryside, while the other stood before him like a celestial being. Sister, I apologize. I recently visited Shinron Courtyard with the intention of persuading our second sister to return the residence to you, but she was as unyielding as ever. Wei Yoha expressed with a face full of regret. Wei Ani quickly shook her head. Elder brother, please do not apologize. This is not your fault. I never expected her to relinquish the residence. I mentioned before that she has a strong attachment to it. Please, do not further complicate matters between you two on my behalf, lest it jeopardize your sibling harmony. If you both were to quarrel over this, it would indeed be my fault. But you are currently residing here, and I can only imagine how uncomfortable you must feel at night, Wei Yoha said, his heart aching for her. Wei Ani smiled. I am fine. Perhaps in a few days, I shall grow accustomed to it. Hearing her words only deepened Wei Yoha's guilt and diminished his fondness for Wei Ningyao. He sighed, Sister, you are truly gentle, kind, and magnanimous. If only our second sister possessed even half of your virtues. Do not speak so, elder brother. Second sister has her merits as well. Her medical skills are something I cannot compare with, Wei Ani replied, lowering her gaze. Wei Yoha, however, did not consider this a virtue. What use is a young lady's medical knowledge? She ought to learn domestic arts, music, and the fine arts, preparing herself to be a dutiful wife and mother. A paragon of virtue. No sooner had he finished speaking than two young servants entered, carrying a heavy redwood box. What is this? Wei Ani inquired, surprised. Before the servants could respond, Wei Yoha smiled and said, These are gifts I brought back from my inspection in Jiangnan. Wei Ani and Appo's eyes sparkled with delight, though she protested. Elder brother, you are busy with official duties. Why would you bring me so many gifts? It is not much. Most are from my colleagues in Jiangnan. I selected some items suitable for young ladies. Do take a look and see if you like them, Wei Yoha replied. Anything given by elder brother is sure to please me. Wei Ani beamed. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she asked Wei Yoha, Elder brother, did you also bring gifts for second sister? Wei Yoha recalled receiving news a month prior about Wei Ningyao's return after years of separation. While he did not harbor strong feelings for the sister he barely remembered, he felt joy at her return. As he prepared gifts for Wei Ani, he had also included a few for Wei Ningyao, which were now nestled within the redwood box. Initially, he had intended for the gifts to be delivered separately to Wei Ningyao, but upon reflecting on her attitude, he abandoned that notion. After a brief hesitation, he said, I did not specifically prepare anything for her. Please select a few items from the box to send to her on my behalf. After finishing dinner, Wei Ningyao was taking a stroll in the courtyard when Wei Ani unexpectedly entered. Second sister, inside this box are gifts from elder brother, Wei Ani said, extending a small square box towards Wei Ningyao. Wei Ningyao did not accept it, but smirked. Is this all? I heard elder brother had a large box sent to your residence. Why do I receive only this diminutive package? Is elder brother being excessively biased? At her words, Wei Ani hesitated, holding the box awkwardly. She wished to offer an explanation for Wei Yoha, but before she could articulate her thoughts, Wei Ningyao interrupted. Elder brother must think I am unworthy of better gifts. Hence he sent you to deliver these trifles to me. Take it away. I do not want it. Chapter 18, Utterly Unappreciative. No, that is not what my elder brother meant at all, Wei Ani hurriedly explained in a fluster. Wei Ningyao responded with a smile. Then pray tell, why does my elder brother show such favoritism? He bestows upon you so many gifts, yet expects you to choose a few trifles to feign generosity towards me? In her previous life, Wei Yoha had never been so stingy. He had divided the gifts into two nearly equal portions, presenting them to both her and Wei Ani. At that time, upon learning that the gifts from Wei Yoha were of similar value to those given to Wei Ani, Wei Ningyao had been elated. After all, Wei Ani was the cherished sister of Wei Yoha for over a decade, and it was only natural for him to give her a little more. However, Wei Yoha had not favored one over the other, indicating that he also held great importance for her, the sister he had just found. Thus, in her previous life, Wei Ningyao held a fondness for Wei Yoha, treasuring the gifts he had given her so dearly that when he was poisoned and on the brink of death, she disregarded her own well-being, tirelessly seeking ways to detoxify him, pulling him back from the brink of the afterlife. Wei Ningyao believed that this elder brother was the most indifferent to her humble origins and the most loving family member in the Wei residence. But then, she witnessed firsthand the seventh prince coercing Wei Chengrong into force-feeding her an abortion pill, claiming that the seventh prince's willingness to spare her life, provided she terminated her pregnancy, was an extraordinary act of grace. He urged her to comply and drink the medicine, admonishing her to relinquish any other thoughts. Those scenes were etched in her memory, unforgettable. Upon hearing Wei Ningyao's words, Wei Ani's expression shifted, and she quickly waved her hands in denial. No, this is not something I wish to discard. These are all meticulously chosen gifts for you. Wei Ani had not anticipated that her gesture of offering gifts would be met with such resistance from Wei Ningyao. She had assumed that upon hearing they were from her elder brother, Wei Ningyao would joyfully accept them. Is that so? Allow me to see just how exquisite your selections are. Wei Ningyao stepped forward and opened the square box in Wei Ani's hands. Inside lay a pair of coral earrings and a jade bracelet. She raised an eyebrow and remarked, Indeed, these coral earrings and jade bracelet are quite fine. Yet in terms of craftsmanship and value, they pale in comparison to the earrings and bracelet you currently wear, dear sister. You claim these are carefully selected? Is this the quality you consider worthy of a thoughtful choice? Are you mocking my lack of discernment, believing that I would be overjoyed and grateful for such trinkets? Wei Ningyao's words left Wei Ani utterly astonished, her grip on the box tightening unconsciously. It was true. She had hastily chosen two items to present. The earrings and bracelet she wore were, in fact, her favorites from the gifts bestowed upon her by her elder brother. What shocked her was that Wei Ningyao could discern the inferiority of the gifts she had brought. Wasn't Wei Ningyao raised in the countryside? Shouldn't someone from such humble beginnings lack sophistication? How could she so easily recognize the quality of these items? Wei Ani bit her lip and spoke, Second sister. How can you say such things? I meant no offense. I simply did not know your preferences and thought these aesthetically pleasing items might suit you. If you do not like them, please tell me what you prefer, and I will seek out something else, or you may accompany me to Jiangshua Pavilion to choose together. There in Appos. No need. My elder brother likely had no intention of gifting me anything. Otherwise, he would have sent something directly to me rather than allowing you to select it. Since he is indifferent to me, what use do I have for his gifts? Wei Ningyao waved her hand dismissively, her voice cold. She then turned her back on Wei Ani and retreated into her room. Wei Ani was left to return holding the box. The following day, Wei Ani recounted the events of the previous night to Wei Yoha. Naturally, she did not provide a detailed account, but merely selected key points to share. Elder brother, The second sister refused the items I selected for her. She seems to desire you to present them personally, Wei Ani conveyed. Wei Yoha frowned, replying coldly. If she does not wish to accept them, then let it be. He felt that his kind gesture of having Ani deliver gifts to Wei Ningyao had been met with unreasonable obstinacy, an utter lack of appreciation. Wei Ningyao, however, remained indifferent to Wei Yoha and Appo's gifts. Even if he were to personally deliver them, she would not covet them. She decided to venture outside, changing into lighter attire before preparing to leave. Just then, her maid, Duku, approached and inquired, Miss, are you going out? May I accompany you? There's no need. Wei Ningyao shook her head. She maintained a relatively amicable attitude towards Duku, who had been given to her by Madame Ma when she returned to the residence 2 months prior. Duku was not a household servant, but a maid temporarily purchased by Madame Ma. This young girl was rather simple-minded and loyal to Wei Ningyao, never engaging in deceit behind her back. Wei Ningyao departed the Wei residence alone. Once outside, she first visited a pharmacy on East Street before arriving at a blue brickstone building on South Street. This building was known as Jinshan Tower. It appeared unremarkable, yet several guards stood at the entrance, all seemingly skilled in martial arts. As Wei Ningyao approached the entrance, she was intercepted by the guards. One of the leading guards, with a gruff voice, stated, "To enter Jinshan Tower, please present the Jinshan Jade Token." Just as Wei Ningyao was about to produce her Jade Token, a voice called out from behind her, "Oh, I wondered who it was. You look somewhat familiar." "Why, it's that wild girl from the Wei family who has just been found. You, a wild girl raised in the countryside, dare to come to Jinshan Tower? Do you even know what kind of place this is?" Chapter 19. What capabilities does that country girl possess? Wei Ningyao turned around to glance back. The speaker was a young man clad in a somewhat ostentatious brocade shirt. Wei Ningyao quickly recognized him as Jin Jifeng, the heir of the Dingning Wangfu. In her previous life, he was not a stranger to her. He shared a close camaraderie with several young masters of the Wei family and often frequented their residence. Moreover, he was an admirer of Wei Ani. Every time he encountered Wei Ningyao, he would derisively refer to her as country girl, looking down upon her from the depths of his heart. Indifferent to his presence, Wei Ningyao merely cast him a disdainful glance, showing no intention of engaging in conversation. She turned back and produced the golden-toed jade token to present it to the guards at the entrance. Upon inspecting the token, the leading guard in Appo's demeanor shifted immediately to one of respect. He slightly bowed and returned the token to Wei Ningyao, saying, "Esteemed guest, please proceed inside." This display left Jin Jifeng momentarily dumbfounded. The Golden Toad Pavilion was the largest auction house, with branches spread across the entire state of Zhou. The staff, from the proprietor to the guards at the entrance, were notoriously aloof, seldom exhibiting any sign of deference, regardless of whether one was a noble or a commoner. The only exception was those possessing the rare Golden Toad Jade Token, of which there were said to be fewer than 10 in existence throughout the realm. Despite Jin Jifeng's esteemed status as the heir of the Dingning Wangfu, he only possessed an ordinary jade token. He could not fathom how Wei Ningyao, a mere country girl, could possibly own such a prestigious token. Why then did the typically aloof guards of the Golden Toad Pavilion show her such respect? As he watched Wei Ningyao and Appo's figure vanish within, Jin Jifeng approached the entrance, only to be intercepted by the guards. To enter the Golden Toad Pavilion, one must present the Golden Toad Jade Token, they stated in a businesslike manner. Jin Jifeng produced his Jade Token and handed it to the leading guard, who took a brief look and then returned it, stating, "You may enter." His tone and demeanor remained cold and official, starkly contrasting with how he had treated Wei Ningyao moments before. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Jin Jifeng inquired, "Gentlemen, the young lady who just entered, did she present a Golden Toad Jade Token?" The leading guard shot him a cold glance and replied indifferently, "Our Golden Toad Pavilion has rules. We cannot disclose any information about our guests. We cannot answer your question. Do you wish to enter or not? If not, please leave." Jin Jifeng was taken aback. As the heir of the Dingning Wangfu, he was rarely subjected to such dismissive treatment. Under different circumstances, he would have erupted in anger. But given the gravity of the Golden Toad Pavilion and Appo's owner, wealthier than nations and respected even by emperors, he restrained himself. Creating a scene here would yield no benefits, even with his illustrious background. Once inside the Golden Toad Pavilion, Wei Ningyao was escorted to a private room on the upper floor. This suite afforded a good degree of privacy. It allowed a view of the outside while shielding its interior from prying eyes. Consequently, after Jin Jifeng entered, he searched in vain for Wei Ningyao, perplexed by her absence. Could that country girl have gone to the upper suite? He mused, bewildered by the situation. At that moment, he felt a tap on his shoulder. "Young Master Jin, why have you just arrived?" Turning, he found it was Wei Yushu, the second son of the Wei family. Jin Jifeng smirked slightly and replied, "Wei heir, I just encountered your sister, who was found last month. She is also here at the Golden Toad Pavilion. Did you see her?" Wei Yushu looked incredulous. That country girl? How could she possibly enter the Golden Toad Pavilion? The jade tokens are not something just anyone can possess. The pavilion requires verification of assets before issuing a token. An ordinary person could never own one. Seeing Wei Yushu's disbelief, Jin Jifeng recounted the events at the entrance of the Golden Toad Pavilion in detail. By the end of his account, Wei Yushu's eyes widened in disbelief. This is impossible. That country girl could never possess the Golden Toad Pavilion's special jade token. Could you have mistaken her for someone else? Perhaps, Jin Jifeng admitted, equally doubtful. After all, he too found it hard to believe that Wei Ningyao could possess the coveted token. But enough of her. The auction is about to begin, and the 10th prince is already in the suite. "Let us go and join him," Wei Yushu urged, pulling Jin Jifeng forward. Chapter 20. Was it intentional? Wei Yushu and Jin Jifeng swiftly entered a private room. Inside, the 10th prince was sipping tea. Upon noticing their arrival, he promptly raised his hand, beckoning them to come and take a seat. Jin Jifeng greeted the 10th prince with a respectful nod and found a spot to settle down. After taking a sip of tea, he smiled and remarked, "It is said that among the items at today's auction, there is a rare herb known as Jiu Bai, rumored to neutralize all poisons and heal all ailments. It is an exceptionally precious treasure. I must acquire it today." A glint of determination sparkled in Jin Jifeng and Appo's eyes. Wei Yushu took a seat on the other side and seemed to understand why Jin Jifeng was so resolute about obtaining Jiu Bai. He placed a reassuring hand on Jin Jifeng and Appo's shoulder, saying, "You will surely win it. With this herb, your mother's illness will likely be cured. Won't it?" Jin Jifeng replied, "I hope so. Physician Pang mentioned that with this herb, he has a 60% chance of curing my mother." A quarter of an hour later, the auction commenced. Item after item was presented on the auction stage, eventually falling into the hands of the highest bidder. The next item was the rare herb, Jiu Bai, known for its ability to counteract all poisons and heal all ailments. The auctioneer eloquently introduced the item and announced the starting bid. Soon, voices began to rise in bids. Jin Jifeng waited until the bidding nearly quieted before making his move, declaring a staggering price. "I bid 20,000 taels. 20,000 taels for a single herb." Though the herb was indeed rare and reputed to possess miraculous properties, it was still just an herb. The authenticity of its extraordinary effects remained uncertain. Upon hearing this bid, those who sought to acquire the herb fell silent. Just when Jin Jifeng believed that Jiu Bai was firmly within his grasp, a clear voice rang out, "I bid 50,000 taels." This figure sent a ripple of excitement through the previously calm auction hall. Who was this bold young lady willing to spend 50,000 taels on a mere herb? Surely, no matter how precious the herb might be, it could not possibly be worth such a sum. Curiosity swelled among the onlookers, including Jin Jifeng, who felt a surge of both curiosity and anger. How dare someone compete with him for Jiu Bai? The voice sounded somewhat familiar, but he hesitated to confirm it. Glancing at Wei Yushu, he inquired, "Wei heir, do you think that voice sound familiar?" Wei Yushu, upon hearing it, also felt a sense of familiarity. When Jin Jifeng asked, he nodded, albeit uncertainly. "It resembles that of my second sister." Jin Jifeng's expression darkened as he clenched his fists. "It must be her. She must have recognized my voice, knowing I desire that herb, and is deliberately opposing me." Enraged, Jin Jifeng realized that while he was determined to secure Jiu Bai, 50,000 taels was far too steep a price, and he had not brought that much money with him. According to the rules of the Jinshan building, payment was required immediately upon winning a bid. Otherwise, he would have to surrender all his funds and would not receive the item. Moreover, he risked being blacklisted by the Jinshan building, barring him from any of its branches in the future. Even if he wished to win the bid and then return home to gather the funds, it was not permissible. The 10th prince, overhearing their conversation, interjected with a hint of confusion. Can Wei Er truly afford such a sum? 50,000 taels is no trifling amount. Jin Jifeng and Wei Yushu were momentarily taken aback. Jin Jifeng turned to Wei Yushu, asking, "Can your second sister really muster such an amount?" Wei Yushu's expression turned grave as he replied, "She is merely a wild girl. How could she possibly have that much money? She likely does not even know the rules of the Jinshan building and is merely calling out prices at random." Encouraged by Wei Yushu and Appo's words, Jin Jifeng felt a slight relief. He summoned the auction house manager. Upon the manager and Appo's arrival, Jin Jifeng quickly inquired, "Did that young lady who just bid on Jiuyu make her payment? If she had not, he would still have a chance to negotiate for the herb." However, the manager's response was disheartening. She had already paid. The answer struck Jin Jifeng like a thunderclap, leaving him in disbelief. Wei Yushu, though somewhat calmer, shared the sentiment of disbelief. He pressed the manager further. "Is that young lady named Wei Ningyao?" The manager, bowing slightly, replied, "I apologize, but our establishment has rules against disclosing any information about our clients, so I cannot provide that information. Do you gentlemen have any further inquiries? If not, I shall take my leave. The auction is not yet concluded. There are still several excellent items to be presented." With that, the manager turned to depart. Wei Yushu glanced at Jin Jifeng, noticing his furrowed brow, and offered some consolation. "Do not lose heart, Jin Shitzi. I observe that the person who won Jiuyu seems to be in room 3 on the east side of the second floor. We could wait there and see if that wild girl emerges. If it is indeed her, we will compel her to relinquish it. If it is someone else, perhaps we might persuade them to part with it." Jin Jifeng, considering Wei Yoshu's suggestion, nodded in agreement. It seemed they had no other option. Wei Ningyao's purpose for coming to the Jinshan building that day was to acquire Jiuyu Bai, and thus her successful bid was not meant to be a direct challenge to Jin Jifeng. Naturally, she had no intention of parting with her newly acquired treasure. After winning the herb, Wei Ningyao did not rush to leave the auction house, but instead continued to sip tea in her private room until all items had been showcased and the crowd began to thin. Only then did she rise to exit the room. Jin Jifeng had been anxiously waiting for the occupant of room 3 to emerge, and just as his patience was waning, he finally caught sight of a figure stepping out. To his astonishment, it was indeed Wei Ningyao. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed forward, his face a mask of fury. "I never expected it to be you. Was this intentional?" "Intentional? What do you mean?" Wei Ningyao replied, taken aback by the sudden confrontation. Jin Jifeng, fists clenched, demanded, "Did you see that I wanted Jiuyu Bai and purposely bid against me to snatch it away?" Chapter 21. Where did so much silver come from? Wei Ningyao cast a cold glance at Jin Jifeng, feeling an overwhelming urge to question his sanity. She spoke icily. "In the auction house, the highest bidder wins. What are you even talking about with your snatching? Are you unaware of the rules here? If you don't understand, you may read the inscription at the entrance." Jin Jifeng was momentarily taken aback by Wei Ningyao's words, and he finally managed to compose himself. "I apologize. I was too impulsive just now. Miss Wei, I truly need that Jiuyu Bai. I hope you will consider letting it go to me." His tone was no longer arrogant, imbued with urgency and a hint of pleading. In her previous life, Wei Ningyao did not hold a significant grudge against him, merely finding him quite irksome. He always mocked her whenever they met, showing her neither kindness nor respect. A cold smile played on her lips. "Let go to you? On what grounds? Because your face is longer than others?" Jin Jifeng's expression stiffened. He had heard from Wei Yushu that Wei Ningyao, the second young lady of the Wei family, was not someone to be trifled with. Initially, he had dismissed it, but at that moment, he felt the truth of her formidable nature. "Miss Wei, if you hand over the Jiuyu Bai to me, I can offer you 50,000 taels of silver for it, along with an additional 100 taels. Jin Jifeng gritted his teeth as he spoke. Truth be told, had Wei Ningyao not suddenly raise the bid. He believed he could have acquired the Jiu Bai for merely 20,000 taels. He was furious that she had driven the price up to 50,000. However, since she had already won the bid and paid the money to Jin Chanlu, it was evident she would not part with it for anything less than 50,000. Jin Jifeng was convinced that Wei Ningyao had deliberately outbid him. He thought that as long as he matched her bid and offered a little more, she would agree to relinquish the Jiu Bai. To his astonishment, Wei Ningyao laughed softly and replied, "Don't say 50,000. Even if it were 100,000, I would not part with it." You, Jin Jifeng and Amp. Oppo's eyes widened in disbelief. He then clenched his fists. "Must you be so obstinate? I need the Jiu Bai to save my mother and Amp. Oppo's life. What use would it be to you?" He pleaded, "Let me beg you." Jin Jifeng had never been so humble before. To think he would be bested by this wild girl, just returned to the Wei family. Yet for the sake of his mother, he had to endure. Nevertheless, Wei Ningyao remained resolute, her tone calm, as she stated, "Your pleas are of no consequence. How do you know I would not have a use for it?" She continued, "To be frank, I came to Jin Chanlu today, specifically for the Jiu Bai." Jin Jifeng felt a thunderous crash in his mind. He realized Wei Ningyao was indeed sincere. Suddenly, he felt lost. What would he do without the Jiu Bai for his mother's illness? Wei Ningyao paid no further attention to the frozen Jin Jifeng and said, "Please move aside. You are blocking my way." Jin Jifeng stood there dazed, then stepped aside. Wei Ningyao walked past him. Just as she exited Jin Chanlu, Wei Yushu caught up with her. Wei Ningyao wait. Ignoring him, she continued onward. However, after a few steps, Wei Yushu maneuvered in front of her, blocking her path and extending his hand to stop her. "Did you not hear me asking you to stop?" he questioned with a furrowed brow. Wei Ningyao, forced to halt, frowned slightly. "I heard you, but must I stop just because you said so? Speak up. What do you want?" As she spoke, she glanced at his outstretched hand. Wei Yushu, feeling as though he had been scalded, quickly withdrew his hand and hid it behind him. He hesitated before saying, "It's nothing much. I just wanted to ask, where did you get so much silver?" To spend 50,000 taels on a single herb was extravagant beyond his imagination. Not only him, but even his elder brother or parents would likely hesitate to part with such a sum. After all, wasn't Wei Ningyao raised in the countryside? Wasn't her adoptive father merely a local village doctor? How could a humble doctor's daughter suddenly possess such wealth? Wei Yushu had no reason to believe that the silver came from the Wei family, though her parents had provided her with several items upon her return. The silver given to her could not have exceeded a couple of 100 taels. Wei Ningyao glanced at Wei Yushu and replied, "What concern is it of yours? Good dogs do not block the way. Step aside." Irritated by her veiled insult, Wei Yoshu's expression darkened. He noticed the 10th prince and Jin Jifeng emerging from Jin Chanlu, and he ceased his pursuit of Wei Ningyao, glaring at her instead. "Fine. If you want to say, I will let father and mother ask you. We shall see if you dare to remain silent." Wei Ningyao rolled her eyes at him. "Are you still not of age? Always mentioning your parents. Don't you feel ashamed?" "You." Wei Yoshu's face twisted in frustration. Wei Ningyao merely shot him a dismissive look before striding ahead. In the 3rd prince's residence, a neatly dressed young woman in green bowed her head and apologized to Pei Mocheng. "Your Highness, I am sorry. I failed to secure the Jiu Bai. I underestimated the bidding and only brought 30,000 taels, not anticipating someone would bid up to 50,000. From his wheelchair, Pei Mocheng pinched a blood jade ring on his finger and inquired, "Who won the bid?" "The second young lady of the Wei family, Wei Ningyao," the young woman replied. Pei Mocheng paused, his fingers stilling for a moment, as a flicker of interest crossed his gaze. The young woman continued, "Your Highness, should I go and acquire it back?" Pei Mocheng waved his hand dismissively. "No need." "But the herb." The young woman hesitated, wanting to say more, but Pei Mocheng interrupted her. "Dongwuan, you may leave. I have my own plans." The girl named Dongwuan could only lower her head and withdraw. In the Wei residence, in the Shinrong courtyard, Wei Ningyao was sipping a refreshing iced fruit tea when a maid from the Chiwu courtyard arrived to deliver a message, stating that Madame Ma wished to see her. Wei Ningyao could roughly guess the reason. It was likely due to her extravagant purchase of the Jiu Bai at Jin Chanlu today, which had drawn attention to her newfound wealth. Chapter 22. The sale of a lotus when Wei Ningyao saw Wei Yushu at Jinchang Tower. She realized that the events of today's auction would likely not remain hidden from the Wei household. She took her time, finishing the iced fruit tea in her glass before placing it on the table and rising to follow the maid to the Kawaiyuan. In the Kawaiyuan, Madame Ma sat in the main hall, accompanied by none other than Wei Ani. As Wei Ningyao entered, the two were engaged in a cheerful conversation, the scene radiating an inexplicable harmony. However, upon noticing Wei Ningyao's arrival, their chatter ceased abruptly, and the smile on Madame Ma's face quickly faded. "Why did you take so long to arrive?" Madame Ma and Appo's inquiry was devoid of warmth. Wei Ningyao approached without responding to her question and directly asked, "Mother, what is it that you wish to discuss with me?" Before Madame Ma could speak, Wei Ani interjected, "Mother, the second sister has arrived. Surely you have matters to discuss. If not, I could take my leave." Madame Ma turned to Wei Ani with a gentle gaze. "No need for that. You may stay. I have more to say to you shortly." Wei Ani nodded and fell silent. Madame Ma and Appo's expression shifted dramatically, as if she were performing a Sichuan face-changing act, transforming from a warm smile to a cold, expressionless demeanor. She spoke in a dispassionate tone. "I have heard that you extravagantly spent 50,000 taels at Jinchang Tower today, purchasing an herb of unknown efficacy. Is this true?" When Madame Ma first heard this from Wei Yushu, she could hardly believe it. How could Wei Ningyao possibly have such a sum? 50,000 taels was enough to sustain their entire household of hundreds for several years. It was common knowledge that their master, as a high-ranking official, earned merely 200 taels annually. The Wei family's annual income from their properties and shops was only around 10 to 20,000 taels. Such lavish spending would be unthinkable even for her as the wife of a prime minister. Wei Ningyao lowered her gaze, not denying the claim. After all, this matter was not known solely to Wei Yushu. Jin Jifeng was also aware, and even if she wished to deny it, Madame Ma would not be swayed. "I did spend some silver to purchase an herb today. That silver is my own. Do you have any objections, mother?" Wei Ningyao stated. Madame Ma placed a hand on her chest, feeling a wave of discomfort. She certainly understood that the silver belonged to Wei Ningyao. After all, the Wei family could not possibly provide her with such a sum. "Where did you acquire such a large amount of silver? How much do you have left?" After taking a moment to collect herself, she inquired again. Wei Ningyao lifted her gaze and replied, "Oh, that silver was earned from selling a pot of flowers. Exactly 50,000 taels." As soon as Wei Ningyao finished speaking, Wei Ani sprang to her feet. Her voice filled with urgency. "What flowers did you sell?" Wei Ningyao answered, "The pot of flowers in the warm pavilion, the one that resembles a lotus." "You sold my pot of Su Guanding?" Wei Ani exclaimed, stepping back in shock, nearly stumbling over the chair behind her. She grasped the armrest of the chair to steady herself. Madame Ma and Appo's eyes widened at the mention of Su Guanding, her hand trembling as she accidentally knocked a teacup off the table. The cup hit the ground with a sharp clink, startling both Wei Ani and Madame Ma. With a loud clap, Madame Ma slammed her hand on the tea table, causing the teacups and teapot to shake. Furious, she glared at Wei Ningyao. "You foolish girl. Do you have any idea what kind of flower you've sold? That was Su Guanding. You sold it without a word, and for only 50,000 taels? Second sister, did you truly sell that pot of Su Guanding? Where did you sell it?" Wei Ani approached Wei Ningyao, her face filled with despair. Wei Ani had always cherished flowers and plants. The pot of Su Guanding was a gift from the Nye family and Appo's matriarch several years ago when it was just a young seedling. She had nurtured it with great care, and it had only just bloomed this year. This pot of Su Guanding was her treasured possession. After being forced to leave Xinhong Courtyard, Wei Ani had longed for this orchid. She had considered asking Wei Ningyao for it directly, but feared that such demands might provoke her sister and Appo's resentment, so she abandoned the idea. She had remained patient, hoping to find an opportunity for her former trusted maid to retrieve it. However, all her former maids had been assigned to work in the outer courtyard of Xinhong and could not approach the inner quarters or warm pavilion. Though Wei Ani had kept this matter in mind, she had not rushed it. She thought that, having grown up in the countryside, Wei Ningyao would not recognize the orchid as Su Guanding, nor understand its value. To her astonishment, Wei Ningyao had quietly taken it to sell. Wei Ani felt as if her heart were bleeding. Wei Ningyao could sense Wei Ani and Appo's as pain. She regarded her coldly and said, "Now that it is sold, what significance does it hold to inquire where it was sold?" To be honest, Wei Ningyao had some ulterior motives in selling the pot of Su Guanding. In her previous life, under Madame Ma and Appo's persuasion, Wei Ani had brought this pot of orchids to the palace a few days later to participate in a lotus appreciation banquet. The empress had taken a great liking to the orchid, showering it with praise. Wei Ani then gifted it to the empress, who was delighted and rewarded her handsomely, even persuading the emperor to betroth Wei Ani to the seventh prince. In her previous life, Wei Ani's charm had endeared her to the empress, not only because of the rarity of the Su Guanding, but also due to its connection to the Nief family. The empress had actively promoted Wei Ani's marriage to the seventh prince because of the Nief family's backing, while Wei Ningyao acknowledged that Wei Ani and Pei Mocheng were well suited. She did not wish for Wei Ani to have everything go her way. Chapter 23. Eventually driven to madness by her with a resounding slap, Madame Ma struck the table again, successfully capturing Wei Ningyao and Appo's attention. She spoke, "Of course it holds significance. That pot of flowers is worth far more than 50,000 taels. Are you so narrow-minded as to not realize you have been deceived? It is worth at least 80,000 taels. You must tell me where you sold it. I shall have someone retrieve it. Your sister has nurtured that plant for several years, intending to present it to the empress in a few days. Do you comprehend the magnitude of the trouble you have caused?" Madame Ma was nearly apoplectic with rage, wishing she could strike Wei Ningyao down. However, as Wei Ningyao was now the fiancée of the third prince and had been specifically summoned by the empress to attend the upcoming lotus appreciation banquet, Madame Ma dared not lay a hand on her. Wei Ningyao disclosed that she had sold the flowers to a flower and bird shop on Shingy Street. Upon learning its whereabouts, Madame Ma let out a slight sigh of relief, yet her expression remained frosty as she addressed Wei Ningyao. "The money from that sale has already been squandered, I know. Even if I were to beat you to death, it would not be returned. I do not require repayment. But you must hand over the Jiuyou you acquired at Jinshan Tower." Madame Ma was aware that the Jin family's heir desired the Jiuyou to treat his mother's ailment. By obtaining it from Wei Ningyao and then selling it to the Jin heir, she could recover some of her losses. After all, repurchasing that pot of Suwan Hiding would undoubtedly cost a considerable sum. The mere thought of this infuriated Madame Ma. Coming from humble beginnings, she had suffered from poverty in her youth. Therefore, even now, as the wife of the prime minister presiding over the household, she remained reluctant to part with her money. Each time large sums were required, she felt a pang of regret. The audacity of Wei Ningyao, spending such a fortune on a mere herb, truly exasperated her. Facing Madame Ma and Appo's furious countenance, Wei Ningyao spoke slowly. "I have a use for that herb. I shall not surrender it. Mother, do not coerce me, as it will be of no avail. To be frank, if you wish to take the Jiuyou from me, there is but one way, by killing me." Madame Ma clutched her chest, pointing at Wei Ningyao, a sudden dull pain seizing her, rendering her momentarily speechless. Wei Ani hastily stepped forward to support her. "Mother, please do not get angry. Let us first go to the flower and bird shop and retrieve that pot of Suwan Hiding. That is our priority," Wei Ani suggested, gently stroking Madame Ma's chest to help her regain composure. After a while, Madame Ma managed to collect herself and scolded Wei Ningyao. "You will inevitably drive me to my grave. How would your demise benefit me?" Wei Ningyao stood expressionless, her heart whispering, "There would be many advantages. At the very least, your death would bring some solace to the spirit of my past life, which met a tragic end." Noticing the lack of remorse on Wei Ningyao's face, Madame Ma felt another pang of anger grip her heart. "You wretched child, I should have suffocated you at birth." Wei Ningyao raised an eyebrow, thinking, "So you finally entertain this notion? Alas, it is too late for regrets. Second sister, you should return. Mother is in a foul mood and cannot bear to see you," Wei Ani advised, looking up at Wei Ningyao. Wei Ningyao had no objections. If Madame Ma could not stand her, she found no pleasure in being around her either. Turning away, she strode off without a glance back. Watching her retreating figure, Madame Ma ground her teeth, muttering, I truly should not have brought her back. No, I should have let her perish back then. Hearing Madame Ma's venomous words, Wei Ani was taken aback. Mother, how could you harbor such thoughts? She is, after all, your own daughter. Wei Ani struggled to comprehend why Madame Ma harbored such animosity towards Wei Ningyao, treating her as a foe. This was certainly not the demeanor a mother should exhibit towards her own child. A sense of unease stirred within Wei Ani. Madame Ma eventually calmed down, realizing that her earlier behavior and words towards Wei Ningyao were indeed problematic. She gazed at Wei Ani with a gentler expression, wishing to reveal the truth of their relationship, but hesitated and refrained. Over the years, she had contemplated disclosing this matter to Wei Ani multiple times, yet each time the words lingered on her tongue. She swallowed them back. Primarily, she feared Wei Ani would reject this truth and distance herself, or worse, indulge in baseless speculation. Let us wait until your engagement with the 7th prince and Wei Ningyao and Appo's marriage to the 3rd prince before revealing it, she resolved. Dear, let us visit the flower and bird shop on Xingyi Street and see if we can retrieve that pot of Suoguan Hiding. Madame Ma redirected the conversation. Wei Ani, now anxious about the situation, nodded in agreement. Mother, are you well enough to go out? Madame Ma replied, I am fine. I was merely angered by that wretched girl, causing a twinge in my chest. Grasping Wei Ani and Appo's hand, she sighed, You are so much better than that wretched child. Gentle, filial, kind-hearted, and considerate. She cannot compare to you in the slightest. Thankfully, at this point, Madame Ma abruptly halted her speech. Wei Ani, following her cue, inquired, Thankful for what? Madame Ma lowered her gaze and shook her head. It is nothing. We should leave soon. The distance from the Wei residence to Xingyi Street was not great. Madame Ma and Wei Ani arrived at the flower and bird shop within approximately 15 minutes. Upon disembarking, they headed straight to the shop in Appo's rear. The manager, Tong, immediately recognized their distinguished status and approached them with a broad smile. Ladies, what flowers or birds might you be interested in? You have certainly come to the right place. We have all manner of precious flowers and rare birds. Madame Ma, lacking the patience for pleasantries, cut to the chase. A few days ago, a young lady brought in a pot of Suoguan Hiding to sell to you, and you paid 5,000 taels for it, correct? Upon hearing the inquiry, the manager's smile waned slightly. Madam, what is your interest in this matter? I often receive rare flowers and birds. I cannot possibly remember each transaction. How could you possibly forget? Do not attempt to deceive us. That pot of Suoguan Hiding, in terms of the shape, quantity, and color of its blossoms, as well as the appearance of its leaves, is of the highest caliber. It is unlikely that another can be found in all of Yinxing Kingdom. Wei Ani interjected with a furrowed brow. At this moment, Granny Luo, who had been following them, stepped forward, glaring fiercely at the manager. You should know that these two ladies are the wife of our prime minister and the eldest daughter of our household. That pot of Suoguan Hiding originated from our estate. If you do not speak the truth, we have the means to shut down your little shop. Still not willing to tell the truth, Madame Ma frowned and spoke again, her voice tinged with impatience. Chapter 24. The family banquet. The proprietor, Tong, appeared visibly startled and bowed, saying, Ah, it is the esteemed lady from the Chancellor's residence and the young miss. I am but a humble merchant who fails to recognize such grandeur. I beg your forgiveness. Straightening up, he stroked his short beard and continued, Indeed, a young lady brought me a pot of orchid the other day, requesting that I accept it. When I inquired about the price, she asked me to make an offer, and I quoted 50,000 taels. To my surprise, she readily agreed. As a businessman, my dealings are built on mutual consent. The young lady who sold me the orchid even signed a document. Should this matter be escalated to the authorities, I would still hold the upper hand. Wei Ani interjected. Proprietor, please remain calm. We do not seek to trouble you over the price you offered. My younger sister mistakenly sold that pot of orchid, and we wish to buy it back. We kindly request that you sell it to us. Upon hearing this, a troubled expression crossed Tong and Appo's face. Unfortunately, that pot of orchid was sold this very morning, he replied. Wei Ani was taken aback and pressed, Who purchased it? The proprietor replied, I am not entirely certain, but it seemed to be someone from the Zhang family, perhaps the residents of the Grand Tutor. Returning home, empty-handed. Both Madame Ma and Wei Ani wore somber expressions. Mother, Is there still a chance we might reclaim that pot of orchid? Wei Ningyao asked, her voice tinged with sorrow. She had devoted considerable care to nurturing that flower, and its loss weighed heavily on her heart. Had it been presented to the Empress and earned her favor, her sorrow would have been lessened. Madame Ma, equally distressed, furrowed her brows tightly. If it had been bought by someone else, I might have been able to negotiate, but why must it be that wretched woman from the Zhang family? The Grand Tutor's wife, Lady Nian, had long held disdain for Madame Ma. During the lifetime of Nian's friend, Lady Nian, she frequently visited the Wei household, where she had openly criticized Madame Ma. Back then, emboldened by her favored status and the birth of 3 sons, Madame Ma had retaliated, leading to a public altercation that became a source of amusement for many. Thereafter, Lady Nian and Appo's animosity towards Madame Ma only deepened, solidifying their enmity. Now that the precious pot of orchid had fallen into Lady Nian and Appo's possession, how could Madame Ma possibly muster the courage to approach her for it? Even if she could, Lady Nian would likely refuse and mock her instead. This thought reignited Madame Ma's anger, prompting her to strike the wooden frame of the carriage. It is all because of that troublesome child. Had she not discreetly sold it off, how could the pot have ended up in Lady Nian's hands? Mother, what shall we do now? The Lotus Appreciation Banquet in the palace is just days away. What shall we bring? Wei Ningyao lamented. The banquet, held every 3 years, invited many noble young ladies to the palace. Each lady typically brought exquisite items, calligraphy, paintings, embroidery, or meticulously cultivated potted plants to showcase their talents. This year, the Emperor and Empress intended to select brides for the 5th, 7th, and 8th princes. Among them, the 7th prince stood out for his exceptional abilities and qualifications. With her engagement to the 3rd prince annulled, Wei Ningyao yearned to secure an engagement with the 7th prince swiftly, ensuring that her father, Wei Qingrong, and the Nief family could support him without hesitation. Madame Ma shared her daughter and Appo's urgency, favoring the 7th prince as well. After contemplating for a moment, she grasped Wei Ningyao hand and reassured her, "Do not fret, my dear. I shall send someone to every flower shop in the capital over the next few days to find another exquisite pot of orchid for us." That evening, Wei Ningyao did not join the family for dinner in the Xinhong courtyard. A servant came to summon her to the main hall for the family banquet. Upon her arrival, she found her father, Wei Qingrong, her mother, Madame Ma, the matriarch, Wei Laofuren, and her brothers, Wei Youhe and Wei Yushu, already seated around the large round table. As soon as she entered, all eyes turned to her. Wei Ningyao approached, offering a perfunctory bow. "Father, mother, grandmother." Wei Qingrong, with a stern expression, coldly admonished, "Why are you so late? You have kept the entire family waiting. Is this the manner in which one conducts themselves? If this lack of decorum continues, you need not bother attending again." Wei Ningyao merely pouted. Why would she wish to be there? The mere thought of dining with them diminished her appetite. "Enough. Since Ningyao is here, let her take a seat," Wei Laofuren said dismissively. Wei Ningyao found a vacant spot and sat down. The servants began to serve dishes and pour wine. "Here, this is your first official assignment to such a distant place on behalf of the Emperor. So let us raise a glass to celebrate your safe return," Wei Qingrong said, lifting his cup towards Wei Youhe. Wei Youhe quickly reciprocated, standing to say, "Thank you, father, and also my gratitude to both you and mother for your nurturing and guidance over the years. Without you, I would not be the person I am today. Brother, it is wonderful to have you back. Our 3rd brother is so determined to join the military. Who knows when he will return? When he does, our family shall be whole again." Wei Yushu chimed in cheerfully. "Indeed, it has been nearly half a year since we last saw that boy. I wonder how he is faring," Wei Laofuren remarked wistfully. As the family enjoyed their meal, laughter and conversation filled the air, creating a warm atmosphere, except for Wei Ningyao, who sat quietly in a corner, as though forgotten. At one point, she quietly excused herself and left the hall unnoticed. Just as she stepped outside, she glanced back, a cold glimmer flickering in her eyes. In her previous life, she had bent over backwards to please her family, striving to fit in, yet she had never truly belonged. Ultimately, she had met a tragic end. This time, she vowed not to regard them as family. Instead, she would watch as they gradually lost the things they valued most. Chapter 25. Can she move back? The following day, Wei Ningyao was busying herself with various herbs in the Xinhong courtyard when her maid, Duk, entered to announce that Wei Ani had arrived and was currently waiting outside the courtyard. "Miss, would you like to see her?" Dooku inquired, her head bowed. Initially, Wei Ningyao intended to decline, but after a moment's reflection, she acquiesced. The days spent in the manor had grown exceedingly dull, and she sought some form of amusement beyond her studies of prescriptions and medicinal cases. "Have her wait in the Yexiang Pavilion," Wei Ningyao instructed. The Yexiang Pavilion was a scenic spot within the Xinhong courtyard. Dooku nodded promptly. "This servant shall fetch Miss Ani at once." Meanwhile, Wei Ani, waiting at the entrance, had presumed her younger sister would refuse to see her. Since returning to the manor, Wei Ningyao had maintained a rather cold demeanor toward her elder sister. On several occasions, Wei Ani had made efforts to engage Wei Ningyao in playful activities, only to be met with indifferent rejections. Wei Ani initially thought that Wei Ningyao's aloofness stemmed from her upbringing outside the manor, making her shy and reserved. However, it was quite evident that her younger sister had taken over the courtyard where she had spent over a decade of her life, a clear indication that she was not as reserved as she appeared. Furthermore, Wei Ani noticed that Wei Ningyao's coldness extended not only to her, but also to their parents, grandmother, and brothers, often provoking ire and harsh rebukes from them. This left Wei Ani with a nagging sensation that Wei Ningyao seemed to harbor a deliberate animosity toward everyone in the Wei household. Yet, she did not dwell on it too much, attributing her sister and Appo's behavior to a lingering resentment for being lost to the world outside for over a decade. Upon entering the Xinhong courtyard, Wei Ani observed that her familiar surroundings had undergone considerable changes. For instance, the gladiolus at the entrance had been replaced with begonia blossoms, and a laurel tree beside the rockery had been removed. A swing had also been added to the courtyard, and several decorative items she had painstakingly arranged had been relocated or altered. Is Wei Ningyao planning to reside here permanently? Wei Ani pondered. After moving out, she felt neither anger nor anxiety. Instead, she reassured Madame Ma, saying that it was perfectly fine for her to temporarily stay at Jiangxua Pavilion while Wei Ningyao occupied the Xinhong courtyard. She held the belief that she would soon return. "Miss, please wait in the pavilion for a moment. Our young lady should be here shortly," Dooku said upon reaching Yexiang Pavilion. Wei Ani nodded, finding a stone bench to sit upon. She expected Wei Ningyao to arrive promptly, yet this promptly turned into a lengthy wait of nearly half an hour. Just as she was about to rise and leave, Wei Ningyao finally strolled over. "Second sister, how come you?" Before Wei Ani could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Wei Ningyao. "I apologize. I was engrossed in studying a few herbal ingredients and lost track of time. Surely, my kind and generous sister would not hold such a trivial matter against me." Wei Ningyao spoke with a smile in her eyes. With those words, even if Wei Ani harbored any resentment, she felt compelled to suppress it. "It's nothing. I understand you were preoccupied with your work and simply forgot." "How could I blame you?" Wei Ani replied, attempting to maintain her composure. Observing Wei Ani and Appo's magnanimous and tolerant demeanor, Wei Ningyao couldn't Appo's help but curl her lips slightly. However, rather than feeling pleased, her thoughts turned to her past life. In her previous existence, she was often the one left waiting, whether to see her father, Madame Ma, or her grandmother. Waiting had become a commonplace occurrence. She had also waited for Wei Ani before, desperately hoping to win Madame Ma's affection by persuading Wei Ani to teach her the piano. She wished to perform a piece for Madame Ma on her birthday, hoping to bring her joy. Wei Ani had agreed to teach her, yet every time Wei Ningyao sought her out for lessons, she often had to wait for a considerable time. Once, she had waited nearly an hour, only to be told by Wei Ani, with a smile, that she had been too engrossed in sewing a pouch and had forgotten about her. At that time, Wei Ningyao had sat in this very Yexiang pavilion, counting the stones and even the ants with meticulous precision, suppressing those bitter memories of her past life. Wei Ningyao looked at Wei Ani and inquired, "Sister, have you come to see me for a specific reason?" Wei Ani bit her lip, seemingly hesitant to speak. However, She had already come and waited for so long in the pavilion. She couldn't and amp. Oppose. Just leave without asking. Second sister, this courtyard belonged to my mother. After her passing, I lived here for over a decade, and I have grown familiar with every flower and tree. What do you wish to say? Get to the point. Wei Ningyao interrupted expressionlessly. She had a strong inkling of what Wei Ani was about to say, most likely about wanting to move back. But that was out of the question. As expected, Wei Ani soon bit her lip and said, Second sister, I know you cherish this courtyard and would like to stay, and that is perfectly fine. I would never force you to leave. However, could you allow me to move back? I have lived here for so long, and I find it quite uncomfortable staying elsewhere. Her voice was filled with pleading. Since she could remember, she had always been cherished and adored. She had never found herself in a position where she had to plead for anything. Little did she know that one day, she would be so humbled in front of Wei Ningyao, begging to return to her own courtyard. I'm sorry, but I do not enjoy sharing my living space with others. Wei Ningyao stated resolutely without a hint of hesitation, directly refusing her. This response left Wei Ani feeling humiliated and enraged. After all her humble entreaties, why did Wei Ningyao refuse without a moment and oppose? As hesitation? Shouldn't she, having grown up in the countryside, strive to please her elder sister? Surely, if she could gain favor in front of their parents, it might alter their attitudes toward her, improving her situation in the manner. What must I do for you to allow me to move back? Wei Ani's gentle demeanor was beginning to crack. Nothing will suffice unless. Wei Ningyao leaned closer to Wei Ani's ear and whispered the remainder of her thought. Upon hearing those words, Wei Ani trembled, her eyes widening in disbelief. Wei Ningyao dared to make such a demand. The facade of politeness she had maintained shattered, and a flicker of anger crossed her face. Second sister, my mother and amp, Oppo's dowry was intended for me alone. It has nothing to do with you. How dare you covet my mother and amp? Oppo's dowry. Just moments ago, Wei Ningyao had audaciously suggested that unless Wei Ani was willing to part with her mother and amp, Oppo's dowry, she could not move back. This was unthinkable. Those belongings were her foundation for establishing herself in her future marital home. Although the Wei family and the Nye family would likely contribute to her dowry, the portion left by her mother, Madame Nye, would be her most significant asset. Wei Ningyao had the audacity to lay claim to it. Chapter 26. She is concerned about the dowry. Wei Ani had never anticipated that Wei Ningyao would possess such audacity and ambition regarding this newly discovered sister. Wei Ani initially harbored little sentiment. She understood that Madame Ma had brought her back to facilitate a marriage with the third prince. Wei Ani saw nothing inappropriate in this arrangement. To her, Wei Ningyao, having been raised in the countryside, was merely a rustic girl. To marry the third prince and become a princess was, in her eyes, an overreaching ambition. Little did she know, this country girl was rather restless. First, she seized her courtyard, then sold the lotus vase that Wei Ani had painstakingly nurtured, and now she had her sights set on the dowry left by their deceased mother. Suppressing the anger bubbling within, Wei Ani gazed at Wei Ningyao and spoke again. Second sister, I initially thought you were merely jesting, and I can forgive you. As long as you permit me to move back to Xin Home Courtyard, I shall refrain from informing father and mother about your intentions regarding our mother's dowry. Wei Ani and amp, Oppo's tone carried an air of grace. Wei Ningyao could hardly contain her amusement. Did she truly fear threats? If she were afraid of Wei Ani and amp, Oppo's threats, she would not have made the previous remark. The dowry left by Nyesher was something she deemed rightfully hers. Of course, she had no intention of continuing the argument with Wei Ani. It was not yet the opportune moment to reclaim that dowry. Just as Wei Ningyao prepared to respond, a tall figure strode in from outside the pavilion. Furrowing his brow, he addressed Wei Ani, elder sister, what were you just discussing? What do you intend to tell father and mother? Who is coveting your dowry? Wei Ani turned to see her elder brother, Wei Yuhu, and momentarily froze. Brother Wei Yuhu's gaze shifted to Wei Ningyao, his brow furrowing even deeper as he inquired directly, Second sister, are you the one coveting elder sister's dowry? Wei Ningyao, well, yes, she was indeed coveting it, but that dowry was inherently hers. Noticing Wei Ningyao's silence, Wei Youhu's expression turned serious and cold. He had not fully comprehended the situation, only catching fragments of the conversation. He could hardly believe that someone would dare to covet Ani's dowry. To his astonishment, someone indeed had the audacity. His own younger sister, Wei Ningyao. With a grave expression, Wei Youhu spoke again. Second sister. Elder sister's dowry was left to her by our mother. Nyesher. You must not covet it. Otherwise, I shall not spare you. Wei Ningyao looked at Wei Youhu with indifference, thinking to herself that he was indeed connected to Wei Ani by blood. He would always side with her. It was laughable that in her previous life, she had believed that Wei Youhu favored her more. Brother, I merely spoke in jest. Why are you so agitated? Your concern for your precious sister is rather touching. Could it be that she is your true blood sister, while I am merely an afterthought? What nonsense are you spouting? Wei Youhu exclaimed, his eyelids twitching in agitation. Lowering his gaze, he continued, Of course, you're my blood sister as well. Why do you not inquire about the specifics before chastising me? Wei Ningyao feigned disappointment and sorrow. It appears that it is only natural for you to cherish the sister who has been with you for years. I am but a rustic girl newly returned. It is only expected that you would favor elder sister. Hearing this, Wei Youhu felt a twinge of guilt. He indeed favored Wei Ani a bit more. Wei Ani was amiable, gentle, and kind-hearted. Though not the most stunning, her beauty was still remarkable. Furthermore, her talents in music, chess, literature, and artistry were widely praised. She was undeniably known as the most talented young woman in the capital. Such a perfect lady, who could possibly dislike her? Additionally, Wei Ani had grown up in the household, which naturally drew Wei Youhu closer to her. However, even if he favored Ani more in his heart, he could not overtly display it before Wei Ningyao, for she was still his sister. Wei Youhu composed his expression, softening his demeanor as he addressed Wei Ningyao, second sister. I apologize for being harsh earlier. I am sorry. You are my sister, and I hold you in the same regard as I do elder sister. Please, tell me what transpired just now, and why elder sister would say such things. Why would she claim you intended to covet her dowry? Wei Ningyao crossed her arms. Looking at Wei Ani with a slight smile, perhaps it would be better for sister to explain. At this moment, Wei Ani had regained her composure. She glanced at Wei Ningyao, feeling somewhat uneasy, realizing that she had reacted too emotionally. Perhaps Wei Ningyao had indeed only spoken in jest. Brother, it was my fault. Wei Ani quickly interjected. I came today to ask second sister if I could move back to Xinhong Courtyard. Wei Ani succinctly recounted the events that had transpired, presenting them objectively. After all, in this matter, it was Wei Ningyao who had erred, and she had no need to distort the truth. After listening, Wei Youhu also felt that Wei Ningyao was in the wrong. Second sister, elder sister has lowered herself to seek your forgiveness. She is not even demanding that you vacate. Why will you not concede, even a little? Wei Youhu immediately questioned Wei Ningyao. Wei Ningyao replied coldly, I have stated that I dislike sharing the same courtyard with others. Wei Youhu frowned. Xinhong Courtyard is spacious. You could each occupy half. Half of the courtyard is significantly larger than the Fangning Pavilion you previously inhabited. Why must you refuse to share? Wei Youhu believed Wei Ningyao was being unreasonable. Growing impatient, Wei Ningyao retorted, I said it's not possible. When I assisted sister with her illness, father agreed to grant me the entire courtyard. What was given to me is mine. I refuse to allow sister to move in. Are you attempting to force me? Why are you so stubborn? Wei Youhu, typically composed, was now infuriated by Wei Ningyao's obstinance. Enough, brother. If second sister is unwilling, then let it be. Wei Ani quickly soothed Wei Youhu. She then looked at Wei Ningyao, second sister. If you refuse, then so be it. However, there is one more matter I implore you to agree to. What matter? Wei Ningyao asked impatiently. Wei Ani squeezed a handkerchief in her hands and said, The potted plants in the courtyard and the warm pavilion, many of them were nurtured by me. They are precious to me as my children. I hope you will permit me to take them with me. Those potted plants are important to you? They are also important to me. Wei Ningyao raised an eyebrow and smiled. I inquired at the flower and bird emporium. Many of those potted plants are rare flowers worth a considerable sum. Do you truly think I would easily allow you to take them? Chapter 27. A fixed price of 100,000 taels. Wei Ani tightly twisted the handkerchief in her grasp, her complexion pale. Just as she was about to speak, she heard Wei Ningyao's voice again. Sister, if you truly desire it, I can give it to you. Upon hearing this, Wei Ani's eyes brightened. However, before she could express her joy, Wei Ningyao continued, I shall not be unreasonable. A fixed price of 100,000 taels. Provide me with 100,000 taels of silver, and you may take all those potted plants away. What did you say? 100,000 taels? Wei Ani gasped, instinctively taking a step back. Wei Yoha, too, wore an expression of shock. He furrowed his brows and remarked, Second sister, you asked for 100,000 taels right off the bat. Is that not being unreasonable? What would you consider to be unreasonable, then? Wei Ningyao regarded them with indifference, as if she found nothing excessive in her demand. Raising an eyebrow, she said, Is 100,000 taels a lot? I sold just one pot of orchids for 50,000 taels. The flowers in this courtyard, both large and small, amount to dozens of pots. If I sold them all, surely it would be worth much more than 100,000 taels, wouldn't it? Of course, it would be far more than 100,000 taels. Wei Ani twisted the handkerchief in her hands until it was deformed. Most of those flowers have been gifted to her by the Nie family. How could they possibly be inexpensive? The gentleness and grace that usually adorned Wei Ani's face vanished, replaced by a cold demeanor. Second sister, those potted plants are mine. If you dare to sell them, I will never forgive you. Wei Ningyao crossed her arms, her expression equally frosty. This courtyard now belongs to me, and everything within it is mine. I shall dispose of it as I see fit. Furthermore, do you truly believe that your life is worth less than 100,000 taels? Might that be a tad too cheap? Wei Ningyao's gaze was laced with icy mockery. You. Wei Ani trembled, pointing a finger at Wei Ningyao, nearly losing her grip on the handkerchief. Fine, I shall give you 100,000 taels. Ultimately, Wei Ani conceded. She feared that Wei Ningyao might truly sell or destroy those beloved potted plants. 100,000 taels of silver paled in comparison to them. Wei Ningyao smiled slightly. Then I shall await your silver, sister. I hope you'll bring it over soon. I want to wait too long. Wei Ani remained silent, allowing her maid to assist her as she departed. Wei Yoha shot a fierce glare at Wei Ningyao. Are you satisfied now? I never anticipated you would be so consumed by greed. Ani is your sister. Do you not care at all for the bond of blood? I had intended to cherish you more, considering you my dear sister, but how can I do so with your behavior? In the future, do take care of yourself. With that, Wei Yoha swept his sleeve and strode away from the pavilion. Wei Ningyao cast a cold glance at his retreating figure. Cherish her? In her previous life, he had indeed shown her affection, albeit merely on the surface. She could never forget how he coaxed her to obey their father and swallow the medicine meant to terminate her pregnancy. Such affection was not worth having. The next day, Wei Ani delivered the 100,000 taels in silver notes. She then arranged for the removal of all the potted plants. Wei Ningyao sat in the pavilion, casually cracking sunflower seeds while watching Wei Ani direct her people in moving the pots in and out. She leisurely spoke. I'm in a good mood today, sister. You may take those 2 personal maids who used to serve you. And that matron, what was her name? Jiang Mama. Wasn't it? You may take them away. Wei Ani paused, evidently surprised by Wei Ningyao's sudden generosity. She hesitantly replied, Second sister, are you truly willing to let me take them? Wei Ningyao tossed a seed into her mouth, cracking it with a satisfying crunch before spitting out the shell. If you do not want them, they may remain here. Of course, Wei Ani wanted them. Although her mother had sent new servants to attend to her after moving to Jiangxua Pavilion, they could not compare to the familiarity of the old ones. Wei Ningyao's willingness to return her former maids and Jiang Mama brought her great joy. She had only questioned Wei Ningyao out of sheer surprise. She quickly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, second sister. Wei Ningyao waved her hand dismissively. No need for thanks. Those who cling to their old masters and are ungrateful are quite bothersome. Today, I'm in a good mood, so you may take a few back. Consider it a personal favor. Should I see anyone who persistently reminisces about their former masters and does not serve diligently in my courtyard, I fear my patience will wear thin. Upon hearing this, the servants who had hoped to find an opportunity to return to serve Wei Ani immediately abandoned that thought. Clearly, the second young lady's words were meant as a warning to them. She was evidently a formidable character. She had even dared to challenge the lord and lady, as well as the eldest and second young masters. When she declared her intention to take over the eldest young lady's courtyard, she promptly ousted her, moving in without hesitation. For someone so capable, it would be effortless for her to deal with powerless servants like them. Wei Ani's expression stiffened slightly at Wei Ningyao's words. She awkwardly remarked, "With second sister's prowess, those servants surely will not dare harbor any other thoughts and will serve you diligently. If that is truly the case, then that is excellent." Wei Ningyao narrowed her eyes, tossing the handful of seeds back into the fruit dish. Days passed swiftly, and soon the day arrived for the Lotus Appreciation Banquet at the palace. Wei Ningyao made a slight effort to adorn herself before stepping out. At the entrance of the Wei residence, Wei Ani was already seated in her carriage, having meticulously prepared herself. Her makeup was exquisite, and her attire, along with her headpiece and jewelry, was understated yet luxurious. She was undeniably a flawless and enviable noblewoman. "Second sister, you have arrived. Come, take a seat." Wei Ani greeted warmly upon noticing Wei Ningyao's arrival. A trace of derision flickered through Wei Ningyao's heart. It was undeniable that Wei Ani was quite adept at putting on an act. Despite presumably harboring disdain for her, she feigned indifference, maintaining a facade of cordiality. In her past life, Wei Ningyao had envied and looked up to her sister. She perceived Wei Ani as beautiful, of noble birth, exceptionally talented, and possessing a gentle and generous disposition. She could hardly find a flaw in her. All she felt was envy. It was only until her death that she realized such perfection was but an illusion. Excessive perfection may very well be a fade. Chapter 28. No disgrace to the Wei household. Wei Ningyao was keen to ascertain when Wei Ani had discovered that she was not the daughter of the Nye family, but rather the offspring of the Ma family. She speculated that, in her previous life, Wei Ani must have been privy to this secret for some time before her demise. When Wei Ani divulged this secret to her by the bedside, her demeanor was remarkably calm, indicating that she had long since reconciled with the knowledge of Wei Ningyao's true parentage. In recent days, it appeared to Wei Ningyao that the current Wei Ani remained oblivious to this fact. A surge of anticipation welled within her. She wondered what reaction would arise should she be the one to unveil this secret to Wei Ani in the future, informing her that she was not of the Nye lineage, but rather belonged to the Ma family. Would she still maintain her current indifference, exuding an air of superiority? Upon boarding the carriage, Wei Ningyao soon noticed a pot of orchids within. Indeed, it was a Su Guaniding. Her brow arched in surprise. "You procured that pot of Su Guaniding?" she inquired, only to quickly dismiss her own thought, realizing that this pot was not as splendid as the previous one she had tended to. Perceiving her realization, Wei Ani did not conceal the truth. This pot of Su Guaniding was purchased by Mother, who sent someone to procure it from various flower shops. Compared to the one I previously cared for, it is somewhat lacking. At that moment, Ma Shi approached, having overheard the conversation. Climbing into the carriage, she shot a disdainful glare at Wei Ningyao. "It's all your fault, you wretched child. The original pot of Su Guaniding was sold by the flower shop, leaving me no choice but to acquire a lesser one." The thought of the considerable sum she had spent on this inferior orchid only deepened her displeasure towards Wei Ningyao. "Today, as we enter the palace, speak not a word of nonsense. Remember to conduct yourself with decorum. Do not behave as you did in the residence of the Xiang family. Should you bring shame upon the Wei household, I vow to make you regret it upon your return." Ma Shi admonished sternly. Wei Ningyao lowered her gaze and replied, "Rest assured, I shall heed my mother's teachings and will not bring disgrace to the Wei family." Ma Shi cast a cold glance at her daughter before turning her attention to Wei Ani, engaging her in conversation. Wei Ningyao observed the scene before her, the tender dynamic between mother and daughter, without a flicker of emotion. In her past life, such a sight would have filled her with envy, yearning for the day when Ma Shi would bestow upon her the same affection. The journey from the Wei residence to the palace was not lengthy, within about 15 minutes. The carriage halted before a palace gate. They disembarked and proceeded on foot into the palace. Upon entry, they followed the lead of the palace attendants to Kunning Palace to pay their respects to the empress. The empress of the Liang lineage was not the original consort of Emperor Longan, having ascended to her position following the passing of his first wife. Although her family background was not particularly formidable, she had borne 2 princes and 3 princesses, which had ultimately swayed Emperor Longan to elevate her to the role of empress. At that moment, Ma Shi, accompanied by her 2 daughters, approached the empress, who greeted them with a warm demeanor. "You must be the second daughter of the Wei family, returned just 2 months ago?" After some pleasantries, the empress directed her attention towards Wei Ningyao, smiling. The question was clearly directed at Wei Ningyao, while Ma Shi and Wei Ani silently watched. Their expressions tinged with a hint of anticipation, particularly Ma Shi, who seemed to expect Wei Ningyao to falter. An observant individual would have discerned that such a demeanor from a mother towards her daughter was far from ordinary. However, within the hall, none but Wei Ningyao noticed this subtlety. With a slight flicker of her gaze, Wei Ningyao stepped forward, bowing gracefully before the empress, her movements impeccable and devoid of any error. "Your Majesty, I am indeed she," she replied in a steady tone, her demeanor exuding neither subservience nor arrogance. Her poise and articulation belied any notion of a crude, unrefined individual. In fact, her performance surpassed that of many noble women, leaving the empress pleasantly surprised. Truth be told, the empress had initially harbored intentions of witnessing Wei Ningyao's embarrassment, but was taken aback by her composure. "Indeed, you possess a commendable appearance and demeanor, befitting the daughter of a chancellor. You may rise," the empress feigned praise. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Wei Ningyao expressed her gratitude, returning to her place. The empress then turned her gaze to Ma Shi, remarking, "Ma Shi, I recall your recent request for a matron to visit your residence and instruct your second daughter in proper etiquette. I have kept that in mind. It seems unwarranted now, for your second daughter appears to be quite well-mannered." Ma Shi chuckled awkwardly. "Thank you, Your Majesty. I merely feared that Yao, being new to the Wei residence, might inadvertently cause a scene or offend the noble ladies. That is why I bravely made the request. Such modesty. If you would be so kind as to allow a matron to visit your household after the Lotus Appreciation Banquet, I would be most grateful." The empress replied with a smile. Ma Shi hurriedly expressed her gratitude. "I am deeply appreciative, Your Majesty." Upon concluding their audience with the empress, Wei Ningyao and her companions exited Kuining Palace, guided by the attendants to Hexiang Palace. This venue was renowned for hosting the annual Lotus Appreciation Banquet. As they crossed the threshold into Hexiang Palace, they were enveloped by the rich, sweet fragrance of lotus blossoms. The palace was adorned with an abundance of lotus flowers, small and large ponds alike, along with various lotus-themed sculptures. Inside Hexiang Palace, many guests had already gathered. Under the guidance of the attendants, Wei Ningyao and her companions arrived at a section filled with noble women. Soon, they were approached by others eager to greet them, primarily addressing Ma Shi and Wei Ani. "Madam Wei, what has your eldest daughter brought today?" one lady inquired after some pleasantries. Ma Shi replied with a smile. "Just a pot of orchids that she has tended to for several years." "Orchids? Has your eldest daughter nurtured them herself? They must be exquisite," another lady exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Ma Shi gestured to a palace attendant, instructing him to summon the servants from the Wei household waiting outside to bring in the pot of Su Guanhiding. Upon hearing the name, a gasp of astonishment rippled through the crowd. "My goodness, Su Guanhiding? Such a rare and precious variety of orchid. It is said to be quite delicate and difficult to cultivate. Your eldest daughter is truly remarkable." As the praises enveloped her, Wei Ani beamed with delight, while Ma Shi basked in the glory of their acclaim. Moments later, the pot of Su Guanhiding was presented, but to their surprise, another pot of the same exquisite orchid entered the palace simultaneously. Chapter 29. Outshone, the bearer of another exquisite pot of Su Guanhiding was none other than Madame Zhang, the wife of the esteemed Minister Zhang, accompanied by a lady clad in a rose-colored gown. It wasn't long before the identity of the lady in the rose dress was recognized. She was none other than Princess Jiayu of the Duke and Appo's residence. The father of Princess Jiayu, Duke Nian, happened to be a cousin of Madame Nian, establishing a familial bond between the two. Their joint appearance was nothing out of the ordinary. What astonished everyone, however, was that they had brought a pot of su guan he ding as well. The simultaneous arrival of two identical pots of su guan he ding allowed for an immediate comparison, and it was clear that the pot brought by Madame Yin and Princess Jiayu overshadowed that of the Wei family. Heavens! Who would have thought that Madame Zhang and Princess Jiayu would also arrive with a pot of su guan he ding? I believe the pot brought by Madame Zhang and the princess appears far more splendid. Indeed, the shape of the flowers, the number of buds, and the foliage are all remarkably perfect. This pot of su guan he ding must be worth at least 80,000 taels, clearly more precious than that brought by Madame Wei. Once both pots of su guan he ding were settled, a number of ladies began to gather, exchanging opinions. Hearing their remarks, Ma and Wei stood frozen, utterly astonished. They had never anticipated that Madame Yin and Princess Jiayu would bring a pot of su guan he ding into the palace. Madame Zhang, Princess Jiayu, where did you acquire this exquisite pot of su guan he ding? It is simply breathtaking. One lady could not restrain her curiosity and inquired. Princess Jiayu smiled and replied, I have few hobbies. I simply enjoy tending to flowers and plants. This is one I nurture myself. Just as Princess Jiayu finished speaking, a voice suddenly interjected, You are lying. This pot of su guan he ding was meticulously cultivated by me over several years. How could it possibly be yours? Wei blurted out these words without a second thought, and Ma, standing nearby, was too late to intervene. The declaration left the surrounding crowd in stunned silence, all eyes turning towards her, filled with confusion and disbelief. What do you mean, Miss Wei? Why do you claim that the pot of su guan he ding brought by Madame Zhang and Princess Jiayu is yours? A lady dressed in pink queried, intrigued. Feeling the weight of the gazes upon her, Wei realized she had acted impulsively. To utter such words publicly was akin to undermining Princess Jiayu and slapping her face. Before Wei could respond, another lady in blue spoke up. Wait, if the pot of su guan he ding belongs to Miss Wei, then whose pot is this one brought by Princess Jiayu? Could it be that both pots were cultivated by Miss Wei? If so, why is there such a disparity in their beauty? Another voice chimed in, Miss Wei, if you assert that Princess Jiayu's pot of su guan he ding is yours, then why is it in her possession while you retain the inferior one? Questions continued to be hurled at her, leaving Wei utterly speechless. Regret washed over her for her earlier impulsiveness. Words once spoken were akin to spilled water, irretrievable. Wei began, but was interrupted by another voice. I have seen that pot of su guan he ding before. It was at the family flower shop on Osmantha Street. The speaker was the fourth daughter of Minister Su. As the crowd turned to her, she continued with conviction. I have a fondness for orchids, and the moment I laid eyes on that pot at the family flower shop, I was enamored. However, I could not afford to purchase it, so I would visit frequently to admire it. I remember every detail about it. The leaves, the flowers. It is unmistakable. Her words solidified the narrative. Someone chuckled. Madame Wei, it seems the pot you brought was indeed purchased from the flower shop. If it was bought, why claim it was cultivated by your daughter? Another added, is it not enough to say your daughter nurtured this pot? Why assert that Princess Jiayu is hers as well? Who would sell a meticulously nurtured masterpiece only to purchase an inferior one to flaunt? The barrage of mockery left Wei feeling utterly humiliated. She could not fathom how the situation had spiraled so drastically. The pot brought by Princess Jiayu was undoubtedly one she recognized as her own, yet no one believed her. In her life, Wei had never faced such denial and ridicule. She was accustomed to being lauded and praised. Clenching her handkerchief tightly, a surge of resentment towards Wei Ningyao arose within her. If not for Wei Ningyao secretly selling that flower, she would not find herself in such a predicament now. Suddenly, a commanding voice called out, His Majesty has arrived. Her Majesty the Empress has arrived. At this announcement, the previously buzzing crowd fell silent. Everyone lifted their eyes to see Emperor Longan and Empress Liang enter side by side. The crowd hastily knelt in respect. Rise, commanded Emperor Longan in a voice tinged with authority. The assembly expressed their gratitude and rose. The Emperor and Empress made their way through the throng and took their seats at the elevated dais. What were you discussing so animatedly just now? Empress Liang inquired, surveying the crowd with curiosity. As they entered, they had observed the gathering, intrigued by the lively exchange. Yet now, no one dared to respond, casting glances at one another in uncertainty, which only piqued the emperor and empress's curiosity further. "Princess Jiayu, why don't you enlighten us?" The empress gestured towards the crowd, selecting her at random. "Yes, your majesty." Princess Jiayu stepped forward and recounted the events briefly. Naturally, her version leaned in her favor. "Your majesty, empress, the pot of Su Guanhe Ding I brought was indeed cultivated with great care by me. I fail to understand why Miss Wei claims it as her own. I hope your majesty and the empress will mediate on my behalf and compel Miss Wei to apologize." With the narrative conveyed through Princess Jiayu's words, both Emperor Longyan and Empress Liang were inclined to believe her. "Miss Wei, why did you make such a claim? Why did you assert that Princess Jiayu's pot of Su Guanhe Ding was yours?" Emperor Longyan fixed his gaze on Wei Ani, his voice low and grave. Chapter 30. Will she feel inferior? Wei Ani knelt on the ground, her complexion slightly pale as she spoke. "I have nurtured a pot of Su Guanhe Ding, but it was mistakenly sold by my younger sister not long ago. I just misidentified it, believing that the pot brought by Princess Jiayue was the one my sister sold." She turned to look at Princess Jiayue and apologized. "Princess Jiayue, I am truly sorry for my earlier oversight. Please forgive me." Princess Jiayue, aware of the presence of the emperor and empress, refrained from being relentless in her response. Moreover, the flower indeed did not belong to her, which made her feel somewhat guilty. She replied, "Since Miss Wei's actions were unintentional, I certainly do not hold it against you. Let us consider this matter settled." Empress Liang smiled and remarked, "I have heard that Su Guanhe Ding is a rare orchid. Since this banquet is a lotus appreciation feast, the inclusion of Su Guanhe Ding is quite fitting. As you have brought it to the palace, why not present it for the emperor and me to admire?" As soon as the empress finished speaking, attendants quickly brought in 2 pots of Su Guanhe Ding. Upon seeing the flowers, both Emperor Longyan and Empress Liang praised them profusely, although it was evident that they were particularly fond of the pot brought by Princess Jiayue. Princess Jiayue stepped forward and greeted, "Your Majesty, Your Highness, I have heard that Your Highness enjoys nurturing flowers. I brought this pot of Su Guanhe Ding today as an offering to you. I hope you will not find it lacking." Empress Liang instantly took a liking to the pot presented by Princess Jiayue and, pleased by her words, declared, "Then I shall graciously accept it. Attendants, reward Princess Jiayue." The audience looked on with envy as Princess Jiayue received the empress's favor. Wei Ani cast an impassive glance at Wei Ningyao. She thought to herself that if it were not for Wei Ningyao, she would be the one standing here receiving rewards from the empress today. Wei Ningyao sensed Wei Ani's gaze and subtly curved her lips in a smile. Today's events have been almost entirely anticipated by Wei Ningyao. It was she who had sent a message to the Yin family, instructing them to purchase the pot of Su Guanhe Ding from the flower and bird shop on Cine Street, and then present it to the empress under her niece Princess Jiayue's name. The Yin family had indeed complied with her request. With the empress receiving this pot of flowers from Princess Jiayue, it was likely that she would consider Princess Jiayue as a potential match for her son, the 7th prince. After all, the influence behind Princess Jiayue should not be underestimated. The empress would presumably weigh her options between Princess Jiayue and Wei Ani, making it less likely for Wei Ani to secure an engagement with the 7th prince so smoothly. While Wei Ani felt discontented, Wei Ningyao was undoubtedly pleased. The Lotus Appreciation Feast officially commenced, with attendees gathering in the open space outside the palace, where male guests and female companions congregated. There would be various performances today, primarily featuring the young ladies. Although termed a talent show, it was essentially a competition of skills. The emperor and empress would reward the most popular and praised presentations. The performances were divided into 2 main categories: painting and composing poetry based on the paintings. Naturally, the overarching theme revolved around the lotus flower. When the painting segment began, several talented young ladies eagerly stepped forward. This was one of Wei Ani's strengths, and she certainly would not miss the opportunity. In the end, her painting achieved the highest acclaim of the event, just as she had hoped. Next came the poetry segment. Empress Liang had a painting brought forth, unfurling it and displaying it on a screen. As soon as the painting was revealed, Wei Ani exclaimed, "Is this the work of Master Qingying?" Master Qingying had garnered admiration from many in recent years for his limited, yet highly sought-after works. Each new piece was quickly snatched up at high prices, with some even reaching astronomical sums. His style was intricate yet bold, evoking a profound sense of beauty worthy of repeated appreciation. Many aficionados of ink and brush regarded Master Qingying as their idol. Empress Liang smiled. "Miss Wei, you recognize this as Master Qingying's work at a glance. Do you admire him?" Wei Ani nodded. "Indeed, Your Highness, I greatly appreciate Master Qingying's artistry." Empress Liang continued. "Then please share your thoughts on the characteristics of this painting." Wei Ani did not hesitate and eloquently discussed her appreciation for the artwork. Master Qingying's painting is indeed beautiful, but only upon hearing Miss Wei's insights do I truly grasp its exquisite qualities. Indeed, Miss Wei is truly the foremost talent in our capital. Her ability to appreciate art is remarkable. The chorus of praise around her dissipated the gloom that had settled over Wei Ani due to the earlier incident with the pot of Su Guanhiding, reinstating her sense of being the celebrated and luminous figure she once was. Wei Ani's extraordinary talent was undeniable. Empress Liang smiled appreciatively before announcing, "Let us now compose poetry inspired by Master Qingying's Lotus Pond under the moon." Once again, the young ladies skilled in poetry rushed forward, pen in hand, to compose verses, reading them aloud one by one. Wei Ani's poem once again claimed the top position. Some noble ladies could not help but feel somewhat disheartened. Miss Wei truly leaves no opportunity for us. Suddenly, a noble lady glanced at Wei Ningyao and called out, "Is this Miss Wei Air? Miss Wei Air, why do you stand there motionless, neither painting nor composing poetry? Your sister is so talented. Surely you must not be lacking either. Why not come forth and compose a poem for us to enjoy?" The noble lady's loud voice successfully drew many gazes towards Wei Ningyao. Initially, she had only wished to be a quiet observer today, but now she was called out publicly. Just as she was about to speak, Wei Ani interjected, "Miss Lin, please do not put my younger sister in a difficult position. She grew up in the countryside and was only recently brought back. She has not learned these skills and may not understand them well." Miss Lin raised an eyebrow at this. "So, you mean to say that Miss Wei Air is illiterate?" "Miss Wei Air, your sister is the capital's foremost talent, yet you stand before her as someone without knowledge. Do you not feel inferior?" Wei Ani quickly came to her sister's defense again. "Miss Lin, please refrain from speaking so harshly. Although my sister may not compose poetry or paint, she is skilled in medicine." "Ha ha ha! Skilled in medicine? Does she aspire to be a doctor?" Chapter 31. Is it truly amusing that she possesses medical skills? In the Yunxin Kingdom, the atmosphere is relatively liberal, yet remains uncommon for women to practice medicine. Within the circles of noble ladies, the competition revolves around talent, family background, and beauty. Listening to the derisive remarks, Wei Ningyao maintained an unwavering composure. In her previous life, such words had deeply embarrassed and humiliated her, which was one of the reasons she had admired Wei Ani and diligently sought to master the tedious arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. However, these words no longer held any power to wound her. Casting a glance at her critics, Wei Ningyao pursed her lips and spoke softly. "Is it truly so laughable that I possess medical skills? Furthermore, while I may not excel at poetry, I do possess an appreciation for painting. This artwork before you is not the genuine piece by Master Qingying. Can you not discern that? What? This is not the true work of Master Qingying? How can that be?" A gasp of disbelief echoed through the crowd. Soon after, it seemed as if the crowd had erupted in excitement, buzzing with chatter as they struggled to grasp Wei Ningyao's assertion. Empress Liang's expression darkened, her brows knitting in disapproval as she turned her gaze upon Wei Ningyao. Her voice sharp, "Miss Wei, one mustn't speak so recklessly. This painting was brought from Her Majesty the Empress Dowager's palace. How could it possibly be a counterfeit?" Madame Ma, having just processed Wei Ningyao's statement, was momentarily taken aback. Upon hearing the Empress's reprimand, she regained her composure and shot a fierce glare at Wei Ningyao. "What nonsense are you spouting? Do you wish to ruin the Wei family?" She quickly knelt before the Empress, pleading, "Your Majesty, my daughter is ignorant of etiquette and speaks thoughtlessly. I beg for your forgiveness." "I have not spoken thoughtlessly. This painting is indeed a counterfeit," Wei Ningyao asserted calmly. "Oh, And how do you deduce that it is a counterfeit? An elderly voice interjected at that moment. At the same time, a eunuch announced loudly, "Her Majesty, the Empress Dowager, has arrived." The crowd swiftly knelt in respect. The Empress Dowager, supported by attendants, made her way forward, raising a hand to signal for everyone to rise. Her gaze fell upon Wei Ningyao. "Young lady, you just claimed that this painting, Lotus Pond Under the Moon, is not the genuine work of Master Qingying, but a counterfeit. What leads you to such a conclusion? Please enlighten us." Though the Empress Dowager had aged, she appeared remarkably vigorous, her voice imbued with an unspoken authority that could intimidate the faint-hearted. Yet, Wei Ningyao remained composed and self-assured. "Your Majesty, the genuine works of Master Qingying have a signature in the lower right corner, where the second character's stroke is shorter. In contrast, the signature on this painting features a notably elongated stroke for the second character. This discrepancy indicates that this painting is a counterfeit." As Wei Ningyao elucidated her reasoning, whispers of agreement spread through the crowd. Miss Wei's assertion seemed sound. "I have seen the genuine works of Master Qingying." Yet, such a minor detail is impressive for her to discern so readily. The Empress Dowager nodded in satisfaction, her gaze softening towards Wei Ningyao. "Indeed, this painting is, without a doubt, a counterfeit." The crowd erupted in louder murmurs. Who would have thought it was a counterfeit? Did not Miss Wei declare her admiration for Master Qingying's works? She even spent so much time appraising it, yet failed to recognize whether it was genuine. Indeed, I once thought highly of Miss Wei's capabilities. Yet she cannot distinguish between authenticity and forgery. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted from praise to mockery. Wei Ani felt a wave of humiliation wash over her. She had never considered the possibility that this painting could be a counterfeit, especially since it had been brought by the Empress. Meanwhile, Madame Ma was torn between anger and shock. How could that wretched Wei Ningyao discern that this painting is a counterfeit? She is merely a girl raised in the countryside. Should she not be entirely unfamiliar with Master Qingying's work? "Child, you must be the second daughter of the Wei family who was found and returned 2 months ago, correct?" The Empress Dowager inquired with a warm smile, her tone gentle. "I took a liking to you at first sight. Come, accompany me to the Xinang Palace." "Yes, Your Majesty." Wei Ningyao bowed gracefully in response. The Empress Dowager then escorted her away from the Huxiang Palace. Xinang Palace. In her previous life, Wei Ningyao had visited this place several times, making it somewhat familiar to her. As she gazed at the well-known halls, memories of her past flooded her mind. In her previous life, the Empress Dowager had treated her kindly, despite knowing that she hailed from humble beginnings and lacked the talents and status of Wei Ani. She had never looked down upon her. However, Wei Ningyao had always felt somewhat reserved in the presence of the Empress Dowager, hesitant to grow too close. Not long after, the Empress Dowager had suffered a sudden illness and passed away. Wei Ningyao calculated the time. It had been merely 6 months since then. The thought of the Empress Dowager and Appo's impending demise filled her with sorrow. Perhaps she should find an opportunity to examine her health. "Child, is your given name in Appo's?" "Yao and Appo's." Just as Wei Ningyao's thoughts spiraled, the Empress Dowager interrupted her reverie. Snapping back to reality, Wei Ningyao nodded. "Your Majesty, my given name is Ningyao?" "Ah, that is a lovely name. From now on, I shall call you Yao," the Empress Dowager said, her eyes narrowing into a smile as she scrutinized Wei Ningyao, growing increasingly pleased with what she saw. Earlier, Cheng'er suddenly announced his intention to break off his engagement with the eldest daughter of the Wei family and instead marry the second daughter. I initially thought him foolish, but it seems he is not so misguided. I can see at a glance that you are a remarkable child. In her previous life, the Empress Dowager had never spoken such words to Wei Ningyao. Of course, in that lifetime, Pei Mocheng had not actively sought an audience to request breaking his engagement with Wei Ani in favor of her. He had been compelled into that decision. "Thank you, Your Majesty. However, as I am a girl from the countryside, you do not think me unrefined and unworthy of the third prince, do you?" Wei Ningyao replied with a smile, countering the Empress Dowager's words. The Empress Dowager laughed heartily. "You were able to discern that Lotus Pond Under the Moon is not the genuine work of Master Qingying, but a counterfeit. How could you possibly be deemed unrefined?" She deftly bypassed the latter question and continued, "Child, do you truly possess the ability to heal Chang'er's leg?" Chapter 32. A good horse deserves a good saddle. Upon hearing the Empress Dowager's inquiry, Wei Ningyao momentarily appeared taken aback. Noticing her reaction, the Empress Dowager chuckled softly, saying, "After attending your grandmother's birthday banquet, Chang'er unexpectedly requested to break off his engagement and marry you. One of the reasons he presented to his father was that you might be able to heal his leg. It was only upon hearing this rationale that the emperor readily acquiesced." The Empress Dowager's explanation did not come as a surprise to Wei Ningyao. On that day, when she expressed her desire for Pei Mocheng to marry her, she had indeed claimed she could heal his leg, though she was uncertain whether he believed her. It was not strange that he would mention this to Emperor Longan. Wei Ningyao gently pressed her lips together and replied, "Your Majesty, I can." Her response was succinct, yet imbued with conviction. The Empress Dowager and Appo's smile deepened, and an inscrutable expression flickered in her eyes. She took Wei Ningyao and Appo's hand and patted it, saying, "Good child, I believe in you. However, do not feel burdened. Should Chang'er's leg remain unhealed in the future, I will not hold you accountable." Hearing these words from the Empress Dowager stirred a complex array of emotions within Wei Ningyao. She recognized that the Empress Dowager spoke from the heart. She refrained from reiterating her ability to heal Pei Mocheng's leg, intending to inquire if she might take the Empress Dowager's pulse, but the Empress Dowager spoke first. "Yao Yao, you are now Chang'er's fiancé and will be married in a few months. I have nothing of great value to bestow upon you, so I shall gift you a set of jewelry." With this, she turned to a matron standing nearby. "Fanqin, go and bring me the headpiece and matching gold and jade pendant I had prepared for Chang'er's future bride." "Yes, this servant will fetch it immediately." Matron Fong responded with a smile before departing. A short while later, Matron Fong returned, carrying a small box made of rosewood. She placed the box on a nearby table and opened it, announcing, "Your Majesty, I have brought the headpiece and pendant." "Good," the Empress Dowager nodded, turning her gaze to Wei Ningyao. With a kind expression, she said, "Yao Yao, do have a look and see if you like it. If it does not suit your taste, inform me of your preferences, and I shall procure something else for you." Wei Ningyao looked up at the rosewood box. It was divided into two tiers. The upper section held an exquisite gold and jade headpiece, hairpins, ornamental hair sticks, and delicate combs. Each piece was a marvel of craftsmanship and considerable worth. The lower tier contained a matching gold and jade pendant, its designs and embedded gems harmonizing perfectly with the headpiece. Gazing upon this luxurious and breathtaking set of jewelry, a wave of unusual emotions surged within Wei Ningyao. In her previous life, the Empress Dowager had also gifted this very set to her, but it was after her marriage to Pei Mocheng, during a visit to the palace for a formal greeting. Though she had little knowledge of such things at that time, she understood the set's immense value. After taking it home, she had hesitated to wear it, and eventually, it was taken from her by Madame Ma. Not long after, she witnessed the jewelry adorning Wei Ani. The Empress Dowager noticed Wei Ningyao staring blankly at the jewelry in the box. Her reaction delayed. "Yao Yao, do you not fancy the set?" she inquired. As soon as the words left the Empress Dowager's lips, Wei Ningyao snapped back to reality, promptly shaking her head. "No, Your Majesty, I adore it. I am simply astonished to see such beautiful jewelry for the first time. Your Majesty, this set is undoubtedly precious. I am merely a rustic girl raised in the countryside, and I fear I am unworthy of such fine items, lest I tarnish them." The Empress Dowager chuckled at her words. "As long as you like it, that is sufficient. How can you belittle yourself so? There is nothing crude about you. Your grace and demeanor rival those of high-born ladies. And as for being raised in the countryside, it matters not where one hails from. What is important is that one must never undervalue oneself. Moreover, you are the daughter of a noble house. Your misfortunes were not of your making. Surely, you have endured considerable hardship in those years." Compassion filled the Empress Dowager's eyes. Listening to her heartfelt sentiments, Wei Ningyao felt a warmth welling up in her eyes. At that moment, her respect for the Empress Dowager deepened, and she silently vowed to ensure her longevity. "Thank you for your guidance, Your Majesty," Wei Ningyao managed to express, biting back her tears. Good child, the Empress Dowager said, patting the back of Wei Ningyao's hand. She then regarded her attire with a smile. The gown you are wearing today complements the headpiece and pendant beautifully. Shall I have Matron Fong assist you in wearing them? Wei Ningyao glanced down at her outfit. She was dressed in a layered, cross-collared gown, the color and style indeed matching the exquisite jewelry in the rosewood box. She nodded. This humble servant is grateful for your Majesty's generous gift. Seeing her agreement, the Empress Dowager's smile widened. Her anticipation palpable as she longed to see Wei Ningyao adorned with the jewelry she had presented. Fangqin quickly helped Yao don the headpiece and pendant. Matron Fong, delighted to see her lady so joyful, responded promptly, "Yes, I shall." "Miss Wei, please follow this old servant to the dressing table," she said with a smile, guiding Wei Ningyao to a nearby vanity. Once seated, Matron Fong deftly removed Wei Ningyao and Appo's original hair accessories and styled her hair anew, carefully placing each piece of jewelry from the rosewood box upon her. Before long, the transformation was complete. Matron Fong gazed at her handiwork, a glimmer of admiration in her eyes. "I always thought Miss Wei was exceptionally beautiful, but now adorned with the Empress Dowager's treasured gifts, your grace is even more striking. Those noble ladies outside might find themselves overshadowed." "Really? Come here and let me have a look," the Empress Dowager urged, unable to contain her excitement. Wei Ningyao stood and returned to the Empress Dowager's side. The jewelry fit her perfectly, enhancing her elegance and radiance, much to the Empress Dowager's satisfaction. Indeed, a good horse deserves a good saddle. If you were unworthy of this jewelry, few would be deserving of it. Just by appearances alone, my grandson is fortunate. If his leg never recovers, it would indeed be a disservice to you. Should he ever mistreat you after your marriage, do not hesitate to inform me." Before she could finish, she was abruptly interrupted by a deep cough. The occupants of the room turned towards the sound to find Pei Mocheng being wheeled in from outside. Chapter 33. Is she beautiful? "Chinger, how did you come here?" The Empress Dowager spoke first. Pei Mocheng, seated in a wheelchair, halted before her, bowing his head in respect. Grandson pays his respects to the imperial grandmother. There is no need for such formalities. The Empress Dowager waved her hand, smiling as she continued. "Did you come here in search of Miss Yao?" Pei Mocheng did not deny it, responding, "The banquet at Hexiang Palace is about to commence." The Empress Dowager nodded. "In that case, you should take Miss Yao there." Wei Ningyao and Pei Mocheng bowed and departed from Xianing Palace. Not far from the palace, Wei Ningyao suddenly halted, her gaze fixed upon Pei Mocheng. Since the birthday celebration of the old Lady Wei, she had not seen him again. Although it had not been long, she felt as though ages had passed since their last encounter. Earlier, in Hexiang Palace, she had stolen glances at him from afar, but refrained from approaching due to the crowd that separated them. Coughing lightly, Wei Ningyao cleared her throat. Pei Mocheng, hearing the sound, indeed came to a stop, allowing his attendant to adjust the position of the wheelchair. "What is it?" he inquired, looking towards her. Wei Ningyao stared intently at Pei Mocheng's face for a moment before speaking. "Do you think I look good?" Pei Mocheng. Cough. "I was referring to the adornments on my head, which were just bestowed upon me by the Empress Dowager, with Mama Fong assisting me in wearing them. Do you find them attractive?" Wei Ningyao added, twirling around to give him a full view. Pei Mocheng observed her earnestly for a while and nodded appreciatively. "They are beautiful." Noticing that the young woman before him blushed slightly at his compliment, her smile becoming even more radiant, he felt a subtle stirring in his heart. Earlier, while at Hexiang Garden, he had also seen Wei Ningyao and had secretly admired her several times. In Xianing Palace, he immediately noticed her change in hairpins and headpieces. The embellishments were somewhat extravagant, yet suited her perfectly. If she had previously resembled a delicate magnolia, pure and elegant, now she appeared like a resplendent begonia, vibrant and opulent. In any case, she was undeniably charming. Glimpsing Wei Ningyao's bare wrist, devoid of any adornments, Pei Mocheng suddenly raised his hand and beckoned her over. Wei Ningyao was momentarily taken aback, wondering what he intended to do. Despite her confusion, she obediently took a few steps forward, closing the distance between them. Then, she watched as Pei Mocheng produced an object from within his robe. Wrapped in an embroidered handkerchief, which vaguely resembled a bracelet. His slender fingers meticulously unfolded the layers of the handkerchief until, at last, a bracelet was revealed. It was a golden jade bracelet. The main stone, a lustrous translucent jade, was encircled by intricate golden filigree, adorned with several exquisite jade and southern red stones. Gazing at the bracelet, Wei Ningyao felt a tremor in her heart. This bracelet was entirely familiar. In her previous life, shortly after she became pregnant, Pei Mocheng had presented her this very bracelet, encased in a delicate box. She had worn it daily until her last breath. Pei Mocheng, still lowering his head, did not notice her peculiar expression. After unwrapping the bracelet, he gently took her hand and slowly slid it onto her wrist. Once adorned, he gazed at her wrist for a moment and remarked, "It suits you beautifully." This bracelet. Wei Ningyao looked down at it. Pei Mocheng had shifted his gaze slightly upward, his eyes meeting her face as he spoke. "This is a relic of my mother, the late empress. I happened to come across it in the palace today and thought it would complement you well, so I have gifted it to you." Pei Mocheng's mother had been the former empress of Long'an. After her passing, her belongings had been relocated to an abandoned palace. On a whim, Pei Mocheng had visited the site and discovered the bracelet, bringing it with him. Upon seeing Wei Ningyao's unadorned wrist, he instinctively felt the bracelet would be a perfect match for her. Wei Ningyao raised her other hand, gently caressing the bracelet, the familiar texture transporting her back to her previous life. Yet, she was reminded that she had once carried two little ones within her. The thought of the twins who perished alongside her surged a wave of heart-wrenching sorrow within her. "What is wrong? Do you not like it?" Pei Mocheng, noticing the peculiar shift in her expression, assumed she was displeased with the bracelet and frowned slightly. Wei Ningyao quickly shook her head. "No, I truly adore it." How could she not cherish it when she had worn it, until her demise in her past life? Upon hearing her words, Pei Mocheng seemed to exhale a breath of relief, lowering his head slightly as he replied, "As long as you like it." Wei Ningyao caressed the bracelet once more and suggested, "Didn't you mention that the banquet at Hexiang Palace is about to begin? Let us proceed." The banquet was already set at Hexiang Palace, with the men and women seated separately on either side. Upon entering the palace, Wei Ningyao and Pei Mocheng parted ways to their respective areas. Wei Ningyao quickly located the table where Ma Shi and Wei Yi were seated. An empty seat beside them was evidently reserved for her. Though she was reluctant to join them, she had no other choice in the palace and thus approached. As she neared, Ma Shi spotted her. "Why did you take so long to arrive?" Ma Shi questioned, her tone laced with dissatisfaction. In the next moment, she gasped, "You." Her eyes widened as she stared at Wei Ningyao's head, clearly having noticed the transformation in her appearance. Upon entering the palace, Wei Ningyao's adornments had been modest, yet now she was adorned with an entire set of golden jade jewelry. Each piece, be it the headpiece or necklace, was dazzlingly luxurious, captivating the eye. Ma Shi thought that even if she brought forth her most treasured set of jewelry, it would scarcely compare to the opulence of what Wei Ningyao now wore. Moreover, the jewelry was both exquisite and becoming, enhancing Wei Ningyao's beauty without a hint of vulgarity. Ma Shi's expression darkened. How was it that Wei Ningyao was deserving of such finery? A mere country girl, even a set of silver jewelry would have been a stretch for her. How could she possibly wear such lavish gold and jade? Though Ma Shi's thoughts churned, surrounded by company from various official families, she could only suppress her feelings, forcing a semblance of a smile as she quietly inquired, "Did the Empress Dowager bestow this set of headpiece and necklace upon you?" Chapter 34. No way to take anything from her. Wei Ningyao nodded. "Indeed, it was a gift from Her Majesty the Empress Dowager. It seems that the Empress Dowager holds you in high regard." Although Ma's face bore a smile, her tone was devoid of any joy. How could she possibly be happy that Wei Ningyao had garnered the favor of the Empress Dowager? She wished fervently for Wei Ningyao to be despised by her. Wei Ningyao smiled and nodded again, stating, "The Empress Dowager is a magnanimous and benevolent person. She treats me exceptionally well. Not only does she overlook my humble origins, but she has also bestowed upon me such exquisite and valuable jewelry." Her words were spoken from the heart. In her previous life, she had been somewhat timid and did not dare to approach the Empress Dowager. Yet she could sense that the Empress had never treated her coldly or spoken harshly due to her rustic upbringing. Ma's gaze, fixed upon Wei Ningyao's smile, brimmed with contempt and jealousy. She could not fathom how the Empress Dowager could take a liking to such a crude girl raised in the countryside, let alone gift her such precious jewelry. Ma thought that this set of adornments rightfully belonged on her own daughter, Wei Ani. With a feigned smile, Ma said, "It is good that the Empress Dowager favors you, but perhaps it is because you are currently the fiancé of the third prince that she treats you thus. You must not let it go to your head." When Ani was engaged to the third prince, the Empress Dowager was equally kind to her and gifted her even more. Upon hearing this, Wei Ningyao refrained from responding, only letting out a cold laugh in her heart. How could she not see that Ma was envious of her favoritism and gifts from the Empress Dowager? Surely, Ma was scheming to snatch the jewelry from her and present it to her beloved daughter. As Wei Ningyao had predicted, Ma indeed had her eyes on the jewelry. After the banquet, Ma led Wei Ningyao and Wei Ani into the carriage back to the Wei residence. Not long after they had seated themselves, Ma could no longer contain herself and spoke to Wei Ningyao. "Yaoer, I believe this headpiece and necklace do not suit you. They are rather gaudy. They would look splendid on your sister instead. Why not remove them and gift them to her? I shall later find a set more fitting for you." Wei Ningyao was not surprised by Ma's sudden outburst. After all, Ma had been casting greedy glances at her throughout the banquet. Wei Ningyao's expression darkened immediately, and she pretended to be deeply hurt as she gazed at Ma. "Mother, what do you mean by that? Do you believe that because I grew up in the countryside, I lack the grace to wear such valuable jewelry, while my sister is more deserving?" Ma's face stiffened slightly. Indeed, that was her unspoken thought. Wei Ningyao had articulated her inner feelings. However, as Wei Ningyao and Appo's biological mother, she could not openly admit such sentiments. She forced a smile, attempting to soothe Wei Ningyao's feelings. "Mother certainly does not mean that. I simply believe your sister possesses a more composed and elegant temperament, better suited to such gold and jade adornments." After calmly listening to Ma's strained explanation, Wei Ningyao chose not to immediately contest her words, but instead turned her gaze toward Wei Ani, who sat quietly beside them. Wei Ani had been unusually silent, merely observing as Ma and Wei Ningyao conversed. However, Ma was advocating for her. Wei Ani and Appo's silence could be interpreted as acquiescence. Wei Ningyao looked at her and asked, "Sister, do you also agree with Mother that I am unworthy of this jewelry, while you are more deserving?" Initially, Wei Ani wished to remain a passive observer and not involve herself in the discussion between Wei Ningyao and Ma. After all, Ma was advocating for Wei Ani to receive the jewelry. When Wei Ningyao returned from the Empress Dowager, Wei Ani had immediately noticed the exquisite adornments on her sister. Throughout her life, Wei Ani had possessed many fine things. Yet she was captivated by this particular set of jewelry, not only for its value but also for its stunning design and craftsmanship. A fleeting pang of jealousy crossed her mind as she imagined wearing the jewelry herself. Despite her affection for the adornments, she remained silent, knowing that if she supported Ma, it would seem as though she was forcing Wei Ningyao to relinquish the jewelry. Her pride would not allow such an act. Conversely, if she sided with Wei Ningyao against Ma, she felt a twinge of unwillingness, for who wouldn't desire something precious? However, with Wei Ningyao addressing her directly, she could no longer remain silent. She managed a smile and gently said, "Second sister, I believe Mother merely thinks you are more vivacious and radiant, thus better suited for pearls and gemstones rather than gold and jade. That is why she suggested this." Wei Ningyao raised an eyebrow. "So, sister, do you desire the jewelry I am wearing?" "I." Wei Ani bit her lip, appearing somewhat embarrassed as she replied, "If second sister is willing to gift it to me, I promise to select an even finer set for my dowry to give to you. If you're not satisfied, I can choose several for you to pick from. What do you think?" "Not at all," Wei Ningyao coldly retorted, cutting her off. Wei Ani's expression froze, her features quickly marred by a mix of shame and anger. Before she could respond, Wei Ningyao smirked and continued, "Sister, this jewelry was a gift from the Empress Dowager. Even if my demeanor does not warrant such finery, I cannot simply give it away. That would be a disregard of Her Majesty's intentions. Moreover, I believe this set suits me perfectly. After Mammy Fong adorned me with it, the Empress Dowager even praised my appearance. Was it possible that you believe the Empress Dowager's judgment is flawed? Wei Ningyao's words struck like a hammer, leaving not only Wei Ani's face frozen, but also Ma's visage stiffened. How could they dare to insinuate that the Empress Dowager's judgment was in question? Should such words reach the Empress Dowager's ears, they could face severe repercussions for their disrespect. Ma's lips trembled as she awkwardly replied, "What you say is not our intention. If you're unwilling to gift the jewelry to your sister, then that is perfectly fine." With that, Ma diverted her gaze. At this moment, Wei Ani, feeling somewhat uneasy, spoke up, "Second sister, we truly did not mean it that way. Since the Empress Dowager believes it looks good on you, it must indeed be beautiful. You should keep it. I have many similar pieces, and they are nothing rare." Wei Ningyao, if they're not rare, then why did you desire it so fervently? Wei Ningyao found herself at a loss for words. As long as Ma and Wei Ani claimed no ulterior motives, that was acceptable. Wei Ningyao's gaze flickered slightly. In this lifetime, she would not be as naive and foolish as before, relinquishing all valuable possessions. If they wished to take something from her, they would find no means to do so. Chapter 35. A spoiled opportunity upon returning to the Wei residence. Wei Ningyao made her way directly to the Shinrong courtyard, while Madame Ma led Wei Ani to the Chiwu courtyard. Once they settled into the main hall, a maidservant approached to serve them tea. Wei Ani, seated slightly lower in a chair, hung her head, twisting a handkerchief in her hands, appearing rather pensive, lost in thought. Not long after Madame Ma had taken her seat, she abruptly struck the armrest of her chair with a forceful motion, exclaiming in frustration about that troublesome obstacle that had ruined everything. She turned her gaze towards Wei Ani and remarked, "I wonder how Her Majesty the Empress perceives you now, and whether she will still consider you as a potential bride for the seventh prince. After all, there are numerous distinguished young ladies in the court, such as the esteemed Princess Jue from the Duke's residence, the legitimate daughter of the Dexian Marquis, and the granddaughter of the Grand General. While Wei Ani possesses commendable qualities, she is not the sole option available." Madame Ma had initially hoped that today's banquet at the palace would allow Wei Ani to shine and overshadow those noble ladies. However, to her dismay, not only did this objective not materialize, but it also led to some embarrassing moments. The thought of Wei Ani being ridiculed at the palace today due to that plain lotus crown and the counterfeit painting Lotus Pond under the moon left Madame Ma seething with indignation. Wei Ani, too, was troubled by this incident, her handkerchief nearly becoming misshapen from her grip. Madame Ma's words only added to her turmoil, prompting her to bite her lip and respond, "If the Empress does not choose me, then that is my fate." Hearing this, Madame Ma furrowed her brow and replied, "How can you resign yourself to fate? This matter is not yet settled. You still have a chance. However, we must find a way for your father to intervene." After returning to the Shinrong courtyard, Wei Ningyao took a moment to rest before sitting at her dressing table, admiring the reflection of the young woman in the mirror. The girl in the mirror possessed exquisite features, a radiant complexion, and skin so fair and delicate that the fine, soft fuzz upon it was almost visible. The golden and jeweled adornments on her head and the elegant necklace around her neck were both intricate and splendid, enhancing her overall air of nobility. "Surely, I am not at all gaudy," Wei Ningyao murmured softly. Her words were overheard by the attentive maid, Duku, who smiled and replied, "Not gaudy at all. I believe, miss, that you wear these jewels with such elegance and brilliance. You look absolutely stunning." "You have a way with words," Wei Ningyao remarked, a smile gracing her lips, before instructing Duku, "Please help me remove all these jewels." Surprised, Duku asked, "Miss, you look so beautiful in this set of jewelry. Why would you want to take it off?" Wei Ningyao explained, "I wish to go out, and wearing these jewels would be too ostentatious." Respecting her wishes, Duku promptly complied. In no time, the jewels were all removed. Wei Ningyao had Duku style her hair into a simpler updo and changed into a more casual outfit before stepping out of the Prime Minister's residence. Upon exiting, she took a left turn, traversing several streets until she arrived at a lane known as Tsuisher Street. Just a short while later, she found herself in front of a pharmacy named Ningrutang. After pausing briefly, she stepped inside. As she entered, the shopkeeper, initially preparing to greet a customer, was taken aback upon recognizing her, his eyes lighting up with surprise. He quickly emerged from behind the counter, respectfully exclaiming, "Miss, you have come?" "Yes." Wei Ningyao replied with a nod, inquiring, "Master Gao, how has the pharmacy been faring lately?" "Everything is well," Master Gao promptly responded. Master Gao, named Gao Yong, was a middle-aged man in his 40s and a proprietor of Ningrutang. His astonishment and respect stemmed not from any trivial reason, but because Wei Ningyao was indeed the significant benefactor behind the pharmacy. "That is good to hear," Wei Ningyao nodded, producing a piece of paper from her pocket. "Please prepare these herbs for me as soon as possible." Chapter 36. The bounty notice. Master Gao took the note, unfolded it, and said, "Do not worry, my lady. I shall prepare everything promptly." Wei Ningyao lingered in the apothecary for a short while before preparing to depart. As she reached the threshold, she suddenly noticed a commotion outside. A crowd had gathered not far from the apothecary. Curiously, Wei Ningyao inquired, "What are they all looking at?" Master Gao, who had intended to escort Wei Ningyao, also approached the entrance. Stretching his neck to peer outside, he remarked, "It appears someone has posted something on the wall. My lady, would you like to take a closer look?" Considering that it was still early in the evening, Wei Ningyao decided to investigate further. As she squeezed into the throng, she quickly discerned the situation. Indeed, someone had affixed a notice to the wall. Boldly inscribed at the top were the words "Generous Bounty." Below, the notice elaborated on its contents. It stated that a man's mother had fallen ill and remained in coma, and he was willing to pay handsomely for a physician to treat her in her home. He promised a reward of 10,000 taels of gold for awakening her, and if she were to recover fully, he would offer 50,000 taels of gold as a reward. Glancing at the signature at the bottom, a smile tugged at the corners of Wei Ningyao's lips. The author of this notice was none other than Jin Jifeng, the heir of the Dingning Wangfu. At that moment, the crowd surrounding the notice erupted into discussion. The heir of the Dingning Wangfu was quite generous with the bounty. 10,000 taels of gold equated to a staggering 100,000 taels of silver. That amount could sustain my family for a lifetime. Why do you only think of food and drink? If I could earn such a bounty, I could even donate to the court for an official title. Ah, you dreamers. The mother of the Dingning Wangfu heir is a legitimate princess. Surely the palace physicians have already examined her condition. The fact that he has posted this notice indicates that even the palace physicians are at a loss. If they are incapable, one can only imagine how dire her illness must be. Thus, no matter how enticing the bounty may seem, it is unlikely anyone can fulfill it. As the chatter subsided, a young woman stepped forward and removed the notice from the wall. The crowd fell silent in response to her action. After a brief pause, an elderly man asked, "My lady, why have you taken down the heir's bounty notice? Do you understand what it means to remove it?" Wei Ningyao nodded, replying, "Yes. It signifies that I can treat his mother's illness." The old man, taken aback, stammered, "My lady, you can heal?" A physician capable of healing was a rare find in their Yunqing kingdom. Moreover, the young lady before them was both youthful and beautiful. Could she truly be a physician? Indeed, Wei Ningyao replied, unconcerned by the skepticism, her voice clear and melodic. In her previous life, upon returning to the Wei household, she had felt inferior under the disdain of the Ma family and in the shadow of the exceptionally talented Wei Ani. She had once doubted her medical skills, deeming them unworthy of praise. She hesitated to share her abilities with others. However, in this new life, she had an epiphany. There was no shame in being skilled in medicine. Who decreed that young women should only engage in pursuits such as music, chess, calligraphy, needlework, and domestic duties? Wei Ningyao lowered her gaze, folding the bounty notice in her hands. At that moment, two men clad in guard uniforms pushed through the crowd. Their gazes fell upon Wei Ningyao, scrutinizing her from head to toe. The taller of the guards furrowed his brow and inquired, "My lady, did you remove our young master's bounty notice?" Chapter 37. What nonsense are you speaking? It was evident that Wei Ningyao was indeed serious. She raised her hand, waving the bounty notice before him. The slightly taller guard furrowed his brow even deeper upon seeing this, and spoke in a low voice. "Do you comprehend the contents of this bounty notice? Of course, your princess is unwell, and your heir is offering a substantial reward for a physician to attend to her." Wei Ningyao replied, Upon hearing her response, the guard's expression grew even more grave. Since you are aware of the notice's contents, do you intend to remove it in order to come to our palace and assist our princess? Precisely. Wei Ningyao nodded affirmatively. The taller guard ceased further inquiries, instead scrutinizing Wei Ningyao with a more discerning gaze. Clearly, like those around him, he harbored doubts regarding her medical prowess. A shorter guard beside him, wearing an incredulous expression, interjected, "Boss, do you think this girl truly possesses medical skills? Perhaps she merely removed the notice upon seeing the generous reward, hoping to test her luck at our palace?" His words are not entirely unfounded. During this time, many had indeed removed the notices posted by the Dingning Wangfu. Among them were genuine physicians, some who only knew a few folk remedies, and others who were utterly ignorant of medicine. All had been drawn by the promise of a substantial reward, seeking a stroke of fortune. The shorter guard believed that Wei Ningyao bore no resemblance to someone skilled in the healing arts, thus categorizing her among those who sought merely to gamble on their luck. The taller guard, hearing his subordinate's comments, began to lean toward the notion that Wei Ningyao was indeed lacking in medical knowledge and merely causing a disturbance. His gaze darkened further as he addressed her. "Miss, I shall overlook this transgression, considering it your first offense. I will not have you apprehended, provided you restore the notice to its rightful place." Wei Ningyao could only muster a disdainful eye roll. She had no desire to debate her medical abilities with them. After all, words could often be feeble, and persuading others through mere language was not always a simple endeavor. She lifted her gaze to the two guards, pointing at the taller one, and remarked, "Have you been experiencing difficulty sleeping lately, frequent nocturnal awakenings, and perhaps feeling somewhat lacking in your intimate endeavors?" At her words, the taller guard's eyes widened in shock, and without thinking, he blurted out, "How do you know?" Realizing the impropriety of admitting such a thing in front of onlookers, he quickly reddened with embarrassment. Glaring at Wei Ningyao, "What nonsense are you spouting? I do not suffer from such symptoms. Whether you do or not, you're the best judge of that. Your condition is hardly severe, yet the longer you delay seeking treatment, the more challenging it will become to remedy. I advise you not to shy away from seeking help and to consult a physician promptly." With that, Wei Ningyao turned her attention to the shorter guard beside him. He had just been rendered speechless by the exchange, astonished to learn that their young leader had such a personal ailment. Before he could ponder further, he caught Wei Ningyao's penetrating gaze and felt his pupils constrict. He hastily interjected, "I do not possess any of those issues." Wei Ningyao smirked, raising an eyebrow. "I am aware you do not share your leader's ailments, but you do have other issues. Have you been experiencing a feeling of heaviness in your chest, irritability, along with a bitter taste and dry mouth?" The shorter guard gasped, his mouth agape in shock. He wanted to deny it, but under her confident gaze, he found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, he did suffer from those symptoms. "Miss, how could you know of my condition? Am I afflicted with some illness?" Panic began to creep into the shorter guard's heart. He was still so young and could not possibly have a terminal condition. Wei Ningyao observed the turmoil on his face and, adopting a physician's tone, reassured him, "Fear not, you are not in grave danger. It is merely caused by liver qi stagnation. Reduce your alcohol intake and ensure you retire early." Upon hearing this, the shorter guard exhaled in relief, but soon found himself disheartened. After all, he only had a fondness for drinking, and asking him to curtail it would be quite challenging. Wei Ningyao pressed her lips together and scanned the two guards once more. Not wishing to waste any more time, she declared, "Now do you believe I possess medical knowledge? Lead the way." Chapter 38. Utterly ignorant of one's limitations at this moment, the two guards no longer harbored doubts about Wei Ningyao's medical skills. After all, they were acutely aware of their own physical conditions, and they had yet to consult a physician or disclose their ailments to anyone else. The young lady before them had not even taken their pulses. She merely glanced at their complexions, yet accurately articulated their symptoms. This indicated that she possessed not only medical knowledge, but perhaps considerable expertise as well. "May I inquire your name, young lady?" The taller guard addressed Wei Ningyao with a noticeably respectful tone. Wei Ningyao introduced her surname and promptly urged, "Let us proceed. Take me to your young master." The two guards exchanged no further words, nodding before leading the way. after approximately the time it takes to burn an incense stick. They arrived at the entrance of the Dingning Wangfu. "Miss Wei, please wait here for a moment while I inform our young master," said the tall guard, before stepping into the estate. Before long, Wei Ningyao saw Jin Jifeng stride out of the Wangfu in a whirlwind. Upon recognizing Wei Ningyao standing at the entrance, his expression soured instantly. "This young master has just heard from the guards that a Miss Wei has torn down my reward notice. I was hoping it wouldn't be you, but alas, it truly is. Speak, why did you remove my reward notice? Do you intend to create chaos?" Jin Jifeng glared coldly at Wei Ningyao. He had never held a favorable view of her. After all, she had snatched the Juyo by he desired at the Jinshan Tower. His disdain for her deepened, as he believed that had she not taken the Juyo by, his mother might have awakened by now, rather than being in her current state. Dr. Pang had declared that he was at his wit's end, capable of preserving his mother's life for merely 10 more days. If she did not awaken within that time, she would fall into an eternal slumber. Thus, Jin Jifeng had resorted to posting reward notices. Wei Ningyao had effectively deprived his mother of her most promising chance at recovery. Were she not a woman, he would have eagerly sought someone to teach her a harsh lesson. To his astonishment, she dared to tear down his reward notice and approach the Dingning Wangfu. "Since it is a reward notice I have removed, naturally, I came to offer treatment for your mother. Did your guards not inform you of this?" Wei Ningyao replied, her expression serene as she regarded Jin Jifeng. Jin Jifeng furrowed his brow deeply. When the guards reported to him, they had indeed mentioned that this Miss Wei was a physician of remarkable skill. She had even identified his hidden ailment without taking his pulse. Jin Jifeng's initial hope had been kindled by the guard's words, leading him to believe that perhaps this Miss Wei truly was a capable doctor, which is why he had come out personally. Had he known she was Wei Ningyao, he would never have emerged. "You can treat my mother? You are woefully unaware of your limitations. By the way, I believe I heard my sister Ai mention that your adoptive father is a country doctor. You only learned a bit of medicine from him, correct? Your adoptive father is merely a village physician. His own skills are likely quite rudimentary. You picked up a few superficial techniques, and now consider yourself formidable? Let me be frank. My mother's condition is beyond even the palace physician's abilities. There is no way you can heal her. Leave now. I am not in the mood to entertain you." With that, Jin Jifeng turned to re-enter the estate. "Please wait a moment," Wei Ningyao called out, stopping him. "What more do you wish to say?" Jin Jifeng replied impatiently. Stepping forward slightly, Wei Ningyao inquired, "Have you witnessed my medical skills firsthand?" Before Jin Jifeng could respond, she answered her own question, "No, I presume. Since you have not observed my abilities, how can you assert that I cannot treat your mother?" Her series of rhetorical questions left Jin Jifeng momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, he finally regained his composure. He frowned, skepticism still evident in his voice. "You truly believe you can heal my mother? Whether I can or cannot, you will only know if you allow me to examine her," Wei Ningyao stated. While she held great confidence in her medical skills, she refrained from offering absolute assurances without having seen the patient. Years of practicing medicine had taught her the virtue of caution, and some claims should not be made too boldly. Chapter 39. The Princess Consort of Dingning, nonetheless. Wei Ningyao was somewhat aware of the circumstances surrounding Jin Jifeng's mother. In her previous life, she had heard about the Princess Consort of Dingning. She would awaken a month later. Although unable to rise from her bed, her consciousness would return, and she would be able to speak. The person responsible for her revival was a physician recommended by the seventh prince. Consequently, the Dingning Duke's residence became a significant support for the seventh prince. Though Wei Ningyao harbored little fondness for Jin Jifeng, she was even less inclined to allow the Dingning Duke's residence to bolster the seventh prince's influence. In his youth, the Duke of Dingning had achieved remarkable military feats, earning the title of a prince of a different surname from the emperor, only to later lose an arm on the battlefield. Upon returning to the capital, he relinquished all military power and, alongside his consort, the Chu family, devoted himself to commerce. Princess Consort Chu hailed from the renowned Chu family of Jingzhou, a lineage of merchants and one of the 8 royal merchants of the Yinqing kingdom, boasting immense wealth. From a young age, she exhibited exceptional business acumen, assisting her family in managing numerous enterprises before marriage. Even after her nuptials, she remained involved with her family's affairs. continuing to oversee those businesses. In her past life, the seventh prince's ascension to the throne was not solely due to the support of the Wei and Ye families, but also significantly aided by the Jin and Shu families behind the scenes. Upon hearing Wei Ningyao's words, Jin Jifeng could not help but feel a twinge of doubt. He hesitated, uncertain whether to permit Wei Ningyao to enter the palace to tend to his mother. If he allowed her to come and her medical skills proved inadequate, leading to his mother's demise, what then? Yet, what if Wei Ningyao could indeed revive her? If he were to reject her and she possessed the ability to save his mother, he feared he would never forgive himself. Just as Jin Jifeng was engulfed in indecision, Wei Ningyao spoke again. Let me see your mother. If I find myself unable to assist, I shall leave immediately without lingering. However, should I believe I can heal her, I will take full responsibility for any complications arising during the treatment. Even if it costs me my life, I will not evade accountability. As soon as her words fell, a voice, tinged with age, interjected. Often allow her to enter. Wei Ningyao looked up to see a middle-aged man, nearly 50, with a tall and robust stature, his features sharp yet commanding. Notably, his right sleeve hung empty, revealing the absence of an arm. Undoubtedly, this was the illustrious Duke of Dingning, who had once shed blood on the battlefield to protect his homeland. Wei Ningyao felt a profound respect for such a soldier who had sacrificed so much. She bowed respectfully, addressing him. You must be the Duke of Dingning. This humble girl pays her respects to your grace. Rise, the Duke of Dingning commanded, scrutinizing Wei Ningyao. I heard you claim that you can save my consort. Wei Ningyao lowered her gaze slightly, responding, I cannot guarantee success. However, I have heard that the princess consort collapsed suddenly and has remained in a coma for over half a month, correct? I have encountered similar cases in the past and was fortunate enough to restore them to health. Thus, I dared to post a notice of reward, hoping to assess her condition and determine if I could assist her. Upon hearing this, the Duke's eyes brightened and the tension in his face visibly eased. Coming quickly, I shall take you to see my consort. With the Duke's invitation, Jin Jifeng no longer obstructed her. After all, Wei Ningyao had declared that she would leave if she could not treat his mother and would accept full responsibility for any issues during the treatment. Given this assurance, even without his father's presence, Jin Jifeng was already inclined to allow Wei Ningyao a chance. With the Duke personally guiding her, Wei Ningyao swiftly arrived at the chamber. On the canopied bed lay a woman in her 40s, her eyes tightly shut, her complexion and lips devoid of color, and her breath faint. Wei Ningyao approached to examine her, taking her pulse and observing her eyes and tongue meticulously. Each action was executed with precision, and her professionalism began to convince Jin Jifeng, who had previously harbored doubts about her medical expertise, to believe in her capabilities. Can you cure my mother? He inquired. Chapter 40. A confident assurance. Jin Jifeng noticed Wei Ningyao pause her work and eagerly inquired about her progress. Beside him, King Dingning remained silent, his expression betraying his anxiety as he gazed at Wei Ningyao. Turning to regard the father and son duo, Wei Ningyao confidently replied, yes. This simple affirmation, imbued with unwavering assurance, caused the pair by the bedside to gasp in astonishment. Since the day the princess consort of Dingning had collapsed, numerous physicians had been summoned to her side. Aside from the imperial doctors, every healer in the capital had been consulted. Yet, none had expressed such certainty regarding a cure. My dear girl, can you truly heal my wife? What is your level of confidence? King Dingning could hardly contain his excitement as he posed the question. Wei Ningyao cast a glance at the ailing princess consort and replied, I would say there is an 80 to 90% chance. 80 to 90%. The father and son, upon hearing this, could not suppress their astonishment. It was a remarkable claim, especially considering that even Dr. Pang from the palace had only offered a mere 60% chance if the rare herb, Jiu Bai, were available. Surely you jest? Jin Jifeng said skeptically, furrowing his brow as he regarded Wei Ningyao. Though he had begun to believe in her medical prowess, he could not fathom that she might surpass the skills of Dr. Pang. A part of him instinctively suspected she was merely boasting. King Dingning, however, delivered a firm punch to Jin Jifeng's arm, glaring at him with intensity. How can you doubt Miss Wei? You must not question her. I trust her words. If she claims an 80 to 90% chance of healing your mother, then she will undoubtedly succeed. Jin Jifeng fell silent. Wei Ningyao was taken aback by King Dingning's defense of her, even more so by his unwavering faith in her abilities. After all, she was merely an unknown young woman in their eyes. Anyone else would likely harbor doubts. Not only did King Dingning believe in her, but he also forbade Jin Jifeng from doubting her. Finding him rather intriguing, Wei Ningyao felt motivated to do her utmost to heal the princess consort. She retrieved a needle case from her pocket, revealing a neatly arranged collection of silver needles of various lengths and thicknesses. Seeing the needle case, Jin Jifeng felt a tinge of admiration. He had not anticipated that she would carry such tools with her. Please stand back, preferably in the outer room. I must administer acupuncture to the princess consort, including on her chest, Wei Ningyao instructed, implying that her clothing would need to be loosened for the procedure. This would render their presence awkward, especially for Jin Jifeng. However, Jin Jifeng hesitated, still grappling with his lack of complete faith in Wei Ningyao. He felt a sense of reassurance by remaining close. Yet, before he could dwell on his thoughts, King Dingning urged him out. What are you doing standing there like a statue? Did you not hear Miss Wei state her need to treat your mother? Hurry along, King Dingning scolded, pulling Jin Jifeng out. Wei Ningyao did not dismiss all the onlookers. She retained one maid who typically attended to the princess consort. Once they were outside, she turned to the maid and said, "Could you kindly assist me in loosening the princess consort's garments?" The maid nodded eagerly, swiftly attending to her task. Nearly half an hour later, Jin Jifeng's impatience grew as he paced restlessly outside the chamber. Why is it taking so long? Father, do you truly believe Miss Wei can succeed? King Dingning, seated nearby, had a cup of untouched tea growing cold on the table. Though he felt anxious, he was far more composed than Jin Jifeng. He cast a cold glance at his son and replied, "Be quiet. If you cannot maintain your composure, how can you achieve great things? We have chosen to trust Miss Wei with your mother-esque treatment. We must believe in her. It has only been half an hour. There is no need to rush." Before King Dingning's words had fully settled, the curtain of the chamber was lifted. The maid emerged, addressing them. "Your Highness, young master, Miss Wei has said you may enter." Without hesitation, King Dingning sprang to his feet and hastened into the room, watching his father vanish through the door. Jin Jifeng stood momentarily stunned. He smirked, reflecting on how he had just chastised his father for being too impatient. Who was truly the more restless one? After harboring that thought, Jin Jifeng followed his father into the chamber. Inside, Wei Ningyao had completed the acupuncture on the princess consort, who lay with her eyes still closed. Although she appeared much the same as half an hour prior, a closer inspection revealed a hint of color returning to her previously pallid face. "Miss Wei, how is my wife? When will she awaken?" King Dingning inquired, taking the princess consort's hand and studying her closely. Wei Ningyao replied, "I will need to administer 2 more treatments over the next 2 days. If all goes well, she should awaken within 3 days." "Excellent, excellent," King Dingning exclaimed, his eyes misting with joy as he repeated the word. Though King Dingning invited Wei Ningyao to stay for dinner, she politely declined. The hour was late, and she preferred to return home. King Dingning instructed Jin Jifeng to escort her back, but as they stepped outside, Wei Ningyao interjected. "There is no need for the young master to accompany me. Please arrange a carriage for me instead." "Who said I would willingly escort you?" Jin Jifeng retorted, having never been particularly keen on the idea. He promptly summoned the housekeeper. "Lao Gu, arrange a carriage to take Miss Wei home." The residence of King Dingning was not far from Wei's estate, and in less than a quarter of an hour, the carriage arrived at the doorstep of the Wei residence. Just as Wei Ningyao disembarked, a voice called out, "Sister, where have you been? Why are you only just returning?" Chapter 41. Nothing serious as Wei Ningyao turned around. She spotted Wei Youhe, the eldest son of the Wei family, approaching her with a slight furrow in his brow. It was evident that his concern was not for her well-being, but rather for her whereabouts. Wei Ningyao, with a frosty demeanor, replied, "I merely stepped out for a stroll, browsing the shops. Do I need to report my movements to you, young Master Chingsong?" Her words were laced with irritation, further darkening Wei Youhe's expression. Particularly, the title young Master Chingsong, as uttered by her inexplicably irked him. He furrowed his brow and spoke, Did I not mention before that I am your elder brother? Simply address me as such." After clearing his throat to soften his tone, he continued, "That was not my intention. You need not inform me of your whereabouts. I merely grew concerned, seeing how late it has become. As a young lady, how could you venture out without any attendance? What if something were to happen upon your late return? Even if you do not care for your own reputation, you ought to consider your elder sister. She has already broken off her engagement with the third prince, and her marital prospects remain uncertain. Should anything happen to you, her reputation would undoubtedly suffer as well." As he spoke, his tone inadvertently intensified. Upon hearing this, Wei Ningyao let out a cold laugh. "I thought you truly cared for me, but it appears you are merely worried about tarnishing my elder sister's reputation. Rest assured, I am quite capable of taking care of myself, and I will not bring shame to your precious legitimate sister." A smirk graced her lips as she continued coldly, "If you are genuinely concerned about her reputation, perhaps you should beseech our parents to expel me from the Wei residence and erase my name from the family register." Wei Yoha was momentarily taken aback by her words, his brows knitting tighter as he quickly retorted, "I genuinely care for you. Both you and Sister Ani are my dear sisters. I wish for your well-being. How can you misconstrue my intentions? And how could you suggest that our parents cast you out of the Wei residence and remove your name from the family record? Since you have returned to the Wei family and acknowledged your heritage, you shall forever remain a member of our clan, unless you were to commit some heinous act. How could our parents ever consider expelling you? Sister, please refrain from making such statements in the future." Wei Ningyao lowered her gaze, contemplating in silence. Though she had spoken those words in jest, she harbored no desire to be listed alongside her family in the clan registry. Had it not been for her return to reclaim her true identity and to seek retribution against those who had wronged her and ruined her life in her previous existence, she would have never deigned to return to the Wei family. Noticing her silence, Wei Yuha changed the subject after a moment's pause. "Sister, was the carriage that brought you back just now from the Dingning Prince's residence?" The heir of the Dingning Prince, Jin Jifeng, had frequently visited the Wei residence. Familiar with the Dingning Prince's carriage, Wei Yoha was certain he had not misidentified it, despite the dimming light. Curiosity piqued. He wondered why Wei Ningyao had returned in a carriage belonging to the Dingning Prince. At this moment, Wei Ningyao had masked all her emotions. Her expression composed as she regarded Wei Yoha, replying curtly, "No comment. Brother, if there's nothing else, I shall return to Xin Home Courtyard." With that, she turned and stepped through the gates, heading straight for her quarters. Watching her retreating figure disappear into the corridor, Wei Yoha could not help but furrow his brow once more. He called out to his attendant, "Wei Shan, assist me with a task." A young man, clad in servant attire, approached promptly, bowing as he inquired, "What is your command, young master?" Wei Yoha, still gazing in the direction Wei Ningyao had departed, instructed, "Please investigate where my second sister went after returning for the palace today." "Understood, young master," Wei Shan replied with a respectful nod. Wei Shan proved efficient in his task, returning within half an hour with news for Wei Yoha. "Young master, you will not believe this. Your second sister tore down the bounty notice posted by the young Master Jean and went to the Dingning Prince's residence to attend to the Dingning Princess's health." Wei Shan nodded affirmatively. Indeed, many witnessed her removing the bounty notice, after which she was escorted by the Dingning Prince's guards to their residence, where she remained for over half an hour before departing. Chapter 42. A slight discontent after lingering in the Dingning Prince's residence for over half an hour, she finally departed. Wei Yoha furrowed his brow tightly upon hearing this and turned to Wei Shan once more, inquiring, "Have you discovered what she was doing in the Dingning Prince's residence? Did she truly attend to the Dingning Princess's ailment? Has the Dingning Princess regained consciousness?" Wei Yoha bombarded Wei Shan with questions, to which Wei Shan provided detailed responses. Upon her arrival at the Dingning Prince's residence, the Dingning Prince personally escorted her to the princess's chamber, where she remained, even sending the Dingning Prince and Jin Shitzi away. The specifics of her actions inside remained unclear, but it was presumed she was tending to the princess's health. However, the princess had yet to awaken. After contemplating Wei Shan's answers for a moment, Wei Yoha rose and exited the room. He believed it necessary to inform his father and mother about this matter. A quarter of an hour later, having just finished dinner, Wei Ningyao was preparing to step outside for a leisurely stroll. As she stepped out of the courtyard, she noticed a somewhat familiar maid approaching her, who said, "Second miss. The master and madam request your presence." Wei Ningyao frowned slightly, wondering what Wei Chengrong and Madame Ma wanted at this hour. After a moment's thought, she surmised the reason. Upon her return to the estate, she had encountered Wei Yoha, who had inquired whether the carriage that brought her back was from the Dingning prince's residence. It seemed likely that Wei Yoha had mentioned something to Wei Chengrong and Madame Ma. The people of the Wei family, one and all, seemed particularly fond of reporting on one another. Though somewhat reluctant to meet Wei Chengrong and Madame Ma, Wei Ningyao did not refuse the summons. She considered it merely a leisurely stroll. In the main courtyard of the Wei residence, in the pile of brocade hall, as Wei Ningyao entered the lobby, she spotted Wei Chengrong and Madame Ma seated in the center, with Wei Yoha occupying a chair slightly lower. Wei Ningyao glanced at them briefly before approaching to offer a perfunctory greeting. Upon her entrance, Wei Chengrong and Madame Ma exchanged disapproving glances, their expressions stern. "You performed admirably in paying respects to Her Majesty in the palace. Why do you adopt such a demeanor upon returning home? Do you harbor grievances against your father and me?" Madame Ma spoke icily. Wei Ningyao lowered her head, discreetly raising an eyebrow. To herself, she mused, "Indeed, I do have a few grievances against both of you. Have you only just realized this?" Naturally, she kept these thoughts to herself, not allowing them to show on her face. With a measured tone, she replied, "Father, mother, you are my closest kin. If I must behave as if I were in the presence of outsiders, would that not be rather distant? Or do you wish for me to regard you with the same formality I reserve for strangers?" Her words caused Wei Chengrong and Madame Ma's expressions to stiffen momentarily. Madame Ma shot her a fierce glare. Before she could voice a retort, Wei Yoha, seated at a lower position, furrowed his brow and interjected, "Second sister, mother only wishes the best for you. Etiquette and decorum are not merely for the outside world. They should be upheld at home as well to avoid any missteps in public." At this juncture, Wei Chengrong coughed twice, asserting, "Let us set aside the matter of etiquette for now. Yaoer, I have something to inquire of you." His gaze fixed on Wei Ningyao. His expression serious, he continued, "I have heard that you posted a reward notice regarding the Dingning prince's residence and went there to attend to the princess's illness. Is this true?" Wei Ningyao had anticipated their summons would pertain to this issue, so she was not taken aback by Wei Chengrong's inquiry. She nodded affirmatively and confessed, "Indeed, that is the case." Wei Chengrong's countenance darkened considerably. "Why did you take such an action without permission? The princess's affliction is beyond even the palace's physicians. Do you believe yourself capable of remedying it? With your limited skills, how could you possibly heal the Dingning princess?" "I can," Wei Ningyao replied calmly. Wei Chengrong's expression grew even more severe. "You can? What makes you so certain? Do you realize that if anything were to happen to the Dingning princess under your care, it could implicate the entire Wei household? Tomorrow, I will have your elder brother escort you to the Dingning prince's residence to apologize. Henceforth, you are not to meddle in the princess's health any longer." Wei Chengrong's tone was resolute and left no room for dissent. Wei Ningyao, however, coldly curled her lips into a smile, stating, "I am sorry, but I cannot acquiesce to this matter." Chapter 43. Are you so afraid of her involving the Wei family? Faced with Wei Chengrong and Appo's furious gaze, Wei Ningyao continued, "The matter of treating the Princess Ning is a personal affair of mine, unrelated to the Wei family. Should anything untoward occur, I shall bear the responsibility alone." "Alone? How do you plan to shoulder it? With your life?" Wei Chengrong retorted without a moment's hesitation. Observing the palpable fear of being implicated in Wei Chengrong's demeanor, Wei Ningyao's expression momentarily froze, then morphed into a self-mocking smile. What was she still hoping for? That Wei Chengrong would not prove to be as selfish and cold-hearted as in her previous life? In pursuit of greater power, and for the interests of the Wei family, he had coerced and tempted her to steal the Hu Fu and military schematics from the third prince's residence, resulting in Pei Mocheng's heart-wrenching demise. In the end, to alleviate the seventh prince's worries, he had even forced her to ingest the lethal miscarriage medicine, leading to her tragic death at the other estate. Such a cold-hearted individual, devoid of empathy, would surely not change his nature. What difference did it make that she was his biological daughter? If it came to sacrificing her for his and the Wei family's benefit, he would show no mercy. Wei Ningyao smirked derisively. Father, are you truly so terrified of me implicating the Wei family? If your fears are that profound, why not expel me from the family and banish me from the Wei estate? In any case, I am resolute in treating the Princess Ning. You. Wei Qingrong was taken aback, his finger trembling as he pointed at Wei Ningyao, scarcely believing his ears. How could she utter such words about being cast out of the family? The Wei family had only just embraced her back. To expel her again would tarnish their reputation. Besides, she was now the fiancée of the third prince and had earned the favor of the Empress Dowager. If the Wei family cast her out now, how would they justify it to the emperor, the third prince, and the Empress Dowager? Would they dare replace her with an E? Absolutely inconceivable. Yaya, I only wish for your well-being. Thus I advise against meddling in the Princess Ning's illness. How could you say such things? You have deeply disappointed me. Wei Qingrong lamented, his face a mask of disappointment. Wei Yoha, standing nearby, was momentarily stunned by Wei Ningyao's words. She had previously expressed this sentiment at the entrance of the Wei estate, and he had thought it mere whimsy. Now, however, he sensed that his second sister genuinely seemed indifferent to the matter. Wei Yoha found it difficult to comprehend. The Wei family status was not something just anyone could aspire to. Wei Ningyao had been lost as a child, raised in the countryside. Upon her sudden return to the Wei estate, should she not have been cautious and endeavored to win the favor of all? By doing so, she could secure her position as the second daughter of the prime minister's residence. Why was it that she not only seemed unconcerned, but also dared to voice such sentiments to their father? Did she not fear that her father, in a fit of anger, might indeed cast her out of the Wei estate? He turned to Wei Ningyao and said, Second sister, father is only concerned for you, which is why he advises you. Please heed his words and refrain from further involvement in the Princess Ning's treatment. While the Duke of Ning appears amenable, should anything happen under your watch, he would not easily let you off the hook. If this were to escalate to the emperor, father might not be able to protect you. Wei Yoha's tone was earnest and sincere, yet it only reminded Wei Ningyao of her past life. In her previous existence, he had urged her to heed their father's counsel and drink that vial of miscarriage medicine. A chill enveloped Wei Ningyao as her demeanor hardened. She cast a cold glance at the few individuals in the room and spoke softly. As I stated earlier, should anything arise, I will bear the consequences myself. There is no need for father to protect me. She turned her gaze towards Wei Qingrong and Madame Ma. Do you have any other matters to discuss? If not, I shall return to Xinrong Courtyard. Without waiting for a response, she turned and departed. The others in the hall watched her retreating figure, their brows furrowed. And only after she had completely vanished did they withdraw their gazes. How could I have such a daughter? Wei Qingrong seethed with anger. Madame Ma's expression darkened, my lord. I deeply regret having brought her back. With her temperament, she has been utterly spoiled outside. No matter how well we treat her, she will likely turn into an ungrateful wolf. Wei Qingrong's countenance grew even graver. Regret is futile now. She has been acknowledged as part of the family and inscribed in the family register. Unless she commits some unforgivable act, she cannot be expelled from the Wei family. After a brief pause, he looked at Madame Ma and Wei Yoha. Say, my dear wife Yoha, tomorrow you shall visit the Duke of Ning's residence to ascertain the current state of the Princess Ning. Apologize to the Duke and urge him and the heir not to allow Yaoer to treat the princess further, lest something truly unfortunate occurs. Yes, my lord. I shall go with Yoha tomorrow. Madame Ma nodded. Chapter 44. Why trust her so much? After leaving the pile of brocade courtyard, Wei Ningyao returned directly to the Xinrong courtyard. She was unaware of what Wei Qingrong and the others had discussed after her departure. Yet she could surmise that they would not let the matter rest easily. They might even intervene in this affair. However, she remained unconcerned. As time was slipping away, after freshening up, Wei Ningyao did not immediately retire to her bed. Instead, she took out an unfinished embroidered pouch and began to stitch. Wei Ningyao possessed decent embroidery skills. In her previous life, she had no knowledge of it, but later, to become a proper highborn lady and to win over Madame Ma, She sought the guidance of an embroideress for a period of time. The embroideress frequently praised her keen intellect, and before long, she was able to complete an embroidery project on her own. In her previous life, Wei Ningyao had devoted significant effort to embroidering pouches for each of her relatives in the Wei household, carefully filling them with herbs known for their soothing and sleep-inducing properties. However, none of those pouches were appreciated or valued. Apart from Wei Yoha, who offered a polite thank you, the others did not utter a single word of gratitude. She distinctly remembered that after receiving the pouch, Wei Yushu expressed disdain and immediately tossed it to his attendant. As for the one given to her third brother, Wei Yuyan, it soon appeared in the possession of a maid in his courtyard. In her previous life, she had committed many foolish acts to curry favor with her family. Now, she would certainly not repeat those mistakes. The pouch she was currently embroidering was certainly not intended for those ungrateful wretches. Half an hour later, the pouch was completed. Wei Ningyao carefully tucked it away before climbing into bed to sleep. The following day, after breakfast, Wei Ningyao left the Wei residence. She did not head directly to the Dingning Prince's residence, but first made a visit to Ningrutang. Miss, the herbs you requested are ready. Would you like them now? Upon seeing Wei Ningyao, Manager Gao quickly addressed her. Wei Ningyao nodded, confirming that she was there to collect the herbs. Manager Gao promptly handed over the prepared items. After inspecting them, Wei Ningyao took some of the herbs and placed them into the pouch she had embroidered the night before. Observing her actions, Manager Gao remarked, "That pouch you have is quite beautiful, though its colors and style seem more suited for a man. Are you planning to give it as a gift?" Wei Ningyao smiled without responding. Noticing her demeanor, Manager Gao refrained from further questioning. After spending only a short while in Ningrutang, Wei Ningyao exited and made her way directly to the Dingning Prince's residence. Upon arriving outside the Dingning Prince's residence, she spotted a familiar carriage. Noticing the insignia hanging from it, she confirmed it belonged to the Wei family. Although she had anticipated that the Wei family might try to obstruct her from treating the Dingning Princess, seeing the carriage parked there still made her frown. At that moment, Madame Ma and Wei Yoha were seated in a hall within the Dingning Prince's residence. A table beside them was piled with gift boxes. After exchanging pleasantries with the Dingning Prince, Madame Ma spoke with a sincere expression. "I apologize for the sudden visit. Please do not hold it against me, Your Highness." She then inquired with concern, "How is the princess's condition?" Given the close relationship between Jin Jifeng and several young masters of the Wei family, Madame Ma and the Dingning Princess shared a certain rapport. Her personal visit to see the Dingning Princess was not entirely unexpected. Upon hearing her mention the Dingning Princess, the Dingning Prince's expression darkened slightly. He replied, "She has yet to awaken, but her complexion seems to have improved somewhat, which is largely thanks to your family's second daughter." Madame Ma and Appo's expression stiffened at this remark, and she continued somewhat awkwardly, "To be frank, my son and I came here today for this very matter. My daughter, raised away from home, has grown up with a spoiled temperament and lacks the discernment necessary for her actions. She has learned a smattering of medical knowledge from her adoptive father, the physician, and believes herself to be quite skilled, unaware of her own limitations." After a brief pause, she continued, "The reason for our visit today is twofold: to check on the princess and to extend our apologies to you, your son, and the princess. Additionally, we hope you will discourage my daughter from coming here again. Should any misfortune occur, no amount of repentance would suffice for our Wei family." This candid admission revealed the true purpose of Madame Ma and Wei Yoha's visit. Upon hearing her words, the Dingning Prince's expression grew solemn. Before he could respond, Jin Jifeng interjected, "Father, I've long said that the second daughter of the Wei family is nothing but an ignorant wild girl." Silence. The Dingning Prince interrupted him before he could finish. After Jin Jifeng fell silent, the Dingning Prince addressed Madame Ma and Wei Yoha, speaking slowly, "I understand your concerns, but the second daughter of the Wei family is already treating my princess, and it cannot be abandoned midway. It is evident that she possesses considerable courage, and I trust her medical skills. Rest assured, should anything untoward happen to my princess, it would be fate, and I shall not blame the second daughter of the Wei family, nor hold your family accountable." The Dingning Prince's words took Madame Ma and Wei Yoha by surprise. They had not anticipated such trust in Wei Ningyao. For a moment, they were at a loss for words. Just then, a graceful figure entered. "Thank you, Your Highness, for your trust. I shall certainly not betray your faith in me," Wei Ningyao declared in a resonant voice. The Dingning prince looked up, his expression softening immediately. "Miss Yao, you have arrived." Wei Ningyao nodded and approached to pay her respects, then turned to address Madame Ma and Wei Yoha. "Mother, elder brother, I have already informed you that treating the Dingning princess is solely my responsibility. Should anything happen, I will bear the consequences. If you're truly worried that I might bring trouble to the Wei family, you may send me away. I hope you will refrain from interfering any further." Fortunately, the Dingning prince trusted her. Otherwise, this matter could have been jeopardized by their meddling. Madame Ma's face hardened at Wei Ningyao's words. How could she casually suggest being sent away from the Wei residence? If it were possible, Madame Ma would genuinely wish to see her gone. Your mother is also concerned that you might act recklessly. Since you are so determined, be mindful of the consequences if anything goes awry. With that, Madame Ma took her leave with the Dingning prince, followed by Wei Yoha. "Your Highness, why do you trust me so much? Are you not afraid that I might fail to heal the princess, potentially causing her harm?" After Madame Ma and Wei Yoha departed, Wei Ningyao looked up at the Dingning prince and asked with a smile. Chapter 45. She needs no assistance. Prince Dingning raised his hand to stroke his chin and remarked with a smile, "I can discern that you are unlike others. You do not strike me as one to boast. If you claim you can heal my consort, then I trust you can." Born into a modest family, Prince Dingning entered the military under the guidance of his adoptive father at the tender age of 12. He ascended from a mere foot soldier to a general and was later conferred the title of a prince by the emperor. He was not merely a brute who thrived in battle. In addition to his martial prowess, he possessed a keen strategic mind, which also entailed an aptitude for discerning character. From their very first encounter, he recognized that the young woman before him was exceptional. Upon hearing Prince Dingning's words, Wei Ningyao's smile deepened. As a physician, it was her desire to earn the trust of her patients' families, as this would facilitate her efforts in providing effective treatment. "Your Highness, I shall not delay any further. I will proceed to treat the princess today." "Very well," Prince Dingning replied, nodding with a smile. Upon entering the chambers of the princess, Wei Ningyao glanced at her. Although her eyes remained tightly shut, her complexion appeared markedly improved, no longer as pale as before. As he had done the previous day, Prince Dingning ushered Jin Jifeng out of the room, but this time he took the initiative without Wei Ningyao's prompting. Approximately half an hour later, she completed the treatment for the princess. Once Prince Dingning and Jin Jifeng entered, she exchanged a few words with them before taking her leave. The following day, Wei Ningyao returned to the prince's residence at around the same time. As she alighted from the carriage, she furrowed her brow upon spotting an unwelcome acquaintance, Prince Pei Mocheng. He stood at the entrance of Prince Dingning's residence, flanked by a man of unfamiliar appearance. The man, appearing to be in his 50s with a streak of gray in his beard, carried a purple sandalwood medicine box. It was evident that he was a physician. Prince Pei Mocheng had brought a doctor. Wei Ningyao couldn't help but recall her previous life, where it was indeed Prince Pei Mocheng who had recommended a physician who ultimately awakened the princess. It seemed that the man before her was likely that very physician. "Miss Wei, what a coincidence!" Prince Pei Mocheng greeted her amicably. Although she was reluctant to engage with him, she felt compelled to respond civilly, given his noble status. She attempted to bypass him and step into the residence, but he suddenly stepped aside to block her path. Wei Ningyao's expression hardened. "Prince, what do you intend to do?" Pei Mocheng lowered his gaze and stated, "Miss Wei, I have heard that you have taken on the task of treating the princess. Is this true? And if it is true, what of it? If not, what then?" Wei Ningyao replied, her tone laced with impatience. Seemingly unfazed by her indifference, Pei Mocheng continued, "I have some understanding of the princess's ailment. I hear it is quite formidable, even beyond the capabilities of physician Pang. I am aware that you possess some medical knowledge, and I do not doubt your abilities. However, the princess's condition may prove challenging to treat. I have brought a doctor with me. He is the renowned Jian from Tianyi City, a physician of exceptional skill. Would you allow him to assist you?" "Not at all," Wei Ningyao retorted sharply, her dismissal immediate. She anticipated that she would be able to awaken the princess that very day and required no assistance. Moreover, she found the skills of this Jian physician to be rather mediocre. Otherwise, how could he have merely roused the princess and Oppose as consciousness without allowing her to rise from bed? In contrast, she not only could awaken the princess, but also enable her to walk, with a subsequent period of care allowing for complete recovery. Taken aback by Wei Ningyao's forthright rejection, Pei Hongye paused momentarily before speaking again. This Jin physician hails from the esteemed Tianyi city. Have you heard of it? Chapter 46. The arrogant young lady, Pei Hongye, presumed that Wei Ningyao had never heard of Tianyi city and was oblivious to the prowess of its doctors, which led to her swift rejection. However, Wei Ningyao calmly replied that she had indeed heard of it. This left Pei Hongye puzzled, prompting him to inquire. Since you are aware, you ought to understand just how formidable the doctors of Tianyi city are and how difficult they are to invite. I exerted considerable effort to bring Dr. Jian here. With his assistance, it is possible that the princess consort of Dingning could awaken swiftly. Rest assured, I shall not claim the bounty offered by the Dingning prince in Appo's manner. It shall all be yours. I will also ensure Dr. Jian receives his due compensation. Pei Hongye surmised that Wei Ningyao's reluctance to accept Dr. Jian's help stemmed from concerns over the bounty, prompting him to make such generous offers. Although the reward from the Dingning prince's manor was substantial, Pei Hongye regarded it lightly. His primary motive for bringing Dr. Jian was to cultivate a favor from the Dingning prince, facilitating future alliances with the influential Chu family behind the prince and his consort. Upon learning that Wei Ningyao had unveiled the bounty notice and was treating the princess consort, Pei Hongye seized the opportunity to also render Wei Ningyao indebted to him. Despite their previous conversation being less than amiable, Wei Ningyao expressing a willingness to marry the crippled Pei Mocheng instead of considering him, he was willing to extend another opportunity to her. Yet, Wei Ningyao remained ungrateful. Coldly, she reiterated, I have said I do not require assistance. If your ears have an issue, you may have Dr. Jian here examine them. Pei Hongye could hardly believe that Wei Ningyao dared to speak to him in such a manner. His expression hardened, ready to unleash his ire, when a voice suddenly emerged from within the gates of the Dingning prince's manor. Seventh Prince. We were unaware of your arrival, and beg your forgiveness for not welcoming you properly. Upon looking up, he saw the Dingning prince accompanied by Jin Jifeng approaching. Though an outsider, the Dingning prince had once been a valiant warrior, earning respect even from the emperor, and thus Pei Hongye greeted him with the proper courtesy. Clasping his hands in salute, he conveyed his purpose. I have heard of the princess consort's ailment and have been quite concerned. Hence, I specifically invited the divine physician from Tianyi city. Stepping aside, he gestured towards Dr. Jian. This is Dr. Jian from Tianyi city, renowned for his exceptional medical skills. Shall we allow him to examine the princess consort? The Dingning prince did not respond immediately, but turned to Wei Ningyao. Before she could speak, Jin Jifeng interjected, Father, why not let Dr. Jian give it a try? He comes from Tianyi city, where physicians are said to possess miraculous abilities, capable of restoring life. The Dingning prince was aware of the esteemed reputation of the doctors from Tianyi city. When the princess consort first fell ill, he had sent someone to invite a physician, but to no avail. The arrival of the seventh prince with Dr. Jian sparked a flicker of hesitation within him. It was not a lack of faith in Wei Ningyao. Rather, the renown of Tianyi city was simply too great. Miss Wei this. The Dingning prince appeared hesitant. Wei Ningyao responded nonchalantly. If the prince desires Dr. Jian to examine the princess consort, let him do so. However, I suspect that Dr. Jian will not be able to awaken her today, nor enable her to rise and walk. Yet I can. Her assertion, delivered with an air of calmness, carried an unspoken confidence. To Dr. Jian, it was a blatant provocation. He cast a haughty glance at Wei Ningyao. Are you implying that my medical skills are inferior to yours, young lady? Fury surged within him. After years of practice, few dared to challenge him. Yet here was this young girl, seemingly no older than a teenager, who had the audacity to declare superiority in medicine. Wei Ningyao cast a sidelong glance at Dr. Jian, stating, If you believe so, you may. You arrogant little girl. Dr. Jian seethed, his beard bristling with indignation. He turned to the Dingning prince, bowing slightly. I request permission to enter and assess the princess consort and Appo's, as condition. Should fortune favor me and I succeed in healing her, I shall accept no payment. He was determined to prove that his skills surpassed those of a mere girl. Today, he would show her the true essence of medical expertise, and she would learn the vastness of the heavens and the depths of the earth. In the chamber of the Dingning princess consort, Dr. Jian sat behind a curtain, preparing to examine her pulse. His brow furrowed deeply as he conducted his assessment for an extended period, yet he remained seated. Initially, he had anticipated that the princess consort's condition was not dire. Otherwise, how could a young girl with some medical knowledge claim she could cure her? However, as he began his examination, he recognized the complexity and severity of her condition. He could not help but marvel internally. The princess consort's condition appeared to have been treated recently, as she seemed significantly improved. The physician responsible for her treatment must possess remarkable skills, perhaps even surpassing his own. Realizing that this skilled physician could very well be the young girl who had just provoked him, Dr. Jian's expression shifted, and he felt a swirl of conflicting emotions. "Doctor Jian, what is the condition of my wife?" the Dingning prince inquired, unable to contain his curiosity as Dr. Jian continued his examination. Dr. Jian and Appo's demeanor, far from the assurance he had shown when summoning other doctors, left the Dingning prince feeling unsettled. He recalled Wei Ningyao's calm composure. Aside from a slight pallor after treating the princess consort, she had displayed no signs of distress. Finally, concluding his examination, Dr. Jian stood, his earlier arrogance replaced by a solemn expression. "The princess consort's condition is quite complex. Although she has shown some improvement in recent days, I believe it is impossible for her to awaken today." He turned his gaze towards Wei Ningyao. "Miss, do you truly believe you can awaken her today?" "Yes," Wei Ningyao replied succinctly, delivering her response with unwavering conviction. Chapter 47. Thanks to Miss Wei, how could this be possible? The renowned physician Jian's lips trembled. Disbelief etched across his face. Wei Ningyao tugged at the corners of her mouth and replied nonchalantly, "Your limitations do not dictate those of others. Your inability merely reflects your lack of skill." Jian's irritation flared at her words, yet deep down, he recognized that if the recent improvement in the health of Princess Dingning was indeed due to this young lady before him, her medical expertise might surpass his own. Her assertion of his inadequacy was not without merit. However, a part of him resisted the notion that a mere girl could possess such remarkable abilities. "I shall observe whether you can truly awaken the princess today." Jian turned to Pei Mocheng. "Seventh Prince, I regret to inform you that my capabilities are limited, and I cannot guarantee the awakening of Princess Dingning today. Since this young lady claims she can, why not allow her the opportunity?" Pei Mocheng regarded Wei Ningyao with a look of astonishment and skepticism. Could her medical prowess truly be so formidable? After all, Jian was a celebrated physician from Tianyi City, and if he claimed he could not achieve this, could Wei Ningyao truly succeed? Despite his doubts, Pei Mocheng said nothing further, merely glancing at Prince Dingning and stating, "Let Prince Dingning decide on this matter." Prince Dingning pondered for a moment before ultimately opting to allow Wei Ningyao to continue her treatment for the princess. Deep within, he harbored trust in Wei Ningyao. After all, the princess's complexion had visibly improved over the past 2 days of treatment. Wei Ningyao cleared the room, ensuring no one remained inside. Outside, Prince Dingning and young Master Jin awaited, but unlike their previous visits, they were now joined by Pei Mocheng and Physician Jian. Their presence was driven by curiosity to ascertain whether Wei Ningyao truly possessed such exceptional skills. However, before they could witness her emergence, a messenger from 7th Prince's residence arrived with news of an urgent summons from the Emperor. Pei Mocheng had no choice but to take his leave, reminding Physician Jian to remain at Prince Dingning's residence. This time, Wei Ningyao's treatment of Princess Dingning extended longer than on the previous occasions. After half an hour, she still had not exited. Jin Jifeng, unable to contain his anxiety, furrowed his brow and spoke, "Father, why is it taking so long? Do you think Mother will awaken today?" "We shall know soon enough," replied Prince Dingning, casting a sidelong glance at Jin Jifeng while grasping his teacup with slightly excessive force, a clear sign of his own tension. After what felt like an eternity, Prince Dingning too began to feel restless, pacing the room. At last, the curtain of the inner chamber was drawn aside. Prince Dingning hurried forward, eagerly inquiring, "Miss Wei, has my princess?" Before he could finish his question, Wei Ningyao interjected, "The princess has already awakened." Upon hearing this, a wave of ecstatic joy washed over Prince Dingning, and he rushed into the chamber. Moments later, exclamations of delight echoed from within. "Madam, you have finally awakened." On the bed, Madame Chu had indeed regained consciousness. Not only was she awake, but she was also sitting up, her back propped against a soft pillow. She lifted her gaze to meet the exuberant expression of Prince Dingning and stated, "Yes, I am awake, and I owe it all to Miss Wei." Madame Chu had awakened approximately 15 minutes prior. Upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by the sight of a stranger, leaving her momentarily dazed. It was only when the young woman smiled warmly and inquired about her discomfort that she regained her senses. After learning the name of her savior, the two engaged in conversation, and upon discovering that it was Wei Ningyao who had restored her to consciousness, Madame Chu expressed profound gratitude. During her unconsciousness, she had not been entirely devoid of sensation. She felt ensnared in an endless abyss of darkness, where her cries went unanswered. Typically a person who relished lively company, this solitude had instilled a deep-seated fear within her. Only upon opening her eyes did she finally feel the sweet embrace of life once more, realizing that without Miss Wei, she might have remained trapped in that darkness indefinitely. Upon hearing Madame Chu's words, Prince Dingning nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we owe it all to Miss Wei. Mother, you have finally awakened." At that moment, Jin Jifeng entered the room. Wei Ningyao stood at the doorway, observing the joyous reunion of the family of three. After a brief interval, she stepped inside to remind them, "Princess Dingning has just regained consciousness. It is imperative that she does not become overly excited and requires ample rest." She penned a prescription, instructing the servants of Prince Dingning's residence to procure the necessary herbs for the princess's medicine. After detailing additional precautions, she prepared to take her leave. Before departing, however, she was not remiss in one vital task: to request a reward from Jin Jifeng. Chapter 48. The woman is not unfamiliar. Jin Jifeng initially felt a deep gratitude toward Wei Ningyao for reviving his mother and was about to express his thanks, along with an apology for his previous doubts and mistrust. However, as soon as Wei Ningyao spoke, she requested a reward, causing the words he intended to say to be swallowed back down. With a complex expression, he replied, "You shall not be shortchanged. This prince will ensure you receive your due." Wei Ningyao smirked, reminding him to do so promptly. Jin Jifeng merely twitched his lips, choosing silence thereafter. Wei Ningyao also refrained from further conversation and departed from the Dingning Wangfu. As the carriage traveled along its route, Wei Ningyao lifted the curtain to glance outside and suddenly caught sight of a familiar face. "Stop the carriage," she urgently instructed the driver. The driver complied without hesitation, bringing the carriage to a halt. Once it steadied, Wei Ningyao leaped from the carriage before the driver could inquire about her destination, striding into a tea house. Upon entering, she made her way directly to a private room on the second floor. The person she had just glimpsed was none other than her fiancé, Pei Mocheng. Coincidentally, she had business to discuss with him. In the private room, Pei Mocheng occupied a seat by the window, just as Wei Ningyao had spotted him. He too had glanced downwards, their gazes meeting in the air. Therefore, when Wei Ningyao entered the private room, Pei Mocheng showed no sign of surprise. "What a coincidence! I didn't expect to find you here." Wei Ningyao greeted him with a cheerful smile as she approached. Pei Mocheng set down his teacup and looked up at her, a hint of a smile gracing his features. "Indeed, it is quite coincidental." Wei Ningyao surveyed her surroundings. The private room was elegantly adorned, exuding a subtle fragrance of tea without any ostentation. However, aside from Pei Mocheng, there stood another figure, a woman clad in green, her hair tied in a high ponytail, exuding an air of cleanliness and efficiency. As Wei Ningyao's gaze fell upon her face, she froze momentarily. This woman was not unfamiliar to her. She was Dong Wan, one of Pei Mocheng's 8 shadow guards. In her previous life, it was Dong Wan who had brought her the news of Pei Mocheng's death. Wei Ningyao could never forget that day when Dong Wan appeared before her, drenched in blood, filled with rage as she confronted her, saying, "The prince is dead, slain on the battlements of Anbei Tower." You are responsible for the prince's death, as well as those loyal to him. Are you satisfied now? Wei Ningyao had recoiled in disbelief, then had run frantically towards Anbei Tower. In her previous life, it was indeed her actions that led to Pei Mocheng's demise. Had she not stolen his weapon schematics and a tiger talisman to hand over to Wei Chengrong, Pei Mocheng might not have met such a tragic end on the battlements. Wei Ningyao understood Dong Wan's hatred toward her. She, too, could not forgive herself. "Miss Wei, why do you gaze at me so?" Dong Wan inquired, sensing the strange scrutiny from Wei Ningyao. Finally regaining her composure, Wei Ningyao suppressed the tumult of emotions that arose from her past experiences, letting her gaze drift away slightly. "It's nothing. I merely find you quite lovely," she replied, causing Dong Wan to momentarily be taken aback, her cheeks flushing slightly. "Miss Wei, please, do not jest. In terms of appearance, I cannot compare to you." With that, she turned her attention toward Pei Mocheng and cupped her hands in respect, saying, "Your Highness, do you have matters to discuss with Miss Wei? I shall take my leave." Chapter 49, is it not impressive? Pei Mocheng nodded, and Dong Wan exited the room. In the elegant chamber, only Wei Ningyao and Pei Mocheng remained. Before Pei Mocheng could utter a word, Wei Ningyao, unreservedly, took a seat opposite him. Once seated, she remained silent, merely resting her elbows on the tea table, tilting her head as she gazed intently at the man across from her. Her gaze was unabashed and direct. The tea table that separated them was modest in size, resulting in their proximity. Wei Ningyao could not only discern every feature of his handsome face, but also catch a whiff of a subtle and refreshing fragrance. This scent was delightful, not the aroma of tea, but rather a woody incense mingled with a hint of mint, filling the air with a refreshing and soothing essence. This fragrance was familiar to Wei Ningyao. In her past life, she had encountered it numerous times. The source of this enchanting aroma was the man seated before her. Wei Ningyao inhaled deeply, poised to speak, but before she could, Pei Mocheng glanced up and initiated the conversation. "Would you care to try the tea here? The Baiyan tea from Luqing Prefecture, this year's new batch, has a commendable flavor." Wei Ningyao had little discernment when it came to tea, considering that as long as it was palatable, they were all relatively similar in her eyes, differing only in richness or delicacy. Nevertheless, she did not decline Pei Mocheng's suggestion, nodding as she retrieved a cup from the nearby tea tray. Pei Mocheng took the teapot and filled her cup. As Pei Mocheng personally poured tea for Wei Ningyao, she found nothing amiss. After all, in her previous life, he had done this for her on numerous occasions. Meanwhile, Dong Wan, who stood guard outside the elegant chamber, inadvertently caught sight of this scene and widened her eyes in disbelief, quickly furrowing her brow. The prince actually took the initiative to pour tea for Miss Wei, and Miss Wei accepted it so readily. Inside the room, oblivious to Dong Wan's astonishment, Wei Ningyao sampled the tea before setting her cup down, squinting slightly as she looked back at Pei Mocheng. He filled his own cup before placing the teapot back on the table. Wei Ningyao's gaze fell upon his hand as it withdrew from the teapot handle, and she suddenly inquired, "Do you know where I just came from? The Ding Ning Prince's residence?" Pei Mocheng replied. Wei Ningyao narrowed her eyes slightly, not surprised by his deduction. With a smile that conveyed both pride and a hint of boasting, she declared, "The Princess of Ding Ning has awakened, thanks to me. Am I not impressive?" Pei Mocheng seemed to be affected by Wei Ningyao's smile, a subtle smile gracing his features as he nodded in agreement. "Indeed, you are impressive." Wei Ningyao's smile blossomed even brighter, her fair and delicate face radiating with newfound vibrancy. Pei Mocheng's gaze lingered on her countenance, shimmering with interest. Wei Ningyao then directed her attention to Pei Mocheng's leg, stating, "I told you I would heal your leg. Do you now believe me?" Before he could respond, she abruptly produced an object from her bosom and extended it towards him. "This is for you." Pei Mocheng glanced at the item she offered, an exquisitely embroidered pouch, bulging with contents. "What is this?" Chapter 50. An urgent report. This is a medicine pouch that I embroidered. It contains some herbs I prepared. Place it by your pillow while you sleep. It will soothe your mind and aid your slumber, Wei Ningyao elucidated. Upon hearing the phrase, "soothe your mind and aid your slumber," Pei Mocheng visibly paused, his voice low and hoarse as he inquired, "How did you know I required this? Have you forgotten? I am a physician, and your sleep has always been rather poor, hasn't it?" Wei Ningyao retorted, her tone affirming rather than questioning. Pei Mocheng found himself unable to refute her statement, for it was indeed true. His sleep had been unsatisfactory for an extended period, long enough that he could scarcely recall what it felt like to have a restful night. He had sought the counsel of doctors, tried numerous remedies, and consumed various medications. Yet none had yielded significant results. Although he harbored doubts about the efficacy of Wei Ningyao's pouch, he did not wish to dampen her spirits, and thus accepted it with gratitude, murmuring a soft thank you. Wei Ningyao shook her head, insisting, "There is no need for thanks. The bracelet you gifted me last time is far more valuable than this." As she spoke, she revealed her wrist from beneath her sleeve, displaying the bracelet he had given her. The piece looked exquisite against her fair skin, and Pei Mocheng couldn't help but smile slightly, his long fingers gently squeezing the pouch before he neatly stowed it away. Wei Ningyao lifted her cup to take a sip of tea. Though she was not well versed in the nuances of tea tasting, she could discern that this tea was quite pleasant. Feeling a bit parched, she took several more sips. "Do you enjoy it? I can have the innkeeper prepare some for you to take home," Pei Mocheng suggested, noticing her apparent fondness for the beverage. Wei Ningyao quickly waved her hands in refusal. No. For me, tea only comes in two varieties, unpleasant and tolerable. The finest tea would be wasted on me." After a moment in oppose, as thought, she added, "I was merely a bit thirsty. Does the Dingning Prince in Oppo's residence not provide you with tea?" Pei Mocheng raised an eyebrow at her words and proceeded to refill her cup. Wei Ningyao's gaze drifted to Pei Mocheng's leg, and suddenly she asked, "May I see your leg?" She had not found an opportunity to inspect his injury during their previous encounters. Although she had some understanding of his leg injury from her past life, she had not treated it herself. However, before Pei Mocheng could respond, a voice called from outside, "Your Highness, there is an urgent report." Pei Mocheng glanced at Wei Ningyao, choosing not to speak further, and said in a deep voice, "Come in." The person who entered was Xiaodong, Pei Mocheng's attendant. Upon entering, he paused momentarily upon noticing Wei Ningyao's presence, yet quickly recognized her and offered a respectful bow. "Miss Wei." Then, turning to Pei Mocheng, he said, "Your Highness, I have just received an urgent report." As he spoke, he stepped forward to present the document to Pei Mocheng. Pei Mocheng accepted the report without shielding it from Wei Ningyao and Oppo's view and unfolded it, scanning it rapidly. After a brief glance, his brow furrowed deeply. Seated across from him, Wei Ningyao had been contemplating whether to take her leave when suddenly a thought crossed her mind, one that was not particularly favorable for Pei Mocheng. Chapter 51. She dreamed a dream in the previous life. Around this time, Pei Mocheng's uncle encountered a mishap. Pei Mocheng's uncle, Xiao Yuan, was the current national uncle and a general of the state, conferred by the emperor himself. A formidable warrior, he was known for his bravery in battle. Though nearing 50, he still commanded his troops with exceptional skill. 6 months prior, when the northern Rongdi tribe invaded, he was ordered by the emperor to lead an expedition. The campaign initially progressed with remarkable momentum, nearly driving the northern invaders out of the territory of Yanqing. However, while encamped at Qishui Mountain, they were unexpectedly beset by a relentless snowstorm that lasted for several days, plunging them into severe cold. The soldiers found themselves trapped in Qishui Mountain, with essential supplies and warm clothing delayed in arrival, causing a significant number to fall ill. Upon receiving the news, Emperor Longyan hastily summoned various ministers and several princes involved in governance to deliberate on strategy. Ultimately, under the recommendation of Prince 7 and others, Emperor Longyan dispatched Prince 8 to transport supplies and medicine for assistance. Unfortunately, midway through their journey near Yushan, they were ambushed by mountain bandits. Not only were the supplies, winter clothing, and medicine completely plundered, but the soldiers escorting the provisions also suffered heavy casualties, and Prince 8 himself was gravely injured. By the time the news of the ambush reached the palace, 2 weeks had already passed. In a state of urgency, Emperor Longyan sent another convoy with supplies to Qishui, but it was too late. Just 7 days prior to the arrival of the provisions and reinforcements, the Rongdi tribe learned of General Xiao Yuan's predicament and surrounded his troops. General Xiao Yuan and his men resisted valiantly for several days, but ultimately, due to injuries, illness, and delayed support, they were annihilated. The majority of this army consisted of the Xiao family troops, leading to devastating losses for the Xiao clan, Pei Mocheng's maternal family, and the uncle he deeply respected. This event was undoubtedly a misfortune for Pei Mocheng. Observing Pei Mocheng's solemn expression, Wei Ningyao contemplated before ultimately deciding to offer him a reminder. Her motives, however, extended beyond mere assistance. She held great respect for the valiant Xiao family soldiers and wished to see them survive the bitter cold rather than perish. But how could she alert Pei Mocheng? After some thought, Wei Ningyao directly inquired, "Your Highness, does the intelligence you hold pertain to the Xiao family troops?" Startled, Pei Mocheng's eyes flickered with surprise as he abruptly met her gaze, his expression complex. "How do you know?" he asked. Although he had unfolded the classified report without avoiding her sight, he was positioned such that she should not have seen its contents. In response to the question reflected in Pei Mocheng's eyes, Wei Ningyao's demeanor turned serious. "It matters not how I know. You must tell me, is it true or not?" Pei Mocheng nodded slightly. Wei Ningyao glanced at Xiao Dong before addressing Pei Mocheng again. "I wish to speak with you in private." Pei Mocheng hesitated only a moment before instructing Xiao Dong, "You may leave us." "Yes, Your Highness." Xiao Dong exited the room. After Xiao Dong departed, Pei Mocheng sipped his tea and said, "You may speak freely." Wei Ningyao hesitated momentarily before continuing, "A few days ago, I had a dream." Noting that Pei Mocheng's expression remained unchanged, she steeled herself to proceed. "I dreamed that the Xiao family troops were trapped on a mountain in the icy wilderness, suffering from a shortage of supplies and warm clothing, with many soldiers falling ill. They sent word to the palace requesting assistance. After deliberation, the emperor dispatched Prince 8 to deliver supplies." At this point, Wei Ningyao paused briefly. Pei Mocheng's expression remained unchanged. She continued later, "Prince 8 and his entourage encountered mountain bandits en route. And then?" Pei Mocheng urged, his voice hushed. Weighing her words carefully, Wei Ningyao relayed the subsequent events. When she mentioned the bandits robbing the supplies, Pei Mocheng's brow furrowed noticeably. As she recounted the fate of General Xiao Yuan and his troops, who ultimately met their demise, Pei Mocheng's complexion turned notably pale. "Is this truly merely a dream of yours?" Pei Mocheng fixed his gaze on Wei Ningyao, feeling a sense of trepidation. Wei Ningyao instinctively lowered her eyes. The events of the previous life felt to her as if they were a vivid dream, one whose details lingered in her memory. "Yes," she affirmed, meeting his gaze once more. "It was indeed a dream, and I cannot explain why it came to me. Perhaps none of it will come to pass, so there is no need for you to be overly anxious. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." Rising, Wei Ningyao bade farewell to Pei Mocheng. He nodded and instructed Dong Wan to escort her back. "No need, it's not far from the Wei residence. I can make it there in just a moment." Wei Ningyao declined politely. Pei Mocheng did not insist further, but cautioned, "Take care on your journey." Once Wei Ningyao departed, Dong Wan and Xiao Dong returned to the room. As martial artists, they had overheard the conversation clearly, as Wei Ningyao and Pei Mocheng had not made a concerted effort to lower their voices. "Your Highness, the dream that Miss Wei just spoke of felt all too real. Do you think it might truly happen?" Xiao Dong voiced his concerns. Before he could finish, Dong Wan interjected, "It was merely a dream. It surely will not come to fruition. General Xiao and his men will be safe." Pei Mocheng fell silent for a moment before raising his eyes. "I must make a visit to the palace." Meanwhile, Wei Ningyao returned directly to Wei Manor after leaving the tea house. Upon arriving at Shinrong Courtyard, she requested Dooku to prepare hot water for a bath, and afterward, she retired to bed for some rest. The past few days spent attending to the health of the future princess had drained her of considerable energy. Although she felt weary, she found herself tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep. Just as she finally drifted off, a sharp voice jolted her awake. "Is the second young lady still asleep at this hour?" The palace maid, Mama Xiang, had come. "Dooku, hurry and wake the second young lady." Chapter 52, Rules and Etiquette. The visitor was none other than Granny Luo from Kawaiyuan. Without waiting for Dooku to enter the room to summon anyone, Granny Luo raised her voice towards the bedroom, calling out, "Second miss, Mama Xiang from the palace has arrived. You must rise quickly and accompany this servant to meet her." "Granny Luo, please do not shout so loudly. I will go wake our young lady," Dooku frowned and replied. The loud calling of Granny Luo was inappropriate as it drew the attention of those outside. Yet, Granny Luo persisted. "Then you must hurry and ensure the second miss is awakened." Dooku swiftly turned and entered the room. Inside, Wei Ningyao had already awoken. Her sleep was shallow, and having only just fallen asleep, she was naturally disturbed by Granny Luo's boisterous voice. After finally managing to drift off, being awakened again left Wei Ningyao in a foul mood. She glanced at Dooku, who had just entered, and, with a stern expression, said, "Tell Granny Luo that I am unwell and will not be going. I will visit her once I feel better." Wei Ningyao's words were not entirely an excuse. She had indeed been fatigued after tending to the Princess of Dingning for several consecutive days. Furthermore, after taking a bath, she had suddenly experienced discomfort, making her feel quite unwell. "Yes, miss," Dooku observed Wei Ningyao's pale complexion and hesitated briefly before stepping outside. Upon her exit, she donned a smile as she addressed Granny Luo. "Granny, I apologize, but my young lady is feeling unwell. She will meet Mama Xiang later. Please convey this to the madam and seek her understanding." Granny Luo furrowed her brow upon hearing this, then remarked, "Unwell? But the second miss is skilled in medicine, is she not? How could someone with such knowledge be unwell? Could this be an excuse?" Dooku's expression stiffened slightly as she rebutted, "Granny, your words are rather peculiar. Is it not possible for someone well-versed in medicine to fall ill? Are those skilled in healing made of iron?" Dooku's retort left Granny Luo speechless, and with a frown, she departed from Zenhongyuan. In Kawaiyuan, Madame Ma and Mama Xiang were engaged in conversation. "My daughter has just returned, and having been raised elsewhere, she has become somewhat unruly and lacks an understanding of etiquette. I hope Mama can take extra care in teaching her," Madame Ma requested of Mama Xiang. Mama Xiang took a sip of tea and replied with a smile, "Madam need not worry. This old servant will exert all efforts to teach her. However, my methods may be somewhat strict when it comes to etiquette. That is of no concern. The stricter, the better. As the saying goes, a strict teacher produces outstanding students. My daughter needs someone like you, Mama. Please do not go easy on her and temper her disposition," Madame Ma insisted. Mama Xiang nodded. "This old servant will not disappoint your expectations and shall strive to educate her well. However, if she does not learn properly, I hope Madam can forgive me." Madame Ma smiled. "I have complete faith in you, Mama. The noble young ladies you have trained are numerous, if not 100, then certainly 80. Take those princesses in the palace. All of them are exceptional due to your guidance. And those county princesses and such, each one is presentable, save for those irredeemably foolish. If my daughter cannot be taught well, it will be due to her own lack of intelligence." Just as Madame Ma finished her statement, Granny Luo entered alone. Noticing that Wei Ningyao was absent, Madame Ma furrowed her brow and inquired, "Where is the second miss?" Granny Luo stepped forward to report, "Madam, the second miss says she is unwell and is resting on the couch. She stated she would come once she feels better." Madame Ma's expression darkened. "I see this as nothing more than an excuse. Mama Xiang was specially sent by the Empress to teach her etiquette, and she dares to neglect the meeting and sleep in? This is utterly disgraceful." Granny Luo lowered her head. "Madam, should I go and invite her again?" Before she could finish, Madame Ma interrupted with a frown. "No need. I will personally summon her." Then, turning to Mama Xiang with a hint of apology, she continued, "Please wait a moment. I shall bring that unruly girl here." As she prepared to rise, Mama Xiang grasped her hand gently, saying, "Since you have requested this old servant to teach Wei Er, let us commence now. Sleeping in is a grave offense for noble young ladies. Not only for them, but even for ordinary girls. Such behavior is unacceptable. I have some experience in dealing with this. Perhaps Madame would allow me to handle this matter?" Madame Ma was eager for this, though she feigned hesitation before responding. "Then I shall leave it in your capable hands, Mama." Mama Xiang stood. "No need for formality. My purpose here is to teach the second miss etiquette, which is what I ought to do." With that, she requested Madame Ma to send 2 maidservants to accompany her. She instructed them, "Fetch 2 buckets of water and join me in waking the second Mississippi." Soon, Mama Xiang arrived at Xinhongyuan with her entourage, carrying the water buckets with great urgency. Madame Ma followed, eager to witness the spectacle. Upon entering the courtyard, Mama Xiang surveyed the surroundings and exclaimed, "Your second miss resides in quite a splendid courtyard, spacious and luxurious. I dare say it rivals Kawaiyuan." Mama Xiang's remark bore no ulterior motive. She was merely astonished that the Wei family would bestow such a fine residence upon the recently retrieved second Mississippi. Little did she know that Wei Ningyao's dwelling was not a result of the Wei family's regard, but rather a prize she had claimed for herself. Madame Ma, overhearing Mama Xiang's compliment, did not respond, but her expression darkened. It was indeed unfair for Wei Ningyao to occupy such a fine residence. Thankfully, she would be married off to the crippled third prince in a few months. With this thought, Madame Ma's mood lightened somewhat. As Mama Xiang was a palace matron, and with Madame Ma accompanying her, the servants of Xinhongyuan dared not obstruct them. The group soon arrived at the entrance of Wei Ningyao's chamber. "Miss, the Madame and Mama Xiang have arrived. Please wake up." Dooku called anxiously to Wei Ningyao within the room. After sending Granny Luo away, Wei Ningyao suddenly felt drowsy and, rather than rise, she continued to doze. Just as she had finally fallen asleep, she was rudely awakened again, stirring a desire to curse. As she opened her eyes, before she could utter a word, the door swung open, and a throng of individuals flooded in, led by Mama Xiang and her so-called mother, Madame Ma. "Go, pour the water on the second miss." Mama Xiang commanded without hesitation to the 2 maidservants carrying the buckets. As the maidservants approached the bed, Wei Ningyao had already risen. She looked at Madame Ma and inquired, "Mother, who is this?" Chapter 53. Mistress Xiang. Madame Ma remarked, "This is Mistress Xiang from the palace, specifically sent by Her Majesty the Empress to instruct you in the proper etiquette and decorum. I had just called for Madame Luo to summon you. Yet to my astonishment, you, foolish child, chose to indulge in slumber and refuse to attend. Mistress Xiang is not someone I would dare to neglect, let alone you. Hurry and apologize to her." Hearing Madame Ma's urgent reprimands, Wei Ningyao's eyelids drooped. With an impassive expression, she stepped forward and bowed to Mistress Xiang, saying, "Mistress Xiang, please forgive me. I'm not feeling well due to my monthly cycle, and I feared my presence might disturb you. Hence I suggested postponing our meeting. It was not my intention to disregard you." Mistress Xiang held her head high, her gaze sweeping across Wei Ningyao's face. It was evident to her that Wei Ningyao appeared somewhat haggard and pale. Her claim of feeling unwell was not entirely a fabrication, nor was it a deliberate avoidance of their meeting. However, she recalled Madame Ma's words and resolved to discipline her sternly. With a frosty demeanor, she stated, "Regardless of the reason, unless one is bedridden with illness, it is utterly unacceptable for a young lady to sleep in late. Should word of this laziness spread, no family would dare to seek your hand in marriage. Even those who are already betrothed would likely reconsider. I understand that, as the second young lady, you have been raised in the countryside and may not fully grasp the customs of refined ladies. Therefore, I shall overlook this transgression on this occasion. In the coming days, you shall diligently study the principles of etiquette with me." Wei Ningyao lowered her head slightly, her thoughts drifting back to her past life. In her previous existence, Madame Ma had similarly requested Mistress Xiang to come to the Wei residence to teach her the ways of propriety. At that time, Wei Ningyao aspired to be as beloved as Wei Ani, yearning for Madame Ma's approval, and thus she earnestly learned the rules from Mistress Xiang. This old matron was far more formidable than Madame Zheng, having chastised Wei Ningyao until her palms were bruised. That time, she had also been unwell due to her monthly cycle. Yet Mistress Xiang insisted that she balance a basin of water on her head and stand in the courtyard for half an hour. The scorching sun was unbearable, and she pleaded for permission to do so after sunset or within her room. Mistress Xiang, however, coldly denied her request, asserting that even the princesses of the palace endured such trials. Was she to be regarded as more delicate than them? Wei Ningyao could only grit her teeth and bear it, ultimately fainting in the courtyard, drenched by the water she had been holding. That incident left her severely ill. When she asked Dooku to fetch a physician, Madame Ma intercepted her, stating, "Isn't she skilled in medicine herself? What need is there for a doctor for such a trivial ailment? She can manage on her own, can't she?" Wei Ningyao had no choice but to rise with determination, composing a prescription for herself and sending Dooku to procure the necessary herbs. In her previous life, she had endured considerable hardship under Mistress Yang's tutelage. Now that she had returned, she was resolved to ensure that Mistress Yang experienced her share of challenges as well. "May I trouble you, Mistress, to step aside for a moment? I need to change my attire before we commence our lessons in etiquette." Wei Ningyao was still clad in her sleeping garments. Upon hearing her somewhat respectful tone, Mistress Yang glanced up at her and, seeing no reason to further complicate matters, nodded. "Very well, I shall wait outside for you." Second young lady. In the imperial palace, in the hall of Xianzheng, Emperor Longan was engaged in discussions with several ministers, including the 5th, 7th, and 8th princes, regarding support for the Duke of Shao. "Father, I believe it is most fitting for the 8th brother to lead the troops in transporting provisions to aid the Duke of Shao," suggested the 7th prince. Several ministers echoed this sentiment. Emperor Long and oppose, and turned to the 8th prince. "What say you, old 8? The 8th prince stepped forward, stating, "If father trusts me, I am willing to accept the command to support the Duke of Shao." Upon hearing this, Emperor Longan pondered for a moment before nodding. "If so, then this matter shall be entrusted to you." Before the emperor could finish his sentence, a voice suddenly rang out from the entrance of the hall. "Father, you must not." Chapter 54. Torment. Everyone raised their eyes to the grand hall, their gaze settling upon Pei Mocheng, who independently maneuvered his wheelchair into the chamber. He approached Emperor Longan and bowed. "Greeting, Father. May you be well." The emperor gestured dismissively, indicating that there was no need for excessive formalities. With a hint of confusion, he regarded Pei Mocheng, inquiring, "Third son, why did you say that earlier? What could possibly be amiss?" 8th brother has only recently been granted title. He has handled several tasks commendably in the past, and I believe he will manage well this time as well. Pei Mocheng lowered his gaze, fully aware that 8th brother had been relatively steady in his duties. Yet, the words of Wei Ningyao lingered in his mind, causing his right eyelid to twitch involuntarily, and a sense of unease began to brew within him. Although Wei Ningyao claimed it was merely a dream, such dreams could very well manifest into reality, particularly if someone were to intervene with the intent of preventing his uncle's return. "Father, I merely believe it more appropriate for 8th brother to handle the matter concerning the bandits in Qinzhou. Furthermore, my uncle is currently in peril. Might you entrust this task to me?" Pei Mocheng raised his eyes slightly, earnestly requesting the emperor's favor. "Entrust it to you?" Emperor Longan's eyes widened momentarily, instinctively glancing at Pei Mocheng's legs. "Third son, I understand your concern for your uncle. However, the journey to Chishui Mountain is arduous and time-sensitive. You may not withstand such strain." Pei Mocheng replied, "I am capable of enduring it. I earnestly hope for your approval, Father." The emperor hesitated, yet Pei Mocheng's insistence, coupled with the fact that he rarely made requests, softened his resolve. He finally nodded. "Very well. If your grandmother does not object, I shall assign this matter to you." "Thank you, Father," Pei Mocheng expressed with a respectful bow. "Do not be too hasty in your gratitude. I have stated you must first obtain your grandmother's consent." The emperor waved his hand. After leaving the Xianzheng Hall, Pei Mocheng made his way directly to Xinang Palace. The Empress Dowager listened in silence to Pei Mocheng's words for quite some time before expressing her concerns. "Are you truly certain this is wise? Grandmother need not worry. I assure you I will return safely alongside my uncle," Pei Mocheng replied. "But," the Empress Dowager remained apprehensive, suddenly recalling, "you are on the verge of marrying that girl from the Wei family. The journey is long, and if there are delays, you may not return within 3 months. Pei Mocheng's gaze flickered slightly at her words. Bowing his head, he responded, "I will do my utmost to return within 3 months. If I cannot, then we shall postpone the wedding. Could you not assign this task to someone else? I believe 8th brother is quite suitable, and there are several capable generals who could escort supplies to assist," the Empress Dowager suggested, worried for her nephew's predicament. She did not wish for her grandson to be involved, especially given his current condition. His legs no longer able to support him. "Grandmother, I cannot rest easy." Pei Mocheng looked up at her, speaking softly. "Were it not for my uncle, I might not have survived to stand again. He is now ensnared, and I wish to rescue him personally. I understand your feelings, but you're not as you once were. Your legs." The Empress Dowager's gaze fell upon Pei Mocheng's legs, her resolve wavering. Pei Mocheng bowed his head, affirming, "Grandmother, I can prove I am not useless. Even if I cannot stand, I am still capable of rescuing my uncle." Ultimately, after much insistence from Pei Mocheng, the Empress Dowager relented. She recognized her grandson's steadfast nature. Once he made a decision, it was difficult to sway him. Rubbing her eyes, she conceded, "Very well, you have always had your own ideas. I know I cannot dissuade you, but you must promise me to return safely. And regarding Ningyao, you should speak with her personally, at the Wei residence." After changing her attire, Wei Ningyao exited her chamber and made her way to the main hall. There, Madame Ma and Nurse Yang awaited her, sipping tea and conversing. Upon Wei Ningyao's arrival, Nurse Yang began her lesson, immediately pointing out that Wei Ningyao's greeting to Madame Ma was improper, her gestures were lacking, and her tone insufficiently respectful. As Wei Ningyao recalled the tasks she needed to undertake that day, she endured the lecture, feigning earnestness as she absorbed the etiquette being imparted to her. Observing Wei Ningyao being chastised by Nurse Yang, Madame Ma felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Nurse Yang was notoriously strict, and in the coming days, her daughter would undoubtedly face considerable trials. The harsher Wei Ningyao was treated, the more pleased Madame Ma became. After all, she was the daughter of the Nye family. However, Madame Ma did not remain in the hall for long. After a brief observation, she departed. Unbeknownst to her, shortly after she left, Nurse Yang was suddenly struck by severe abdominal pain, hastily rushing to the lavatory, completely neglecting Wei Ningyao. A smile graced Wei Ningyao's face as she instructed Duku to prepare a bowl of fruit tea for her. In this lifetime, did Nurse Yang truly believe she could torment her as she had in the past? That was simply impossible. In her previous life, she had endured much suffering at Nurse Yang's hands, even falling gravely ill. Now, she intended to repay it in kind. In the lavatory, Nurse Yang experienced excruciating discomfort. Sensing something was amiss, the intensity of her pain felt suspicious, yet she could not articulate what was wrong. After a brief respite, she forced herself to emerge. But as she returned to the main hall, her abdomen throbbed painfully once more. She turned and dashed back to the lavatory. Thus, after several such episodes, Nurse Yang was utterly exhausted. She barely had the strength to speak, let alone continue tormenting Wei Ningyao. When she finally felt a modicum of relief, she bid farewell to Wei Ningyao, allowing a maid to support her as she departed Xinhong Courtyard, heading directly to Kawaiyuan. Upon witnessing Nurse Yang's pale and weakened visage before her, Madame Ma was taken aback. "Nurse Yang, what has happened to you?" Nurse Yang weakly replied, "Old servant feels unwell, suffering from unbearable abdominal pain. I beseech you, madam, to find a physician to attend to me." Madame Ma was startled by this revelation, realizing why she had caught a faint whiff of a foul odor earlier. It seemed Nurse Yang had spent quite some time in the lavatory. Uneasily, she instructed the maid supporting Nurse Yang, Linger, quickly assist the nurse to a chair. As soon as Nurse Yang settled into the chair, a prolonged sound emanated from beneath her, followed by a pungent and unpleasant odor wafting through the room. Chapter 55. Do you seek to usurp my reward? Madame Ma detected an unpleasant odor that instantly drained the color from her face. She hurriedly covered her mouth and nose with a handkerchief, yet the stench remained pervasive. Over the years, Madame Ma had become accustomed to a life of luxury, developing a certain fastidiousness that rendered her intolerant of foul smells. Each time she visited the lavatory, she insisted on incense being burned, and upon finishing, she would wash her hands, change her clothes, and cleanse herself with more incense. The noxious scent now pervading her chamber left her feeling utterly distressed, compelling her to flee. However, the source of the foul odor was none other than Granny Xiang, and thus she had to endure. In haste, she instructed a nearby maid, quickly summon a physician, Yes, madam, the maid responded eagerly, seizing the opportunity to escape the stench. Granny, how could you suddenly be afflicted with such abdominal pain? Madame Ma asked, suppressing her urge to flee and taking a moment to compose herself before addressing Granny Xiang again. The old servant puffed just as Granny Xiang began to speak. Another incident occurred. She felt the shameful evidence of her predicament seep through her garments, most likely staining the chair beneath her. Should she rise, all present would unmistakably discern the extent of her embarrassment. At that moment, Granny Xiang experienced an indescribable mortification, wishing fervently to vanish into the ground. Having lived for so many years, she had never encountered such disgrace. In the palace, she had ascended from a vulnerable maid, often bullied, to the esteemed matron overseeing the ritual department. Not only had she garnered the queen's favor, but she had also been sought after by numerous noble families to instruct their daughters. This was all due to her prudence and self-discipline, which had kept her from error. The thought of this incident becoming public threatened to obliterate the reputation she had painstakingly built. Madam, might you kindly ask your household to step away and provide me with some hot water and a clean set of clothing? Granny Xiang, in her hour of desperation, mustered the courage to plead with Madame Ma. At the very least, she wished to avoid exposing her disgrace to the entire room, hoping to salvage a shred of her dignity. However, before Madame Ma could respond, a white dog suddenly burst through the door, rushing towards Granny Xiang. Ah, a dog! It was evident that Granny Xiang harbored a fear of dogs. As she gasped in terror at the sight of the approaching animal, her pupils dilating in fright. Almost instinctively, she leapt from her chair, fleeing in panic. Yet astonishingly, the dog chased after her. Madame Ma was momentarily stunned by this unexpected turn of events before her gaze fell upon the chair Granny Xiang had occupied, now marred by a yellow, viscous stain. Ugh! Madame Ma immediately retched. Beside her, Granny Luo stifled her own nausea and hurried forward to support Madame Ma, gently patting her back, asking with concern, "Madam, are you all right?" After several heaves, Madame Ma finally regained her composure. "Quickly, assist me out of here. Dispose of the chair Granny Xiang sat upon. Furthermore, instruct the servants to capture both Granny Xiang and that dog. We cannot allow the entire courtyard to be sullied." The very thought of her own residence being tainted by Granny Xiang's disgrace sent her into a fit of agitation. After departing from Kawaiyuan, Madame Ma temporarily retreated to Duizin courtyard. She bathed and donned fresh attire, then had incense lit to cleanse herself thoroughly before she finally felt somewhat restored. "Madam, both Granny Xiang and the dog have been apprehended. They are no longer causing mayhem," reported Granny Luo. Madame Ma nodded in acknowledgement. "That is good. If Granny Xiang had run rampant throughout the estate, the entire Wei residence would be engulfed in filth. Where did that white dog come from? How did it find its way into Kawaiyuan? Have that wretched creature disposed of." Having been chased by dogs in her youth, Madame Ma held a deep-seated aversion to them. Granny Luo lowered her head, responding, "Madam, that dog escaped from the second young lady's courtyard. We do not know how she acquired it. The young servants caught the dog, and she came to claim it. As she left, she warned everyone that if anyone harmed that dog, she would." "She would do what?" Madame Ma interjected, her expression darkening. Granny Luo replied, "The second young lady stated that if anyone harmed that dog, she would harm them in return. If anyone were to kill that dog, she would see to it that they met a similar fate." With a resounding slap, Madame Ma struck the table beside her. "That wretched child! If I were to personally deal with that beast, would she truly dare to threaten me?" Fuming, Madame Ma rose from her seat and instructed Granny Luo to gather several people as they hurried toward Shinrong Courtyard. Upon arriving at the entrance, they encountered a group of individuals carrying a heavy chest. "Who are you?" Madame Ma inquired, eyeing them curiously. The lead man bowed respectfully, replying, "Madam, we are servants from the Dingning Wangfu, here to deliver a reward to the second young lady of the Wei family." "A reward?" Madame Ma raised an eyebrow in interest. The man nodded, continuing, "The second young lady recently exposed a bounty posted by our prince and heir, aiding our princess in her recovery. Our princess has since awakened, and we have come to present the reward on behalf of our heir." "Your princess has awakened? That little wretch. My daughter was the one who healed her?" A glimmer of disbelief flickered in Madame Ma's eyes, swiftly followed by a glint of avarice as she gazed at the heavy chest. "How much silver is contained within?" The man replied, "A total of 50,000 taels of gold." At the mention of 50,000 taels, Madame Ma's eyes widened in astonishment. Upon hearing the word gold, her gaze became entranced. 50,000 gold. Even the entirety of her current private treasury likely paled in comparison to such a sum. It must be said that Wei Ningyao, that little wretch, truly possessed some skill. She had unexpectedly healed the Dingning princess, thus earning such a fortune. Suppressing her avarice, Madame Ma addressed the group. "I am the mother of the second young lady. Please bring that reward to me." No sooner had she spoken than a clear and melodious voice interrupted. "Mother, do you seek to usurp my reward?" Chapter 56. She believed not a word upon raising her gaze. Madame Ma spotted Wei Ningyao approaching her with measured steps. For a brief moment, her expression stiffened at Wei Ningyao's words. Subsequently, she adopted an uncomfortably frosty demeanor and retorted, "What do you mean by that? Am I to be accused of coveting your reward? I merely wish to safeguard it for you." Wei Ningyao arched an eyebrow and smiled lightly. "It seems I have misunderstood you, mother. My apologies. I heard you instruct them to bring the reward to you and assumed you intended to pocket it. It appears you only wish to safeguard it for me. But that's quite unnecessary. I can manage it myself." Madame Ma's countenance darkened as she replied, "Do not forget that you are currently residing in the Xiangfu, and in a few months, as you prepare for marriage, I must also arrange a dowry for you." After a moment to compose herself, she continued, "If you hand over the reward to me for safekeeping, I shall include it in your dowry. A more substantial dowry will enhance your standing and ensure you are well regarded at the Wang family estate." At that moment, Madame Ma appeared to be a devoted mother, wholly consumed with planning for her daughter's future. Had Wei Ningyao still been the naive and foolish girl from her previous life, she might have genuinely believed her, perhaps even feeling touched. But she was no longer that simple-minded Wei Ningyao. Not a single word of Madame Ma's deceit would she credit. Safeguarding it for her, adding it to her dowry? How could that possibly be true? In her previous life, when Wei Ningyao wed, the dowry presented from the Wei residence seemed ample enough. At that time, she had been both delighted and moved, convinced that despite her mother's outward indifference, she still held her in esteem. However, when she later assessed the items in the storeroom, she was utterly stunned. The boxes contained nothing but worthless scrap metal, with even some rusty tin cans among the lot. She scoured through the dowry, finding scarcely a few items of any real value. Her heart had sunk considerably. Yet later, Madame Ma had lamented to her, claiming that with so many mouths to feed in the household, funds were scarce. Moreover, her maternal family was impoverished, and the dowry she brought to the Wei residence was even more meager than what was provided to her. Wei Ningyao, soft-hearted, had chosen to forgive her. Reflecting on her past self now, she realized just how foolish she had been. Wei Qingrong had navigated the complexities of court life for many years. A man so cunning and shrewd could not possibly have failed to accumulate some wealth. How could the illustrious prime minister's residence fail to provide a respectable dowry for his daughter? Madame Ma was merely feigning ignorance. This woman was utterly greedy. Once the reward fell in her hands, it would be akin to a meat bun thrown to a dog. There would be no hope of it being returned. "I appreciate your kind intentions, mother, but that will not be necessary. I prefer gold. I shall simply take the gold with me to the Wang estate. There is no need for you to trouble yourself converting it into items for my dowry," Wei Ningyao stated bluntly. Seeing Wei Ningyao's steadfast refusal, Madame Ma grew impatient. Her gaze turned icy. "Are you quite certain? When the time comes for your wedding, do not lament a paltry dowry." Her tone bore an unmistakable hint of threat. Madame Ma believed that her overture would prompt Wei Ningyao to reconsider. However, Wei Ningyao appeared entirely unconcerned as she replied, "No matter, should the dowry be lacking. It will not only be I who suffers the embarrassment. I believe that when I present the dowry list and the items to others, there will be plenty to criticize regarding both my father and you. The Prime Minister's residence, marrying off a daughter, yet so impoverished it rivals that of a minor official's daughter. This topic would surely stir considerable gossip." As she spoke, a sardonic glimmer danced in her eyes. "You!" Madame Ma's voice quivered slightly as she gritted her teeth. Rest assured, my daughter's marriage from the Prime Minister's residence will certainly not be so meager. In truth, Madame Ma had never intended to prepare a substantial dowry for Wei Ningyao. She had merely thought to gather some trivial items to appease. Yet now, it seemed that would not suffice. The impudent girl before her was not easily swayed. If the dowry were indeed too scant, Madame Ma feared she would be compelled to share in the humiliation. Hearing Madame Ma's declaration, Wei Ningyao smirked slightly. Then I thank you in advance, mother. In truth, Wei Ningyao was indifferent to whether Madame Ma would prepare a respectable dowry. She had already devised her own plan. When she married, she intended to take with her the dowry left by Nya. Would you be so kind as to assist me in bringing the reward into the courtyard? Wei Ningyao turned and smiled at the servants of the Ding Wang estate. The leading man nodded eagerly, signaling his subordinates to carry the reward into the courtyard. Once inside, he inclined his body towards Wei Ningyao, saying, Miss Wei, might you please verify the amount of the reward for any discrepancies? He then instructed his men to open the boxes. As the boxes were unveiled, they revealed gleaming gold ingots alongside a thick stack of silver notes. Miss Wei, this total of 50,000 gold is substantial. Part of it consists of silver notes, which can be exchanged for gold and silver at any money house. The leading man explained. Wei Ningyao inspected the notes briefly and nodded. The count should be accurate. Thank you for your efforts. She then called for Duku, instructing her to escort them out and provide them with a pouch of silver as a token of appreciation. The servants from the Ding Wang estate, having received the silver, expressed their admiration. Not only is Miss Wei beautiful and skilled in medicine, but she is also exceedingly generous, truly admirable. Indeed, after the departure of the servants, Madame Ma remained in the Xiangrong courtyard, watching Wei Ningyao command the collection of the rewards with keen eyes. Internally, she was calculating how to prevent Wei Ningyao from taking the rewards with her. Before her marriage, she needed to devise a plan to claim them. Mother, do you have any further business? Wei Ningyao inquired, arms crossed, observing Madame Ma's lingering presence. Madame Ma snapped back to her purpose, her expression hardening as she demanded. I have heard that the white dog that intruded into my courtyard originated from you. Where did you acquire it? Where is it now? Hand it over. Dogs are not permitted in this household, and I shall have it put down. Wei Ningyao frowned, stating, Xiao, I must have followed the scent of Granny Xiang and wandered into your courtyard. It is quite well behaved and does not run amok. Mother, are you truly so intolerant as to turn against a mere dog? Moreover, that dog was a gift from a third prince. Do you intend to have it killed as well? A gift from a third prince? Madame Ma regarded Wei Ningyao with skepticism. Wei Ningyao raised an eyebrow. If you doubt me, feel free to inquire personally. Of course, Madame Ma had no intention of doing so. Though still somewhat skeptical, she ultimately chose not to press the matter further. Coldly, she replied, Since it was a gift from the third prince, I shall refrain from having it killed. However, ensure it is kept within your courtyard. Should it roam freely again and disturb me or any esteemed guests, do not expect my hand to show mercy. With that, Madame Ma flicked her sleeves and departed the Xiangrong courtyard in a huff. Chapter 57 Good News in the Wei Residence's Guest House. The maid sent by Madame Ma to summon a physician has returned with him. At present, the physician is attending to Nurse Xiang. After examining her pulse for a considerable time, he finally released her wrist. Doctor, what is wrong with my stomach? Why does it hurt so much? Nurse Yang asked weakly, clutching her abdomen tightly, after being brought to the guest house by the servants of the Wei residence. She had spent a considerable amount of time in the latrine and felt utterly drained. Bathing and changing her clothes were done with the assistance of the Wei servants. The physician hesitated for a moment before delivering his diagnosis. It appears to be due to something you ate. Something I ate? Nurse Yang struggled to recall what she had consumed that day. In the morning, she had breakfast in the palace, then visited her brother and sister-in-law, where she had a few buns and sweet potatoes. Afterward, upon arriving at the Wei residence, she drank tea and had a few light snacks. The palace breakfast should have posed no issues, and the tea and snacks at the Wei residence should also have been safe, especially as Madame Ma had dined at the same time. Could it be that she had ingested something bad at her brother and sister-in-law's? Of course, now was not the time to dwell on where she might have eaten something harmful. The most pressing matter was to have the physician alleviate her abdominal pain. Doctor, Can you cure my stomachache? He stroked his goatee thoughtfully before responding, it should be possible. He then proceeded to write a prescription and handed her several black pills. After taking the pills and drinking the herbal concoction, half an hour later, she finally felt a bit better. Just as she thought her condition was improving, a sudden dull pain gripped her abdomen, even more intense than before. Madame Ma, upon learning of Nurse Xiang's situation, furrowed her brow tightly, beginning to sense something amiss. Could it be the work of that little wretch? She muttered to herself. The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. After all, that little wretch was known for her ruthless tactics. Even now, Nurse Zheng's hands had not healed. This little wretch was not only skilled in medicine, but also in poison. If this situation was indeed her doing, it would not be surprising. After all, why had Nurse Yang been fine while with her? Only to encounter problems once she arrived at the Wei residence? Nurse Yang had been invited at her request to the Empress. Something could not happen here. Thinking this, Madame Ma instructed a maid in the courtyard, go, summon the second young lady. Before long, the maid who had gone to fetch Wei Ningyao returned alone. Her head bowed as she reported, Madam, the second young lady said she would be having dinner soon and cannot come. Always thinking of food. Why doesn't she just eat herself to death? Madame Ma scolded, her expression dark. Madam, should I go and ask again? The maid inquired. After a moment's thought, Madame Ma furrowed her brow and replied, no need. If she refuses to come, then let it be. Go to Chunchi Hall and summon Dr. Yu. He used to serve in the Imperial Medical Department and possesses commendable medical skills. Perhaps he can treat Nurse Xiang. In truth, Madame Ma harbored deep-seated distrust towards Wei Ningyao. If she were to call Wei Ningyao over to treat Nurse Xiang, she would feel uneasy, fearing that she might do something untoward. The maid, upon receiving the instructions, exited to fetch Dr. Yu. After evaluating Nurse Xiang, Dr. Yu concurred that she must have eaten something bad. His experience proved invaluable. After administering acupuncture, he alleviated her pain. He then provided a prescription for her to follow. After taking the medicine, Nurse Xiang did not experience any further abdominal pain until the following morning. However, she still felt fatigued and unwell. She decided to bid farewell to Madame Ma, expressing her desire to leave the Wei residence. Having endured such humiliation the previous day, she felt she could not remain any longer. Madame Ma attempted to persuade her to stay, but upon seeing Nurse Xiang's determination, she ceased her entreaties and presented her with a bag of silver ingots as a reward. Nurse Xiang weighed the heavy silver in her hands, feeling somewhat comforted. After exchanging a few polite words, she departed from the Wei residence. In Shinrong courtyard, Duku reported to Wei Ningyao that Nurse Xiang had left the Wei residence. A slight smile graced Wei Ningyao's lips. Did Nurse Xiang truly believe she was completely well? For the ensuing half-month, she would relish the experience of enduring at least an hour of excruciating abdominal pain each day, along with her delightful bouts of diarrhea. In her previous life, she had suffered a grave illness due to this, and had it not been for her own medical knowledge, which was quite substantial, she might have met her demise. Meanwhile, Madame Ma, having seen Nurse Xiang leave, felt she had resolved a troublesome matter. After all, Nurse Xiang was an esteemed elder from the palace, held in high regard by Empress Liang. She had been invited at Madame Ma's request to the Empress. If something were to happen in the Wei residence, it would be difficult to explain. With her departure, should further issues arise, the Wei residence would bear less responsibility. Yet, she lamented not being able to see that little wretch, Wei Ningyao, suffer a bit. Madam, the kawaii has been tidied up. The chair that Nurse Xiang sat on and the teaware she used have all been discarded, and the room has been cleaned and scented. When shall you return? Luo Momo reported to Madame Ma. Madame Ma paused briefly before responding in a couple of days. Although the courtyard had been cleaned and should not carry any unpleasant odors, the memories of the previous day's events still unsettled her. Later, Wei Chongrong returned from his duties and, upon hearing Madame Ma speak of Nurse Xiang's situation, nodded in agreement. It is indeed for the best that she has left. If any issues were to arise in our residence, it would be quite inappropriate. He then mentioned another matter, Madam. I have good news to share. His Majesty and the Empress have nearly finalized their decision to betroth heir to the seventh prince. The decree should be issued in a couple of days. Really? Madame Ma exclaimed with joy, springing from her chair, her face alight with happiness. This is wonderful. Wei Qingrong took a sip of the tea Madame Ma had just poured for him and replied, after court today, the emperor summoned me to Kuanning Palace and inquired about Yi. She revealed that His Majesty and she have nearly settled on Yi marrying the 7th prince as his primary consort and sought my opinion. While it is not entirely confirmed, I believe it is nearly certain. Hearing this, Madame Ma's smile deepened. Yi had always been exceptional. How could His Majesty and the Empress not favor her? I plan to take Yi to Fuhua Temple tomorrow to light incense and pray for blessings, she declared. Wei Qingrong nodded in agreement. Do so, and be sure to bring Yao Yao along as well. Chapter 58. Why would she want to marry him? Upon hearing Wei Qingrong's request to bring Wei Ningyao along, Madame Ma's smile dimmed slightly. She settled back in her chair and inquired, what purpose does it serve to bring her? Wei Qingrong looked up at her, responding, though Yao Yao has grown up in the countryside and is not close to us, she is still your daughter. We should take her with us. Reluctantly, Madame Ma nodded. Very well, let us bring her along. When Wei Ningyao learned that Madame Ma intended to take her to Fuhua Temple for prayers, she raised an eyebrow. She surmised that Madame Ma was not genuinely willing to take her. It was most likely Wei Qingrong's insistence. Miss, it seems the lady truly cares for you, Dooku exclaimed cheerfully. Wei Ningyao pressed her lips together, refraining from responding. How could Madame Ma genuinely care for her? Wei Ningyao requested Dooku to fetch a lighter outfit for her, as she planned to go out. Miss, where are you headed? Dooku queried with curiosity. For the pawn shop, Wei Ningyao replied. She intended to hire some capable guards to protect Shinrong Courtyard, preventing any ill-intentioned individuals from trespassing. Additionally, she carried a portion of the reward notes with her, planning to deposit them at Jinkin Building. Jinkin Building was not only an auction house, but also offered storage services. The minimum deposit began at 100,000 taels of silver. Upon depositing, they would issue a special jade token, allowing the bearer to withdraw silver from any branch of Jinkin Building. Furthermore, they would not charge a storage fee and would provide interest monthly based on the deposited amount. Naturally, storing her notes at Jinkin Building was far more secure than keeping them at the Wei residence. After changing her clothes, Wei Ningyao set out. Her first stop was Jinkin Building to deposit her notes, after which she planned to visit the pawn shop. However, just as she exited Jinkin Building, she encountered Pei Mocheng's carriage. Before she could approach, Xiaodong came up to her, bowing politely. Miss Wei, our prince wishes to see you. Very well. Wei Ningyao nodded and walked directly to the carriage. Upon reaching it, she lifted the curtain without uttering a word. In the next moment, that familiar figure came into view. What a coincidence to see you here. Wei Ningyao smiled at the man inside the carriage. Pei Mocheng lowered his gaze slightly, a hint of softness in his eyes as he replied, it is not mere coincidence. I was looking for you. Seeing you at Jinkin Building, I followed. He extended his hand, gesturing for her to come up. Wei Ningyao glanced at his outstretched hand and placed her own into it. In an instant, her delicate hand was enveloped by his larger one. With a gentle pull, he helped her into the carriage. What do you wish to discuss? Wei Ningyao settled onto the soft couch, gazing at his remarkably handsome face. Pei Mocheng cleared his throat before speaking. I will be leaving the capital for a while. You are leaving the capital? Wei Ningyao furrowed her brows, then recalled something, asking, are you personally escorting supplies to assist General Xiao? Pei Mocheng was taken aback by her quick deduction. He nodded, saying, I do not trust others. My uncle has fought valiantly, and I cannot bear to see him perish at Qishui Mountain. A year ago, I was ambushed and trapped in the northwest. If not for my uncle, I might have lost more than just the use of my legs. Wei Ningyao lowered her gaze, realizing that Pei Mocheng's determination to go personally was likely influenced by her words from yesterday. She had advised him to take precautions during the supply transport. Though he had relinquished the imperial talisman given to him by Emperor Longan after his injury, his own forces remained intact. Additionally, he still commanded an elite cavalry unit entrusted to him by his late mother before her death. With Pei Mocheng's capabilities, he could have devised a plan to rescue his uncle without going himself. To her surprise, he chose to go. This journey would likely take several months, and she thought of his leg. Wei Ningyao looked at Pei Mocheng's leg, remembering her promise to heal it within 3 months. She had nearly gathered the necessary herbs and planned to begin treatment next month, but now he intended to leave. My leg can wait. My uncle does not have that luxury. I feel more at ease going myself, Pei Mocheng asserted. Wei Ningyao remained silent. Having been his princess for 3 years in her past life, she understood his temperament well. Once he made a decision, it was seldom easy to persuade him otherwise. If that is your choice, then go, Wei Ningyao replied calmly. You do not oppose? Pei Mocheng raised an eyebrow in surprise. His gaze had not left her face, and he recognized her genuine acceptance. If I oppose, would you stay? Wei Ningyao met his gaze. After a brief pause, Pei Mocheng shook his head. Wei Ningyao shrugged. Then that settles it. Pei Mocheng's expression softened with a hint of regret as he spoke. If all goes well, I should return within 3 months. If I do not, our marriage may need to be postponed. That is of no concern, Wei Ningyao replied nonchalantly. We can discuss it upon your return. Pei Mocheng observed her indifference, feeling an inexplicable sense of discomfort brewing within him. May I ask you a question? Go ahead, Wei Ningyao responded. Pei Mocheng voiced his curiosity. I wish to know why you want to marry me. He vividly recalled the day she insisted he annul his engagement with the eldest daughter of the Wei family in favor of her. While he surmised that the Wei family had sought her return to have her marry him on behalf of their eldest daughter, from his observations over the past few days, he believed that if Wei Ningyao were unwilling, the Wei family could not compel her. On the day of the old Madame Wei's birthday banquet, she had cooperated with Wei Xiong and his wife to scheme against him, even revealing that she was the little girl who had saved him years ago. She had cited his earlier promise to fulfill one condition as a reason for him to marry her, indicating a willingness on her part. It was clear that her desire to marry him was not solely due to pressure from Wei Xiong and his wife. Back then, she had been just a girl. He did not perceive her as someone who would fall for him at first sight. Now, he sensed that her feelings did not entirely align with romantic affection, but rather seemed tinged with a sense of guilt. Pei Mocheng found himself perplexed. Well, had she ever wronged him? Chapter 59. Waiting for your return to marry me, Wei Ningyao was taken aback when Pei Mocheng posed this question to her. After a brief pause, she awkwardly replied, The reason I wish to marry you is simply because you possess an attractive appearance. Furthermore, my dear sister Wei Ani has been inconsolable upon learning of your leg injury, which may prevent her from standing again. Consequently, she harbors no desire to wed you, and her continual tears have moved our parents. They then considered having me take her place. I reasoned that I would eventually marry anyway, and since we had met before, there seemed to be some connection. You are indeed handsome and a prince. Marrying you would not be a loss, so I agreed. Wei Ningyao's words were not entirely fabricated. She genuinely found Pei Mocheng's visage appealing, elegant, and strikingly beautiful, a delight to behold. Moreover, it was true that Wei Ani had no intention of marrying him, and Wei Qingrong along with Madame Ma were inclined to have her substitute. Nevertheless, this was not the true reason behind Wei Ningyao's agreement to become engaged to him. The real motivation lay in her desire to atone for the debts of the past life she owed to Pei Mocheng. In her previous life, had it not been for her naivety and belief in the deceptions of the Wei family, which led to her stealing the military schematics and the tiger talisman, Pei Mocheng might not have met such a tragic fate atop the city wall. She understood Pei Mocheng's aspirations, his yearning for the populace to be well-fed, warmly clothed, and to live in peace. She was also aware of the deep-seated grudge he bore regarding his mother's death. Pei Mocheng's mother, Empress Xiao, was the first empress of Emperor Longan, who perished during childbirth due to poisoning. Despite prolonged investigations by Emperor Longan and the Empress Dowager, the culprit remained elusive, and the matter was ultimately dismissed. Later, Pei Mocheng uncovered a few clues leading him to seek out a pivotal figure, an old wet nurse who had served in Empress Xiao's palace. This wet nurse fell ill and left the palace a year after the empress's death, disappearing without a trace thereafter. After considerable effort, Pei Mocheng located her and extracted information about past events from her, learning the identity of his mother's murderer, concubine Hui of the palace, and later, Empress Liang. Pei Mocheng had initially intended to secure a safe haven for the wet nurse, waiting for the opportune moment to bring her back to the palace to expose the culprits. However, His inquiries into Empress Zhao's demise became known, and he found himself pursued by assassins. Ultimately, he could not save the wet nurse, and he himself sustained grave injuries. It was during this tumultuous time that he encountered Wei Ningyao, who came to his rescue. This event was something Wei Ningyao only learned of on the eve of Pei Mocheng's demise in her previous life. Until his last moment, he had failed to avenge his mother's death, succumbing instead at the hands of his enemy's son. Wei Ningyao was uncertain whether Pei Mocheng had harbored resentment towards her in his final moments, but she felt nothing but guilt and sorrow towards him. Of course, she would not divulge this reason to Pei Mocheng, not at least for now. Pei Mocheng narrowed his eyes slightly upon hearing Wei Ningyao's response. He sensed that she had not revealed the entire truth. Yet, her words were not entirely deceptive. It appeared she indeed appreciated his visage. Strangely, the notion that Wei Ningyao found him attractive brought him a flicker of joy. After all, to admire his appearance was akin to cherishing him. He chose not to press her further, recognizing that even if he did, she would likely withhold the true reason. Thus, he resolved to wait for her to confide in him when she was ready. "I shall set off tomorrow morning," he said, redirecting the conversation towards his imminent departure. Wei Ningyao nodded. "Then, I wish you a safe journey. Is that all you have to say?" Pei Mocheng seemed somewhat dissatisfied with her simple farewell. Wei Ningyao raised an eyebrow, gazing at his handsome face, and added, "Well then, I await your return to marry me." "Pei Mocheng, I have some free time today. Where are you headed? Are you preparing to return to the Xiang residence? Allow me to escort you." As soon as Pei Mocheng finished speaking, Xiao Dong outside the carriage could not suppress a cough. He nearly thought he had misheard. Tomorrow they were to depart, and his lord had numerous matters to attend to. Where was the time for leisure? Although he felt a twinge of urgency and a desire to voice his thoughts, he ultimately refrained from speaking up. After all, the prince had always acted according to his own calculations. Inside the carriage, Pei Mocheng's gaze remained fixated on Wei Ningyao's radiant and alluring countenance. With tomorrow's departure approaching, he indeed had a multitude of tasks to prepare and manage. Yet, inexplicably, the thought of parting, perhaps for an extended period, stirred a sense of reluctance within him, an unfamiliar sentiment he had never experienced before. Having entered the military at a young age and subsequently engaged in countless battles, he had rarely entertained thoughts beyond the occasional longing for his grandmother. Never had he felt such sentimentality towards others before embarking on a journey. Perhaps it was because the woman before him was his fiancée, but even that seemed amiss. The previous young lady from the Wei family had been his fiancée for several years, yet he had never felt any attachment towards her. It was that day, however, when she had unexpectedly collapsed into his arms, refusing to rise, playfully urging him not to be so harsh with her. After that encounter, her image occasionally flickered through his mind. The brilliance of her beauty, her confidence, and her spirited demeanor lingered in his thoughts. Upon hearing Pei Mocheng's offer to escort her, Wei Ningyao hesitated briefly before replying. "There is no need for such trouble. I have my carriage, and I am not yet ready to return home. I plan to visit the dentist." "The dentist? What business do you have there? Has the Xiang residence not provided you with attendants?" Pei Mocheng inquired, puzzled. The dentist was a place for acquiring servants, and he surmised Wei Ningyao intended to procure one. But she had already been formally acknowledged by the Xiang residence. As a daughter of the house, did they not provide her with attendants? Wei Ningyao explained, "I earned some reward money for treating the Ning princess, and it seems some individuals in the residence have taken an interest. I intend to purchase a few capable guards to protect my courtyard, so that no one can easily intrude." Pei Mocheng smiled upon hearing her reasoning. He had not anticipated that his fiancée was also quite the frugal individual. "Very well. Let me escort you there." Chapter 60. Entrusting Dongwan to your care despite Wei Ningyao's initial reluctance, Pei Mocheng insisted on escorting her to the human market. A tinge of melancholy washed over Wei Ningyao, knowing that Pei Mocheng's departure from the capital the following day would mean a temporary separation. Moreover, this presented an opportune moment to meticulously examine Pei Mocheng's leg and prepare some medicinal remedies for him. Wei Ningyao broached the subject of inspecting his leg once more, and after a moment's hesitation, Pei Mocheng acquiesced. Seeing his consent, Wei Ningyao promptly moved forward, ready to lift the hem of his brocade robe. A faint blush crept on Pei Mocheng's face as he demurred. "Allow me to do it myself." Catching sight of his reddened countenance, Wei Ningyao realized her forwardness and waved her hand. "Then, by all means, proceed. Roll up your trousers as well. I require an unobstructed view." Pei Mocheng, though somewhat self-conscious, complied without protest, following Wei Ningyao's instructions to expose his legs. His once fair skin now bore a pair of scars that traversed each leg, one commencing at the right knee and the other tracing the back of the left leg, extending almost to the ankle. There was no mistaking that these were the result of a sword strike. A livid, purplish hue permeated the surrounding tissue, a consequence of the poison that had been smeared upon the blade. In those dire moments, he had decisively sealed the acupoints in his leg with internal energy, preventing the toxins from coursing through his entire being. Subsequently, the army physician had temporarily suppressed the poison, sustaining him until his return to the capital. After consulting with imperial physicians, they had initially advocated for the amputation of both legs. However, Pei Mocheng vehemently opposed such a measure. Emperor Longan summoned numerous renowned physicians to collaborate with the imperial doctors in devising alternative strategies. Ultimately, they managed to neutralize nearly half of the poison, while the remaining toxins were effectively contained within his leg. To fully restore Pei Mocheng's leg, it was imperative to eradicate all traces of the poison. Yet, the residual toxins proved remarkably resistant to treatment, leaving countless physicians and imperial doctors at loss, devoid of viable solutions. In her previous life, Wei Ningyao's expertise in toxicology was not particularly extensive. She possessed the ability to counteract common poisons, but she found herself confounded by those that were excessively intricate or rare. However, her circumstances had changed. During the 6 years since her rebirth, she had dedicated herself to the study of toxicology. She could now effortlessly handle most common poisons, and even complex toxins no longer posed an insurmountable challenge, save for those that were universally incurable. Evidently, the poison afflicting Pei Mocheng's leg was not so intricate as to defy all attempts at a cure. Otherwise, he would not have recovered in her previous life. "How do you feel? Do you experience any sensations?" Wei Ningyao inquired, gently palpating Pei Mocheng's leg. Pei Mocheng shook his head, his gaze softening with tenderness as he fixed it upon her, a sentiment that he himself was not fully aware of. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, Wei Ningyao concluded her examination. Pei Mocheng adjusted his garments and then met her gaze, inquiring in a low voice, "What is your assessment?" Wei Ningyao responded, "There are no significant complications. I am confident in my ability to counteract the poison. However, the treatment process will require some time. As you are departing tomorrow, there is insufficient time to complete it. Upon your return, I shall ensure that you can stand once more." Wei Ningyao's tone was composed and self-assured. Although Pei Mocheng was cognizant that his leg could be healed even without Wei Ningyao's intervention, and that his recovery was merely a matter of time, he was nonetheless heartened by her tranquil and confident words. "I have faith in you," he affirmed. Wei Ningyao narrowed her eyes slightly and then turned to Pei Mocheng. "Does your leg experience periodic episodes of pain every few days? I shall visit the apothecary later to procure some medicinal ingredients for you. When the pain flares up, have someone apply it to your leg, and it shall provide relief." "Very well," Pei Mocheng responded, his gaze fixed upon Wei Ningyao with gentle affection. At that moment, the carriage came to a halt, and Xiaodong's voice echoed from outside. "Your Highness, Miss Wei, we have arrived at the human market. Then I shall disembark. As you are departing tomorrow, you likely have matters to attend to. Perhaps you should return first. I may require some time," Wei Ningyao suggested, addressing Pei Mocheng. Pei Mocheng paused momentarily before relenting. "Very well." He did indeed have numerous matters that demanded his attention. "By the way, what time are you setting off tomorrow? I shall prepare the medicine and deliver it to you, and bid you farewell." Wei Ningyao inquired of Pei Mocheng before alighting from the carriage. Pei Mocheng replied, "I anticipate departing around Maozheng, 6 o'clock a.m. "Very well. I shall seek you out then," Wei Ningyao responded before preparing to disembark. Just as she drew back the curtain, Pei Mocheng, as if struck by a sudden thought, seized her hand. Caught off guard, Wei Ningyao stumbled and fell into his embrace. The familiar warmth of his chest enveloped her, accompanied by the subtle scent of medicinal herbs. Ah, the fragrance emanated from the medicinal pouch she had gifted him earlier. "You carry it with you," Wei Ningyao exclaimed, her smiling eyes meeting his. Pei Mocheng had not anticipated that his mere gesture of pulling her would result in her tumbling into his arms, leaving him momentarily stunned. Meeting her smiling gaze and hearing her voice, he paused before regaining his composure and nodding. "Indeed, this medicinal pouch is quite effective. My sleep has improved considerably." Wei Ningyao's eyes narrowed. "Naturally, it is a concoction I specifically formulated for you. How could it be anything less?" With that, she returned the pouch to his bosom. During this exchange, her delicate hand brushed against his chest twice, creating a sensation akin to ants crawling upon his skin, an indescribable itchiness. As Pei Mocheng prepared to speak, Wei Ningyao had already extricated herself from his embrace, inquiring, "By the way, why did you pull me back just now? Was there something else?" Pei Mocheng composed himself and nodded slightly. "I shall have Dongwuan accompany you. Her martial prowess is considerable. Her presence can ensure your safety." Upon hearing the name Dongwuan, Wei Ningyao paused momentarily, instinctively recoiling at the notion. In her previous life, Pei Mocheng had assigned Dongwuan to her side for a period of time, but Wei Ningyao had grown weary of her aloof demeanor, finding her as frigid as ice, and had requested that Pei Mocheng withdraw her. Furthermore, on the day Pei Mocheng met his demise atop the city tower, she had appeared before Wei Ningyao, drenched in blood, her heart filled with resentment as she accused her of causing Pei Mocheng's death, along with the demise of his loyal subordinates. However, when Wei Ningyao had rushed to the city tower in search of Pei Mocheng, Dongwuan had followed her, assisting her several times when she stumbled. Once upon the city tower, Wei Ningyao's attention had been entirely consumed by Pei Mocheng's lifeless body, and she had not noticed Dongwuan's presence. Now, in retrospect, Dongwuan had likely been slain by the soldiers of the Seventh Prince. Wei Ningyao knew that Dongwuan, despite her icy exterior, possessed a kind heart. Otherwise, she would not have continued to follow her, even in the face of such intense animosity, offering her assistance when she stumbled. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Wei Ningyao did not refuse, responding with a smile. "Is Dongwuan the young lady we encountered at the tea house earlier? If your highness wishes her to accompany me, then I shall accept your offer with gratitude." Seeing Wei Ningyao so readily accept Dongwuan, Pei Mocheng was taken aback once more. He responded in a gentle tone, "I shall await your arrival tomorrow morning before departing." "Very well. I shall arrive punctually," Wei Ningyao replied before alighting from the carriage. Chapter 61. This, indeed, is her family. Wei Ningyao perused the services of the brokerage for a while, eventually settling on 4 retainers, 2 men and 2 women, all skilled in martial arts. While those with martial prowess commanded a higher price, Wei Ningyao was unconcerned and promptly purchased their indentures. Subsequently, she escorted them back to the Wei residence, bestowing upon them new monikers. The 2 men were christened Dotong and Duyuan, respectively, while the 2 women were named Dohua and Duya. Upon returning to Shinrong Courtyard, Duku was elated to learn that Wei Ningyao had acquired 4 servants from the brokerage, and had even given them names incorporating the character Do. This, she surmised, indicated that the young lady favored her appellation, which was tantamount to the young lady's affection for her. "My lady," Duku inquired with a cheerful countenance, "you are scheduled to visit Fuhua Temple with the madam and the eldest young lady tomorrow for prayers. Is there anything in particular you wish to bring?" "I overheard the denizens of Chiwu Courtyard mentioning that the madam intends to lodge at Fuhua Temple for a night, transcribing scriptures. If you have no specific requests, allow me to assemble some belongings for you." Wei Ningyao dismissed her with a wave of her hand. "I have no particular desires. Prepare whatever you deem appropriate." Having spoken, she narrowed her eyes slightly. "So, Madame Ma intends to transcribe scriptures at Fuhua Temple? We shall see if she can even arrive at Fuhua Temple unscathed tomorrow." After dispatching Dotong and Duyuan to the Wei residence, Wei Ningyao embarked on another excursion, assisting Pei Mocheng in procuring medicinal ingredients at Ningrui Hall. Having assembled the necessary remedies for Pei Mocheng, Wei Ningyao refrained from immediate departure, instead handing a note to Manager Gao, instructing him, "Please transmit this missive to Yan Luo. I wish to meet with him at the hour of midnight tonight." Manager Gao received the note without opening it, responding respectfully, "As you wish, Miss Yao." Having conveyed her instructions, Wei Ningyao did not linger at Ningrui Hall, returning to the Wei residence. Upon her arrival, the day was already waning. After partaking in supper, Wei Ningyao retired to her chambers. She did not immediately succumb to slumber, but rather sorted through the medicinal ingredients acquired from Ningrui Hall, meticulously packaging them in paper sachets. Subsequently, she inscribed annotations upon them before depositing them into a traveling bag. Having completed these preparations, Wei Ningyao glanced at the hourglass. With time to spare before the hour of midnight, she perused a medical treatise for a while. As the appointed hour drew near, she set aside the treatise, donned a black night suit, extinguished the lamp in her chamber, and emerged from the room. In a secluded alleyway not far from the Wei residence, Wei Ningyao had barely entered when a clear, youthful voice reverberated, "Second sister, long time no see. Why did you suddenly summon me? Has something occurred?" The visitor was none other than Yin Luo, the individual whom Wei Ningyao had arranged to meet, the youngest son of her adoptive father, who had raised her and imparted medical knowledge to her. Wei Ningyao's adoptive father, Yin Jinwei, had two sons. Yin Shi, the elder, was 5 years her senior, whom Wei Ningyao addressed as eldest brother, while Yin Luo, the younger, was 2 years her junior and her third brother, both in her previous life and in this one. Wei Ningyao enjoyed a close rapport with Yin Shi and Yin Luo. Wei Ningyao gazed at Yin Luo and shook her head. "Nothing untoward has occurred, but I require your assistance with a matter." "What is it that necessitates summoning me at this hour?" Yin Luo inquired curiously. Wei Ningyao beckoned Yin Luo closer with a gesture of her finger. Upon his approach, she whispered a few words into his ear. "Third brother, can you accomplish this task for me?" Yin Luo nodded without hesitation. "Of course, my abilities are well known to you. Rest assured, second sister, I shall execute it flawlessly." Wei Ningyao nodded, confident in Yin Luo's capacity to fulfill her instructions. Otherwise, she would not have specifically summoned him. "Once you have completed this task, I shall devise 2 new poisons for your amusement," Wei Ningyao said with a smile. Her third brother also possessed a penchant for poison, although his aptitude for researching new toxins was somewhat lacking, an area in which Wei Ningyao excelled. Upon hearing Wei Ningyao's offer to devise new poisons for him, Yin Luo's eyes lit up momentarily. "Second sister, you are the best second sister in the world," Yin Luo exclaimed, showering her with effusive praise, his eyes gleaming. "Second sister, I eagerly await your new poisons. By the way, second sister, how have you been faring in the Wei residence these days?" Yin Luo inquired, mindful of Wei Ningyao's well-being. "SOSO," Wei Ningyao replied. Observing Wei Ningyao's apparent reluctance to discuss the Wei residence, Yin Luo's brow furrowed. "Second sister, have you been mistreated in the Wei residence? Has anyone been bullying you? Tell me, and I shall avenge you." Witnessing Yin Luo's anxious demeanor and his readiness to champion her cause, Wei Ningyao felt a surge of warmth. This, indeed, was her family, far superior to those of the Wei residence by 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Yet in her previous life, she had been blinded by the allure of so-called familial bonds, forsaking the Yin family's genuine affection to ingratiate herself with the ungrateful wretches of the Wei family. Wei Ningyao raised her hand to clasp Yin Luo's shoulder, reassuring him, "Rest assured, no one can bully me. Are you unaware of my capabilities?" "True. I almost forgot how formidable my second sister is. Ordinary individuals cannot easily take advantage of you," Yin Luo conceded, retracting his fists. "However, the denizens of the Wei residence are your true kin. If they mistreat you, do not allow yourself to be swayed by the notion of blood ties. Do not be lenient with them." Wei Ningyao smiled and acquiesced. "Very well." The siblings conversed for a few more moments before parting ways. Watching the youthful figure vanish into the night, Wei Ningyao lingered in the alleyway for a while before turning to depart. Stealthily returning to Shinron Courtyard, Wei Ningyao changed out of her attire and retired to bed. The following day, before the break of dawn, Wei Ningyao arose from her slumber. Dooku, residing in the adjacent chamber, awoke a quarter of an hour later. She emerged from her room with a yawn, intending to prepare hot water in the kitchen to attend to Wei Ningyao's morning ablutions. To her surprise, she beheld Wei Ningyao exiting her room, fully dressed and with her hair styled. "My lady, why have you risen so early?" Dooku inquired. "The madam and the eldest young lady are not scheduled to depart for Fuhua Temple for another hour. You could have indulged in a bit more sleep." Dooku surmised that Wei Ningyao's early rising was prompted by her eagerness to depart for Fuhua Temple. However, Wei Ningyao clarified, "I must venture out for a while. I have some matters to attend to." "Ah, you're going out to attend to business? But you are scheduled to depart for Fuhua Temple with the madam and the eldest young lady shortly. Will you make in time?" Dooku inquired anxiously. "Rest assured, I am aware of my limitations. I shall await you at the city gate," Wei Ningyao replied. Having spoken, Wei Ningyao hastened away without allowing Dooku to interject further. At the city gate, the auxiliary forces dispatched to support the imperial son-in-law, Shao, at Mount Chishui were fully equipped and poised for departure. Pei Mocheng sat within a carriage, refraining from issuing the order to depart. Outside the carriage, Xiaodong remarked with some anxiety, "Your Highness, the time of departure is imminent. Why has the second Miss Wei not arrived yet?" Pei Mocheng was about to assert, "There is no need to rush. Let's tarry a while longer." But before he could utter the words, he espied a figure galloping towards them in the distance. Chapter 62. The farewell kiss. The woman on horseback was strikingly beautiful and exuded grace. Dressed in a light blue gown, she approached like a swift sprite. Upon reaching the front of the procession, Wei Ningyao pulled the reins, bringing her steed to a halt, and nimbly dismounted. She then hurried to the carriage where Pei Mocheng sat. "You're here," Pei Mocheng said, a faint smile gracing his lips as he gazed at the woman standing before him. "Am I late?" Wei Ningyao asked, tilting her face upward. "No," Pei Mocheng replied, shaking his head. "May I join you in the carriage for a moment?" "Don't worry, I won't take up too much of your time." Wei Ningyao's eyes sparkled as she looked at the man inside the carriage. Pei Mocheng, slightly puzzled about what could be so urgent, nodded. "All right, come up." Without hesitation, Wei Ningyao leaped into the carriage, pulling down the curtain to shield them from the outside world. "You?" Pei Mocheng began to inquire about what she wanted to discuss. However, before he could finish, Wei Ningyao unexpectedly leaned in, planting a kiss on his lips. It was quick, yet the warmth and softness lingered, as if branded onto his heart. Realizing what had just transpired, Pei Mocheng felt as if his mind had been shattered. "You?" He stared at Wei Ningyao, astonished. Seeing him so taken aback, akin to an unsuspecting man being playfully teased, Wei Ningyao couldn't help but chuckle. She mused to herself about how he would react if she revealed that in their past life, they had shared even more intimate moments. Of course, such thoughts remained unspoken. It was merely a farewell kiss. "Why are you so surprised?" Wei Ningyao smiled. She then removed a heavy cloth bag from her shoulder and placed it on a nearby low table. "Inside are the herbs I specially prepared for you. There are remedies for your legs, my unique wound ointment, and other commonly used medicines, all more effective than what you'd find in an apothecary. Oh, and there's a vial of poison and an antidote, black for the poison and green for the antidote. In case of emergencies, you can use them for self-defense." As Wei Ningyao continued her animated chatter, Pei Mocheng found it difficult to articulate his feelings. His gaze remained fixed on her lips, hardly straying away, clearly preoccupied with the fact that she had just kissed him. Once she had finished her instructions, Wei Ningyao glanced at him and noticed his gaze seemed somewhat distant. She became uncertain whether he had been listening at all. "Never mind, I've labeled all the herbs, so you want tea, mix them up," she sighed. "Well, I won't hold you up any longer. I'll take my leave now," she said, preparing to lift the curtain to exit the carriage. "Wait," Pei Mocheng suddenly called out to her. Wei Ningyao paused, blinking at him, silently inquiring if he had something more to say. Pei Mocheng averted his gaze from her alluring lips, feeling somewhat awkward, and spoke, "Wait for me to return, and I shall marry you." Wei Ningyao hadn't anticipated that Pei Mocheng would stop her just to say this. She was momentarily taken aback before nodding in agreement. "All right, then." With a playful squint in her eyes, she added, "Soon, you might receive a delightful surprise." "What kind of surprise?" Pei Mocheng inquired, curiosity piqued. Wei Ningyao, with an air of mystery, replied, "If I told you, it wouldn't be a surprise anymore. Just wait, and you should receive it soon." As time pressed on, Wei Ningyao felt it was best not to linger in the carriage any longer and promptly jumped down. After watching the procession depart, Wei Ningyao found a breakfast shop near the city gate to satisfy her hunger. Just as she finished her meal, the carriage from the Wei residence arrived. "Miss, you truly waited here," Dusu, who was outside the carriage, exclaimed as she hurried towards her. "I said I would wait here, so of course I did," Wei Ningyao replied, raising an eyebrow. Before she could say more, a man's voice interjected, "Why aren't you waiting at the main gate? Instead, you come here alone. You've no sense of propriety, raised in the countryside." Wei Ningyao turned to see Wei Yushu glaring at her with disdain. A cold glint flashed in her eyes. It was her prerogative to choose where to wait, and his opinion was irrelevant. "If I remain silent, it doesn't mean I'm mute." "You." Wei Yushu's face darkened in embarrassment. He then looked at Madame Wei in the carriage. "Mother, look at her. She has no semblance of a proper lady. You shouldn't bring her to Fuhua Temple. It would be a disgrace to the divine." Madame Wei's expression soured. She had never wished to bring Wei Ningyao along and found her presence irksome. However, since Wei Chengrong insisted, she reluctantly complied. She shot Wei Ningyao a disdainful glance. "Why aren't you waiting at the main gate? Why come here?" Wei Ningyao replied, "Prince San is departing from the capital. I came to bid farewell to my fiancée. Is that not permissible?" Madame Wei was aware that Pei Mocheng was heading to Chishui Mountain to assist Prince Xiao, though she was unaware of the departure being today. With a frosty tone, she retorted, "Even if Prince San is your fiancé, you are not yet wed. It is improper for you to come here so early to see him off. Enough, you've done what you came to do. Get in the carriage, lest you delay our journey." Since Madame Wei planned to stay overnight at Fuhua Temple, 2 carriages had been prepared for this trip, one for herself, Wei Ani, and Wei Ningyao, and another for the maids and provisions. Once in the carriage, Wei Ningyao found a corner to sit. She held no affection for Madame Wei or Wei Ani. "Sister, won't you come sit closer?" Wei Ani ventured to say as soon as Wei Ningyao boarded the carriage. Before Wei Ningyao could respond, Madame Wei coldly interjected, "Let her sit where she pleases." Wei Ani fell silent, having only intended to be polite. Deep down, she harbored resentment towards her second sister, who had encroached upon her courtyard, sold her carefully nurtured orchids, and caused her embarrassment at the royal banquet. Each incident only deepened her dislike. The carriage continued towards Fuhua Temple, and after settling in, Wei Ningyao closed her eyes to rest. Madame Wei and Wei Ani exchanged a few words now and then, leaving the atmosphere within the carriage rather subdued. In the gentle sway of the carriage, the quietude soon lulled them into a light slumber. About half an hour later, the carriage suddenly came to an abrupt halt. Chapter 63. The carriage is surrounded. Bang, bang. 2 loud sounds echoed from within the carriage, the result of Ma Shi and Wei and colliding heavily against the side of the carriage. In the corner, Wei Ningyao, though her eyes were closed in repose, remained acutely aware. Sensing the unusual disturbance, she had taken precautions beforehand and thus avoided the collision. "Ouch, that hurts!" Ma Shi exclaimed, rubbing her sore arm. Suddenly recalling something, she quickly turned her anxious gaze towards Wei and are you all right? Did you get hurt?" Wei and having struck her forehead, felt a buzzing sensation in her head. Hearing Ma Shi's worried inquiry jolted her back to reality. "Mother, my forehead hurts terribly. Please check if I'm disfigured." It was evident that her fear of injury outweighed the pain itself. Wei and was already aware that Emperor Long Un and Empress Liang had nearly finalized arrangements for her to marry Prince Qi as his legitimate consort. Ma Shi had taken her to Fuhua Temple today to pray for her well-being, hoping for a smooth marriage. If she were to be disfigured now, the Empress and Emperor would likely seek a replacement. She absolutely could not afford to be disfigured. Ma Shi understood Wei and Yi's anxiety and worry. She examined her daughter's forehead closely. There was a swollen area, but it was not severe. "Do not fret, Yi. Your forehead is merely a bit swollen. A little ointment and a few days of care will remedy it. You are not disfigured." Slightly reassured by her mother's words, Wei furrowed her brow. "Mother, what is happening? Why did the carriage stop so suddenly?" Ma Shi, hearing this, turned sharply to the driver outside. "What's going on? Why did the carriage come to such an abrupt halt? Do you not know who is inside?" Trembling, the driver replied, "Madam, our carriage is surrounded." "What do you mean surrounded?" Ma Shi gasped in shock. She lifted the curtain to peer outside and was met with the sight of a group of burly men in black wielding large knives, encircling their carriage menacingly. The scene nearly caused her to faint. "Mother, what is happening outside?" Wei Ningyao asked, her face pale as she looked at Ma Shi. Ma Shi embraced her daughter tightly. "Heir, do not fear. We shall be safe. We will be all right," she murmured soothingly, trying to comfort both Wei and Yi in herself. However, before she could finish her reassurance, a gruff voice called from outside. "People in the carriage, get down. Do not worry. We seek only wealth, not lives. If you obediently disembark and hand over all valuables, we shall spare you." Though the man claimed they were after wealth and not lives, both Ma Shi and Wei and Yi were already ashen-faced and trembling. "What should we do, mother? Should we go down?" Wei Ningyao asked, her complexion devoid of color. Ma Shi, equally flustered and without a plan, found herself at a loss. As the occupants of the carriage hesitated, the rough voice spoke again. "If you do not come down, we shall come up to fetch you. If any harm befalls you, do not blame us for being rough." No sooner had he spoken than Wei Ningyao glanced at Ma Shi and Wei Yi. Without uttering a word, she suddenly lifted the incense burner from the low table, grabbed a handful of ash, dampened it with tea, and smeared it across her face. Her fair and delicate visage was instantly transformed into a grotesque mask. Ma Shi and Wei Yi stared in astonishment, bewildered by her actions. Before they could comprehend, Wei Ningyao leaped from the carriage. "Gentlemen, do you truly seek only money and not our lives?" She feigned fear, mustering courage to address the men in black. "Of course, but if you refuse to hand over your valuables, do not blame us for being ungracious," roared a burly man with a thick beard, the leader of the bandits. "Then I will give you all my valuables. Please do not kill me," Wei Ningyao stammered, trembling as she removed her jewelry and timidly approached to hand it over. The bandit leader barked, "Stay right there. With a face like yours, do you intend to frighten us to death? Place your belongings on the ground and step aside." Following his command, Wei Ningyao placed her belongings on the ground and stepped away. Inside the carriage, Ma Shi finally regained her composure. She understood Wei Ningyao's intention behind smearing her face with ash. Quickly, she urged Wei Yi, "Hurry," but before she could finish, a rough hand tore open the carriage curtain, revealing a rugged middle-aged man with a scar running like a worm down the left side of his face. A sight most alarming. Ma Shi and Wei Yi cried out in terror simultaneously. "Silence! If you scream again, I shall silence you permanently," the scarred man growled menacingly. Both Ma Shi and Wei Yi immediately clamped their mouths shut, enduring their fear in silence. "Still not coming down? Shall I pull you out myself?" As he spoke, the scarred man reached in, intending to drag them out. Before he could lay a hand on them, a gust of sword energy sliced through the air. "Step away. Do not touch my mother and sister." This was Wei Yushu. Upon seeing them surrounded by bandits, he too had been alarmed. Although he possessed some martial skills, he knew he stood little chance against so many adversaries, even with the guards accompanying them. Thus, he had refrained from acting recklessly. But now that they threatened his mother and sister, he rushed in to protect them. The scarred man sensed the sword energy and quickly dodged, though his arm was grazed, tearing his clothing and leaving a cut upon his skin. "Are you seeking death?" The scarred man cursed, brandishing his knife as he lunged at Wei Yushu. Wei Yushu, brandishing his sword, engaged in combat. He found he had a fair chance against one opponent and soon gained the upper hand, inflicting several wounds upon the scarred man. Seeing their leader falter, the bandits exchanged glances. "Brothers, let us attack together." With that, they charged forward brandishing their knives. The guards of the Wei family also rushed in. In an instant, the two sides clashed violently. Although this mountain road was not far from the capital, it had seen no trouble for many years, and thus the Wei family had not brought many guards. No one anticipated encountering bandits here. The bandits were numerous and skilled. Soon, the ground was littered with the fallen of the Wei family guards. At that moment, in the midst of the fray, Wei Yushu found his arm severed. "Ah!" A heart-wrenching scream pierced the air as Wei Yushu collapsed into a pool of blood. Chapter 64. An incident originally Madame Ma, who sat in the carriage too frightened to come out, felt a sharp pain in her heart upon hearing a pain scream. "Shua!" she cried out, no longer hesitating as she rushed to the carriage door to check on Wei Yoshu's condition. However, as she lifted the curtain, she was met with a gaunt face, and a rough hand suddenly reached out, pulling her down with force. Let go of me. Shut, my shut. Madame, ma shouted disperately. The gaunt brigand seemed to find her cries too grating and flung her to the ground. He stepped forward to remove the exquisite ornaments from her hair before returning to the carriage, pulling back the curtain once more. Inside, Wei Ani was already pale with fright from the unfolding chaos. Seeing the gaunt brigand again open the curtain, she shrank into a corner, trembling in terror. Please, don't kill me. I'll give you all my valuables. Yes, everything. Trembling, Wei Ani hastily removed her jewelry and threw it to the brigand. The brigand squinted at the frightened Wei Ani in the carriage and smirked. You're quite the pretty girl. I don't have a wife yet. How about you become mine? He reached in with his filthy hand to grab her. No, don't touch me. Get away. Who want to marry you? You ugly monster? Get away. I'd rather die than be your wife. Wei Ani yelled, struggling with all her might to resist being pulled from the carriage. However, the confines of the carriage were limited, and the brigand was strong, swiftly dragging her out. No, let go of me. Wei Ani fought and cried, and in her panic, she picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it at the brigand's head with all her strength. But he easily dodged it. You dare to throw something at me? And call me an ugly monster? Since you refuse to marry me, I shall ruin your pretty face today, making you a true, ugly monster. With that, the brigand suddenly drew a dagger and slashed at her face. The searing pain caused Wei Ani to scream, and in the next moment, she lost consciousness. My. Upon witnessing this scene, Madame Ma once again broke into heart-wrenching cries, her vision darkening as she nearly fainted. At that moment, a cacophony of galloping hooves approached rapidly. Moments later, a group of individuals clad in court guard uniforms appeared before them. Quickly, someone from the Wei household recognized their identity and shouted, "It's the Tianwu Guard. We are saved." Upon hearing that the newcomers were from the Tianwu Guard, the brigands instantly lost their prior bravado. The brigand leader bellowed, "Retreat." The other brigands, seeing this, hurriedly grabbed their weapons and fled into the surrounding woods, disappearing in an instant. "Boss, should we pursue them?" An officer from the Tianwu Guard asked the leader. The leader furrowed his brow, replying solemnly, "No need. The victims appear to be from the Wei family. Let's first check on their condition." With that, he dismounted and walked over, addressing Madame Ma and the others. "Are you the family of Prime Minister Wei?" "I am Chao Nian, the commander of the Tianwu Guard." Yes, we are. I am Madame Ma, the Prime Minister's wife." "Commander Chao, please save my Shuer and Yi. They have been harmed by the brigands. Please, save them." Madame Ma, utterly devoid of her usual grace, pleaded with Chao Nian. Appearing disheveled, Chao Nian surveyed the surroundings, asking, "And who are they?" Madame Ma pointed away Ani, saying, "This is my daughter, Ani." She then staggered over to Wei Yushu, whose face was covered in blood, and hesitated, fearful of causing him more pain. "This is my second son, Yushu." Gao Niang, accustomed to various scenes, couldn't help but furrow his brow upon seeing the dire state of Wei Ani and Wei Yushu, the noble daughter of the Prime Minister's household and the second son, both of such esteemed lineage, had suffered such grievous injuries. One had a face marred by a deep cut, uncertain if her beauty would ever be restored, while the other had lost an arm, his fate hanging in the balance. Noticing that Wei Yoshu's severed arm was still bleeding profusely, Chao Nian stepped forward and used his internal energy to seal the wound. "Quickly, get the family of Prime Minister Wei back home." At the Wei residence, chaos erupted when Madame Ma and her party returned. Wei Qingrong and Wei Yoha rushed back upon receiving the news. In the palace, Emperor Longyan and Empress Liang expressed their concern upon learning of the incident. Emperor Longyan quickly dispatched several imperial physicians to the Wei residence. "I heard that the eldest daughter of the Wei family has been injured on her face. I wonder if the injury is severe, if her beauty has been ruined. If so, she cannot marry Year." Empress Liang remarked with a furrowed brow. "It is premature to speak of such matters. Let us assess the situation first. Perhaps it is not serious," Emperor Longyan replied. Empress Liang nodded, but refrained from further comment. She had previously decided to have Wei Ani marry Pei Mocheng, primarily due to the support of the Nie family behind her. Yet, if Wei Ani were to be disfigured, she would reconsider. After all, while Wei Ani's lineage was commendable, there were still other noble ladies in the court who could be suitable replacements. Her son could not marry a disfigured woman as his consort. Pei Mocheng would surely object to marrying a woman whose beauty had been marred. Of course, Empress Liang would not rush to a decision. She intended to wait and see. While Emperor Longan and Empress Liang conversed in the hall, the Empress Dowager suddenly arrived. "Mother, what brings you here?" Emperor Longan hurriedly greeted her. The Empress Dowager's expression bore a hint of urgency as she inquired, "Emperor, I heard that the Wei family encountered misfortune on their way to Fuhua Temple today, and that Yao girl was with them. Is it true?" Emperor Longan nodded. The Empress Dowager became increasingly anxious. "What about the Yao girl?" "Do not worry. She is unharmed, merely frightened," Emperor Longan quickly reassured her. Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager sighed in relief, as long as she is safe. At the Wei residence, the imperial physicians split into two groups. One went to treat Wei Ani's facial injury, while the other attended to Wei Yoshu's wounds. Wei Chengrong paced anxiously in the room, his face dark with distress. Nearby, Madame Ma sat on a chair, covering her face and weeping. Having cried for so long, her eyes were swollen and red, almost devoid of tears. She incessantly blamed herself, lamenting, "It's all my fault. If I hadn't insisted on going to Fuhua Temple, perhaps this wouldn't have happened. My Shu'er, my they cannot be harmed. If anything happens to them, I cannot go on living. Enough. What good does your wailing do? Your tears change what has happened. Your crying mend Shu'er's hand or restore E's face." Wei Chengrong finally lost patience with Madame Ma's lamentations and shouted at her. Startled by his outburst, Madame Ma ceased her crying but continued to sob quietly, her face etched with guilt, regret, and despair. After a moment of silence in the room, Madame Ma couldn't help but harbor resentment, gritting her teeth as she said, "I blame that jinx, Wei Ningyao. I've been to Fuhua Temple countless times before without incident, and now both Shu'er and are injured, and she hasn't suffered a scratch. It is precisely because this harmful person has siphoned away the good fortune of both Shu'er and Chapter 65. Perhaps second sister has a solution enough. Close your mouth. Wei Chengrong slammed his hand on the table, his expression stormy. Those bandits came from the flood-stricken southern provinces. What does that have to do with Yao? You seem to have lost your wits in your haste. Don't forget, Yao came from your womb. Hearing Wei Chengrong's words, Ma was on the verge of retorting that Wei Ningyao, that little wretch, was not born of her. However, she managed to rein in her emotions just in time. "My lord, I am indeed losing my mind. I am overwhelmed with sorrow. What if Shu'er encounters misfortune? And what about The emperor and empress had already decided to make her the legitimate wife of the seventh prince. What if her face is indeed disfigured? What then? At this moment, Ma felt a deep regret consuming her, wishing desperately for a reversal of time. If only she had never gone to Fuhua Temple. Just then, Wei Yoha entered with a grave demeanor. "Father, mother, eldest sister has just awakened. How is she?" Without allowing Wei Yoha to finish, Ma rushed forward, grasping his hand with a look of anxiety. Wei Yoha, recalling Wei Ani's current condition, found it hard to meet Ma's gaze. Lowering his head, he said, "The imperial physician stated that the dagger that grazed her face was poisoned, and the toxin is notoriously difficult to neutralize. Even if it can be resolved in the future, there is a possibility that eldest sister's face may never return to its original state." Upon learning this, she found it unbearable and attempted to take her own life. I instructed the physician to apply a sedative, and she is now in a deep slumber. After hearing Wei Yoha's words, Ma felt as if her mind had exploded. She released his hand and instinctively stepped back. "Impossible. How can it be that she cannot return to her original form?" Ma repeated, refusing to accept the grim reality. "Father, mother, I heard that eldest sister was previously poisoned by a snake, and the palace's physician Zhang was at a loss. Was it not second sister who cured her?" Wei Yoha suddenly inquired. Ma was still engulfed in sorrow over the possibility of Wei Ani being disfigured, and she did not respond to Wei Yoha's question. So, he turned to Wei Chengrong, who nodded in agreement. "Indeed. Then perhaps we should have second sister take a look. She might have a solution," Wei Yoha suggested. Although he was not particularly fond of his sister Wei Ningyao, he had heard of her commendable medical skills. She had cured eldest sister's snake poison. And just days prior, it was said she had successfully treated the princess consort of Dingning. These were ailments that even the palace physicians had been unable to remedy. Yet Wei Ningyao had managed with ease. This indicated that her medical prowess might be extraordinarily formidable, perhaps even surpassing that of all the physicians in the palace. Wei Qingrong had long recognized Wei Ningyao's medical talents and nodded in agreement with Wei Yoha's suggestion. I have heard that she was also greatly frightened and fainted upon returning home. You should take a physician to check on her, and, if she awakens, bring her to Ear. Wei Yoha nodded and exited the room. Just as he stepped out, the door from the inner chamber swung open, and a physician emerged. Ma looked up, as if her spirit had been suddenly restored, and dashed forward. Physician Pang, how's my son? Wei Qingrong, seeing Physician Pang, also approached with an anxious expression. Physician Pang performed a respectful bow and replied, Honorable Minister, Madam, we have preserved your son's life. But he has lost a significant amount of blood and is unlikely to awaken until tomorrow. Additionally, he will need to rest in bed for a while to recuperate. Upon hearing this, Ma's heart, which had been tightly wounded, eased slightly, only to tighten again almost immediately. At that moment, Wei Qingrong asked, What about my son's hand? In response to the Honorable Minister, your son's hand was completely severed at the bone. My colleagues and I are unable to restore it. And I ask for your understanding, Physician Pang said, his expression filled with regret. It is not your fault. Wei Qingrong waved his hand dismissively, though sorrow was evident on his face. Although Wei Yushu was not his most outstanding son, he was nevertheless considerate and dutiful. Now, to lose an arm at such a young age was something even Wei Qingrong found hard to accept. He feared that when Yushu awakened, he might not be able to bear such a blow. Beside him, Ma, upon hearing Physician Pang's words, erupted into loud sobs. My poor Shuer, you are still so young, yet you have not even married, and now you have lost an arm. What shall we do? In Xinhong Courtyard, Wei Yoha arrived at the entrance with a physician only to be stopped by unfamiliar individuals. Noticing their steady stance and composed demeanor, he immediately deduced they were skilled fighters. Who are you? He asked coldly. We are here to guard Miss Yao, as she has instructed that no one may enter Xinhong Courtyard without her permission. Do Tang and Do Yuan replied. Wei Yoha frowned, perplexed by Wei Ningyao's actions. Was it not enough that she had servants provided for her? Why had she resorted to hiring outsiders, especially those who were trained in martial arts? Was she afraid someone would harm her? With a stern countenance, he declared, I am her elder brother. I heard she fainted from fright today, and I have specifically brought a physician to check on her. Is she awake? Step aside. I must see her. Do Tang and Do Yuan exchanged glances, and before they could respond, a voice resonated from within the courtyard. Our young lady has awakened. Eldest young master, you may enter. Inside the courtyard, Doko respectfully bowed to Wei Yoha. Do Tang and Do Yuan dared not obstruct him further, and he led the physician into the flower hall of Xinhong Courtyard. Eldest young master, please wait a moment. Our young lady will arrive shortly, Doko said. Though Wei Yoha wore a stern expression, he said nothing further. It was not long before Wei Ningyao stepped into the flower hall. She approached and bowed slightly, saying, Elder brother, physician, thank you for your patience. As Wei Yoha looked at her, he noticed her pallor, which indeed suggested she had been frightened. He softened his expression and, in a relatively gentle tone, said, Second sister, I heard you fainted from fright today, so I brought a physician to see you. He then turned to the physician he had brought. Physician Qin, please examine my second sister. Wei Ningyao replied, There is no need for such trouble, since I have awakened. I am fine. Wei Yoha frowned. As the saying goes, a physician should not treat themselves. Since Physician Qin is here, let him check on you. Hearing this, Wei Ningyao did not refuse further and bowed slightly to Physician Qin. I appreciate your help. She then seated herself on a chair. Physician Qin stepped forward, placing a cloth on Wei Ningyao's wrist and took her pulse. Finally, he remarked, Mrs. Pulse is smooth yet fluctuating. It indeed shows signs of having been frightened. Wei Yoha nodded, gesturing for Physician Qin to sit aside. He looked at Wei Ningyao. Second sister, you have also been startled today, but the household is in disarray, and our second brother is still in critical condition. Eldest sister's situation is also dire. I have heard your medical skills are commendable. Could you accompany me to check on her? Chapter 66. The young lady of her household. Truly a kind-hearted person, Wei Ningyao coughed delicately into her handkerchief and said, Elder brother, I have heard that His Majesty has dispatched several imperial physicians to our residence. Being able to enter the Imperial Medical Institute indicates their exceptional medical skills. They should be able to heal second brother and sister, shouldn't they? Wei Yoha lowered his gaze, feeling somewhat uneasy as he replied. The dagger that the bandit used to injure eldest sister's face was poisoned. The toxin is intricate and difficult to resolve, which presents a challenge even for the physicians. I heard you managed to treat eldest sister when she was bitten by a snake, didn't you? Would you accompany me for a visit? I implore you. After contemplating for a moment, Wei Ningyao finally spoke. Since you are asking me, I shall go, even if I must drag my ailing body along. In the Jiangsu chamber, Wei Ningyao entered Wei Ani's bedroom and examined her condition in front of the physicians and Wei Yoha. Although the injuries on Wei Ani's face had been treated, they remained shockingly severe, with dark bruises marring her complexion. The sight was indeed alarming. It was no wonder that Wei Ani could not bear to accept the reality upon awakening. A person so concerned with her appearance, upon learning that her face could not be restored, would find it unbearable. Is there any hope of restoring eldest sister's face? Wei Yoha inquired eagerly as he stepped forward. Wei Ningyao shook her head and replied, Eldest sister's face has suffered such extensive damage that restoring it to its former state is nearly impossible. Furthermore, the toxin on her face causes periodic swelling, necessitating the lancing of the wounds to drain the stagnant blood. After multiple repetitions of this process, combined with detoxifying powders, the poison can gradually be eliminated. However, even then, it is unlikely that eldest sister's face can return to its original form. Her words shattered Wei Yoa's hopes entirely. What she said was not dissimilar to what Physician Zhang had previously indicated. At that moment, Physician Zhang was also present in the room. Upon hearing Wei Ningyao's remarks, he stroked the beard on his chin, nodding in appreciation. Renowned for his expertise in detoxification within the Imperial Medical Institute, he had visited the Wei residence before when the eldest young lady had been afflicted by snake venom. At that time, he had been helpless against the toxin. Upon learning that the second young lady had successfully treated the snake bite, he became quite intrigued by her. Now, as he observed her brief assessment, leading to a conclusion similar to his own, he felt a growing admiration for this young lady. Though she appeared youthful, her medical prowess was remarkable. He mused inwardly. Young Master Wei, your sister is indeed correct. Only through such means can the poison on the eldest young lady's face be completely eradicated. If left untreated, the toxins will gradually cause her face to fester and decay, ultimately seeping into her vital organs and jeopardizing her life. Physician Zhang stepped forward to advise Wei Yoha. His words were intended to console Wei Yoha, emphasizing that while they might not be able to preserve Wei Ani's beauty, they could at least safeguard her life. Elder brother, since Physician Zhang can treat sister's face, I shall not intervene further, Wei Ningyao declared, bidding farewell to Wei Yoha. I feel a bit dizzy and shall return to Xinhong Courtyard. Seeing her pallor, which indeed did not bode well, and recognizing that her treatment plan aligned with Physician Zhang's, Wei Yoha waved her off, permitting her to leave. Stepping out of the Jiangsu chamber, Wei Ningyao forced a smile, reflecting on her third brother's cunning methods. Indeed, the bandits today were all orchestrated by Yen Luo. The disfigurement and poisoning of Wei Ani's face were also the work of Yen Luo. Upon her return to Xinhong Courtyard, Wei Ningyao lay down to take a nap. Having risen early that morning, she now felt quite content, perfect for a brief repose. After about half an hour, she awoke, and Dukkha brought her some tea and snacks. My lady, today was truly perilous. Fortunately, your cleverness in disguising your face with incense, ash saved you. Had you attracted the attention of the bandits like eldest sister, it would have been disastrous, Dukkha exclaimed while serving Wei Ningyao. Wei Ningyao sipped her tea and nibbled on a pastry, choosing not to respond, yet inwardly reflecting that those bandits were precisely whom she had lured. How could they possibly harm her? Dukkha, you must have been frightened as well. Sit down, partake in some delicacies, and drink some tea to calm your nerves. Upon hearing this, Duku felt a lump in her throat. Her lady was truly a kind-hearted person. Even after experiencing her own fright, she was still comforting her. Indeed, Duku had also been greatly alarmed. Amidst the chaos, she and several maidservants had abandoned the carriage, seeking refuge beneath it. She had witnessed the harrowing scene of the bandits clashing with the guards of the Wei residence. The memory was seared into her mind. It was too terrifying. However, not wishing to worry her lady, she concealed her fear within. Now, upon hearing Wei Ningyao's mention of it, she could no longer hold back her tears. "My lady, today's ordeal was too terrifying. I thought I might perish." "Fear not, for all is well now," Wei Ningyao reassured her, patting Duku's shoulder. "Come, have a pastry." After a moment of consolation, Duku finally managed to smile through her tears. Throughout the day, aside from Xinhong Courtyard, the atmosphere in the entire Wei residence was heavy. At night, the estate was illuminated brightly, except for Xinhong Courtyard. Wei Yushu awoke the following day just before noon. Upon waking, he felt somewhat disoriented, and as he noticed a pair of concerned eyes gazing at him from the bedside, memories of the events preceding his unconsciousness flooded back to him. He hastily attempted to move his right hand, but felt nothing. A wave of panic washed over him. He threw aside the covers, and, in the next moment, beheld his right arm. Nothing but emptiness. "Ah!" Wei Yushu cried out in anguish, his voice hoarse from excessive blood loss and prolonged unconsciousness. Wei Qingrong rushed forward, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. "Sure, do not despair. Though you have lost one arm, you still have the other, and your life remains intact." "Father, this cannot be real. How can my hand be gone? This cannot be true." Wei Yoshu's voice trailed off, and he slumped to the side, unconscious once more. Wei Qingrong quickly released his grip, shouting, "Physician! Physician! Come quickly to check on Shuer." The physician approached, examined him, and informed Wei Qingrong that Wei Yushu was not in serious danger, merely weakened and having fainted from overwhelming emotion and grief. Meanwhile, Wei Ani had also awakened. Unlike Wei Yoha's agitation, she lay quietly, as if devoid of life. Resembling a lifeless doll, Madame Ma sat beside her, wiping her eyes with a handkerchief while trying to comfort her. "Ear, do not give up. There will surely be a solution." "Mother, where is second sister? Can you summon her?" Wei Ani suddenly interjected in a hoarse voice. Chapter 67. Complying with every request, Madame Ma paused momentarily as she wiped her eyes. Furrowing her brow, she inquired, "What do you need her for?" Previously, Wei Yoha had brought Wei Ningyao to assess Wei Ani's condition, and the diagnosis and treatment he provided were nearly identical to that of the palace physicians. A fact Madame Ma was already aware of. Her disdain for Wei Ningyao deepened upon learning that Wei Ningyao could not completely restore Wei Ani's face. Nevertheless, Wei Ani insisted. "Mother, I wish to see her. Could you please summon her for me?" Madame Ma, gazing at her daughter's face nearly entirely wrapped in gauze, felt a pang of sorrow and eventually nodded. "Very well, I shall have someone fetch her." It was not long before Wei Ningyao arrived. Upon entering the room, Wei Ningyao approached the bed and directly stated, "Speak, why have you called for me?" Wei Ani did not respond immediately, but glanced at Madame Ma. "Mother, could you please step outside? And have his servants leave as well." Madame Ma frowned, apprehensive about leaving her daughter alone with Wei Ningyao. However, upon seeing the pleading look in Wei Ani's eyes, she relented and nodded, stepping outside. Before exiting, she cautioned, "I will be right outside the door. If anything arises, just call for me." Wei Ani remained silent. Once Madame Ma and the servants departed, only Wei Ningyao and Wei Ani remained in the room. Wei Ningyao pulled up a chair and sat down a slight distance from the bed. She looked at Wei Ani and slowly asked, "Can you now tell me what you need? If you are seeking my help to restore your face, I must apologize. My treatment plan is quite similar to that of the physicians and cannot revert your face to its original state." Wei Ningyao's words were blunt. Instantly, Wei Ani's eyes turned red, and she gazed at Wei Ningyao, her voice hoarse. "Is it truly impossible to heal my face? Will I really become a hideous monster?" In the next moment, she abruptly rose from the bed and lunged at Wei Ningyao, grasping the hem of her garment. "I do not wish to become an ugly creature. Second sister, you must have a way, do you not? I beg you, tell me you have a solution." Her face was obscured by bandages, and tears streamed from her eyes, wetting the gauze and stinging her wounds, yet she paid no mind to the pain. Observing Wei, who knelt before her, utterly disheveled and pleading, Wei Ningyao maintained an expressionless demeanor. This evoked memories of her previous life, particularly the final moments before her demise. She could never forget the day when Wei whispered words into her ear, accompanied by an air of smug satisfaction. Having usurped her life, her loved ones, her status, and her opulence, Wei had flaunted her triumph before her. The contrast between the proud demeanor of that day and the current pitiful figure before her was stark and unmistakable. Second sister, please say something. You have a way to prevent me from becoming a hideous monster, do you not? Wei continued to implore, her former grace and dignity entirely diminished. Wei Ningyao regarded her silently for a moment before softly speaking. There's indeed a method to prevent you from becoming a hideous monster. As soon as Wei Ningyao's words fell, Wei's pleas ceased abruptly. She looked up at Wei Ningyao, her eyes wide with disbelief. You can truly heal my face? I cannot guarantee success, but I have about a 70 to 80% certainty, Wei Ningyao replied, raising an eyebrow. Upon hearing this, Wei was momentarily stunned, but soon her eyes sparkled with hope. She clutched Wei Ningyao's dress tightly, as if fearing she might vanish. Then, she knelt before her, begging, Second sister, I implore you, help me restore my face. If you can assist me, I will comply with any request you have. Any request? Wei Ningyao mused, looking down at Wei on the floor, a slight smirk playing on her lips. This was precisely the moment she had been waiting for. Wei, disregarding the pain on her face, nodded fervently as if pecking like a chick. Leaning slightly toward her, Wei Ningyao said then, You shall give me all the dowry left by our late mother. Yeah. Wei Ningyao's tone was not heavy, yet it lacked any attempt to soften her words. Madame Ma, who had been listening intently outside, burst through the door, immediately berating Wei Ningyao. You wretched little vixen, how dare you covet Ear's dowry? That belongs to her. For her future in her husband's family. You shall not lay claim to a single coin. Madame Ma could hardly believe her ears upon overhearing Wei Ningyao's demand for Ear's dowry, which she had meticulously planned for her biological daughter. The dowry Nya had brought was so extensive that even summoning a storyteller to recite the list would take several hours. The treasures within were too numerous to count. Wei Ningyao had audaciously demanded all of it. Was she not being excessively greedy? Is it truly so? Should that dowry rightfully belong to her? Wei Ningyao rose from her chair, her gaze sharp as she fixed it on Madame Ma. Madame Ma felt a pang of fear at their exchange. What did the little vixen mean by that? Could it be she had unearthed something? Yet, she quickly dismissed the thought. After all, that incident had occurred many years ago. Even when Nya was still alive, she had never sensed or suspected anything. Wei Ningyao had been but a newborn then. How could she possibly know? Furthermore, the few individuals privy to that information had been dealt with long ago. Only Zheng Mama and Luo Mama remained, both loyal to her and would never betray her trust. With these thoughts, Madame Ma's panic subsided. Her expression turned cold as she addressed Wei Ningyao. If it is not hers, then whose could it be? Emerged from Nye's womb, and since Nye has passed, the dowry naturally belongs to her. Ah, is that so? Wei Ningyao replied with a cold laugh, her lips curling into a smirk as she fixed her gaze on Madame Ma. The earlier sense of calm that had settled in Madame Ma's heart began to waver at Wei Ningyao's unwavering stare. No, it couldn't be. This little vixen should not know anything. Although Madame Ma reassured herself internally, a flicker of unease lingered deep within her. She averted her gaze from Wei Ningyao, her expression growing even colder as she changed the subject. Did you not say you could not restore Ear's face? Why now do you claim you can heal her? Are you attempting to deceive Ear into giving you her dowry? Chapter 68. She wants all the dowry. Wei Ningyao's gaze was fixed intently on Madame Ma, her expression unchanged despite the latter's words. She slowly responded, I did say that I cannot restore her face to its original state. However, I possess a method that can prevent her from becoming an eyesore. This statement caused Madame Ma's brows to furrow even more tightly. What do you mean by that? She demanded, clearly perplexed. What did it mean to be unable to restore Ear's face, yet have a way to prevent her from becoming ugly? Wei Ningyao clarified. The literal meaning, sister. Your face has sustained such severe damage that it is impossible for it to return to its former appearance. However, I do have a method to repair her face, though it is likely that it will differ somewhat from her original features. You mean, you intend to give her a different face? Madame Ma exclaimed in astonishment. Wei Ningyao shrugged slightly. That is not entirely incorrect. Madame Ma was left in a state of shock and skepticism. Could this little wretch truly possess such remarkable medical skills? The idea of face swapping was something she had only ever heard of in stories and rumors. Was it possible that someone in this world actually had such an ability? At the mention of face swapping, Wei Ani felt a rush of astonishment within her as well. Her eyes lit up, and she grasped Wei Ningyao's sleeve with a fervor that mirrored a drowning person clutching a piece of driftwood. Second sister, can you truly change my face? Wei Ningyao withdrew her gaze, looking down at Wei Ani. As I mentioned, I do not have complete confidence. There's only a 70 to 80% chance of success. The light in Wei Ani's eyes grew even brighter, and she tightened her grip on Wei Ningyao's sleeve instinctively. A 70 to 80% chance indicated a significant possibility of success. Second sister, I implore you, please agree to help me change my face. Wei Ani pleaded, disregarding her dignity. Although she felt some disappointment at the prospect of her face never returning to its original form. She would prefer a face swap over becoming a hideous creature. Wei Ningyao subtly curled her lips into a slight smile. Wei Ani's reaction was entirely as she had anticipated. After all, no one wished to become an eyesore, especially someone like Wei Ani, who was proud and ambitious, yearning to ascend to the most esteemed position as the most revered woman in the world. However, I must remind you that not only is there a chance of failure, but the process will also be quite painful, and most people find it difficult to endure. Wei Ningyao continued her cautionary note. Wei Ani shook her head dismissively. It matters not. As long as I am not transformed into an eyesore, I can endure any pain. Wei Ningyao's smile widened slightly. She cleared her throat gently and said, I am willing to change your face, but do not forget the condition I just mentioned. I require all of the dowry left by Mother Nya. Emphasizing the word, all caused Wei Ani to loosen her grip on Wei Ningyao's sleeve. A hint of hesitation flickered in her eyes. The dowry left by the Nya family had always been her source of confidence and would serve as her assurance when marrying into her husband's family. If it were merely a sum of silver, even if it were 100,000 or 200,000 taels, she would not hesitate. However, the dowry was worth far more than that. Moreover, some rare treasures within it could not simply be purchased with wealth. Wei Ningyao's demand for the entirety of the dowry was undeniably quite audacious. But if she did not comply, what would happen to her face? Before Wei Ani could articulate her thoughts, Madame Ma suddenly scolded Wei Ningyao again. You will not. I have said that the dowry belongs to Ir. You shall not covet it. Wei Ningyao raised her hands in a gesture of surrender. Then I apologize. You may seek someone more skilled. After all, no matter how valuable the dowry may be, it surely pales in comparison to a face. If sister's face is disfigured, it would be unlikely for her to find a suitable husband. In such a case, what would wealth mean? Sister, if I were in your position, I would choose to treat the face. After all, if one loses their dowry, it can be replenished. But to become an eyesore is to lose all hope for a lifetime. Would you not agree, sister? This last statement was directed squarely at Wei Ningyi, imbued with profound significance. After delivering these words, Wei Ningyao had no intention of lingering. She pulled her sleeve from Wei Ani's grasp and took a step back. If sister has no further matters, I shall take my leave. There is no rush regarding this matter. Please give it some thought. With that, she turned and strode out of the room. Once Wei Ningyao departed, only Madame Ma and Wei Ani remained. Madame Ma tenderly helped Wei Ani to her feet and guided her to the bed. Ir, you are foolish. You are a precious daughter. How could you kneel and plead with that little wretch? Madame Ma exclaimed indignantly. Wei Ani disregarded this, her focus solely on her face. If she were to become an eyesore, her aspirations of ascending to a higher position would be forever extinguished. She might spend her life shrouded in shadows, unseen by others. Only by restoring her face could she have a chance. With this thought, she seized Madame Ma's hand. Second sister is right. Although the dowry is valuable, it does not compare my face. Mother, I have decided to agree to his second sister's request." Upon hearing this, Madame Ma's expression stiffened. Those dowries were hard-won. Was she truly willing to relinquish them to that little wretch? The thought of her painstakingly acquired possessions falling into Wei Ningyao's hands made Madame Ma's chest tighten with discontent. "Here, do not rush. Let us seek another physician. Perhaps someone can heal your face." Madame Ma was reluctant to let the dowry slip away into Wei Ningyao's grasp and urged Wei Ani. However, Wei Ani shook her head resolutely. "My mind is made up. Mother, please do not persuade me further. I will give her the dowry, and later I can seek another from the Nie family." Though still unwilling, Madame Ma recognized Wei Ani's determination and ceased her entreaties. The Nie family had always doted on Wei Ani, and seeking another dowry should not pose a significant challenge. With this in mind, Madame Ma felt somewhat relieved. If Wei Ningyao could indeed heal Ani's face, then perhaps the dowry would be a small price to pay. Not long after Wei Ningyao exited the Jiangxue pavilion, a maid called out to her, "Second miss, our young lady has some additional words she wishes to share with you. She requests that you return inside." Wei Ningyao shrugged. Clearly, Wei Ani had made up her mind. Chapter 69. Patience is essential. Wei Ningyao returned to Wei and Yi's chamber. With her arms crossed, she gazed at Wei and Yi on the bed and spoke. "Well then, what is it that you wish to say?" Wei Ani lifted her gaze to meet Wei Ningyao's, biting her lip. "I can acquiesce to your previous request, provided that you can restore my face, so that I do not become an eyesore." This sentiment was anticipated by Wei Ningyao, who smiled knowingly. "Precisely, those dowries are mere trifles. Nothing is more paramount than one's appearance. When can you commence the healing of my face?" Wei Ani inquired, her hope resting on the swiftness of Wei Ningyao's remedy. However, Wei Ningyao replied, "This matter cannot be rushed. I must prepare various herbs and materials." Wei Ani furrowed her brow at this. "How long will this preparation take?" Wei Ningyao responded, "At best, 1 to 2 months. At worst, 3 to 4 months. In any case, barring unforeseen circumstances, it should not exceed 6 months." The length of time astonished and agitated Wei Ani. She yearned for her face to be restored within days, and the prospect of waiting months, or even half a year, was intolerable. Wei Ningyao noted the urgency in Wei and Yi's demeanor and smiled reassuringly. The art of facial restoration is not so straightforward. Without the proper herbs and materials, the risk of failure is significant. Moreover, these ingredients are rather elusive and will require time to procure. What herbs and materials do you require? You can list them, and I will arrange for someone to obtain them. Wei Ani offered, confident in her family's resources. Surely, her maternal grandfather's family, the Nie clan, could procure even the rarest ingredients with but a letter. Wei Ningyao understood the source of Wei and Yi's confidence. Lowering her gaze slightly, she replied, "There are some items I can write down for you to gather, but there are a few herbs I must personally locate. These particular herbs share many similarities with others, and a careless mistake could be disastrous. It is difficult for an ordinary person to distinguish them, especially once they wither away from the ground. Even I might struggle to identify them. Thus, I must seek them myself." Upon hearing this, Wei Ani ceased her insistence. She nodded. "Very well, then you go. I shall await your return." A subtle smile played on Wei Ningyao's lips as she thought, "Indeed, you can only await my return. What other choice do you have?" Subsequently, Wei Ningyao wrote down a portion of the required herbs and materials for Wei and Yi to procure and offered some additional instructions before taking her leave once more. After departing from Jiangxue Pavilion, Wei Ningyao headed directly towards exiled courtyard. Yet, before she could reach her destination, she was called to a halt on the road. This time, it was not someone from Jiangxue Pavilion, but rather a messenger sent by Wei Chengrong. "Second miss, the master requests your presence. Yunyu Pavilion." As Wei Ningyao entered the hall, she spotted Wei Chengrong seated in a chair. She approached and greeted him with a bow. "Father." Wei Chengrong gave a slight nod and said in a calm voice, "Rise." Wei Ningyao remained standing, merely observing her father, refraining from inquiring why she was summoned. Eventually, it was Wei Chengrong who broke the silence. "I hear you were just with Yi. You told her that you could restore her face?" Wei Ningyao nodded. "That is indeed the case. Can you truly restore her face?" Wei Chengrong regarded her with a piercing gaze. Wei Ningyao met his gaze unwaveringly, without fear or guilt. I cannot guarantee success, but I am confident I possess a 70 to 80% chance. Wei Chengrong continued to scrutinize her for a moment longer, the sharpness in his eyes softening slightly as his tone became gentler. Father trusts you. Yao Er, I am aware of your medical skills. Since you are confident in your ability to heal Er's face, what about Shu Er's hand? Do you have the same confidence in that? Chapter 70. Powerless as Wei Chengrong's words echoed in the air, Wei Ningyao shook her head and replied, I'm sorry, I am powerless to help with his hand. It was said that her second brother's hand had been severed entirely, bones and all, a condition beyond her ability to heal. The news of Wei Yushu's injury was entirely unforeseen in Wei Ningyao's plans. Yet, she felt no remorse and had no intention of aiding him in regaining his health. In her previous life, Wei Yushu had suffered a grievous accident during a polo match, where he fell from his horse and his arm was crushed under the hooves, resulting in shattered bones and severed tendons. Wei Ningyao had invested considerable effort and resources to mend his injuries. However, this ungrateful wretch had never expressed gratitude, not even a simple thank you. Later, when she was forcefully administered an abortion drug, he callously remarked that she deserved it, that it was of her own making. Such a heartless creature would not receive her assistance again, even if she possessed the means. In this life, he could embrace his fate as a one-armed hero. Is it truly impossible to heal him? Hearing Wei Ningyao's resolute tone, disappointment flickered in Wei Chengrong's eyes. After a brief pause, he still held onto a glimmer of hope, saying, Yaoer, you have yet to see his condition. Perhaps it would be prudent to examine him first before making a final decision. Initially, Wei Ningyao intended to refuse, deeming it unnecessary, but upon noticing her father's unwavering gaze filled with expectation, she eventually acquiesced with a slight nod. Very well, she would grant him this closure. Upon entering the inner chamber, Wei Ningyao quickly spotted Wei Yushu lying on the bed with his eyes tightly shut. Today, he was unusually quiet, devoid of his typical boisterousness that accompanied her presence, where he would affectionately call her wild girl. Approaching him, she conducted a brief examination before stepping away from the bedside. Turning to her father, who had accompanied her, she stated, Father, I am truly unable to assist him with his hand. Wei Chengrong's disappointment deepened at her words. He cast his gaze downwards, asking once more, Are you certain there is no hope? Wei Ningyao's expression darkened as she replied, What do you mean by that? Are you implying that I am lying, claiming I cannot heal my brother when I truly can? Wei Chengrong stiffened, denying, I of course do not mean that. He sighed, waving his hand dismissively. Very well. Although he had entertained a flicker of hope, he understood its frailty. Now, her words merely served to extinguish any remaining optimism. Father, if there is nothing further. Wei Ningyao began to take her leave when Wei Yushu unexpectedly regained consciousness. Recognizing her immediately, he sat up, disregarding his pain, and coldly demanded, What are you doing here? Have you come to gloat over my misfortune? Wei Ningyao cast him a stoic glance. If you believe that, then so be it. You, get out. Wei Yushu's face darkened further at her words, and he began to expel her vehemently. Wei Ningyao raised an eyebrow. Do you think I wish to remain here? If not for my father summoning me to assess the possibility of healing your hand, do you think I would have come? Father, since my brother does not wish to see me, I shall take my leave. With that, she turned on her heel and exited the room. Sure, Yaoer is still your sister. Why treat her with such disdain? Wei Chengrong furrowed his brow. Wei Yushu, without a moment's thought, retorted, She is not my sister. She is merely a wild girl. I only acknowledge an as my sister. As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently drifted to his empty arm, and a wave of sorrow washed over his face. After a moment of hesitation, he looked back at Wei Chengrong and asked, Father, did that wild girl truly come to examine my hand? What did she say? Is there still hope for my hand? Chapter 71. Those bandits. There's something fishy, although Wei Yushu harbored a deep-seated dislike for Wei Ningyao. He had learned of the fact that the Princess of Dingning had regained consciousness under her treatment. Reluctantly acknowledging it, he recognized that Wei Ningyao possessed some medical prowess. Upon hearing Wei Yushu's inquiry, Wei Chengrong's face betrayed a look of sorrow. He refrained from speaking, yet Wei Yushu, observing his expression, had evidently deduced the answer. With a despondent demeanor, Wei Yushu remarked, I knew she was merely a wild girl. How could she truly be exceptional? Sure, do not be disheartened. I shall summon renowned physicians. Perhaps no need. Before Wei Chengrong could finish, Wei Yushu interrupted him. It seemed he had resigned himself to the reality of being a man who had lost an arm. Father, my hand is utterly severed, no matter how skilled the doctor. It is unlikely they can restore it. As he spoke, Wei Yushu painfully closed his eyes for a moment, only to reopen them. He then turned to Wei Chengrong and inquired, Father, have those bandits been captured? At the mere mention of the bandits, Wei Yushu's eyes reddened, consumed by a desire to tear them to shreds. Witnessing his son's anguish caused Wei Chengrong's heart to ache as if pricked by needles. He shook his head and explained, At that time, Commander Chao of the Tianwu Guard happened to pass by and rescued you. By the time he arrived, those bandits had already fled in all directions, so they all escaped, and not a single one was apprehended. Wei Yushu furrowed his brows. He paused momentarily before adding, Father, I sense something amiss about those bandits, what seems suspicious. Wei Chengrong promptly inquired. After contemplating for a moment, Wei Yushu articulated his concerns. Firstly, he believed that the bandits were exceptionally skilled, seemingly having undergone specialized training, unlike ordinary bandits. Secondly, although their initial intent was robbery, their first act was to pull out the individuals from the carriage. Listening to Wei Yushu's observations, Wei Chengrong stroked his short beard, his face contorting in thought. From what you say, I too find some discrepancies. Commander Chao mentioned that the bandits retreated swiftly, and they did not seize much in the way of valuables. They must be hiding something. Father, they must be hiding something. Wei Yushu exclaimed, his agitation palpable. In his fervor, he inadvertently strained his injury, and a wave of searing pain engulfed him. Darkness threatened to overtake his vision, and he could not suppress a shout. Father, it hurts. I want to kill them. I must kill them. Wei Chengrong hastily sought to calm him. Sure, do not become overly agitated. You have lost a considerable amount of blood, and your body remains weak. It is imperative that you maintain your composure. After a thorough attempt at soothing him, Wei Yushu finally managed to endure the pain and quieted down. He languidly collapsed onto the bed. Wei Chengrong leaned down to pat his shoulder, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Rest assured, my son, I will dispatch someone to investigate. Should we locate those bandits, I shall ensure they are torn to pieces. If they indeed harbor ulterior motives and are being manipulated by someone, I will unearth that individual and avenge you. Meanwhile, after leaving Yinyu Pavilion, Wei Ningyao returned directly to Xinhong Courtyard. There, she remained in the courtyard, refraining from venturing outside. As the night deepened and she extinguished the lamp, a sudden noise arose from outside the window. Moments later, a cat's meow echoed in. Wei Ningyao raised an eyebrow, approached the window, and called into the darkness. Come in. In the next instant, a shadow leaped through the window. Upon entering, the figure made its way to a small table in the room. Feeling around in the dark, yet deftly locating a teacup in the tea tray and pouring himself a cup of tea, which he promptly drank. Second sister, your tea is quite good. It seems you are faring well at the Wei residence. The visitor was none other than Wei Ningyao's third brother, Yin Luo. After closing the window, Wei Ningyao turned, crossing her arms as she regarded Yin Luo. Speak, why are you here at such a late hour? Yin Luo set down the teacup and replied, I have come to report that I have completed the task you entrusted to me and, incidentally, to offer my apologies. Chapter 72. Misfortune follows him. Wei Ningyao remained with her arms crossed, gazing at Yin Luo, awaiting him to continue speaking. Though the room was illuminated, it was not entirely devoid of shadows. Moonlight streamed through the window, and since both Wei Ningyao and Yin Luo were practitioners of martial arts, their vision surpassed that of ordinary individuals, enabling them to discern each other's expressions with clarity. As Yin Luo met Wei Ningyao's gaze, a hint of guilt washed over him, prompting him to slightly avert his face. He then spoke, Second sister, Wei Gongzi's hand was injured by mistake. I did not instruct them to harm him. I am aware, Wei Ningyao replied with a smile. Noticing her lack of reproach, and rather her warm demeanor, Yin Luo felt a measure of his anxiety dissipate. However, confusion soon took its place. Second sister, do you not blame me? Why would I? She asked. You did not order them to injure his hand, since it was unintentional. It is merely a stroke of misfortune on his part. Yin Luo, reassured that Wei Ningyao genuinely bore him no ill will, cleared his throat and continued. But is he not your biological second brother? Unexpectedly, as he finished speaking, Wei Ningyao interjected, he does not regard me as a true sister. Thus, I do not consider him my genuine second brother. In her eyes, Wei Yushu was nothing more than an ungrateful wretch. Upon hearing her words, Yin Luo's brow furrowed. His expression turned serious. Second sister, has he treated you poorly? Wei Ningyao chuckled softly, saying, he looks down upon me for being a country girl raised in the countryside. Yin Luo's face darkened. He dares to disdain you for your upbringing? Have you not revealed your true identity to him? A country girl? The background and capabilities of his second sister were beyond the reach of most. Wei Gongzi was merely the second son of a minister. What right had he to belittle her? Yin Luo's indignation flared. Initially, he felt a twinge of guilt towards Wei Gongzi, as it was his men who had inadvertently harmed the latter's hand. However, upon learning of the disdain Wei Gongzi harbored for his second sister, his guilt evaporated entirely. He thought to himself, the injury to his hand was well-deserved. Wei Ningyao lowered her arms and shrugged. There's no need for that. Her identity was not something she felt compelled to disclose. In this life, her return to the Wei family was not for the sake of familial affection. She intended to reclaim what rightfully belonged to her and to allow those who had plotted against her to face their reckoning. Do the people in this household all share Wei Gongzi's disdain for you, regarding you as a mere country girl and not as a true family member? Yin Luo inquired with concern. His apprehension was not unfounded. Indeed, no one in the Wei household considered her a genuine relative. Before Wei Ningyao could respond, Yin Luo stepped closer, taking her hand in a gesture of compassion. Second sister, if the people of the Wei household do not regard you as family, why not return home with me? Father and elder brother miss you dearly. Wei Ningyao felt a slight pang in her heart. She patted Yin Luo's shoulder and said, I will return, but not just yet. I still have matters to attend to in the Wei household. Very well, Yin Luo replied, pouting, and added, remember what I told you before. If anyone in the Wei household mistreats you or bullies you, do not be soft-hearted because of so-called blood ties. Wei Ningyao smiled as she patted his shoulder again, reassuring him, do not worry. I have already stated that no one can bully me. She was no longer the naive and trusting individual who once placed great value on these so-called blood relatives. In her previous life, they had caused her immense suffering. In this life, she would not allow them to torment her again. By the way, third brother, since you are here, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Wei Ningyao changed the subject. What is it? Yin Luo asked. Wei Ningyao replied, I will be leaving the capital for a while. Ah, you are leaving? Second sister, where are you going? Yin Luo inquired, his face filled with astonishment. Chapter 73. Apology, she accepted it. Lingzhou Prefecture. Wei Ningyao replied. Lingzhou Prefecture? Yin Luo was slightly taken aback. Elder sister, what brings you to Lingzhou Prefecture? I recall it is located in the northern region, where the journey is perilous and the weather is harsh, often shrouded in ice and snow, with extreme cold at times. What is your purpose there? Wei Ningyao's gaze flickered momentarily. Her intention was to seek out Pei Mocheng. Indeed, the place where Prince Xiao was trapped, Qishui Mountain, lay within Lingzhou Prefecture. Although she had already warned Pei Mocheng through her dreams, a lingering sense of unease remained. Yet, she chose not to disclose this purpose to Yin Luo, merely stating, I have matters to attend to. What matters? Yin Luo pressed for more information. Wei Ningyao gently tapped his head and replied, I shall not divulge that for now. Just know that I must be away for a while. Can I accompany you? Yin Luo implored, his eyes wide with hope. I can protect you. Wei Ningyao shook her head. No need. Stay in the capital and take care of Ning Ruetong. Should anything arise here, send me a message swiftly. Very well. Yin Luo pouted. Though he yearned to accompany Wei Ningyao, he discerned her reluctance and did not press further. It is getting late. If there is nothing else, I shall not keep you. Wei Ningyao turned to open the window, signaling for Yan Luo to leave. As Yan Luo approached the window, he glanced back at Wei Ningyao and inquired, "Elder sister, when do you depart? Allow me to escort you out of the city." This time, Wei Ningyao did not refuse and nodded. "I should need a day or two. I will notify you then." "All right." Yan Luo nodded and, with a swift leap, vanished into the moonlit night. The following day, after enjoying breakfast, Wei Ningyao left the Wei residence. She intended to visit the Dingning Wangfu. Although the princess of Dingning had awakened, her prolonged slumber necessitated additional time for full recovery. As someone who had treated her and received considerable remuneration, Wei Ningyao felt obliged to conduct a follow-up examination to assess her current condition. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Dingning Wangfu, the doorman recognized her immediately and, with a warm smile, asked her to wait briefly while he went to announce her presence. Indeed, it was but a moment before Jin Jifeng personally emerged. Upon seeing Wei Ningyao, his demeanor was markedly improved from their previous encounters. Instead of hostility, he greeted her with a hint of a smile and an amiable tone. "Miss Wei, you have come. Is there something you require?" Wei Ningyao regarded him for a moment before replying, "I have come to check on the condition of the princess." At the mention of his mother, Jin Jifeng's smile broadened slightly as he responded, "My mother can now rise from her bed, and her complexion has greatly improved." Wei Ningyao nodded, a conclusion she had anticipated. Jin Jifeng hesitated, casting a glance at Wei Ningyao, and spoke somewhat awkwardly, "Thank you for healing my mother. Additionally, I apologize for the previous matters and my unkind words. I hope you can forgive me." Wei Ningyao raised an eyebrow, not particularly surprised by Jin Jifeng's apology. Although somewhat disagreeable, he was, after all, a dutiful son. "I accept your apology. Remember to treat others with respect and refrain from mockery in the future." After a brief pause, she added, "Now, please take me to see your mother." Her words rendered Jin Jifeng's expression somewhat rigid. Yet he refrained from further comments and led her into the palace. Soon, Wei Ningyao arrived at the quarters of the princess of Dingning. "Mother, Miss Wei has arrived," Jin Jifeng announced from the doorway. Inside, the princess's maidservant was administering medicine, and upon hearing Jin Jifeng's words, she looked up with delight. Seeing Wei Ningyao behind him, the princess of Dingning was overwhelmed with emotion, hastily slipping on her shoes to greet her. "Miss Wei, you have come," she exclaimed. Wei Ningyao approached and performed a respectful bow, but before she could lower herself, the princess assisted her up. "No need for excessive formalities. You are my savior. Henceforth, you need not bow before me. You have traveled far. Please take a seat." As she spoke, the princess of Dingning took Wei Ningyao's hand, guiding her to a nearby stool. Though unaccustomed to such warmth and familiarity, Wei Ningyao restrained herself. "Your Highness, I came to inquire about your recovery. How do you feel now? Is there any discomfort remaining?" "I am much improved," the princess of Dingning replied, shaking her head. Yet, her expression suddenly fell as she added, "The only lingering issue is, the medicine is exceedingly bitter. Miss Wei, could you possibly prescribe something less bitter?" Wei Ningyao. Chapter 74. Is there a marriage match? Wei Ningyao was taken aback to discover that the princess of Dingning was someone who harbored a fear of taking medicine. Despite her remarkable prowess in business, embodying the essence of a strong woman, she was akin to a child pleading for a remedy that was not bitter. At that moment, Wei Ningyao found the princess rather endearing. With a smile gracing her lips, she said, "I beg your pardon, Your Highness, but I cannot prescribe a potion devoid of bitterness." After a brief pause, she continued, "However, I can incorporate 2 ingredients that possess a sweet flavor into the prescription to slightly ameliorate the bitterness. Furthermore, when consuming the medicine, it is advisable to drink it all in one go, and afterward, you may indulge in some candied fruits or honey water to mask the bitterness." Upon hearing that Wei Ningyao could enhance the concoction with sweet elements, the princess's expression brightened, and a smile returned to her face. She grasped Wei Ningyao's hand with a sense of delight, exclaiming, "This is wonderful. My dear Yao Yao, I am quite fond of you. Might I inquire if you are betrothed?" Wei Ningyao was momentarily taken aback by the inquiry, but soon nodded in affirmation. "You already have a betrothal?" The princess's face fell with regret as she remarked, "I had hoped that if you were unengaged, I could enlist a matchmaker to select a date for my son to seek your hand in marriage, making you my daughter-in-law. Alas, I did not anticipate that you were already promised to another. Wei Ningyao instinctively glanced at Jin Jifeng beside her before quickly averting her gaze, her expression remaining impassive. The princess and Prince Dingning had only one son, Jin Jifeng, and the implication of the princess's words was clear. She wished for Wei Ningyao to marry him. Thank you. But marrying Jin Jifeng is out of the question. Even if she were not engaged, such a union would be impossible. Jin Jifeng, hearing his mother's words, was equally startled. Mother, what are you saying? Wei Er has already made a betrothal. Even without it, I would not consider marrying her a wild. He nearly let slip the term wild woman, but managed to suppress it. Mother, please refrain from matchmaking so recklessly. Though Jin Jifeng's perception of Wei Ningyao had improved somewhat, thanks to her healing his mother's ailment and his admiration for her medical skills, he still felt that she could not compare to the eldest daughter of the Wei family. Wei Ani was educated, graceful, and exceptionally talented, a dream for many men in the capital, including Jin Jifeng himself. If he were to choose a wife, he would undoubtedly prefer someone akin to Wei Ani. I am not oblivious to the fact that you are already betrothed, the princess said apologetically, casting a regretful glance at Wei Ningyao. I sincerely hope you do not take offense. It is merely because I hold you in such high regard. Wei Ningyao smiled and shook her head, indicating that she bore no ill will. Observing her reaction, the princess's smile widened. My dear Yao Yao, I hope you do not mind if I address you in this manner. Having noticed the change in the princess's address, Wei Ningyao shook her head once more, signaling that she did not mind. Very well, very well. The princess gazed at Wei Ningyao a couple more times before sighing. Since you are already engaged, I cannot claim you as my daughter-in-law, but, my dear Yao Yao, would you be open to becoming my goddaughter? Chapter 75. The Weijia family does not cherish her. But Wei Ningyao was momentarily taken aback, surprised that the princess of Dingning would wish for her to become her goddaughter. She did not respond immediately, lowering her gaze slightly. Observing her reaction, the princess of Dingning assumed her words had been too abrupt and frightened her. She quickly expressed her apologies, saying, Have my words startled you? I truly admire you and sincerely wish for you to be my goddaughter. If you do not desire this, simply disregard what I just said. Before the princess could finish, Wei Ningyao lifted her gaze to meet hers and shook her head. I do not wish to decline. The very thought of being your goddaughter brings me immense joy. How could I possibly wish otherwise? Moreover, the moment I laid eyes on you, I felt an undeniable kinship. I was merely reminded of my mother. I find you even more comforting and kind, which moves me deeply. Wei Ningyao's words were sincere. She indeed felt that the princess of Dingning was remarkably warm-hearted, a stark contrast to her own mother, Ma Shi. The princess could sense the authenticity in Wei Ningyao's sentiments. She wholeheartedly welcomed the notion of Wei Ningyao becoming her goddaughter, which filled her with delight. Simultaneously, a sense of compassion welled up within her for Wei Ningyao. The princess was already aware of Wei Ningyao's background and her circumstances within Xiangwu Mansion. This young girl had been lost in her childhood, wandering in the countryside. And although she had now been found and returned to the mansion, it seemed that the family members there did not hold her in high regard, even appearing to disdain her. The princess learned all of this from her son, Jin Jifeng. It was precisely because she understood Wei Ningyao's plight that she had spontaneously proposed the idea of her becoming a goddaughter. If the Wei family failed to cherish such a wonderful young lady, then she would gladly take on that role. That is splendid, my dear Yao. Let us make it official. From this moment forth, you shall be my goddaughter. The princess of Dingning exclaimed, her face alight with joy as she grasped Wei Ningyao's hand. Turning her attention to a matron standing a short distance away, she instructed, Matron Hai, please fetch that exquisite red jade pendant for me. I wish to present it to Yao. Yes, your highness, Matron Hai replied promptly, bowing slightly. Moments later, she returned with a delicate wooden box. At the princess's signal, she opened the box, revealing the jade pendant inside. Yao, do take a look and see if you like it, the princess urged eagerly. Wei Ningyao glanced into the box. The jade pendant was not large, yet it was exquisitely crafted. The design of the auspicious beast was intricately carved, showcasing the handiwork of a master artisan. Furthermore, Its quality indicated that, despite its small size, it was likely of considerable value. This pendant must be quite precious, Your Highness. I cannot accept it, Wei Ningyao quickly protested, waving her hands in refusal. It is not overly extravagant. Compared to the life-saving grace you have bestowed upon me, it is nothing, the princess insisted. Moreover, this is a gift to you as my goddaughter. Or do you wish to decline the honor of being my goddaughter? At this, the princess's smile faded slightly. Seeing her expression, Wei Ningyao hurried to clarify, of course not. However, before she could finish, the princess's smile returned. Then please accept it, she urged. Jin Jifeng, standing nearby, chimed in, since my mother has bestowed this upon you, you should accept it. Although the pendant is indeed valuable, it pales in comparison to my mother's life. Then I shall not stand on ceremony. Wei Ningyao finally acquiesced, accepting the pendant. Your Highness, I would like to conduct a thorough examination of your health now, Wei Ningyao reminded, steering the conversation back to the matter at hand. Chapter 76. Have you been hurt? The princess of Dingning smiled and reminded her. Are you still calling me princess? I would prefer you to address me as godmother. Wei Ningyao was slightly taken aback, but then she smiled and called out, Godmother. Ah. The smile on the face of the princess of Dingning became even more radiant, filled with joy. Yaoer, I shall call you that from now on. How wonderful. I finally have a daughter. On the side, Granny Hai, seeing her mistress so delighted, also chuckled. She turned to Wei Ningyao and said, Miss Wei, you may not know, but our princess has always yearned for a daughter. Unfortunately, she only bore our young master, and after suffering an injury, she could no longer conceive. The absence of a daughter has been a lingering regret for her all these years. Now that you have become our princess's goddaughter, it fulfills her long-held desire. Upon hearing this, Wei Ningyao narrowed her eyes slightly and replied, Is that so? To fulfill godmother's regret is indeed my honor. The group continued their cheerful conversation for a while, after which Wei Ningyao proceeded to attend to her duties by examining the princess of Dingning's health. Once the examination was completed, Jin Jifeng stepped forward to inquire, How is my mother's health recovering? Quite well, Wei Ningyao responded. In fact, the princess of Dingning's recovery was even better than Wei Ningyao had anticipated. Initially, she estimated that it would take about 3 months for the princess to fully regain her previous state of health. However, given the current condition, it seemed she would be completely restored within 2 months. Upon hearing Wei Ningyao's response, Jin Jifeng was elated. The princess of Dingning herself was also overjoyed, exclaiming, I told you, my health is no longer a significant issue, and I don't need to take those medicinal concoctions anymore. Before she could finish her sentence, Wei Ningyao interjected, Godmother, although your health is improving remarkably, you still need to take the medicine. Seeing the princess's face fall slightly, she added with a smile, Don't worry. I will adjust the prescription so that the concoction won't be so bitter. Upon hearing this, the princess of Dingning's expression brightened a bit. By the way, Godmother, I have another matter to discuss with you. I will be leaving the capital for a while and may not be able to visit you for some time. Wei Ningyao informed the princess of Dingning about her impending departure. The princess of Dingning was taken aback and exclaimed, You are leaving the capital? She then inquired with some confusion, Yaoer, where are you going? Wei Ningyao explained, A few days ago, I went to Fuhua Temple with my mother and elder sister, and we encountered bandits on the way. She briefly recounted their encounter with the bandits, how Wei Ani had been disfigured, and her intention to seek medicine to help Wei Ani restore her face. The princess of Dingning was shocked upon hearing this. You encountered such an incident? She quickly scrutinized Wei Ningyao with concern and asked, Yaoer, are you all right? Did those bandits harm you? Hearing the princess's words, Wei Ningyao felt a slight pang in her heart. The princess had just become her godmother, yet she was so anxious and worried for her. In contrast, Ma Shi, in her previous life, had received so much from her to gain her favor, yet Ma Shi had always remained cold and disdainful towards her. Ultimately, she even switched to miscarriage medicine, leading to her tragic fate. Yaoer, what is the matter? The princess of Dingning, noticing something amiss with Wei Ningyao's expression, became increasingly worried. Those bandits, did they truly hurt you? Wei Ningyao snapped back to reality and quickly shook her head. Godmother, please do not worry. I am fine. They did not harm me. That is good to hear. The princess of Dingning let out a slight sigh of relief. At that moment, Jin Jifeng stepped forward. His eyes reddened as he looked at Wei Ningyao. What you just said, is it true? Miss Ani, has she really been disfigured? Chapter 77. The good sister, as the Ma family made their way to Fuhua Temple, the incident involving the bandits remained known only to a few, including the Wei family, the Tianwu guards, and the royal family. Outside of these circles, the public was largely unaware, only knowing that the Wei family had encountered trouble. Particularly, the news of the eldest daughter, Wei Ani, being disfigured was tightly held by the Wei household, with no rumors circulating beyond their walls. In recent days, Jin Jifeng had been occupied with managing external affairs and was oblivious to the calamity that had befallen the Wei family. Thus, when he heard Wei Ningyao mention Wei Ani's disfigurement, he was utterly taken aback. In Jin Jifeng's eyes, Wei Ani was akin to a goddess. The thought of her being marred filled him with dread and concern. Wei Ningyao glanced at Jin Jifeng and asserted, "It is indeed true. Why would I deceive you? If you do not believe me, you may visit the Wei residence yourself." Jin Jifeng understood that Wei Ningyao was likely speaking the truth. He had merely been too shocked to process the information. "Miss Wei, he said, you mentioned that you were leaving the capital to seek a remedy. Does this mean you can restore her face?" Wei Ningyao lowered her eyes and replied, "Perhaps, but I cannot guarantee that I will be able to heal her. The damage is quite severe." Jin Jifeng's expression turned anxious. "Regardless of the method, you must do everything in your power to restore her face. After all, she is your sister." At this, Wei Ningyao scoffed inwardly. Her sister? The one who usurped her identity and fortune, who, upon learning the truth in her past life, not only continued to relish in her ill-gotten gains, but also had the audacity to gloat at her bedside in her final moments? Naturally, Wei Ningyao concealed her true feelings, raising an eyebrow instead as she responded, "I have already stated that I cannot guarantee success. Why are you so anxious, Master Jin? Do you perhaps hold an affection for my sister?" Jin Jifeng's countenance froze momentarily before he awkwardly retorted, "What nonsense are you speaking? I have a good rapport with your brothers and regard Miss Ani as a sister. Is it not natural to be concerned upon learning of her misfortune?" Wei Ningyao merely raised her eyebrow again, choosing to remain silent. Redirecting her gaze from Jin Jifeng, she turned to Princess Dingming. "Godmother, allow me to draft a new prescription for you." Princess Dingming nodded with a smile, instructing the servants to fetch paper and ink. After Wei Ningyao completed the prescription and provided additional instructions, she took her leave. Princess Dingming felt a pang of sadness at the thought of Wei Ningyao departing the capital, unsure of when they would meet again. "Yaoer, please ensure your safety while you are away," she advised earnestly. "Of course," Wei Ningyao replied with a smile. Upon exiting the Dingming Princess residence, Wei Ningyao did not return immediately to the Wei household, but instead visited Ningrutang. After a brief stay and discussing some matters with Manager Gao, she departed. Not long after leaving Ningrutang, Wei Ningyao suddenly halted, raising her gaze toward a nearby stone wall. After a moment's pause, she called out, "You've been following me for quite some time. Haven't you? Come out." Upon her words, the stone wall remained still. Wei Ningyao remained unperturbed, crossing her arms and gazing intently. Finally, after a moment, a figure emerged from behind the wall. It was none other than Dongwan. Dongwan met Wei Ningyao's eyes as she approached, stopping before her and performing a respectful salute. With a neutral expression, she stated, "Miss Wei, the prince instructed me to remain and serve as your bodyguard for a time." Her tone was devoid of emotion, but Wei Ningyao, understanding Dongwan's nature, paid it no mind. She smirked slightly. "You must be rather reluctant to play the role of my protector, Miss Dong." Chapter 78. The aloof Wei Ningyao's words caused Dongwan to abruptly lift her head, a fleeting glimmer flashing in her eyes. "No," she replied, her voice imbued with a hint of chill. Yet deep within her heart, a sense of guilt lingered. For Wei Ningyao was correct. She was indeed reluctant to serve as her guard. Dongwan yearned to accompany the prince to Chishui Mountain to rescue Duke Xiao of the state of Xiao. However, the prince's commands were always absolute, and she dared not refuse. Upon hearing Dongwan's response, Wei Ningyao chose not to expose her, merely smiling and saying, "That is good. For the time being, you shall remain by my side." With that, Wei Ningyao took Dongwan back to the Wei residence. In the Xinhong courtyard, Do Ko, upon learning of Wei Ningyao's return, hurried out to greet her. "Miss, you have finally returned." However, before she could finish her sentence, Do Ko halted, noticing an unfamiliar woman following behind her mistress. "Miss, who is this?" Do Ko curiously scrutinized Dong Wan. Wei Ningyao turned to glance at Dong Wan and then introduced her to Do Ko, saying, "This is Dong Wan, a person of the third prince. She will be accompanying me for a while." So she is of the third prince, Do Ko thought. Her curiosity piqued as she continued to observe Dong Wan. With a smile, she extended her "Greetings, Miss Dong Wan. I am Do Ko." Dong Wan raised her gaze to Do Ko, clasped her hands in a gesture of respect, and replied, "Hello." After uttering those two words, she fell silent, her expression remaining cool and devoid of emotion. Even Do Ko, despite her simplicity, could discern that Dong Wan was a reserved individual, not one to engage in idle chatter. She found it puzzling that the third prince would assign such a frigid character to accompany their young lady. Yet, this was not a matter for Amir made to question. Do Ko withdrew her gaze and turned to Wei Ningyao. "Say, miss, a short while ago, Madam sent someone to find you. It seems that when the physician was changing the eldest young lady's bandages, she caught sight of her own face and suddenly flew into a rage, refusing to take her medicine and smashing several items in the room. Furthermore, she is demanding to see you. Is that so?" Wei Ningyao entered the room and leisurely settled herself beside a tea table, gesturing for Do Ko to pour her a cup of tea. Do Ko promptly stepped forward to brew the tea, inquiring as she did so, "Miss, do you wish to go now?" Wei Ningyao lifted the cup to her lips, savoring a few sips. The water was neither too hot nor too cold, but just right. "There is no rush. We shall speak of it later. I have been busy for most of the morning and could use a moment to rest. Besides, the person in question is not of utmost importance." However, before she could finish her cup, another servant from the Ma family arrived, requesting Wei Ningyao to come to the Jiangxue pavilion. Wei Ningyao furrowed her brow, but said nothing as she rose to her feet. Upon her arrival at the Jiangxue pavilion, the sound of something shattering reached Wei Ningyao's ears, followed by voices emanating from within. "Dear, please do not act this way. Your second sister has already returned, and I have sent for her. She should arrive shortly. Do not worry. She will surely be able to heal your face." Wei Ningyao stood outside, her expression impassive as she listened for a moment. Such gentle and patient reassurances were something she had never experienced from Madame Ma. Surely, this was the attitude a mother ought to have towards her own daughter. "Madam, the second young lady has arrived." The maid sent by Madame Ma called out, noticing that Wei Ningyao remained motionless. Upon hearing the maid's voice, those inside immediately fell silent. After a moment, a cold voice floated out, "Since you have come, do enter." Chapter 79. Do you wish to hear a lie? Wei Ningyao stepped into the room. Upon entering, she was greeted by a scene of utter disarray. Her expression remained unchanged as she cast a mere fleeting glance at the mess on the floor before proceeding further inside. She navigated through the scattered debris and ultimately came to a halt a few steps away from Ma Shi and Wei Ani, addressing them. "Mother, you summoned me for a reason?" Ma Shi lifted her gaze and glanced at her indifferently, stating, "Ani was distressed today when she saw the wounds on her face during the dressing change. You have come to comfort her, haven tea you? Assure her that you can certainly heal her face." As soon as Ma Shi finished speaking, Wei Ningyao replied, "I apologize, but I have previously stated that I do not possess absolute certainty. My assurance stands at 70 to 80%. This remains unchanged." Ma Shi furrowed her brow, her face contorting in displeasure as she retorted, "Can you not discern that I am imploring you to offer her some words of comfort? Ani is in a fragile emotional state. Simply say something kind to lift her spirits." Wei Ningyao, her face devoid of expression, responded, "I am sorry, but as a physician, I cannot deceive my patients. 100% certainty means complete assurance, while 70 to 80% means just that. If I were to claim full confidence when I possess only partial assurance, and then fail to deliver, how would you perceive me? Would you not resent my dishonesty?" Ma Shi was acutely aware of the adage, "The greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment." She understood Wei Ningyao's rationale, but could not accept it emotionally. To her, Even if it meant deception, Wei Ningyao should utter pleasant words to Ani. As for the potential failure, a cold glimmer flashed in Ma Shi's eyes. She would not permit Wei Ningyao to fail. It was merely a request for comforting words. Why must she complicate matters with such lengthy discourse? Ma Shi coldly reproached Wei Ningyao once more. Wei Ningyao chose not to engage further with Ma Shi and turned her attention directly to Wei Ani, inquiring, "Elder sister, do you wish to hear a lie?" Wei Ani did not immediately respond, staring at her in a daze. Just as she was about to speak, her brow suddenly furrowed, and she clutched her bandaged face, crying out in agony. "Ah, it hurts so much. Ani, what is the matter?" Ma Shi exclaimed, rushing over in alarm. Her face filled with concern as she questioned Wei Ani. "Mother, my face hurts terribly. Ah, it hurts so much." Wei Ani continued to wail, utterly disregarding her demeanor. Ma Shi, both shocked and anxious, quickly turned her gaze to Wei Ningyao, demanding, "What is happening to her? You must tell me at once." Observing Ma Shi's anxious demeanor, Wei Ningyao's expression grew even more impassive. She approached slowly, saying, "Allow me to examine her pulse." Although Ma Shi harbored a deep-seated distrust towards Wei Ningyao, she nonetheless stepped aside slightly, permitting her to examine Wei Ani. As Wei Ningyao leaned closer, Ma Shi instinctively grasped Wei Ani tightly to facilitate the examination. After a moment of assessing Wei Ani's pulse, Wei Ningyao finally released her hand. Ma Shi, unable to contain her urgency, implored, "What is wrong with her? Why is she in such sudden pain?" Wei Ningyao paused for a brief moment before responding. The abrupt pain she experiences is likely due to her heightened emotional state. The crucial concern regarding Wei Ani's face was not merely the wounds, but rather the toxins that had permeated her skin and bloodstream through those injuries. When Wei Ani became agitated, those toxins coursed through her facial vessels and beneath her skin. The more unstable her emotions, the quicker they flowed, intensifying her pain. Upon hearing Wei Ningyao's explanation, Ma Shi felt a pang of anguish. With tear-filled eyes, she implored Wei Ningyao, "I need you to alleviate her pain swiftly. Do you understand?" Chapter 80. Relying on herself, Madame Ma's tone conveyed an urgent command. Wei Ningyao's expression grew even colder as she replied, "I'm afraid I cannot alleviate her pain." Madame Ma, clearly skeptical, fixed a sharp gaze on Wei Ningyao, questioning, "How is that possible? Your medical skills are quite remarkable, are they not? You managed to cure the illness of the Princess of Dingning. Why then can you not ease Ear's facial pain?" Wei Ningyao cast a casual glance at Wei Ani's face and replied, "I was able to heal the Princess of Dingning, but that does not guarantee I can remedy every ailment. After all, I am not an omnipotent deity capable of curing all maladies. I previously mentioned that your elder sister's facial pain arises from her intense emotions, which have stirred the lingering toxins in her face. At this moment, I possess no effective means to alleviate her suffering. To cease the pain, she must rely on herself." Rely on herself? How can she possibly do that in such agony? Madame Ma pressed, her expression icy, her gaze towards Wei Ningyao still laced with inquiry and doubt. Wei Ningyao maintained a composed demeanor, shrugging her shoulders as she explained. She must endeavor to calm her emotions and endure the discomfort. Once she achieves emotional tranquility, the toxins will disperse more slowly, and her facial pain will gradually subside. This time, Madame Ma appeared somewhat convinced. After a moment of silence, she turned to Wei Ani, soothingly saying, "Do you hear? As long as you manage to calm your emotions, the pain will dissipate. But my face hurts so much. I cannot do it. Mother, please ask my second sister to help me." Wei Ani lamented, shaking her head in distress. Madame Ma embraced her shoulders, continuing to reassure her, "You can do it. I believe in you." Observing the scene of Madame Ma trying to comfort Wei Ani, Wei Ningyao's gaze flickered for a moment before she discreetly exited the room. Just as she was about to step out of the Jianxua pavilion, a maid hastily approached, calling out, "Second miss, the madam requests that you do not leave just yet. Please wait in the flower hall, as she has more to discuss with you." Wei Ningyao furrowed her brow, but said nothing, proceeding to the flower hall. After a brief interval, approximately the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Madame Ma arrived. She appeared somewhat fatigued, likely from her earlier efforts to console Wei Ani. Upon entering the flower hall, Madame Ma cast a cool glance at Wei Ningyao before taking a seat at the head of the table. She did not speak immediately. Once the maid had prepared the tea, she took a sip, set it down, and finally turned her attention to Wei Ningyao, inquiring, "Yaoer, when do you plan to procure the medicine?" Wei Ningyao pondered briefly before responding, "I should depart by tomorrow." Madame Ma, upon hearing this, lowered her gaze and nodded. "It's better to leave early. The sooner you go, the sooner you will return." Wei Ningyao refrained from replying, contemplating that the timing of her return would depend on the success of her journey. Having received the answer she sought, Madame Ma felt no need to prolong Wei Ningyao's stay. However, Wei Ningyao was not in a hurry to leave. She addressed Madame Ma, "Mother, could you please have my elder sister bring me the dowry list of the Nye family for my perusal? I believe that reviewing the dowry might motivate me more in my search for medicine, enabling a swifter return." Upon hearing Wei Ningyao mention the Nye family's dowry, Madame Ma's expression darkened considerably. She furrowed her brow tightly, but ultimately refrained from voicing her discontent, simply stating, "That dowry list is with me. I shall have someone bring it to you shortly." Wei Ningyao smiled in response. "Thank you for your trouble, mother." Chapter 81. His inherent distrust after leaving the Jiangxue pavilion. Wei Ningyao returned directly to the Xinrong courtyard. Approximately 15 minutes later, a servant dispatched by Madame Ma brought over the dowry list left by the late Madame Ye. The extensive list was folded into several thick volumes. If one were to examine each item individually, it would likely take several hours. Wei Ningyao did not scrutinize the items one by one. She merely skimmed through the pages. Once finished, she handed the dowry list to Duku, requesting her assistance in organizing it. After lunch, as Wei Ningyao contemplated lying down for a while, she was suddenly interrupted by a messenger who informed her that Wei Qingrong had sent someone to summon her to the study in the Duijin courtyard. Furrowing her brow, she exited her room. In the study of Duijin courtyard, Wei Qingrong was seated, attending to his official duties. Upon her entrance, he remained focused on a manuscript, writing diligently. It was only when Wei Ningyao approached and called his name that he lifted his gaze momentarily to glance at her. "You've arrived. Please wait a moment while I finish a few matters," he said, returning his attention to his writing. It was not long before he set down his brush, stood up from his chair, and looked at Wei Ningyao once more. "I have heard that you will depart tomorrow to seek medicine for ear," he inquired. Wei Ningyao nodded in affirmation. Clearing his throat, Wei Qingrong continued, "Your journey may extend for some time, and as a young lady, traveling alone poses certain dangers. I shall send a few guards to accompany you for your safety. Were this a previous life?" Such words from Wei Qingrong would have filled Wei Ningyao with joy and gratitude. However, at this moment, her expression remained unchanged. She understood that his decision to send guards was not born of genuine concern for her well-being. Rather, he likely felt uneasy about her departure, wanting the guards to monitor her whereabouts, and perhaps feared she might become distracted by leisure pursuits rather than earnestly searching for medicine. In essence, he harbored a deep-seated distrust in his daughter. Although Wei Ningyao could discern her father's intentions, she was not particularly bothered. After all, in this life, she had never harbored the illusion of receiving any genuine affection from him. "Thank you, father," Wei Ningyao replied with a calm demeanor. Wei Qingrong observed her tranquil visage for a moment, his brow slightly furrowing, yet he refrained from further comment, gesturing for her to leave. "I have some matters to attend to. You may go." Upon hearing this, Wei Ningyao offered a slight bow before exiting the study. Not far from the study, she was suddenly called to a halt by a voice, "Second Miss Wei." Turning towards the sound, she saw the seventh prince, Pei Mocheng, approaching her. Dressed in a deep purple brocade robe adorned with cloud patterns and holding a folding fan, he exuded a certain elegance and charm. "Seventh prince." Wei Ningyao greeted him with a bow. "There is no need for such formalities, Second Miss Wei. Please rise," Pei Mocheng said, already standing before her, his gaze fixed upon her. Feeling the weight of his scrutiny, Wei Ningyao was suddenly overwhelmed by discomfort, as if a cold, venomous serpent were slithering upon her skin. Struggling to suppress her unease, she lowered her head and attempted to sidestep him. However, as she took a step forward, her path was obstructed by the extended fan. Furrowing her brow, she asked, "Seventh Prince, is there something else you require?" Chapter 82. Why such disdain toward him? Pei Hongye did not respond immediately, his gaze briefly drifting past Wei Ningyao to observe the figure behind her. Wei Ningyao was not alone. She was accompanied by Dong Wan. Earlier, when Wei Ningyao entered the study to converse with Wei Chengrong, Dong Wan had waited outside. Although Pei Hongye had never encountered Dong Wan, he sensed that she possessed martial prowess. Just moments ago, when he used his fan to shield Wei Ningyao, she instinctively made a movement as if to draw a weapon. Though she quickly retracted it. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, "And who might this be?" "My maid," Wei Ningyao replied in a subdued tone. "Skilled in martial arts?" Pei Hongye pressed further. This time, Wei Ningyao chose not to answer. Instead, she redirected the conversation. "Seventh Prince, do you have something to discuss with me?" Her impatience was evident, unmasked by any pretense. Pei Hongye withdrew the fan that had obstructed Wei Ningyao's path, his attention returning to her. "Nothing of great consequence. I came to see the Prime Minister and happened to encounter you. I merely wish to engage in a brief conversation." Engage in conversation? Apologies, but they had little to discuss. She would prefer to converse with a dog rather than with him. "Seventh Prince, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave," Wei Ningyao stated coldly. However, before her words could fully escape her lips, Pei Hongye interjected, "Why the haste? Are you so reluctant to exchange a few words with me?" Pei Hongye's scrutinizing gaze rested upon Wei Ningyao. Perhaps it was merely his imagination, but he felt a palpable aversion emanating from her. He believed he had never wronged her. Why, then, did she harbor such disdain? After a moment's pause, he voiced his confusion. "Have I ever done anything to offend you?" Upon hearing this, Wei Ningyao's eyes flickered. She longed to reveal the truth. Indeed, he had committed acts that filled her with revulsion, and beyond that, hatred. The memory of him urging Wei Chengrong to administer an abortifacient to her was indelibly etched in her mind. Yet, she would never articulate such sentiments. After all, in this lifetime, those events had yet to transpire. She merely responded, her expression devoid of emotion. "No. No? If so, why do you harbor such disdain for me?" Pei Hongye narrowed his eyes, intent on capturing every nuance of her expression. Yet, her porcelain visage remained cold and unyielding, betraying no other emotion. Wei Ningyao lowered her gaze slightly and replied coolly, "Seventh Prince, you misinterpret my sentiments. I do not disdain you. Is that so? If you do not disdain me, then all is well." Although Pei Hongye found it difficult to fully trust her words, he opted not to pursue the matter further. He adjusted the fan in his hand, allowing a smile to grace his features as he regarded Wei Ningyao. "I have heard that your sister's injury is quite severe, and you intend to leave the capital in search of medicine?" Wei Ningyao nodded in affirmation. "Indeed. Where do you plan to go?" Pei Hongye pressed on. "My itinerary is not yet determined. I need to visit several places, both north and south," she replied. Pei Hongye pondered for a moment before responding. "The outside world is fraught with dangers. It is not safe for a young lady like you to travel alone. Allow me to assign a few guards to accompany you for your protection." Wei Ningyao's eyes narrowed slightly, taken aback by his offer of protection. However, she would not accept Pei Hongye's guardians. With an icy demeanor, she refused. "Thank you for your kind offer, Seventh Prince, but it is unnecessary. My father has already dispatched guards for me." Pei Hongye was momentarily taken aback, then countered, "Your father's guards are his own. I hope you will accept mine. Having additional guardians will ensure your safety." This time, Wei Ningyao's rejection was more resolute. "No need. Too many people would be inconvenient. I have ample experience traveling alone in search of medicine over the years. I appreciate your goodwill." Seeing Wei Ningyao steadfastly decline his offer, Pei Hongye felt a twinge of disappointment, yet he refrained from pressing further. He gently tapped his palm with the fan he held, his gaze fixed intently upon Wei Ningyao's face. Suddenly, he shifted the topic. "Miss Wei, I trust you are aware that my third brother has departed for Lingzhou." Chapter 83. Can he be given a chance? Wei Ningyao nodded in acknowledgement. Pei Hongye leaned in slightly closer and spoke. "The journey ahead is long, and my third brother's mobility is compromised. Unforeseen events may arise. If he does not return..." Before Pei Hongye could finish his sentence, Wei Ningyao interjected. "If he does not return, what then?" Pei Hong narrowed his eyes and replied, "If he does not return, might you grant me an opportunity?" Hearing his words, Wei Ningyao couldn't help but chuckle. "No," she replied coldly. "What?" Pei Hong appeared not to have heard her clearly. Wei Ningyao met his gaze and reiterated, "I said no. The third prince will return, and I will not grant you any opportunity." Upon hearing her words, Pei Hong's expression instantly grew frosty, his gaze darkening with a hint of malice. Yet, a smirk played upon his lips as he said, "Then we shall wait and see. I am confident that one day you will seek me out." With that, he flicked his sleeves and strode away, no longer pursuing Wei Ningyao. Wei Ningyao paid no heed to his words. Once he departed, she resumed her walk. However, Dongwuan, who trailed behind, cast a glance at Pei Hong's retreating figure. Frowning slightly, she caught up with Wei Ningyao. "Miss Yao, why is the seventh prince so certain that the prince will not return?" she inquired, her heart laden with unease. Wei Ningyao turned to face Dongwuan. "Why? It is obvious. He has already made plans to instigate trouble along the way." Dongwuan's brow furrowed even deeper. "You mean the seventh prince intends to harm our prince?" Wei Ningyao did not respond verbally, but nodded in affirmation. Dongwuan became increasingly anxious. "Miss Yao, how much do you know about the seventh prince's scheme? Is our prince in danger?" Wei Ningyao placed a reassuring hand on Dongwuan's shoulder. "Do not worry. I have already warned your prince. I trust he will take precautions and remain unharmed." Her words reminded Dongwuan of that day in the tea house, when Wei Ningyao had spoken of a dream she had. She recalled Wei Ningyao mentioning that in the dream, the eighth prince, tasked with delivering supplies, encountered bandits in Yushan and was gravely injured. Now, with their prince himself going to deliver supplies, would he encounter peril as well? Though anxious, Dongwuan felt a strange calm wash over her as she observed Wei Ningyao's composed demeanor. Wei Ningyao did not return directly to Shinrong Courtyard. Instead, she made her way to the grand storeroom of the Wei residence. The storeroom housed many valuable items, including a significant portion of the dowry left by the late Mistress Nye. However, upon arriving at the storeroom entrance, she was halted by the guard on duty. Entry is not permitted without proper authorization. Only the master and mistress may enter. Others must have their permission, the guard stated sternly. Wei Ningyao raised an eyebrow and produced a written authorization from a robe, presenting it to the guard. "Please verify if this is the required authorization." When Madame Ma's servant had previously delivered the dowry list, Wei Ningyao had requested an authorization to inspect the dowry in person, which Madame Ma had willingly provided. The guard took the document, examined it, and nodded. "Very well. Am I allowed to enter now?" Wei Ningyao inquired with a smile. The guard no longer obstructed her and called for the steward, Wei Guanshi, to escort her inside. Upon arrival, Wei Guanshi bowed respectfully to Wei Ningyao and asked, "May I inquire why the second young lady wishes to enter the storeroom?" "I wish to see the dowry left by Mistress Nye," Wei Ningyao replied. As the steward of the storeroom, Wei Guanshi was well aware that Madame Ma and the eldest young lady had already entrusted the dowry left by the late Mistress Nye to the second young lady before him. These items occupied nearly half of the storeroom and were undoubtedly the most valuable possessions within. Understanding this, Wei Guanshi treated her with utmost respect. "Second young lady, please proceed inside." With that, he produced a key and unlocked the door, guiding Wei Ningyao to the area where Mistress Nye's dowry was stored. Here. And here are the items from the late mistress's dowry. You may take your time to examine them," Wei Guanshi said. Wei Ningyao nodded and began to inspect the dowry. The items were neatly categorized and appeared to be well maintained, presenting a clean and orderly sight. As she gazed upon the dowry, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Suddenly, she was drawn to a delicate little cosmetics box. Chapter 84 No Key. The exquisite little lock on the cosmetic box was of an indiscernible material. "May I open it?" Wei Ningyao inquired of the steward behind her. The steward, with a look of regret, replied, "Miss, I am afraid the lock on this box has no key, and it is too small for us to unlock." "No key?" Wei Ningyao furrowed her brow slightly. The steward explained, this cosmetic box was originally kept in the late Madame's chamber. After her passing, it was brought here, but the key has never been found. Upon hearing this, Wei Ningyao ceased her questioning and lifted the box with one hand, It was small and not heavy. Miss, do you intend to take this box with you? The steward asked. Wei Ningyao nodded. Is that a problem? It is permissible, but the steward hesitated, puzzled. Miss, the lock cannot be opened, and there may be nothing of value inside. Wei Ningyao shook her head. It matters not. She was simply fond of the little box itself. As for the lock, she was confident she could find a way to unlock it. After glancing at the dowries once more, she departed the storeroom. Upon returning to Shinrong Courtyard, Wei Ningyao placed the cosmetic box on the table. After studying it for a while, she turned to summon Dongwuan, who had been waiting outside. Pointing to the small lock on the box, she asked, Do you happen to have a sharp dagger that could help me break this lock? Dongwuan was taken aback, her gaze filled with curiosity and inquiry. How did you know I have a very sharp dagger? In fact, she did carry a dagger, a habit she had long maintained. However, she had only recently accompanied Wei Ningyao to the Wei residence and had not displayed it before her. How could Wei Ningyao know? Hearing Dongwuan's puzzled inquiry, Wei Ningyao's eyes flickered as she replied, I merely guessed. Is it not common for martial practitioners to keep weapons hidden on their persons? A dagger is the most convenient to conceal. Dongwuan wasn't entirely convinced by this explanation, yet she chose not to press further. Then I shall give it a try. With that, Dongwuan drew out the dagger, stepped forward, and examined the small lock on the box. Gathering her strength, she struck downwards. A clang resonated through the room as the dagger collided with the lock. However, the lock remained unyielding, firmly attached to the cosmetic box. Wei Ningyao was somewhat surprised. She had not anticipated this small lock to be so resilient. She had a fair understanding of Dongwuan's skills and knew that under normal circumstances, she would have been able to break a typical lock. Dongwuan, too, was astonished that she had failed to unlock it. The dagger she wielded was crafted from a special material and forged by a renowned artisan, capable of cutting through iron as if it were mud. And she had employed several portions of her internal energy. Miss, this lock seems to be made of a very special material. Wei Ningyao nodded. She had recognized the lock's unique material at first glance, which was why she had asked Dongwuan to attempt opening it with her sharp dagger. Shall I try again? Dongwuan suggested. Before she could bring the dagger down again, Wei Ningyao grasped her arm. No need to try again. If you exert more internal energy, you may shatter the cosmetic box. Dongwuan acquiesced, lowering her hand. Understood. Wei Ningyao gazed at the cosmetic box for a moment longer before looking up at Dongwuan. Could you assist me with a task? What task? Dongwuan responded. Wei Ningyao pointed to the box. Please take this cosmetic box to Jinchuan Tower and deliver it to the manager there. Wei Ningyao penned a letter, imparting a few instructions to Dongwuan, and then asked her to deliver the box to Jinchuan Tower. She believed that the establishment would possess the means to open the box without damage. Half an hour later, Dongwuan returned, informing Wei Ningyao that she had successfully delivered the box to the manager of Jinchuan Tower. Miss, the manager said he might need some time to unlock it. Wei Ningyao nodded, unperturbed. That is fine. That night, Wei Ningyao retired early to her bed, yet slumber eluded her. She felt a sense of worry for Pei Mocheng on the road, uncertain of his current situation. Chapter 85. So-called relatives. Pei Mocheng has been on his journey for several days now. Considering the distance, he should reach Yu Mountain in 2 or 3 days. The region surrounding Yu Mountain is characterized by its towering peaks and treacherous terrain, making it an ideal location for nefarious activities. Wei Ningyao speculates that Pei Hongye's men will likely choose to act there. While she believes Pei Mocheng can handle himself, she still feels a twinge of unease until she receives news of his safe departure from Yu Mountain. Determined to clear her mind, she strives to focus on other matters. After some time, she finally drifts into slumber. At dawn the next day, as the first light of day breaks, Wei Ningyao rises to prepare for her departure. Knowing of her impending journey, Doko had already packed her belongings early in the morning. Handing a satchel to Wei Ningyao, Doko pouted, unwilling to give up. Miss, can you truly not take me with you? Let me accompany you. I can take care of you. Since Doko learned of Wei Ningyao's travels, she had asked this question several times. Wei Ningyao gently patted Doko's shoulder and replied, It's not that I do not wish to bring you, but I must travel quickly, and it may require horseback riding. Tell me, can you ride a horse? Doko shook her head. No, I cannot. Wei Ningyao raised an eyebrow. That settles it, Doko. Stay here and be good. I shall return swiftly. Though still somewhat disappointed, Doko ceased her pleas and bid Wei Ningyao farewell with a bittersweet tone. Miss, I wish you a smooth journey. I shall await your return. As Wei Ningyao stepped out of the Wei residence, she was greeted by a contingent of men clad in guard uniforms, each armed and exuding an air of seriousness and formidable skill. A quick glance revealed there were 12 of them. Wei Ningyao pressed her lips together. She had not anticipated that Wei Chengrong would send such a large number of guards to accompany her. How much distrust did he harbor? Of course, this concern was not for her safety, but rather for the absence of his precious daughter, Wei Yi, should she fail to return. Wei Ningyao let out a derisive laugh and turned to see Wei Chengrong, Ma Shi, and Wei Yuhi approaching her. Observing their approach, she internally scoffed, fully aware they were not there to see her off, but most likely to lecture her before her departure. As expected, they halted before her, and Wei Chengrong wasted no time addressing her. I have dispatched 12 guards for your protection. They are highly skilled. Should you find the medicine, return immediately without dawdling. Wei Ningyao inclined her head slightly and responded, Thank you for your kindness, father, but I do not require such a large entourage. Do not require so many guards? Wei Chengrong frowned. I do this for your own good. There have been floods in the southern provinces recently, and many displaced refugees and bandits roam about. The bandits you might encounter could very well be among those victims. More guards will ensure your swift and safe return. As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Yuhi chimed in, Second sister, as a young lady traveling alone, you are susceptible to danger. These guards have been meticulously chosen by father. Please do not refuse them. Wei Ningyao truly wished to avoid being surrounded by so many people. After a moment's contemplation, she reiterated her refusal. I have stated that I do not need so many guards. It is too ostentatious and could attract danger. Besides, Dong Wan alone could contend with several of them. With Dong Wan accompanying me, I shall be fine. At that moment, Wei Chengrong and the others finally noticed Dong Wan, who was standing behind Wei Ningyao. Is this the Dong Wan you mentioned? Who is she? Wei Chengrong inquired, his gaze scrutinizing her. Wei Ningyao replied, She is a guard from the third prince's side. He left her to protect me during his absence. Upon hearing this, Wei Chengrong no longer doubted Wei Ningyao's assertion that Dong Wan was worth several guards. After all, how could someone from the third prince's side be anything but exceptional? Very well, then select a few guards to accompany you. He relented. Wei Ningyao turned to Dong Wan, requesting her assistance in choosing 4 guards. Dong Wan nodded and selected 4 for her. Father, mother, brother, if there's nothing else. I shall take my leave, Wei Ningyao stated, eager to avoid further delays. Just as she was about to board the carriage, Ma Shi, who had remained silent until now, coldly warned her, return immediately upon finding the medicine. Should I learn that you have delayed intentionally, I will not spare you upon your return. Hearing this threat, Wei Ningyao glanced at Ma Shi, but did not respond. She turned away and climbed into the carriage. In that instant, a cold glint flashed in her eyes. She was setting out, yet her so-called relatives offered her not a single word of care or blessing, only warnings and threats. Such relatives were truly laughable. 2 days later, as dusk approached, Wei Ningyao and her party halted at an inn. Meanwhile, in the capital, at the residence of the 7th prince, a cloaked man respectfully reported to him, My lord, I have received news from Yu Mountain. Pei Hongyi, who was amusing himself with a parrot in a cage, replied with a single word, Speak. Chapter 86. Young Master Nye, the cloaked figure, spoke softly, reporting, Your Highness, they have failed. Pei Hongye had been anticipating news of Pei Mocheng's demise, so he was taken aback by this revelation. He turned around, his face darkened with fury, and hissed, Repeat that. The figure, sensing the wrath emanating from Pei Hongye, steeled himself and reiterated, Your Highness, they have failed. After a brief pause, he continued, When the 3rd prince and his entourage passed through Yushan, they seemed to anticipate the ambush, handling it with remarkable composure. Subsequently, a group of skilled archers descended from above, hidden in the heights, and eliminated all the bandits you had arranged. Keeping his head down, the cloaked figure dared not meet Pei Hongye's gaze. The latter's expression was now overshadowed by dark clouds. How could Pei Mocheng have foreseen his plans? This was inconceivable. He clenched his fist and struck the nearby birdcage, venting his anger. The cage toppled to the ground, and the parrot within squawked in terror. "Help! Help!" It soon collapsed, its head askew, tongue outstretched, lifeless. The cloaked figure, witnessing this scene, felt a jolt of shock but maintained his composure. He ventured, "Your Highness, shall we attempt to eliminate the third prince again?" Pei Mocheng pressed a hand to his forehead, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. "Of course, although my third brother has lost a leg, he remains quite formidable. If we can dispose of him on the road, it will ensure his future endeavors are less troublesome." While Pei Mocheng did not believe Pei Mocheng would ever stand again to contest his position, their relationship was fraught with discord. It was plausible that Pei Mocheng might support other princes in vying for the throne. If he could eliminate his third brother during this journey, it would remove a significant threat. Meanwhile, Wei Ningyao, after spending a night at the relay station, set off with her companions the following morning. After traveling for about 2 hours, they sought a place to rest and refresh themselves with a meal. However, they were suddenly met with the sounds of a skirmish ahead. "Miss, it seems there is a fight up ahead. Should we proceed?" Dong Wan inquired. Wei Ningyao furrowed her brow and replied, "Let us investigate the situation." With no alternative route to circumvent the conflict, she resolved to see who was engaged in battle. They entered the overgrown area, leaving the main path, leading their horses through the tall weeds. After a brief walk, they parted the grass to observe the altercation. A merchant caravan was beset by a group of bandits. As Wei Ningyao scrutinized the scene, she suddenly recognized a familiar face. It was Nie Changyu, the second son of the Nie family. What was he doing here? Moreover, his group appeared to be in disarray. "Do you know that person?" Wei Ningyao asked her followers, pointing at Nie Changyu. Among the 6 guards accompanying her, one named Lu Ming had previously encountered Nie Changyu and quickly identified him, saying, "That appears to be Nie Changyu, the second son of the Nie family." Wei Ningyao raised an eyebrow. Since he is an acquaintance, why not lend a hand? Lu Ming hesitated. Their primary mission was to ensure Wei Ningyao's safety and hasten her return to the Wei estate with the medicine. Yet, Nie Changyu was connected to their family through his mother's side. If they stood idly by, they might face repercussions from the family upon their return. After contemplating, Lu Ming decided to offer assistance. As the most senior among the guards, his decision was met with unanimous agreement. Seeing her companions nod in consent, Lu Ming called out, "Brothers, let us charge together." With that, he drew his sword and led the way. The others followed suit. "Miss, shall we join them?" Dong Wan asked. Wei Ningyao observed the ongoing battle and replied, "Not yet. It seems our assistance is unnecessary." She continued to watch intently. The guards accompanying Nie Changyu were also skilled fighters. With Lu Ming's group joining the fray, they swiftly gained the upper hand. The bandits, realizing they could not prevail against the sudden influx of formidable opponents, retreated. Once the bandits had vanished, Nie Changyu propped his sword against the ground and took several heavy breaths. He then turned to Lu Ming and his companions, bowing slightly. "Thank you, brave warriors, for your timely rescue. May I inquire your names?" Lu Ming returned the gesture. "I am Lu, with the single character Ming. No need for formalities. It was our duty." Nie Changyu was momentarily taken aback. "You recognize me?" Lu Ming nodded. "We are the guards of the Wei estate and have met you there before." Nie Changyu's surprise deepened, his eyes widening. "You are indeed from the Wei estate? What brings you here?" Lu Ming explained. "We were tasked by the family head to escort the second young lady out of the capital to procure medicine." "The second young lady?" Nie Changyu squinted, asking, "Is she the one the Wei family recently retrieved?" Lu Ming affirmed, "Indeed." Before Nie Changyu could respond further, Wei Ningyao emerged from the underbrush and greeted him. "Young Master Nie, it is good to see you." Upon hearing her voice, Nie Changyu turned to her, his expression shifting to one of surprise and delight. "Miss Yao, is that you? What brings you here?" Wei Ningyao smiled and replied, "I am the second young lady you mentioned, recently returned to the Wei family." "What? You are that second young lady?" Nie Changyu was even more astonished. Initially, he had worried that the recently retrieved second young lady from the Wei family might threaten his cousin and Yi's standing within the household. After all, the current matriarch, Madame Ma, was the biological mother of this second young lady. If she favored her daughter and swayed the Prime Minister Wei and several young masters toward her, and he might find herself in a precarious position. Nie Changyu had journeyed this way, intending to visit the capital and check on Yi's well-being. However, he had not anticipated encountering Wei Ningyao here, nor that she was the second young lady in question. Chapter 87. They were originally family second miss. It seems you are acquainted with young Master Nie. At that moment, Lu Ming interjected with curiosity. Wei Ningyao smiled gently and replied, "Indeed. I had the fortune to meet him once. This meeting had occurred a year ago. A year prior, the patriarch of the Nie family, who was also Nie Changyu's grandfather, had fallen gravely ill. Despite seeking renowned physicians far and wide, none could provide a cure. Upon learning of this, Wei Ningyao took it upon herself to visit the Nie household and ultimately succeeded in healing the elder's ailment. It was during this time that she first met Nie Changyu. My dear Yao, I must say, we are truly fated to cross paths. You're the second daughter of the Wei family, the younger sister of my cousin and Yi, who is in turn my cousin. Thus, we can certainly consider ourselves family." Nie Changyu exclaimed with enthusiasm. Wei Ningyao refrained from responding, yet in her heart, she mused that they were not merely akin. They were in fact family. A year ago, her visit to treat the Nie patriarch was not without purpose. It was driven by the knowledge that he was her biological maternal grandfather. Noticing Wei Ningyao's silence, Nie Changyu smiled warmly at her and continued, "How about I call you Cousin Yao from now on?" Wei Ningyao raised an eyebrow and replied, "As you wish." Hearing this, Nie Changyu was visibly delighted. "Wonderful. Now I have another sister." In contrast to Nie Changyu's exuberance, Wei Ningyao maintained a serene demeanor. A year ago, her intention to visit the Nie family was to gauge their nature. If they were as cold-hearted and self-serving as the Wei family, she would distance herself from them once she exposed the Ma family's misdeeds and reclaimed her identity. However, after spending time with the Nie family, she found them to be genuine and kind-hearted, particularly the patriarch, who had treated her with warmth and appeared to possess great wisdom. "May I discuss something with you, young Master Nie?" Wei Ningyao inquired, looking directly at him. "Of course, what is it?" Nie Changyu replied, his curiosity piqued as he awaited her response. Wei Ningyao spoke slowly. "It's regarding my previous treatment of your grandfather. I hope you won't disclose this to anyone in the Wei family." Nie Changyu was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating this request. He could not fathom why Wei Ningyao wished to keep this information from her family, as healing his grandfather was undoubtedly a commendable act. Nevertheless, he nodded in understanding. "Though I am unsure of your reasons, I trust you have your motives. Rest assured, I will keep this to myself." After exchanging pleasantries, Nie Changyu suddenly recalled something and said, "Cousin Yao, earlier that guard Lu mentioned you were being escorted to find medicine. What kind of medicine are you searching for? Perhaps I can assist you." Wei Ningyao shook her head. "You cannot help me with this matter. The medicine I seek is rather complex, requiring fresh harvesting and careful preservation, tasks that are beyond the capabilities of most." Upon hearing this, Nie Changyu refrained from pressing further. Wei Ningyao glanced at Nie Changyu and his guards and asked, "Young Master Nie, how did you find yourselves in such a predicament with those bandits?" In recent years, Nie Changyu had begun to manage some family affairs and frequently ventured outside. With a cadre of skilled guards at his side, it was unusual for them to be caught in such a dire situation. Nie Changyu's expression stiffened slightly at her inquiry. "It wasn't solely the bandits' doing. 3 days ago, we encountered a major earth tremor in Qingzhou, resulting in significant injuries among my guards, and I myself sustained some wounds." As he spoke, a sudden cry of an eagle pierced the air. Wei Ningyao looked up to see a large eagle soaring towards them. Others also took notice of the bird, exclaiming its impressive size. "What a magnificent eagle!" Nie Changyu marveled. "It seems to be approaching us. Could it possibly attack?" Wei Ningyao smiled softly. "Do not worry. It will not." No sooner had she spoken than Nie Changyu exclaimed, "That eagle appears to be carrying something." Realization dawned on him as he continued. "This is a messenger eagle. Messenger eagles are exceptional among their kind, possessing intelligence and being challenging to train. Although the Nie family had a few trained for communication, this particular eagle was not one of theirs. As it neared, the eagle gracefully descended, landing on Wei Ningyao's arm. She retrieved the message tube from its talon, stroked its head gently, and then released it. The majestic bird circled in the air for a moment before flying away. Wei Ningyao opened the message tube and began to read the contents. Suddenly, her brow furrowed tightly, and she looked up at Nie Changyu. Her tone tinged with urgency as she asked, "You mentioned earlier that you encountered the earth tremor. Where?" Hearing the urgency in her voice, Nie Changyu was puzzled but replied directly, "In Qingzhou." Without another word, Wei Ningyao quickly approached a horse, mounted it with agility, and after leaving the capital, she opted to ride alongside her companions, Dong Wan and Lu Ming. Observing her anxious demeanor as she mounted, hastily followed suit, leaping onto their own horses. "Miss, what is the matter? What has happened?" Dong Wan inquired, turning to look at Wei Ningyao. For reasons unclear to her, Dong Wan sensed that the message Wei Ningyao had just received was somehow related to their master, Prince San. Wei Ningyao met her gaze and, after a brief pause, candidly replied, "I just received news that Prince San's men encountered bandits in Yushan." Before she could finish, Dong Wan interjected in alarm. "What? The prince encountered bandits? Is he all right? Has anything happened to him?" Wei Ningyao shook her head reassuringly. "Do not worry. He is unharmed. They have safely left Yushan." However, suddenly, Wei Ningyao hesitated, leaving the thought unfinished. "However what?" Dong Wan pressed eagerly. Chapter 88. Qingzhou Prefecture. After a brief pause, Wei Ningyao continued, "However, they are currently heading towards Qingzhou Prefecture." This urgency was the reason why Wei Ningyao hastily mounted her horse. Nie Changyu had just mentioned that they encountered a significant earthquake in Qingzhou, which left them in a state of disarray. Pei Mocheng and his companions might very well be in danger if they proceeded there. Wei Ningyao had heard that the aftermath of such an earthquake would not settle immediately. The ground might still tremble intermittently for days. Should any unsettling movement occur, travelers in the vicinity could easily find themselves in peril. Upon hearing Wei Ningyao's words, Dong Wan began to worry. Their prince was a person of limited mobility. Encountering an earthquake would pose an even greater risk than for ordinary individuals. "Miss Yao, should we pursue them?" Dong Wan inquired, suppressing her concerns and directing her question to Wei Ningyao. After all, the prince had instructed her to stay by Miss Wei's side for her protection, and she needed to heed her guidance. Wei Ningyao's outing under the pretext of seeking medicine was merely a facade. Her primary objective was to ensure Pei Mocheng's safety. Additionally, she hoped to seize this opportunity to treat his leg. In the capital, treating his injury was fraught with complications due to the watchful eyes of the seventh prince and others. Now that Pei Mocheng had gone to Qingzhou, she was increasingly anxious about his safety. She nodded resolutely, "Let us depart at once." As soon as she spoke, Lu Ming, with a stern expression, interjected, "Second miss, do not forget our purpose. We are here to find medicine for the eldest Mississippi. You must not pursue the third prince." No sooner had Lu Ming finished speaking than Nie Changyu, who had been following closely, furrowed his brow and asked, "Your journey is to seek medicine for Cousin Annie?" He had assumed they were escorting Wei Ningyao out of the capital for her own needs, never realizing they were in search of medicine for Annie. Lu Ming's concern grew. "Cousin Yao, has something happened to Cousin Annie?" After the incident involving Wei and Yi, the Wei family had indeed sent word to the Nie family, but by the time the news reached them, Nie Changyu had already set out. After a moment of silence, Wei Ningyao revealed the truth to Nie Changyu. "A few days ago, my mother took me, my second brother, and my sister to Fuwa Temple to pray for blessings. But we unfortunately encountered bandits along the way. My second brother lost an arm, and my sister, she was injured in the face." "Injured in the face? Are you saying she has been disfigured?" Nie Changyu exclaimed in shock. A woman's face, especially for one yet to be wed, held paramount importance. A disfigurement could ruin her life. And Yi was their only close cousin, cherished and doted upon by the Nie family. How could such a calamity befall her? Nie Changyu was aware of Wei Ningyao's medical skills. When their grandfather had fallen gravely ill, despite consulting many renowned physicians, it was Wei Ningyao who ultimately healed him. The fact that her departure to seek medicine was prompted by Yi's condition indicated the severity of her injuries. Indeed, Wei Ningyao affirmed with a nod. Nie Changyu's concern deepened. He looked at Wei Ningyao, hesitating before asking, "Cousin Yao, you can heal Cousin Yi's face, can't you?" Wei Ningyao narrowed her eyes and replied, "Her facial injury is secondary. The primary issue lies with the weapon that inflicted the wound, which has been poisoned. This has hindered her recovery. I cannot guarantee I can heal her face, but it is worth trying. Perhaps I can succeed. Nie Changyu fell silent, though he remained anxious about Yi's condition. However, if Wei Ningyao were unable to heal her, he would not hold her accountable. For reasons unknown, from the moment he first met Wei Ningyao, he felt an inexplicable warmth, akin to the affection one feels for family. This familiarity was why he had excitedly declared he would address her as Cousin Yao upon learning she was the second Miss recently returned to the Wei family. Nie Changyu kept his thoughts to himself, but Lu Ming was not done. He again urged Wei Ningyao, "Second Miss, our priority is to find medicine. We must not delay for other matters." Wei Ningyao cast a cool glance at Lu Ming and the other guards behind him, saying, "If you are afraid, you may remain outside the city gates or take a detour to the next prefecture and wait for me." Lu Ming was momentarily taken aback by her words. Their duty was to protect Wei Ningyao and ensure she found the medicine, returning promptly to the Wei residence. Now, she suggested they stay behind or wait elsewhere, which felt like a dereliction of duty. "We are not afraid. Our responsibility is to ensure your safety, Second Mississippi. I merely advise against taking unnecessary risks." Lu Ming retorted with a stern expression. "If your duty is to protect me, then accompany me closely," Wei Ningyao replied coolly, dismissing further discussion. She urged her horse onward, moving steadily ahead. Meanwhile, less than 10 kilometers away from Wei Ningyao and her group, Pei Mocheng sat in his carriage, frowning. The path ahead was obstructed by fallen rocks due to the earthquake, and soldiers were busy clearing the debris. "Your Highness, it should take about half an hour to clear the road," Xiaodong reported softly from outside the carriage. Chapter 89. Uninvited guest cough. This prince is aware. Pei Mocheng coughed twice, his deep voice resonating. Hearing his slightly hoarse tone, Xiaodong inquired with concern, "Your Highness, are you all right?" Approximately a year prior, after sustaining severe injuries, his health had been compromised. A few days ago, after escaping from Yushan, Pei Mocheng unexpectedly fell victim to a chill. They were still far from their destination at Chishui Mountain, which raised Xiaodong's worries about Pei Mocheng's ability to endure the journey. Pei Mocheng understood Xiaodong's concern and reassured him, "This prince is fine." He was not merely putting on a brave face. Although he had caught a cold and was coughing, his condition was not dire, especially after consuming the medicine prepared by Wei Ningyao, which had considerably improved his health. About a stick of incense later, a nearby locust tree, uprooted by a colossal earth dragon, suddenly stirred a flock of crows into flight, as if startled by some disturbance. Inside the carriage, Pei Mocheng furrowed his brow and asked softly, "What has happened?" Xiaodong raised his eyes to survey the surroundings, his gaze lingering on the fallen locust tree for a moment. Though he detected no unusual signs, the keen instincts of a martial artist warned him that danger was approaching. He frowned and replied solemnly, "Your Highness, it seems there are uninvited guests." Pei Mocheng's brow tightened, a cold sneer forming in his heart. The individual attempting to thwart his rescue of his uncle was indeed relentless. It had scarcely been long since he departed the capital, yet they persistently sought to obstruct him. Xiaodong was about to command the soldiers to cease their current tasks in preparation to confront the intruders when, without warning, dozens of sharp arrows suddenly descended from the overcast sky. "Everyone be cautious. Assassins are among us." Xiaodong urgently warned the soldiers still clearing the barricades. He swiftly drew his sword, deflecting the arrows aimed at them. Clearly, the primary target of the archers was Pei Mocheng within the carriage. The arrows rained down upon them with relentless intensity. Although Xiaodong was highly skilled, the sheer volume of arrows began to wear him down. Suddenly, a sharp arrow slipped past his defenses, piercing the carriage and hurtling towards Pei Mocheng's forehead. However, mere inches from his target, Pei Mocheng deftly seized it with his hand. Outside the carriage, Xiaodong's heart raced. "Your Highness, are you unharmed?" "This prince is fine," came Pei Mocheng's deep voice moments later. Relieved, Xiaodong resumed his defense against the arrow storm. The soldiers, quick to react, returned to their ranks after fending off the arrows, shields raised and bows drawn, preparing to counterattack. Before long, the rain of arrows ceased. However, Xiaodong and the soldiers remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings. Sure enough, moments later, a large group of cloaked figures emerged from the shadows, swiftly approaching them. This time, the assailants appeared fewer in number than the bandits from Yushan. Yet their martial prowess was significantly superior. They resembled professional assassins, and their objective was unmistakably clear: Pei Mocheng in the carriage. The soldiers rallied to support one another, engaging in fierce combat with the black-clad killers. Meanwhile, Wei Ningyao and her companions, riding in on horseback, soon heard the sounds of battle. Wei Ningyao's brow furrowed as she surmised that one faction involved in the fighting might very well be Pei Mocheng and his entourage. Upon entering the city, she had noticed fresh tracks left by soldiers, indicating that Pei Mocheng's group had likely not yet exited Qingzhou. Lu Ming and the others expressed their astonishment upon hearing the sounds of combat. Wei Ningyao remained silent, her expression resolute as she urged her horse forward with urgency. Dong Wan, sensing the same possibility, followed closely behind without hesitation. Before long, Wei Ningyao halted her steed. Having spotted a group of soldiers engaged in battle with a cluster of black-clad assassins amidst the ruins. Though the assassins were outnumbered, they were formidable. Wei Ningyao speculated that these killers were certainly under the influence of the Seventh Prince. After the failed assassination at Yushan, it was surprising that he had not given up. He had quickly recruited another band of mercenaries to strike again. It seemed Pei Hongye was resolute in ensuring Pei Mocheng could not save his uncle from the Shao family. "It is the prince." At that moment, Dong Wan recognized the scene ahead and exclaimed in astonishment, immediately charging forward on her horse. Wei Ningyao, however, did not rush in like Dong Wan, though she had trained in martial arts for a few years since her rebirth. Her focus had primarily been on lightness skill and concealed weapons, both of which were relatively easier for her, a novice, to master. After assessing the situation ahead, Wei Ningyao scanned the area and sought out a nearby cover to conceal herself. "Dong Wan, what brings you here?" The first to recognize her was Xiao Dong, surprised and perplexed by her sudden appearance. The prince had previously left her to guard Wei Ningyao, and Xiao Dong was aware that Dong Wan had not been keen on the assignment. Nonetheless, she never defied the prince's orders. Given that she was meant to remain by Wei Ningyao's side, it was peculiar for her to appear here. Dong Wan, wielding her sword, fought fiercely against the black-clad assassins while responding, "I came with Lady Yao." "What? Lady Wei is here too?" Xiao Dong exclaimed, glancing around while fending off attackers. However, he could not find Wei Ningyao among the fray. In the distance, he spotted several mounted men atop a hill, observing them intently. "Where is Lady Wei?" he inquired. Chapter 90. Surprise, it's her. She stood behind me. Dong Wan raised her gaze towards the direction from which she had just arrived, but to her astonishment, there was no sign of Wei Ningyao. Dong Wan was momentarily taken aback. Hadn't Miss Yao just been right behind her? How could she have vanished in the blink of an eye? Just as Dong Wan was lost in thought, several black-clad assassins suddenly charged at her. "Dong Wan, be careful!" Xiao Dong shouted, hastily warning her. Dong Wan swiftly dodged, yet in the face of multiple attackers, and having momentarily lost focus, her speed faltered. Just as a large blade was about to strike her arm, the assassin wielding it suddenly trembled, his pupils dilating in shock. In the next instant, the knife clattered to the ground. Dong Wan was momentarily stunned by the scene, but quickly realized what had transpired. Clearly, the reason the assassin had fallen was due to a hidden weapon. As for who had launched it, Dong Wan surmised it was Wei Ningyao. "Dong Wan, are you all right?" At that moment, Xiao Dong rushed to her side, concern etched on his face. Dong Wan shook her head. "That assassin. It must have been the work of Miss Yao," she exclaimed. Xiao Dong was taken aback, surprised that Wei Ningyao possessed such skills with hidden weapons, and executed them so adeptly. Both Xiao Dong and Dong Wan had been stationed by the carriage, diligently fending off those attempting to approach. However, the sheer number of black-clad assassins was overwhelming, each one a formidable opponent, and soon they found themselves struggling. Fortunately, Wei Ningyao remained hidden, occasionally intervening to assist them. The hidden weapons she employed were not ordinary. They were poison needles. Compact and easy to carry, they struck without warning, making them exceedingly difficult to evade. Coupled with her agility, which allowed her to move stealthily between various cover, Identifying her precise location became a daunting task for the assassins. Initially, the assassins had believed they were poised to successfully assassinate the individuals within the carriage, but the presence of a hidden adversary using concealed weapons infuriated them. They longed to eliminate this hidden foe, yet she seemed to possess remarkable agility, continually shifting her position, and with the encroaching darkness, pinpointing her whereabouts proved elusive. Thus, they pressed on, determined to assault the carriage. However, through the seamless cooperation of Xiao Dong, Dong Yuan, and Wei Ningyao, the assassins found it nearly impossible to approach the carriage. After a prolonged skirmish, only a handful of black-clad assassins remained. "Try to leave some alive," came the deep voice of Pei Mocheng from within the carriage. "Yes, my lord," Xiao Dong promptly replied. Yet, capturing these assassins alive proved to be a formidable challenge, as they were all death warriors. Behind a pile of rubble not far away, Wei Ningyao heard Pei Mocheng's directive and paused for a moment, switching to a different type of poison needle. Moments later, the last few assassins were subdued. As the final assassin collapsed before him, Xiao Dong's face twitched involuntarily. The Lord had instructed them to leave some alive, yet it seemed they had eliminated them all. "My lord, I apologize. We failed to leave any alive," Xiao Dong reported to Pei Mocheng, a hint of regret in his tone. However, before he could finish a clear, melodious voice chimed in. "Who says we haven't left any alive? This one, and this one, and this one, they are merely unconscious." Xiao Dong turned towards a voice and saw Wei Ningyao pointing at several of the sprawled figures. Those individuals had all succumbed to her silver needles. Overjoyed, Xiao Dong exclaimed, "They're not dead?" Wei Ningyao nodded. "No, they are merely in a stupor from my poison needles. Here is the antidote." With that, she produced a green porcelain vial from her sleeve and tossed it to Xiao Dong. "Administer it to each of them, and within half an hour, they will regain consciousness." Gratefully, Xiao Dong accepted the antidote, relieved that they had not left any fatalities behind. After reporting to Pei Mocheng, he called for his subordinates to attend to the living captives and assess the injuries among the soldiers. Meanwhile, Wei Ningyao and Dong Yuan remained stationary. After a moment, Dong Yuan stepped forward and respectfully addressed Pei Mocheng from within the carriage. "Your servant pays her respects to the prince." Pei Mocheng cleared his throat, lifting the carriage curtain to briefly meet Dong Yuan's gaze before looking beyond her to Wei Ningyao, who was also observing the carriage. Their eyes met, and in that moment, a familiar pallor crossed Wei Ningyao's face as she furrowed her brow. After a brief pause, without waiting for Pei Mocheng to speak, she approached him. Upon reaching the side of the carriage, she grasped his hand, rolled up his sleeve, and placed her fingers on his wrist. Pei Mocheng remained silent, his eyes fixed on her as she took his pulse. "Have you caught a chill?" After assessing his condition, Wei Ningyao felt a slight relief, though she was somewhat exasperated. To think he had fallen ill after only a few days away. Yet, it seemed the military physician who accompanied him had treated him, and he had taken medication, so he was already considerably improved. Just as Wei Ningyao intended to release his hand, he unexpectedly grasped her wrist from behind. "What brings you here?" His gaze remained locked on her, his voice low and raspy. Wei Ningyao lifted her face to look at him, blinking innocently as she replied, "Didn't I mention that? Barring any unforeseen circumstances, you would receive a surprise? This surprise, is it you?" Pei Mocheng raised an eyebrow, studying her mischievous eyes. "Am I not a surprise?" Wei Ningyao narrowed her eyes playfully. Pei Mocheng continued to scrutinize her face for a moment before nodding. "Indeed, you are." At that, the smile in Wei Ningyao's eyes deepened. Chapter 91. She possesses the ability to protect herself. Wei Ningyao entered the carriage and engaged in conversation with Pei Mocheng, while Xiao Dong was tallying the casualties of the soldiers. It appeared that the primary target of the black-clad assassins was Pei Mocheng. Thus, the soldiers' losses were not overly severe. However, both Xiao Dong and Dong Yuan had sustained injuries, particularly Xiao Dong, who bore several wounds, one of which was quite serious. Just moments ago, he had been gritting his teeth to manage the situation. After hearing Xiao Dong report on the soldiers' casualties, Pei Mocheng waved his hand, instructing him, "Go tend to your injuries." "Yes, Your Highness," Xiao Dong replied promptly, clasping his fists in respect before retreating. Inside the carriage, Wei Ningyao and Pei Mocheng continued their dialogue. Now, you may tell me how it is that you came to be here, Pei Mocheng inquired again, his gaze fixed upon her delicate visage. Her petite, exquisitely shaped face remained as radiant as ever, fair and lovely, like a blooming lotus. Her dark, star-like eyes sparkled with brilliance, and her lips, red and tender beneath her nose, captivated his attention. Merely a glance at her invoked memories of that unexpected kiss she had pressed upon him as they left the city. Sensing the peculiarity in Pei Mocheng's gaze, Wei Ningyao asked, "What is it? Are you wounded?" Though Pei Mocheng had remained within the safety of the carriage, Xiao Dong and Dong Wan had kept the assassins at bay. There were always moments of oversight. In truth, during the skirmish, Pei Mocheng had not been idle in the carriage. Several assassins had approached, even brandishing knives, but he had repelled them with a gust of his palm. Wei Ningyao thought she might have overlooked something while checking his pulse and was about to examine him again, but Pei Mocheng grasped her hand, preventing her. "I am fine." "Really?" Wei Ningyao pressed. Pei Mocheng shook his head gently, his eyes warm. "I assure you, I'm quite well." Reassured, Wei Ningyao refrained from insisting further on examining him. After a brief pause, she succinctly explained the reason for her presence without divulging the entire truth. For instance, she omitted the fact that the bandits they had encountered on their way to Fuhua Temple were her doing. However, Pei Mocheng, being an astute individual, sensed the underlying anomalies in her words regarding the bandits. Yet, he chose not to voice his suspicions nor press her further. Instead, he took her hand in his and squeezed gently. "As long as you are unharmed, that is what matters. So, you came out to procure medicine for your sister. Wei Daegu, do you wish to hear the truth?" Wei Ningyao met his gaze directly. Before he could respond, she leaned closer to his ear and whispered in truth. "I primarily came to find you." Pei Mocheng frowned at her declaration. "What nonsense! Are you unaware of the dangers that lie ahead? We have already encountered 2 assassination attempts in just a few days." He understood that there were those who wished to thwart his efforts to rescue his uncle, and they were unlikely to relent easily, anticipating further attacks. "I came precisely because I feared for your safety. Do not worry. I possess the ability to protect myself. Did you not witness my capabilities just now?" Wei Ningyao tilted her head slightly, asserting her point. Although Pei Mocheng had remained in the carriage, he had been vigilant regarding the external situation. As Xiao Dong, Dong Wan, and the soldiers engaged the assassins, there had been a figure stealthily utilizing hidden weapons, incapacitating several foes. She displayed remarkable skill with her projectiles and demonstrated commendable agility. Pei Mocheng recognized that this individual was Wei Ningyao. He recalled their first meeting, when she had seemed diminutive and timid, possessing only rudimentary medical knowledge and no martial prowess. It was astonishing how, after several years, she had transformed not only in appearance, but had also honed her skills to such a remarkable degree. This woman before him sparkled in every aspect. Such a wonderful young lady, who did not shy away from his disability and willingly sought to marry him. It would be impossible for Pei Mocheng to remain untouched by such feelings. It was precisely because she was so exceptional that he wished to shield her from any harm. Just as Pei Mocheng was about to speak, Xiao Dong's voice interrupted. "Your Highness, several mounted men have just arrived and have been captured. They demand to see Miss Wei. Are they from your party?" Pei Mocheng inquired of Wei Ningyao. She nodded yes. "My father likely feared that I would not diligently search for medicine and dispatched several guards to accompany me." With that, Wei Ningyao turned to Xiao Dong outside the carriage, instructing, "Tell them to wait. I shall see them shortly." After a brief interval, Wei Ningyao finally approached Lu Ming and his companions, who were stationed by a fallen tree, guarded by soldiers. Seeing Wei Ningyao approach, Lu Ming stepped forward with a serious expression, stating, "Miss, you have finally arrived. I was just wondering if you remember the purpose of your journey?" Wei Ningyao glanced at them coolly. "Of course I remember." Lu Ming suppressed his frustration and pressed, "Since you remember, what are you doing here now?" Wei Ningyao's gaze drifted to the soldiers still clearing the battlefield. "Do you see those soldiers? They are here to assist in rescuing the Duke of Shao. Having fortuitously encountered them here and witnessing their ambush, how could I simply stand idly by? Moreover, the commander is the 3rd prince, whom you know is my fiancé. How could I disregard his peril?" Listening to her words, Lu Ming and his companions exchanged glances, their mouths twitching in disbelief. Fortuitously encountered? It was clear she had received word and had deliberately pursued them. Miss, now that the situation is resolved, you can leave with us and continue your search for medicine, Lu Ming urged patiently. Wei Ningyao did not respond to him, but suddenly produced a rolled scroll from her sleeve, extending it toward Lu Ming. Take a look at this. Lu Ming lowered his gaze at the scroll, hesitating to accept it, furrowing his brow instead. What is this? You will know once you see it, Wei Ningyao replied. Chapter 92. Why are you so kind to him? After a moment's hesitation, Lu Ming raised his hand to accept the scroll. He then untied the rope and unfurled it. Upon unfolding, Lu Ming discovered that the scroll depicted a map. 3 locations were circled on it, all situated in the northern region of the Yunxin Kingdom, within the boundaries of Lingzhou Prefecture. Lu Ming abruptly looked up. Second miss, are we headed to Lingzhou Prefecture? Wei Ningyao nodded and replied, to heal my elder sister's face. We need the cold-scaled fruit, ice crystal lotus, and snow spirit ginseng, which only grow on the everlasting ice mountains. As you know, only Lingzhou Prefecture in the northern region of our Yunxin Kingdom possesses such mountains. The third prince intends to go to Qishui Mountain to rescue the uncle of the Shao family. Qishui Mountain is also within Lingzhou Prefecture. It seems fitting that we travel together, providing mutual support along the way. What do you think? Upon hearing Wei Ningyao's words, Lu Ming furrowed his brow. An inkling arose in his mind that Wei Ningyao's journey was not solely to seek medicine for her elder sister, but rather to find the third prince. Nevertheless, this thought was fleeting and quickly suppressed. He glanced at the other guard behind him and asked, "What do you all think?" The guards exchanged glances and responded in unison. "We defer to your judgment, boss." Lu Ming turned back, contemplating for a moment before nodding at Wei Ningyao. Second miss, our primary mission is to ensure your safety. Since our destination is Lingzhou Prefecture and you wish to accompany the third prince, we have no objections. Hearing this, Wei Ningyao smiled and said, "Good. You all rest for a while. The third prince and his party will likely not choose to camp here tonight. They may continue their journey shortly." Indeed, Pei Mocheng had no intention of camping here. Although night was approaching, he planned to march a bit further before making camp. After all, this area had previously experienced a seismic upheaval and could very well face another catastrophe. Once the soldiers cleared the battlefield, they resumed their efforts to dismantle the remaining obstacles. By now, darkness had fully descended, yet the soldiers unanimously agreed to press on. Remaining here would be perilous should another seismic event occur. Inside the carriage, Pei Mocheng gazed at the fair and exquisite visage before him and queried, "Do you truly wish to accompany us to Lingzhou Prefecture? Our journey will often require us to travel day and night, and we may only find time to rest every few days. At times, we may take difficult paths. I fear this may be too much for you." "I will manage," Wei Ningyao replied, shaking her head. "I'm not a sheltered young lady who has grown up in the Wei residence, untouched by hardship. I have traveled with my adoptive father to practice medicine and have even slept in stables. This is nothing." Seeing Wei Ningyao's determination to join him, Pei Mocheng ultimately said nothing more, tacitly allowing her to accompany them. Their journey continued until the evening of the third day, when it finally found a suitable place to set up camp. At this point, they had completely left the area affected by the seismic upheaval. During these days, Wei Ningyao remained industrious, personally applying medicine to Pei Mocheng's leg each day. After setting up camp, she decided to administer acupuncture to him. "Take this medicine." Wei Ningyao suddenly handed Pei Mocheng a brown-green pill. "What is this?" Pei Mocheng asked, accepting the pill without hesitation. "This is a pill I formulated from 9 nether green. From now on, each time we camp, I will give you one. After you take it, I will perform acupuncture again. I believe that by the time we reach Lingzhou Prefecture, you might be able to stand." Formulated from 9 nether green? Pei Mocheng lowered his gaze to the pill in his hand, a complex expression crossing his face. He had not expected that the herb she had bid so heavily for at Jinshan Tower would end up in his hands. Had she purchased it solely for him? But at that time, she had not seen his leg. How could she have known that he needed 9 nether green for treatment? Perhaps it was just a coincidence. Yes, 9 nether green is a premier antidote. After my refinement, it can neutralize most poisons. However, the poison in your leg is rather peculiar and has lingered in your body for some time, so this pill cannot completely eliminate the residual toxins, Wei Ningyao explained further. Pei Mocheng nodded in understanding, but suddenly recalled something and looked up. You just said that before we reach Lingzhou Prefecture, you can make me stand? Wei Ningyao affirmed. I cannot guarantee it, but I am quite confident. However, it will only be a temporary ability to stand. You won't be able to walk normally, let alone run, jump, or engage in combat. Wei Ningyao felt it necessary to clarify this point. After a brief pause, she continued. Once I find a few more medicinal herbs to help you recuperate and adjust your treatment plan, I believe that you won't need to return to the capital and your leg should be able to return to normal. The additional medicinal herb she mentioned were the same ones she had previously discussed with Lu Ming and the others. According to her original treatment plan, she could enable Pei Mocheng to stand within 3 months, but she would require more time to restore his leg to its usual state. After learning that Pei Mocheng insisted on going to Qishui to rescue the Shao family uncle, she began contemplating a modification to her treatment strategy. Now, as long as she could procure those medicinal herbs, she could restore his leg within about half a month. So, your reason for coming here, ostensibly to seek medicine for the eldest Miss Wei, is in truth to seek medicine for me? Pei Mocheng's voice carried a hint of huskiness. He gazed into her eyes, filled with focus and gentleness. The deep darkness of his pupils reflected her delicate figure. The woman before him was so enchanting, so exceptional. What merit did he possess to inspire such concern from her? After a brief silence, he could not help but ask, have you ever done something to owe me in the past? Wei Ningyao was taken aback by his words, a wave of guilt washing over her as she quickly lowered her gaze. What do you mean by that? Pei Mocheng maintained his unwavering gaze upon her. I speak the truth. Otherwise, why would you care so much for me and treat me so kindly? Chapter 93. Take your medicine. Pei Mocheng's words truly left Wei Ningyao momentarily speechless. Why was he so attentive and kind toward her? It was simply because she felt a sense of guilt towards him. Now that he had personally ventured to Qishui Mountain to rescue the Duke of Shao, he might encounter danger. She wished for him to regain his strength soon. If he could stand before facing peril, his odds of survival would be significantly improved. Was this what it meant to care for someone? Wei Ningyao blinked, thinking if you could stand before reaching Lingzhou, it would facilitate your endeavors in rescuing the Duke. Moreover, as my fiancé, I hope that upon our return to the capital, you can personally ride forth to fetch me, carry me from the bridal sedan, and together we can partake in the wedding rites. Listening to Wei Ningyao's heartfelt words, Pei Mocheng felt a stirring within him. He refrained from further inquiries, instead responding gently, very well, upon our return to the capital, if I am able to stand, I shall personally ride to marry you. Wei Ningyao smiled and said, then will you kindly take your medicine now and cooperate with my treatment? Her words, in Pei Mocheng's ears, felt reminiscent of soothing a child. He gazed at her with a hint of helplessness, then, without any hesitation, swallowed the medicine. Once he had taken the medicine, Wei Ningyao produced a set of silver needles and began her acupuncture treatment. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away in the capital, at the residence of the 7th Prince, upon hearing from his subordinate that the assassination attempt had once again failed, Pei Hongye violently hurled a teacup across the room, shattering it to pieces. His face twisted in anger as he shouted, "Are you all useless? Why have you failed yet again? My lord, please quell your fury." There was a genuine chance of success this time, but unexpectedly, assistants arrived. One of them possessed exceptional skills in hidden weapons and lightness of foot, lurking in the shadows to aid them, which took us completely by surprise. The subordinate reporting to Pei Hongye was Jian Fei, a guard close to the 7th Prince, and he bowed his head low. Pei Hongye's anger flared further upon hearing this. One person managed to bring down your entire operation? Yet he refrained from inquiring about the skilled individual, assuming it to be someone trained by Pei Mocheng. Jian Fei continued to explain at that moment. They were solely focused on the person in the carriage, not anticipating such formidable opposition. Furthermore, the guard around the 3rd Prince are highly skilled, and our soldiers, numerous and well-trained, proved to be exceedingly difficult to contend with. As Pei Hongye's expression grew darker, Jian Fei wisely chose not to elaborate further. his voice dwindling to a whisper. Pei Hongye felt the urge to smash something again, but managed to suppress it, merely cursing, "Useless? A bunch of useless fools." After his outburst, he recalled something and, suppressing his anger, asked, "Did they all perish? Were there any survivors captured?" Jian Fei hesitated to respond, his face betraying uncertainty. Pei Hongye immediately grasped the implication, his expression darkening further, yet he remained unwilling to concede defeat. "Speak. Have you lost your tongue?" Jian Fei steeled himself and replied, "A few were captured, but they are in haste to leave and have yet to reveal anything under pressure." Pei Hongye's mood soured, and, after a moment of silence, he commanded, "Find a way to resolve this swiftly." "Yes, my lord." As dusk fell over the Wei residence, anguished cries and the sound of shattering objects echoed from the master bedroom of the falling snow pavilion. "Miss, what on earth is happening? Please do not act this way. The doctors have warned that you must not become too agitated, or the poison on your face will flare up, causing you immense pain." The maid, Mayor, urgently implored Wei Ani, who had confined herself to her room for days. Under the physician's care, her facial injury had improved significantly. After dinner that evening, weary of remaining indoors, she had requested a veil hat and, under the cover of twilight, intended to take a stroll outside. Mayor had planned to accompany her closely, but Wei Ani insisted on walking alone. Ever since the incident, her demeanor had shifted dramatically. She was no longer the gentle and gracious mistress she had once been. The servants, including Mayor, now tread carefully around her, perpetually anxious. When Wei Ani ventured outside, the growing darkness made it difficult for Mayor to keep her in sight. As Wei Ani approached a rockery, Mayor suddenly lost her view of her. Not daring to approach too closely, she waited anxiously from a distance. After what felt like an eternity without Wei Ani's return, she grew concerned for her safety and was about to search for her when Wei Ani emerged from the rockery. Mayor immediately noticed that Wei Ani's gait appeared stiff and her aura seemed off. She hurried over, expressing her concern. "Miss, has something happened?" However, Wei Ani ignored her, silently returning to the falling snow pavilion's bedroom. Moments later, she began to violently destroy the items within the room, her agitation causing the poison to resurface, resulting in her cries of anguish. Mayor was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend what had transpired to provoke such a drastic change in her mistress. "Madam has arrived." Just as Mayor was at her wit's end, a voice finally rang out from outside the room. Chapter 94. She was shocked. "My dear child, what has happened to you? Is the poison on your face acting up again? Haven't you been well these past few days? Why has it flared up once more?" With a voice laden with concern and confusion, Madame Ma hurriedly entered the room. Earlier, she had been sipping floral tea to aid digestion when the servants from Jiangshueshuan brought her news of the situation. Without hesitation, she set down her teacup and rushed over. Upon entering, Madame Ma was taken aback by the chaos that lay before her. Just as she stood there in shock, a teacup suddenly flew past her, shattering at her feet with a sharp crack. Startled, she took a step back, clutching her chest as she turned to Wei Ani, furrowing her brow. "Ani, what on earth has happened? What is going on?" Wei Ani, however, appeared to have lost her sanity, continuing to wail and smash objects around her. "Get out! All of you get out!" Witnessing such a scene, Madame Ma's frown deepened. She cast a stern look at the several maids in the room and commanded, "Why aren't you restraining your mistress? What if she injures herself?" Then, addressing a maid behind her, she instructed, "Linger, go fetch Doctor Hu immediately." Doctor Hu was the physician engaged by the Wei family, currently residing in the manor. "Yes, madam," Linger replied, promptly departing. Inside the room, the maids, obeying Madame Ma's order, mustered their courage and struggled to restrain Wei Ani. In her frenzied state, it took considerable effort for them to hold her down. At that moment, Doctor Hu arrived at the manor. "Quickly, calm her down," Madame Ma said urgently as she saw him approach. Doctor Hu bowed respectfully to Madame Ma before hastily making his way to Wei Ani. Although the maids had managed to hold Wei Ani, she continued to curse and scream, her body writhing in resistance. Just as it seemed she might break free, Doctor Hu swiftly produced a silver needle and skillfully pricked a pressure point on her body. In an instant, Wei Ani ceased her struggles, her entire body going limp. Had the maids not been holding her, she would have collapsed to the floor. "Quickly, help her onto the bed," Madame Ma instructed. The maids hurriedly assisted in laying Wei Ani down. Doctor Hu then approached to check her pulse. Noticing his furrowed brow, Madame Ma could not contain herself. "Doctor Hu, what is wrong with Ani?" Doctor Hu stroked his beard, his expression serious. "It seems the young lady has experienced some form of shock, resulting in extreme emotional turmoil. As you know, when her emotions fluctuate, it triggers the toxin on her face. The more agitated she becomes, the faster the toxins circulate, causing her greater suffering. I have put her into a slumber by pricking her sleep point, but my medical skills are limited, and I cannot alleviate her pain. When she awakens, should her emotions become agitated again, it is highly likely she will revert to her earlier frenzy." His words tightened Madame Ma's heart. Having watched her daughter grow up, her brilliance had always filled her with pride. She could never have imagined that her exceptional daughter would one day find herself in such a state. "Doctor Hu, what can we do to ease her suffering?" Madame Ma inquired anxiously. Doctor Hu replied, "The young lady's condition is a result of emotional distress. Madam, you must comfort her. Only when her emotions settle will she find relief." Madame Ma nodded, allowing Doctor Hu to depart. She then took a seat at the bedside, gazing down at the person lying there. Having been pricked in the sleep point, Wei Ani's eyes were tightly shut. Yet, her brow was furrowed, her face contorted, and beads of sweat continually emerged on her forehead. It was evident that, despite being asleep, she was in great pain. Witnessing this, Madame Ma's heart ached profoundly. She took out a handkerchief and gently wiped the sweat from Wei Ani's face, soothing her. "Ani, dear child, listen to your mother, calm down. Only in tranquility will you feel better." Alas, her soothing words appeared to have little effect. Wei Ani not only failed to calm down, but seemed to be suffering even more. Despite Madame Ma's boundless patience, she felt increasingly helpless. Moreover, since the incident, she had scarcely slept, her appearance growing haggard and aged. She rose and stepped into the outer room, summoning Mayer to question her. "How have you been caring for Ani? Wasn't she fine these past few days? What on earth happened today that caused her to suddenly become like this? Explain everything to me in detail." Madame Ma's gaze was icy as she scrutinized Mayer. Mayer fell to her knees, gripping her clothing tightly. Her eyes reddened with fear as she recounted the events of the day. Upon hearing her explanation, Madame Ma's brow furrowed deeply, nearly pinching a fly. "So you were saying that Ani walked into the rockery and emerged suddenly changed?" "Yes," Mayer replied, her head bowed low, her voice tinged with tears. Madame Ma remained silent for a moment, then suddenly commanded, "Bring someone to investigate whether anyone has been near the rockery outside Jiang, Shueshuan tonight." Linger, a maid beside her, quickly stepped forward. "Yes, madam. I shall have someone check immediately." After asking Mayer a few more questions, Madame Ma returned to the inner chamber to continue comforting Wei Ani. After a considerable time, Wei Ani's complexion finally improved somewhat. Approximately half an hour later, she finally awakened. "Water," she weakly called out. Madame Ma had not left the room, having dozed in a nearby chaise. Upon hearing the sound, she instantly opened her eyes and hurried over. However, as soon as Wei Ani saw her approaching, she reacted oddly, shouting in defiance, "Don't come any closer." Startled by the sudden outburst, Madame Ma instinctively took a step back. "Ani, I am your mother. What is wrong with you?" To her dismay, Wei Ani's reaction intensified. "You are not my mother. My mother has long since passed away. Leave. I do not wish to see you." Upon hearing this, Madame Ma's brows knitted even tighter. "Ani, what has happened? What is going on? Why are you saying such things?" Chapter 95. What is the truth? After the passing of the Nie family matriarch, Madame Ma took Wei Ani under her wing, nurturing her for many years. As Wei Ani matured, she grew exceedingly close to Madame Ma, often expressing, "You are like my biological mother. In the future, I shall honor you as a dutiful daughter." At that time, such words filled Madame Ma with immense joy. Wei Ani would typically cling to her arm, playfully seeking affection. This was the first time Madame Ma had witnessed Wei Ani's resistance, which saddened her and stirred a disquieting premonition within her. "Ani, please tell your mother what has transpired." Madame Ma implored softly, taking a few steps closer. Perhaps moved by Madame Ma's gentleness, Wei Ani's agitation began to subside, seemingly permitting Madame Ma's approach. As Madame Ma stood by the bedside, Wei Ani looked up and suddenly asked, "Mother, Are you truly my mother? Madame Ma was momentarily taken aback, but a smile soon graced her face as she replied, Ani, what a strange question. You have called me mother for so many years. Of course, I am your mother. Wei Ani gazed intently at Madame Ma, her tone earnest. What I mean is, are you my biological mother? Am I truly your daughter, born from your womb? At these words, Madame Ma's mind buzzed, her eyes widening in shock as she quickly scanned the room. Fortunately, all the servants had been dismissed, leaving only the two of them. In disbelief, Madame Ma questioned, Ani, why would you ask such a thing? Has someone said something to you? Wei Ani did not respond, but reiterated, Tell me, are you truly my biological mother? I. Under Wei Ani's probing gaze, Madame Ma averted her eyes. I am, of course, not your biological mother. Is that so? Wei Ani retorted immediately. But I have heard that you are my biological mother, that I was born of you, while my second sister. She's my mother as true daughter. Madame Ma was taken aback, her hands trembling as she clutched a handkerchief tightly. Where did you hear this? Wei Ani closed her eyes. Where had she heard it? It was during a previous stroll near the artificial hill, where she had overheard a conversation. If only she could turn back time and not have ventured there. To not have heard those words. Flashback to over an hour earlier. Upon entering the artificial hill, Wei Ani had caught snippets of hushed conversations, deliberately muted, yet distinctly audible as she approached. The voices belonged to two maids. Recently, I heard something quite shocking, one maid whispered. What is this shocking news? Do tell. The other inquired. The first maid lowered her voice further. I heard that our eldest young lady is not actually the daughter of the late matriarch. Is that true? The second maid gasped. Then whose daughter is she? The first maid countered. Do you not find that the eldest young lady bears little resemblance to the late matriarch, yet somewhat resembles our current mistress? After a moment of silence, the second maid remarked, Now that you mention it, the eldest young lady does share some traits with the current mistress. I used to think it was simply because she was raised alongside her. After all, it is said that couples who live together for long periods tend to resemble one another. Furthermore, the current mistress was quite envious of the late matriarch when she was alive, yet after the matriarch's passing, she took the eldest young lady under her care with great affection, which is indeed peculiar. The first maid scoffed. That is because the eldest young lady is her biological daughter. Pausing, the second maid inquired if the eldest young lady is the mistress's biological daughter. Then who is the second young lady's mother? Pray, do not tell me she is the late matriarch's daughter. At this point, the second maid inhaled sharply. The first maid, however, remained composed, saying, Ever since the second young lady returned to the estate, I have noticed a resemblance between her and the late matriarch, especially her brows and demeanor. They are strikingly similar. The second maid seemed to understand. No wonder the mistress treats the second young lady so poorly. It is as if she sees a foe in her. The second young lady is so accomplished, yet the mistress finds fault with her at every turn. I have often wondered how a mother could harbor such disdain for her own daughter. I suspect the mistress may have swapped her own daughter with the late matriarch's. Wei Ani's expression was cold and devoid of emotion as she relayed the words she had overheard to Madame Ma. Upon hearing this, Madame Ma trembled, nearly losing her balance and collapsing onto a nearby stool. Ani, did you see the faces of those two maids? Madame Ma's handkerchief was crumpled in her grip as she steadied herself to ask. Wei Ani shook her head. At that moment, the sounds had overwhelmed her senses, rendering her immobile. She had only been able to coldly demand, Whoever you are, step forward. Her words startled the two maids, who swiftly fled without revealing themselves. In the dim light, Wei Ani had only caught fleeting glimpses of their shadows before they vanished. Madame Ma clenched her fists, her voice icy. In the coming days, I will arrange for all the maids to speak with you. We shall see if you can recognize them. Yet, Wei Ani was not particularly concerned with this. She fixed her gaze on Madame Ma and asked once more, Mother, tell me the truth. Is what they said true? Are you truly my biological mother? This time, Madame Ma held her gaze, her eyes unwaveringly fixed on Wei Ani's face. She gently wiped away the tears on Wei Ani's cheeks and nodded slowly, yes. Upon hearing the truth, Wei Ani's reaction was far more composed than before. It seemed she had steeled herself for this moment. Mother, so you're indeed my biological mother. Why then did you not tell me sooner? Seeing Wei Ani's reaction was better than she had anticipated, Madame Ma felt a surge of relief. She had feared that Wei Ani would struggle to accept this reality. Now, it was Madame Ma's turn to feel tears welling in her eyes. Wiping them away, she explained, "I did not tell you earlier because I feared you would not be able to bear it. In truth, I have longed to share this with you. But I could not bear the thought of you being unhappy, or worse, resenting me, your biological mother." "Mother," Wei Ani called out to Madame Ma, and they embraced each other tightly. Resting her head on Madame Ma's shoulder, she murmured, "You are my biological mother. I know that everything you have done has been for my own good. How could I ever resent or despise you?" Chapter 96 Dream, my dear child. You are truly a good child to your mother. It is wonderful that you do not harbor resentment towards me. Upon hearing Wei Ani's words, Ma Shi felt a weight lift from her heart, relieved to know that her daughter did not blame her and even understood her previous actions. The two women embraced and wept for a while, and then Wei Ani, with a glint of coldness in her eyes, withdrew from Ma Shi's embrace and wiped away her tears. Looking earnestly at Ma Shi, she inquired, "Mother, what were the circumstances surrounding your actions back then? How many people were aware of it?" Ma Shi paused momentarily at Wei Ani's question and then used a handkerchief to dry her tears. With a reflective expression, she recounted. At that time, after Nye gave birth, she suddenly suffered from severe hemorrhaging, and the entire household was thrown into chaos, particularly in the Xinhong courtyard where she resided. On the same day, I gave birth to you without any complications. After your birth, apart from those in my courtyard, hardly anyone cared about the two of us. Later, I was suddenly struck by a thought. I did not want you to live a life of neglect. With the backing of the Nye family, if you became her daughter, you would have that support, enjoying a life of wealth and honor, and perhaps even find a suitable husband in the future. At this point, Ma Shi paused again, dabbing at her eyes with the handkerchief. She continued, "Upon realizing my intentions, my two trusted maids wholeheartedly agreed. Granny Zheng even volunteered to personally oversee the matter. Only Granny Zheng and Granny Luo knew about it. They had followed me before entering the household and would never betray me." Wei Ani sat quietly, listening attentively to Ma Shi's account. Her expression remained calm and unfluctuating, as if she were merely an observer of someone else's story. When Ma Shi fell silent, Wei Ani pressed on, "Was it also you who arranged for my second sister to be lost?" This time, Ma Shi did not respond immediately. After a moment, she nodded. "This was proposed by Granny Luo and ultimately managed by Granny Zheng. Only if she went missing could I justifiably bring you to my side to raise you." Wei Ani nodded in understanding of Ma Shi's past decisions. Narrowing her eyes slightly, she asked, "Who else was involved in handling my second sister's disappearance? Can it be trusted?" Ma Shi reflected. "Granny Zheng entrusted her son to carry out the task. I have personally met him, and he is reliable and competent. He currently manages some of our shops outside the estate and has never made any mistakes, proving himself trustworthy." As she spoke, Ma Shi gently patted Wei Ani's shoulder, reassuring her, "Dear, do not dwell too much on this. Just live peacefully as the daughter of the Nye family, as if you had never known any of this. Once that little scoundrel returns and your face is restored, you will have a great opportunity to marry the seventh prince. Your future will undoubtedly be bright. As for those gossipy old women, I will find a way to silence them." At this last remark, a cold light flickered in Ma Shi's eyes. Wei Ani nodded in agreement. Should they locate those two women, she too would not let them off lightly. "Mother, you need not be overly kind to me from now on, especially in front of others. As for my second sister, when she returns, please show her more concern. You must remind yourself that she is your biological daughter. This way, outsiders will not harbor any suspicions." Wei Ani earnestly advised Ma Shi. The latter acknowledged that the gossip surrounding her stemmed from her excessive kindness towards Wei Ani and her coldness towards Wei Ningyao. "All right, I will try to treat her a little better," Ma Shi replied with a heavy nod. Although she felt a sense of aversion towards Wei Ningyao, she resolved to exercise restraint in the future. After conversing a while longer, just as Ma Shi was about to leave, a maid's voice suddenly rang out from outside. "Madam, Miss, the second young master of the Nye family has arrived." The two women exchanged glances, a complex expression passing over their faces. Meanwhile, Wei Ningyao had already completed the acupuncture treatment for Pei Mocheng. He lay quietly on the bedding, eyes closed, already asleep. After checking his pulse, she noted that it was steady, and his condition was better than she had anticipated. Initially, she had only a 60% assurance that he would be able to stand before reaching Lingzhou, but now she felt confident that it was over 80%. Sleep well, Wei Ningyao said gently, brushing her hand against Pei Mocheng's face, just as she was about to rise and leave for another tent prepared for her by his attendants. His large hand suddenly grasped hers firmly. Don't go, he murmured heavily, his brows furrowing tightly. The sight tugged at Wei Ningyao's heartstrings. All right, I won't go, she replied, sitting back down and using her other hand to tenderly smooth his furrowed brow. Under her gentle touch, his brow gradually relaxed. Yet his grip on her hand remained unyielding. Occasionally, he mumbled indistinctly, and as Wei Ningyao leaned in to listen closely, she discerned him mentioning mother and Ayao. Was he dreaming of his mother and of her? A wave of complex emotions washed over her as she gazed at his handsome face. In his dreams, Pei Mocheng had indeed encountered two figures. The first was a young woman, her hair elegantly styled, adorned with a phoenix tail gold hairpin and a flowing headpiece. She gazed at him with profound tenderness, and although she did not speak, he instinctively called out mother in response. The scene shifted, and he found himself dreaming of another person, none other than his fiancée, Wei Ningyao. In the dream, he saw her with a round belly, stumbling through the snow, falling several times. A dull pain gripped his heart as he wished to rush forward to assist her, but a vague figure stepped in and helped her up. Then, he watched her ascend a city tower, where a grim sight met his eyes, corpses scattered everywhere. He saw her kneeling among the dead, cradling a man's head, weeping inconsolably. The sound of her despairing cries pierced his heart, tightening it painfully. Just as he was about to see the man's face, the scene abruptly changed, and he found himself in a cramped, dimly lit room. In that room, he could clearly see a bed where Wei Ningyao lay. It appeared she was in labor, yet the child refused to be born. A midwife informed her that the baby had died within her womb, prompting her to erupt into heart-wrenching sobs. It was amidst those agonizing cries that Pei Mocheng awoke. Upon regaining consciousness, he felt a heavy pain in his heart and instinctively placed a hand over his chest. When he opened his eyes, he was met with the sight of a fair, serene, and tranquil face before him. Chapter 97. Last night, had she remained here? Gazing at that visage, Pei Mocheng felt an intensified ache in his heart. The images from his dream were somewhat hazy, yet the sight of her heavily pregnant. Stumbling through the snow, along with her sorrowful and despairing cries, lingered vividly in his mind. Pei Mocheng's gaze shifted to Wei Ningyao's abdomen, and he raised his hand, wishing to touch her. However, before he could make contact, Wei Ningyao had already awakened. Earlier, when Wei Ningyao intended to move to another tent, her hand had been firmly grasped by Pei Mocheng, compelling her to remain in the tent and sleep beside him. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself locked in Pei Mocheng's stare, momentarily taken aback. It did not take long for her to notice that his gaze bore a peculiar quality. What is it? Are you feeling unwell? Wei Ningyao yawned, sitting up and inquiring. As she spoke, Wei Ningyao took hold of Pei Mocheng's hand, intending to check his pulse. However, he countered her gesture by grasping her hand in return. He gazed intently at her, shaking his head softly, and replied in a hushed tone, I am well. I merely had a dream. A dream? What sort of dream? A nightmare? Wei Ningyao tilted her head, observing him. Pei Mocheng closed his eyes, reflecting on the fragmented scenes from his dream, enough to ascertain that it was indeed a nightmare. Although he remained silent, Wei Ningyao quickly deduced the answer from his expression. She lifted her other hand to rest upon his large hand that held hers, gently patting the back of his hand as she spoke. I have heard it said that unpleasant dreams often contrast with reality. If you dream of something dreadful, it is unlikely to occur in real life. Is that so? Pei Mocheng's gaze flickered slightly as he whispered, Let us hope so. The visions from his dream he wished would never manifest in this lifetime. Pei Mocheng raised his eyes to glance outside the tent. The world beyond was cloaked in darkness, yet a faint light was beginning to emerge on the horizon, indicating dawn was imminent. He cast a glance at a nearby hourglass and noted that it was indeed time for the morning watch. You stayed here all night? Pei Mocheng's gaze returned to Wei Ningyao, and suddenly recalling something, he asked softly. Wei Ningyao withdrew her hand from his grasp, pouting slightly as she replied, "Yes. I was supposed to sleep in the tent you arranged for me, but you kept holding on to me, preventing me from leaving, so I stayed." Ahem. Upon hearing her words, Pei Mocheng felt a twinge of awkwardness and cleared his throat lightly. He had awakened from his nightmare, failing to notice much at the time, and had only just realized that they had indeed shared the same bed throughout the night. Just as Pei Mocheng was about to speak again, a voice suddenly rang out from outside the tent. "My lord, have you awakened?" The speaker was Xiao Dong. After a brief pause, Pei Mocheng replied in a deep voice. "What news do you bring?" Xiao Dong reported. "My lord, a patrolling soldier has just informed us that a troop has been spotted at Liangping Pa, led by General Liu Weihuan, who wishes to meet with you." General Liu Weihuan? Upon hearing this name, Wei Ningyao was momentarily stunned. This name was not entirely unfamiliar to her. After a moment of recollection, she remembered who he was. This General Liu was a celebrated veteran, a man of great military achievements and a sworn brother to Pei Mocheng's uncle, Xiao Yuan, sharing a profound bond of camaraderie. However, Wei Ningyao recognized him not merely for this reason, but because he was the superior of her third brother, Wei Yuyan. Chapter 98, Third Brother. Wei Yuyan enlisted in the army 3 years ago, joining the esteemed camp of General L. Weian. Upon entering the military, he quickly earned General L's favor and, in a mere few years, ascended to the position of deputy commander. In his previous life, Wei Yuyan's overconfidence led him to recklessly advance, resulting in his troops falling into an ambush set by the enemy. Despite their valiant resistance, they ultimately escaped, albeit with devastating casualties. Wei Yuyan himself suffered grievous injuries, losing an eye and a leg. Upon learning of this calamity, Wei Chengrong and the Ma family placed the entire blame on General L, believing that his negligence had caused Wei Yuyan's misfortunes. Subsequently, with Wei Ningyao's relentless efforts in healing, both his eye and leg were restored. Yet the animosity towards General L remained unyielding. Wei Chengrong further exploited his influence in the court, colluding with the 7th Prince to orchestrate General L's demise. Thus, the valiant General L, who had devoted his life to the front line, met his tragic end at the hands of his own. Wei Ningyao first heard the news of General L's death from Pei Mocheng in her previous life. The sorrow and fury etched on Pei Mocheng's face at that moment lingered vividly in her memory. Although she had heard of L. Weihan and knew of his deeds, she had never encountered him personally. Therefore, she was taken aback by his sudden appearance. When Pei Mocheng learned from Xiao Dong that General L was approaching, he momentarily paused before instructing Xiao Dong to usher the general in. "Since you wish to meet General L, I shall take my leave," Wei Ningyao remarked as she stood up. Acknowledging the necessity of her departure, Pei Mocheng nodded and added, "It should still be a while until dawn. You may rest in the tent for a bit longer. Our departure may be delayed today." As Wei Ningyao stepped out of the tent, she soon spotted Xiao Dong leading a group towards her. Though the dawn had yet to break, the campfires illuminated the surroundings, and the torches held by some men allowed her to discern their features clearly. Among them, the foremost figure was a man clad in silver armor, his temples frosted with gray, and around 50 years of age. He carried himself with an upright posture, his face marked by the lines of experience, a visage that bore testament to a life of hardship and valor. His presence exuded an undeniable authority. Close behind him, to his left, walked a tall, slender man whom Wei Ningyao instantly recognized as her third brother, Wei Yuyan. The sight of his face involuntarily recalled memories of her previous life, where he had coldly observed as Pei Hongya coerced Wei Chengrong into forcing her to ingest abortifacients. Echoing Wei Yushu's cruel words that she deserved such fate, her gaze turned icy at the recollection. As Wei Yuyan strode forward, his focus unwavering, he suddenly sensed an unusual presence nearby. Raising his eyes, he noticed a young woman standing at a distance, watching him with an expression he had never encountered before. Her gaze was chilling, instilling an inexplicable unease within him. Upon realizing he was looking at her, she averted her eyes, coldly turning away before departing. Wei Yuyan furrowed his brow, intrigued and perplexed. He wondered how such a young woman came to be in the seventh prince's camp and who she was to regard him with such an odd expression. Chapter 99. The Sister Unwanted, married to a cripple under the guidance of Xiao Dong. Wei Yin and Wei Yuyan entered Pei Mocheng's tent. The interior was brightly lit by candles, and they approached Pei Mocheng to pay their respects. There is no need for excessive formalities. Pei Mocheng waved his hand dismissively. His gaze then fell upon Wei Yin as he inquired, "General L, what brings you here?" General L replied, "I have heard that the national uncle is trapped in Qishui, and since your highness intends to personally lead a rescue mission, I have resolved to accompany you northward to aid the national uncle. I humbly request your consent." Pei Mocheng fell silent for a moment before asking, "Have you informed His Majesty of this matter?" General L nodded. "Rest assured, Your Highness, we have communicated with His Majesty prior to our departure." After a brief contemplation, Pei Mocheng nodded in agreement. He understood Wei Yin's character and resolve. Even if he had disagreed, El would likely have persisted. Upon receiving Pei Mocheng's affirmation, a broader smile spread across Wei Yin's face, and he gently stroked his chin. At that moment, Pei Mocheng's gaze shifted to Wei Yuyan, who stood beside Wei Yin. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he initiated a conversation. "You are the third son of the Wei family?" Wei Yuyan, who had been lost in thought about a woman he had just seen, snapped back to reality upon hearing Pei Mocheng's question. He quickly raised his head, clasping his hands in salute. "Yes, Your Highness, I am indeed." Pei Mocheng scrutinized him for a moment longer and remarked, "It has been several years since we last met. You appear to have grown taller. How have you fared during these years?" After the engagement between Wei Ani and Pei Mocheng was established, Pei Mocheng had visited the Wei residence a few times, albeit reluctantly. Their last encounter had been 3 years prior, and since then, Wei Yuyan had spent little time at home, having joined the military, while Pei Mocheng's visits had been infrequent. Wei Yuyan was momentarily taken aback by Pei Mocheng's words. He returned the scrutiny, his gaze inadvertently lingering on Pei Mocheng's legs. His feelings towards his future brother-in-law were rather complex. The third prince was an accomplished young man with commendable military achievements, and Wei Yuyan had held a deep respect for him. He had initially approved of the engagement between his sister and Pei Mocheng. However, upon learning that Pei Mocheng had sustained a leg injury on the battlefield, potentially rendering him unable to stand for the rest of his life, Wei Yuyan began to feel anxious for his sister. He did not wish for his beloved younger sister, cherished and nurtured by their parents and brothers, to marry a cripple. Furthermore, he soon received news that his long-lost second sister had returned. Not only had she returned, but she had also captured the attention of the third prince during their grandmother's birthday celebration, leading him to break off his engagement with an and instead become betrothed to her. When Wei Yuyan learned of this, he felt a surge of mixed emotions, elation that his beloved and would not have to marry a cripple, and anger that his second sister, whom he had yet to meet, had committed such an embarrassing act upon her return. Consequently, his opinion of the third prince diminished significantly. "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. I have been well these past years," Wei Yuyan replied respectfully, concealing his inner turmoil. Pei Mocheng nodded, choosing not to pursue the matter further, and returned his gaze. Subsequently, he continued discussing the planned rescue mission with Wei Yin and the others for a while longer. Half an hour later, dawn broke completely. Pei Mocheng intended to set off again after burning incense. Upon hearing this, General L promptly rose to take his leave, intending to return to his troops and summon the soldiers for assembly. The two accompanying vice commanders also hurriedly bid farewell. However, Pei Mocheng suddenly called out to Wei Yuyan, saying, "Your second sister is also here. Would you like to see her?" Wei Yuyan's eyes widened in astonishment. "My second sister is here?" He was utterly taken aback. The third prince had brought his second sister along to Qishui. Chapter 100. She is quite fortunate and resilient upon learning that his second younger sister had been brought back to the Wei residence. Wei Yuyan initially felt a sense of curiosity towards her. However, after receiving a letter from his elder brother, he discovered that she was rather unruly, having committed an outrageous act during their grandmother's birthday celebration. In that instant, any fondness he held for her vanished, replaced by a growing disdain. Now, realizing she was present, an indescribable feeling welled up within him. Despite his aversion towards Wei Ningyao, he nodded in acquiescence to the inquiry of the third prince and agreed to meet her. Outside a tent, Wei Ningyao stood with her arms crossed, observing the man before her, her third brother, Wei Yuyan. "Are you truly my second sister, Ningyao?" Wei Yuyan inquired, furrowing his brow as he noted her stance. Wei Ningyao nodded, raising an eyebrow slightly. "You must be Wei Sangongzi. I trust you are well." Her words immediately unsettled Wei Yuyan, causing him to scowl even more. "I am your third brother. Referring to me as Wei Sangongzi is rather peculiar. My elder brother mentioned in his letter that you grew up in the countryside, lacking in manners and decorum. I thought he was exaggerating, but it appears he was accurate." Wei Yuyan's gaze was laced with undisguised contempt. Wei Ningyao's expression turned colder. "Is that so? Lacking manners and decorum? My elder brother's assessment seems quite fitting. Since I am viewed as such, Wei Sangongzi, do not harbor any hopes of me calling you brother." Wei Yuyan's brow furrowed, as if it could crush a fly. Perhaps prepared for this encounter, he was not particularly disappointed. He shifted the topic. "The third prince is on a mission to rescue the national uncle from Qishui. Why does a young lady like you accompany him? Did your parents consent to this?" Wei Ningyao, a young lady, should ideally remain within the confines of the household, embodying the archetype of a refined lady. Yet here she was, traveling alongside the third prince, an inconceivable notion for Wei Yuyan. His parents, who valued propriety, would surely never approve of such behavior. Could it be that Wei Ningyao had secretly slipped away from their watchful eyes? Aware that Wei Yuyan was a staunch traditionalist, believing women ought to emulate Wei Ani and remain sheltered, she smiled lightly. "Naturally, my parents approved, for my journey is to procure medicine for your dear sister." Wei Ningyao succinctly explained her purpose for being out in the world. Wei Yuyan stood in stunned silence for a moment. "You say your elder brother and Appo's hand is broken, and that Sister Ani's face has been disfigured? How could such calamities occur?" His disbelief was palpable as he glared at Wei Ningyao. "Since you were traveling together, why were you unharmed?" Wei Ningyao raised an eyebrow. "Perhaps it is simply that I am rather fortunate and resilient." "What? Do you wish for me to have suffered as well?" Wei Yuyan scoffed. "That is not my intention." The two exchanged a few more words, but Wei Ningyao, feeling a sense of impatience, asked, "Do you have further matters to discuss, Wei Sangongzi? If not, I shall take my leave." With that, she turned and returned to the tent. Wei Yuyan watched her retreating figure, his brow still tightly knit. A quarter of an hour later, the party resumed its journey. With the addition of soldiers led by General L, the group grew significantly stronger. The subsequent march proceeded smoothly, free from any interruptions. As they set up camp, Wei Ningyao continued to tend to Pei Mocheng's leg. During the last stop before reaching Lingzhou, Pei Mocheng was finally able to stand, even taking a few steps. "You must not stand for too long or walk too much just yet. Try to take a few steps each day. Also, do remember to apply the medicine I left for you, understood?" Wei Ningyao smiled as she advised Pei Mocheng, who was slowly rising to his feet.